give plus strength to lady. There are a couple of avenues of which to do this.
Absolutely.
There's another one I'm forgetting. What's the other one that can help you boost lady strength? It'll come to me. Sorry, carry on. Ignore me.
Any kind of support mechanisms in general could definitely help the lady. But we are going to see the sail come into play for George, something we talked about. He'll be able to ink a card, can definitely play that one drop set up for the Clarabelle shift next turn possibly. George is double checking the lady's text. If Ali is able to get her strength up to 3, she's going to be able to quest for a lot more lore here.
Yeah, we're just throwing a card into the inkwell. I missed what it was, but Ali seems happy that she knows what it was. So that's what. It was a free drop Clarabelle. There we go. There. See, I'll tell you, Cal was doing the work of a million men. He's even in my ear singing songs to me. It's beautiful. It really is.
Yeah.
Full grip from Ali here. A very different story to the previous game. There's another way to boost strength of character. Not the one I was trying to think of, but it sure, I'll improvise if you like.
We can improvise.
It will do. Now she only needs to play 2 characters this turn, which, hey, is like achievable. You play a lady and shoot out another one. Down comes the enterprising dog. You pay 1 less to play him if you have a lady on board. And when you play him, you raise the strength of another character by an amount equal to the other characters you had in play when you played the tramp. Not relevant this turn, but worth mentioning. It could come up later.
Absolutely. Ali already building up a wide board here. George, only 1 character on the board. This Tipo could potentially...
Merryweather, that's the card I was trying to think. Thank you, chat. That was driving me mad. I was like, I'm the worst caster in the world. Sorry, Kim, didn't mean to cut you off there. Ink the Clarabelle.
Ink the Clarabelle. It's going to play the Baymax. Doesn't shift the Baymax. Definitely want to try build up the board here to be able to sing possibly an Under the Sea next turn. Unfortunately, didn't have a character on the board to be able to shift this Baymax to be able to sing this turn. Hopefully next turn, if George is able to keep his characters on the board, if he has that Under the Sea in hand, he would be able to sing that Under the Sea. But it is going to be the Tramp Street Smart Dog.
Yeah, that one is indeed the Street Smart Dog. You pay 1 less to play him for every other character on the board. He is a 7 cost, so meaning we only paid 4 here, so works into our curve pretty well. Allows us to draw cards equal to how many other characters we had, which was 3. So we draw 3, discard 3. Really nice, just help fight tutor's not the right word, but get closer to a bit like
filter.
Yeah.
Ali's going to filter through her deck, discard 3 cards. It was going to be the Emerald Chromacon discarded, Curse Merfolk, and a Tramp into the discard pile for Ali. And it is going to be a singing Under the Sea with the Baymax and the Tipo for George. He's going to play the Clarabelle onto the board. He's going to be able to draw up to the number of cards that Ali has in her hand.
Darling, it's better down when it's wetter. Take it from me. Mate, what a tune. Love a bit of Little Mermaid. And yo, I have an Ariel Enchanted here as well, so I can enjoy the moment even more. Down comes Miss Park Avenue. Gonna let Ali look in her discard and take 2 characters of cost 2 or less to put into her hand. I think there was a Tramp that was taken, and maybe a Merfolk, maybe the lady, maybe the 1-drop lady. No, that's in the inkwell. She took something, sorry, in the discard pile. She took something, and we're going to pass back. This is a pretty good board, though, from George. Has a Clarabelle established, the Baymax, and the T-Bow. Under the Sea, not going to provide a lot at the moment for this lady with 4/4 stat line, but do we have the Hades? That would be the perfect drop here, I think. Or John Silver is also reasonable.
John Silver, or even a Basil to be able to bounce.
See, this is a mistake I made, though, right, Kim? Because I did this at the Content Creator Set Championship. I bounced the lady, and then I was like, I've just given you infinite recursion of the 1 and 2 cost characters from your discard, and it actually cost me the game. Yeah. So
ideally not what we want to see.
While I'm with you, that was my instinct too.
Definitely a possibility.
Yeah, it could happen, but in my experience, it could be a little risky. That being said, his board is pretty good here. Good odds that if we can find the Under the Sea that we can sing it if Ali is able to extend and flood out the board. But yeah, that was a lesson I learned the hard way by bouncing a lady back with Basil and then very much regretting my decisions.
Yeah, we're just clearing up that little bit of...
So Under the Sea, putting the cards into the discard as opposed to the bottom of the deck. So we're just going to sort that out. Because if she got back a character with
From,
Lady that should have gone to the bottom of the deck, then yeah, then it matters.
Absolutely. We know there was character cards in the discard from the Tramp, but I believe it was just the Emerald, Chromacon, Curse Merfolk, and Tramp. But the Lilo and the previous lady should have been at the bottom of the deck.
Wouldn't have been able to take the Tramp, which I do think she
took. There was a Tramp that was discarded.
Was there? Okay.
From the Tramp, but I believe the other Tramp that was still there, they should have gone to the bottom of the discard pile.
Hopefully that's a quick fix.
It's gonna be fixed.
We're just getting our judges involved just to make sure. Again, this is a CCQ. We want to make sure that things are being handled by the book, make sure the players are happy and everything. So let's just give them a moment to sort that out. But we've got half an hour left, plenty of time. I think we can absolutely get through 3 games here, especially with the way that Dogs plays. You're expecting like a pretty fast game, even though Emerald Sapphire is a control deck. You know, we're expecting a good pace of play, so I think we'll get through the rest of this. We'll return you to the game in just a moment. If you are just joining us, welcome to the CCQ in Cardiff. An invitation for the European Championships on the line, Kim.
Absolutely.
What a prize.
What a prize. And a person coming in here today, if they win their invitation, of this tournament this weekend, can go to all the DLCs and just chill. Be like, I have my invitation. I'm just here to win pretty shiny cards.
I mean, I will say, like, even if I had qualified, good chance. But if that had happened, I'd be like, yo, look at them DLC prizes. And maybe this is a good time to actually do a little mention of that. Some beautiful prizes for the DLC season this year, and
Absolutely.
the CCQs are getting a little sampling of that. Today, we will be giving people will be able to earn some of non-foil versions of the DLC promos. Which is your favourite?
I do.
What's your favourite?
I've been loving the Simba.
Oh, you like the Simba?
I love the Simba. I just love the artwork. I have to say, I love the Mulan. And now you can win the Mulan for 3 wins, or even just participating in the Infinity format next weekend.
If you missed the Lorecast, which is on every Thursday on the Disney Lorcana channel. Shout out to Greg, shout out to Rochelle, shout out to Cooper, shout out to JD. He's basically staff at these events.
When they let him out of the vents.
When they let him out of the vents.
You know what?
Let him cook.
They're all phenomenal.
Let him cook.
If you wanna be the first to know all the news, tune into their Lorecast.
Tune into the Lorecast, man. It's good. Certainly what I'm doing every Thursday.
It's where I get all my information. Where I learned about this Mulan.
Absolutely.
3 wins, and I was texting my group chat. I was like, guys, you can do this. You can win. And they were like, yes, we can win.
Yeah.
Do you have a favorite?
I do have a favorite. I'll be honest. It's the gift for Hercules Pegasus. I think it's just stunning, and it is the participation award. So all I need to do is enter, and I've got my first choice. But returning back to our game here, this has clearly been resolved. If you look at the discard, then so some cards that were put in the discard and then returned to Ali's hand, courtesy of the lady, that has now been sorted out. They would have been put on the bottom of the deck, but she still had a couple of legal targets in the discard to be able to recur. I think at least the Curse Merfolk, and you said there was another Tramp as well.
And the Emerald Tramp was
being
able to return back
So I
to
imagine those are the 2 cards in Ali's hand, and now that everything is back to being above board and ready to go, we're going to, I assume we've just gone back over to George's turn. He's going to ready. Right, okay.
Now he's going to ready his ink.
Yeah. We ready, set, draw at the beginning of a game. Down comes that hero. A different. This is the set championship non-foil version. This is available to anyone that enters a set championship. And if you want to get your hands on the maleficent, monstrous dragon, then make sure that you're entering a fabled set championships and get you one of those fancy artworks.
Absolutely. And this hero being able to give other Floodborn characters evasive ward on.
Other Floodborns. Floodborns with a card. I swear they have to have a card under them, or is it just blanket Floodborns? I swear they have to have a card under them.
If your other Floodborn characters have a card under them, they will gain.
And that includes the hero himself. Yeah, that's why I said earlier you have to have shifted to actually trigger this ability. So the Baymax can gain evasive and ward as long as it has shifted, but this one was hard summoned if I remember correctly.
Yeah, unfortunately George didn't have that 1 cost to be able to shift his Baymax. So unfortunately won't gain these abilities, but it is going to be none other than what can George say except you're welcome.
For the islands I pulled from the sea. Sorry.
Send that lady into the deck. Ali's going to shuffle her deck and draw 2 cards off the top. George is going to be able to trigger the Clarabelle ability and draw up to as many cards as Ali has in her hand at the end of his turn.
So I need to get a look at Ali's hand. She is at 10 lore. I think understanding the clock is very important. Like knowing when it's time to go next. If Ali loses this round, then this game, then she will be on the play for game 3, which is huge. 27 minutes, I think, is fine to give this another turn or two. Georgia only 3 lore. Maybe she can flood a couple of characters onto the board. And don't forget that Go-Go Tamago in the previous game gaining 4 lore out of nowhere. Yep. So there is absolutely still a path to victory here for Ali, but definitely want to keep an eye on the clock and recognize when it might be time to go for game 3.
Absolutely. It's going to be Ursula Deceiver coming in. Unfortunately, no Under the Sea in the hand for George, but there was a You're Welcome.
You're very welcome.
Being able to send to that discard pile. Ali also going to be playing that Daisy Duck Donald's Date.
There we go.
Into play. It's going to be a Tramp into the Inkwell and a Clarabelle Wallflower into the play.
I see you, Ali Sweet. I see you, girl. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, again, if these characters can survive, then we're going to 14 lore next turn. Maybe we can play a couple more characters. Like, there's still absolutely a path to victory. It's a narrow margin, I think, but I think there's enough time on the clock that we could. I'd go to like 20 minutes.
Absolutely.
And then I'd probably want to call it and go to my game 3 on the play.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, though, if George has
no draw for turn.
A Under the Sea here, he will be able to sing it. Unless he top decked it. We did see Ali play that Ursula Deceiver.
You're right.
She was able to discard that.
Sure, and this is another way that we can dig towards it. Vision of we're going to look into the future, my dear boy. 5 cards deep. Let's see if we can find it. Yeah, I think George forgot to draw for turn.
I believe so.
So many cards in his hand. He's like, surely I've drawn. I don't need any more cards. I'm good. I'm Gucci.
Definitely just too excited to play that Vision of the Future.
Into the future, the mad Sword in the Stone is a banger, mate.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolute banger.
Definitely trying to figure out what to take here. Could have been a Visions into another Visions. Definitely if it was an Under the Sea, you might have seen him take that. But it is going to be the Visions into the Visions. Definitely going to dig a little deeper for another card. We're going to see the ink, guys. I believe that's a Basil.
Yeah,
that he's able to see in his hand.
We saw it in match 1 as well. This Basil, one of my reveal cards actually, the Floodborn version. Who, whenever you ink, your opponent discards a card. And of course, when you're playing Sapphire, there are routes to multiple inking per turn. And of course, I haven't seen him play a 1-drop Basil. We saw that in round 1. Yeah. The Clarabelle deck was playing 1-drop Basil. Maybe he is running it. Maybe not. Maybe he's happy with a hard summon.
Absolutely, especially in these Sapphire decks, you're inking so much, you're ramping up to so much ink so quickly. You definitely don't really need a lot of the 1-drops to be able to shift on because you're getting to the high ink threshold so quickly.
By the way, I want to ship something. I'll run it by you. If you shifted, it's a shift. If you play a Floodborn without shifting, it's a summon. Can we ship that? Can we make that official?
Like that.
Can we make that official? Yeah. Because we are incasters and we summon glimmers. That's in the Lorcana terminology. Yeah. It's in the words.
Yeah. He's gonna summon this Donald Duck right here.
We'll see if I get told off for that. But I think it's fine. We're gonna go on some quests, or maybe we're having a sing-song. I don't think so though. We don't need to turn that many of them sideways for Under the Sea.
Yeah, I believe it's gonna be a quest.
Yeah, just racing ahead.
Yeah, he's gonna go up to 11 lore. Definitely trying to put on the pressure here for Ali.
Lots of support in the chat for the Lorcana girlies being featured here today. Again, great to have Ali on stream. Great to have George on stream as well. Not someone that's known to me, but I hope we hopefully get a chance to have a chat throughout the day. Again, always one of the best parts of these events is seeing faces you haven't seen since the last event, or indeed meeting new ones.
Absolutely. It's such a beautiful community out there in the room today, or just our Lorcana community in general. That's why I love events like these so much. Just getting to see everyone again, getting to reconnect with everyone, just going out and having the Disney Lorcana chat. It's so beautiful.
Yes, mate. I mean, we had Nando's last night. Like, what more do you need?
Yeah, what more do you need? Such a vibe.
Ali taking a time here. She does have 5 cards in hand, so some options. The potential to go to 14 lore this turn. Down comes a Merfolk. That's a pretty good start. Down comes a second Merfolk. if there's an Under the Sea, then this is obviously all kind of obsolete, but this seems like a great way to make your final hurrah. 22 minutes and some change on the clock.
Could definitely go either way. Even if Ali is able to take out any of these characters here.
So that's going to be +5 strength to the Clarabelle, who makes a clean trade into the Hero Hamada. Pretty good.
Absolutely. Stops George questing for a high value next turn. He's going to want to take out some of Ali's characters. But if he does have the Under the Sea, it's going to be a nice clean board wipe here for George if he's able to pull that out of his hand.
And that Clarabelle is a shifted Clarabelle, right? Or is it?
No, I believe that was just a summon.
So it's a summon. Okay, so not under the ability from Hero Hamada to have Warden Evasive, but still, let's get rid of that hero. He's questing for 3. Down comes another Clarabelle. Light on her hooves, but not light on cards, and a Floodborn. And there you go. Yeah. Ali's going to say, that's enough for me. Let's pack them up, and let's go to game 3. I'm going to be on the play. I'm playing the aggro deck.
Absolutely.
I think I can do things.
We saw game 1 go Ali's way, and it went her way. She was able to take the win. It is 1-1. We are in round 2 of Disney Lorcana CCQ here in Cardiff.
Absolutely. Round 2. We've got a full day ahead of us. 9 rounds of Swiss here today. We will be doing our top cut tomorrow, and then there is an Infinity side event taking place, and we will be showing the finals of that. And I've already said, if there's a Ruby deck in that, I want a seat.
Absolutely.
I want a seat.
Will we see Ruby Amethyst take its spot back in Baker's heart?
Absolutely. Yeah, the spark never left. We
may not have it in core constructed at the moment. Someone might come in with their fling-a-ding. Fling-a-dingers deck. We might see that today. I'm hoping to see a bit of that. I do love a bit of everybody's got a weakness. But right now, it is dogs. It is Amber Emerald versus Sapphire Emerald. I'm enjoying this matchup.
Yeah, I mean,
it's been fun.
Emerald Sapphire, like at the beginning of the format, I think people were talking about a triangle format, right? They were talking about Amber Steel, Amethyst Steel, and Blurple, whereas Emerald Sapphire has very quickly proved itself to have a strong position. Like, and do you want to then call it a core 4, or is Amber Steel maybe a little bit weaker after the introduction of Emerald Sapphire into the meta? If you're paying attention to third-party events, the last couple that we've had, maybe one or no Amber Steel's making top cut. Still a very strong deck, still something you need to respect, but Emerald Sapphire being played at like such an increased capacity, maybe they're pushing these aggro decks out of the format. So I think it's really important that we are showing this Emerald Sapphire deck a couple of times today and show what it can do. I'm sure we'll see it as we head into the later rounds and top cut, but I think it's also important to show these decks that maybe are kind of a rogue, like
absolutely.
Got some fighting to do.
Decks.
Underdog, they are. You nailed it, Kim. Yeah. You're perfect for this, mate.
Yeah, just those underdog decks, and not your typical Sapphire Emeralds that we're used to seeing. Like chat wanted to see their hero. We've got a hero, not only a hero, but we've got an Ink Geyser in this deck, just showing if you got a bit something spicy, your opponent's you're not gonna expect it. And
absolutely.
George being able to take that second win, showing the power of this Hero Hamada. He wasn't able to shift his characters. He had to summon those characters.
Yep. I like it. Say we're shipping it. I saw R&B in chat. Yo, R&B, did you wake up sneezing because someone played Ink Geyser? I just have this feeling. That's what brought him here. But yeah, looking forward to game 3. We'll jump back to the table in a moment. But thank you so much for joining us. We're going to be here with you all day on the Disney Lorcana Twitch channel. There are also other CCQs going on this weekend. We've got the Stockholm Open. We've got an event in France. Our season is well and truly underway. We already have our first person from America qualified for the North American Continental Championship, that being the Roof and Sky himself. Sky. So yeah, we're looking to crown our first
EU Continentals
qualified participant. Yes. Let's put it that way.
At the end of this weekend, not only will we have one qualifier from here, from us here in Cardiff, but you're going to have one from Stockholm. Yep. You're also going to have one from France.
Getting the roster sorted, and then a week away from DLC Bologna, where we will have even more players that will qualify themselves. But here we go, back into the game. Ali Sweet was on the play, played a Daisy Duck, followed up by a Basil, and as Ali goes into turn 2, she's going to ink that Lilo Glimmer foil, and here comes the Daisy and Merfolk follow-up. This is absolutely huge. This is exactly where you want to be if you are the aggressive player. player, and you saw a smile from George like, here we go.
Yeah, absolutely. Exactly what Ali wants to go for here, knowing George is going to take a bit of time. He's going to want to hit the one drop. He's going to want to take his turn to being able to ramp up. He's not going to be able to do anything or sing any songs. He's not going to be able to sing Under the Sea right away.
Nope.
He's going to have to, right now, he's going to sell that Azurite Sea. He has to ramp up being able to get that ink. Ali saying, I have to put on the pressure. I need to build up the board. I'm going to play a Daisy Duck. I'm not only going to play one Daisy Duck, I'm going to play 2 Daisy Ducks and, of course, some Merfolk. Each of those cards questing for 2 lore definitely helps Ali here put on the pressure for George. It's going to be a Clarabelle light on, or clumsy guest for George here. Definitely setting up for that possible future shift target.
Yeah, bless her heart. She clumsy, but bad gold is she powerful. But this is a pretty good response turn. Down comes that Ursula Deceiver. Going to take a look at the hand. No songs today. We have an Ink Geyser. We have the Shift Clarabelle. Or a Baymax there as well. And a couple of other cards. And down comes a Merfolk. The follow-up from the Ursula. It's over, mate. This is Jova. Like, if George wins this game, I will go out there and I will give him a be prepared. Sure,
yeah,
why not?
It's going to be a double Daisy trigger, and it's going to hit a Basil and a Hero for George. Definitely helping him if he had no uninkables.
Yeah, and again, get closer to the pieces that are actually valuable, right? But I think this is as good as George could have hoped for. Double character drop, one of them being Basil, which of course can quest and give that support to another character. That being said, this Clarabelle is a 1/2, so even with the support, will not be able to take out a Daisy Duck and get rid of a Merfolk, and I think you kind of have to at this point. You can, like, she's 8. There's 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 lore on the board. She'll be going to 17 if you don't get rid of this Merfolk. This is exactly what Ali wanted to see.
Absolutely. Is going to be able to shift the Basil.
Okay.
Yeah. Is going to be able to shift that Basil. Will have to probably challenge this Cursed Merfolk with the Clarabelle, possibly. Those Daisy triggers giving him extra cards. If he challenges into this Cursed Merfolk, he will have to discard a card.
Yeah. I think you have to, though. Basil into Daisy and Clarabelle into Merfolk. I think is what you have to do here.
Absolutely. Ali just building up a wide board here, putting that pressure on George. She knows she's gonna quest for a lot of lore here if he doesn't take out this Daisy here.
There are, of course, lines, like the fact that we got that Basil out. We know we have a Clarabelle in hand. So there is potential for the next turn to be a Shift Clarabelle Sing Under the Sea. So it is not as over as my excitement might have tricked you into thinking, but still, this is all gas, no breaks. Know what I mean? For Ali Sweets, already at 8 lore, gonna be going to 2, 4, 6, 7 to 15. So it's gonna be tight.
Yeah, and then George making the decision to challenge with the Basil to clear that Cursed Merfolk. Discards the Ink Geyser, choosing not to challenge with the Clarabelle, hoping to keep his Clarabelle not exerted, keep it safe, wanting to hopefully shift the Clarabelle next turn. But it's going to be the Emerald Chromacon coming in to play for Ali Sweet.
Okay.
So then if George decides to challenge next turn, but Ali is going to quest here for 7 lore, that brings her up to 15.
Finds a Basil. I think this has to be Under the Sea. It's game over. There's a Tipo.
He is going to draw for a turn. Will it be an Under the Sea?
I mean, don't get me wrong. We know we can shift Clarabelle. Hasn't readied his ink or the Basil, so I would definitely do that. But we can shift Clarabelle, so the Basil and the Clarabelle can both go into the Daisies. There we go. At the very least, so that would leave Ali with just 3 lore on board, courtesy of the... Oh, no, but wait, as soon as you make one challenge, the Chromacon's going to bounce the other one. Yeah. So, no, I think this is... Yeah, is it... Oh!
And it was a top deck into that Under the Sea. George is going to be able to sing that Under the Sea, sending all of Ali's characters into the bottom of the deck. Ali really putting on that pressure early on. Definitely the card George wants to see. Definitely unfortunate here for Ali. She was definitely threatening game. It was the only way George was going to be able to clear Ali's board and drew the right card when he needed it.
That is absolutely bonkers. We obviously it wasn't over. We already had the shift Clarabelle. We established a Basil early. That was a really nice line from George. Must give him his credit. This hero Hamada is pretty interesting. It's a 3 cost, and when you shift onto it, you draw a card, which can be either the hero or the Baymax with that universal shift. So nice bit of spice in here with Big Hero 6 and. Yeah, and there we see he's probably saying some of the lines of I keep forgetting to ready my characters.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was absolutely brutal. Ali seemed to absolutely have she was counting the money. Yeah. She was counting the victory money. Well, I was anyway.
I was for her. She put on that pressure early on. She built up such a wide board state, knowing the only card you have that's going to be able to remove this board is Under the Sea, and unfortunately George just drew that board. Now we know if Ali is going to be able to keep this genie on the board, she's going to be able to quest up to 17. If she's able to establish another character on the board and that character is going to be able to stick the board, or even if she can get some damage onto these other characters.
Sure.
And we see a go Tamago coming in. We know George could have played a You're Welcome.
Improvise.
It's going to be an improvise. She's going to give 1 strength to that genie, draw a card. Definitely looking for maybe another character here with another extra few lore to be able to play, but it's going to be another genie into the inkwell. Is going to quest with the genie, bring herself up to 17.
I suppose inking this genie at least opens up Miss Park Avenue next turn if she finds that off the top, which I respect. That's definitely a play to win mentality, because there is a Merfolk in the discard and maybe something else. Yeah, because I was just thinking, like, would you not just hold that genie, knowing next turn that you could, like, maybe you draw a 1-drop that's not very good and you'd rather play the genie, but I could also see the argument for opening yourself up to 5 drops. Pretty reasonable.
Absolutely. And then if George doesn't have a You're Welcome or any...
the genie gets discarded from Basil anyway. That's a good point. I did forget about that. Yeah, fair enough. Thank you, chat. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh, it's going to be a hero shift. It's giving the Clarabelle and the Basil evasive and ward. Oh, and also the hero itself gets evasive and ward, I believe.
Yeah, it's all floodborns. Blanket floodborns that have a character under them. So, yeah, down goes that genie. Can we find a go-go?
Can we top deck a go-go?
Can we top deck a go-go, gain 2 lore from the Basil, and then hope that George doesn't have an answer, and then you just quest for game on the final turn? They're going to break that Chromacon. Down it goes. That Under the Sea was humongous.
Absolutely. Definitely what George needed here to get himself back into that game. Ali's still on 17 lore if she's able to get a few characters to stick the board. But it's looking rough here for Ali. It's going to be a Bobby Zamorski spray cheese kid.
I think so. He's going to quest to, I think, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're going to go to 17 this turn. We're going to ready our characters. Yeah, so we're going to go to 17. So I think this has to be go-go off the top for Ali.
If Ali is able...
Oh, they're warded up. Yeah, because of the hero. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, good point. Yeah, this hero clearly a card that not as accustomed to casting it. Yeah. No, great point.
Unfortunately, even if Ali here top decks this go-go Tamago, she's not going to be able to use it because that Basil does have ward.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
This hero, like, maybe this is the spice that Spessy was talking about earlier, like the mirror breaker, the way to just completely invalidate your opponent's Hades, and then in matches like this, the go-go, that could be a game ender. This has been wild, mate. I was so convinced that Ali had this after the 1-1 drops, the lady into another Ursula, like,
absolutely.
Wow.
Just goes to show the power of Under the Sea.
And that's it.
And it's going to be a handshake and GG's. George is going to take the win of game 2. Ali definitely giving her opponent a really good matchup here. Like, she gave it her all.
Absolutely.
It was definitely just unfortunately that George drew that Under the Sea right when he needed it. Just devastating. I'm devastated for her. But George,
I want to allow for as much interview time as possible, which I think you should do.
Absolutely.
We do the winner, but I think it would be nice to have a chat with Ali as well, if we can.
I would love to,
so I will start off with our winner, but I will bring over Ali, and maybe if we've got time, we can fit in a couple. We'll see. We'll play it by ear. But I'll go grab you winner so we can do a little interview.
Beautiful. And if you're just tuning in, we are here at the Cardiff CCQ. We are just finished round 2. Definitely such a great matchup against Amber Emerald versus Sapphire Emerald. What a game! Unfortunately, Ali's are so early on in that third game, putting on the pressure, definitely knowing what she needed to do. She was on the play. She lost game 2. She was on the play knowing that she was able to build up the board. Unfortunately, I think George just drew that under the sea when he needed to, being able to sing that under the sea, being able to go in right when he needed to. And here's Fessy coming in. Curly cards. He is unfortunately not the winner, but we are hopefully going to have a winner interview for you.
Who won?
Very shortly, George.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Unfortunately, Ali built up such a strong board. She was able to get to 15 and then 17 lore. George just drew that under the sea when he needed to clear Ali's board. How is your day, Curly Cards? How is it going? Are you enjoying the event today?
Yeah, I've just been doing the rounds and seeing what decks are out there. I've tried to line up a nice spicy deck list for round 3.
Oh, nice.
And I think I found one. I'm not going to say what it is because last time I announced a deck, which then we got something different. We've already chosen something.
Okay. And
We've already chosen something.
We chose something, but I hope it will be spicy. But so earlier on, chat was asking if a hero Hamada will be in an Emerald Sapphire deck, and we got that. Were you able to see the hero Hamada?
I didn't see it.
Oh.
Oh God. What?
And right now we are going to have George, who took the win from Ali here in this insane chat. Was previously earlier on was talking about how they wanted to see a hero Hamada, but not only did you give us a hero Hamada, you also gave us an ink geyser. Do you want to talk what was going through your mind when you decided I'm going to play a bit of spice?
So I love the hero Hamada card. Ever since it came out, I want to build something that works for that. Funnily enough, in the first box that I bought for Raid of Jafar, first pack was the Enchanted,
which you played.
Which I played, yeah.
Yes.
So I was like, right, well that's it. I've got to build a deck for it now. Like, I pulled the card. I've got to do it. So yeah, I've been playing green blue hero Hamada since then, really.
And how has your coming into this post rotation? How have like previously, I don't know what decks were you on, but coming into this new, have you been conflicted? Because I myself have been conflicted. But how were you sold on Emerald Sapphire since the beginning, or have you tested a little bit of everything?
I was I was Emerald Sapphire, running my hero deck. To be fair, I was running a full shift line deck before rotation with all of the morphs and every shift. And when Fable came out and I got the Go-Go was last. No, Go-Go was the set, wasn't she? But yeah, I was running all of that. So yeah, I was playing it before it was cool. No.
No, you can say you played it before it was cool.
I was playing a very different deck, and to be fair, there's been a lot of changes over the last 2 weeks to it, because it was all the shift lines. I had the shift Fred in there, I had the shift Go-Go in there, I had Clarabelle, I had any shift that I could put in there, just for the fun of it. And then when we remembered that this was around the corner, and we're like, I should probably make something a bit more competitive. So then we took inspiration from all of the competitive decks of green blue at the moment, and
threw a bit of Ink Geyser in there as well.
I love Ink Geyser. I think Ink Geyser's brilliant. I love it because it's not being played at all. No one expects it. And when I was building the deck, I was looking at it what was popular at the moment. And I love Ink Geyser anyway. I was running it anyway. What can I do against Blurple or the mirror match? And I was like, if I can have an Ink Geyser, I'm then not afraid to ink my ramp, which will put people off anyway. If you're like, why are you inking Sail? Why are you inking Tipo? And then I suddenly go, ha!
You guys are give it back to me.
I've got it all back and you've got nothing.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to come and chat to us and chat to the people. They wanted to see a hero deck, and here is the guy that brought you the hero in the Emerald Sapphire deck. It was a great game to watch, and Ali really putting on the pressure. Third game, she was like, "Yeah, I've got to do this. I've got to build the board." You drew that under the sea when you needed it to be able to take the game back. She was able to get up to 15 lore, was the 17 lore pretty quickly.
I was not happy. I was a bit. My face is not very poker face. You probably saw my face. You'd be like, Yeah, no, I've really enjoyed it. She was a brilliant
Absolutely.
opponent,
Yeah.
brilliant fun
It
to
was
play
such a
against.
great game to watch, great game to cast. We hope you have a great rest of your day.
Oh,
It's only round 2, folks.
So okay, I came in wanting to win a round, and I've won 2, so.
Amazing. So thank you so
Brilliant.
much for joining us. And I wish you great best of luck in the rest of your
Brilliant. Thank you
rest of your
very
day.
much. Thank you. Yeah.
And we are going to bring you Ali Sweet. She put up an amazing performance. Me and Baker were secretly rooting for you. You were able. Hi, Ali. How are you? We're secretly rooting for you. You third game. You were like, yeah, I have to put on the pressure. You knew what you were doing.
Yeah.
Building up that board. Unfortunately, George drew that.
Yeah,
that
and my
under the
hand,
sea.
I don't know if you could see my hand, but I had a lot of uninkables, and I was just like, oh, I don't know what to do here. But he played it really well, and this is his first big tournament, so I'm really proud of him.
Yeah.
Just met him today, but I'm proud of him.
You both played phenomenal, and
Yeah.
that's what I love about events like these, and it's just the family and the community, and that you're both
Yeah.
like you've both played beautiful, and like
Yeah.
oh,
Made
it's
new
there's
friends.
so great support.
I am really embarrassed about the Under the Sea, but we'll move on.
We'll move on. We
We
got sorted. You
Yeah.
know, for the rest of your day how things go. And yeah, unfortunately, your hand did look a bit rough when you played the lady and weren't able to play a 2-drop in one of
Yeah.
the previous games.
Yeah, I had the Tramp, but I didn't know if he had John Silver in his deck, and I was like, I want that later to make John Silver's reckless stuff worth it for me. So I kept it back. Don't know if it was the right thing to do or not, but that's what I did.
Absolutely. And like coming into this post-rotation meta, have you been like settled on Amber Emerald, or is this something
No.
that you've picked up quickly?
I
like
picked it
in
up like last
testing?
week because I've been trying everything. I was really trying Kiwi for a while because I just hated all the decks that are around. Not hated them, but I'm not a fan of mirrors. And I was like, okay, Chroma Dogs is good enough, but you don't see it all the time. That'll hopefully dodge a mirror. And yeah, I really liked it.
Absolutely, definitely bringing something under the something underdogs with a bit of
Yeah.
dogs. Definitely showed like you gave George a run for his money,
Yeah.
and it was an
Both
amazing
games
game.
he won, he was like, "Oh, you've got this." I'm like, "No, stop lying to
Oh.
me. You've got this down." He had the spice.
He
so
did.
that
He
was
did
good.
have the spice, the hero, and the ink geyser.
Yeah.
The ink geyser definitely helped you.
Yeah.
Definitely helped you bring those cards back to your hand.
Yeah, he was like, "I know you've won this. There's no way that he could get out of it." So he was like, "We're on stream. I have to just do the ink geyser." And I was like,
He had to.
"I've
do
never
It.
been ink geysered before.
No.
This is my first time."
It was
Yeah.
it was phenomenal to watch. Do you want to say anything? Me and Baker talked a little bit about how amazing you have been in
Thank
the Lorcana
you.
community. You've put like a safe space for the Lorcana girlies and marginalized
Yeah.
genders to be. Do you want to say anything before we let you go
You've
off
kind
and
of just
enjoy
summed it up.
the rest
like,
of your
yeah,
day?
We've made a little server for all like the UK women and marginalised genders, just to make friends, because it can be scary coming to these competitions if you don't know anybody. And like one of the girls here today, Rachel, she said to me she doesn't know if she would have come if that server didn't exist. So yeah, it's just things like that, make friends. All hang out.
Absolutely. And
Yeah.
why I really wanted to get you on stream is just to show like, and if you're like watching this and you're like not a super competitive, not even if you're like a girl and you're scared to come out, and I know it's mainly male dominated and stuff like that, but if you're watching this, like look at like we're doing it, we're here.
Yeah.
Like there's a nice community, and there's actually so much of us, and
Yeah, and there's people
come
dressed
join
up
us.
today and everything.
And
yeah.
like the Lorcana community in general, when you like see it, like it may be daunting to come and like play in a big tournament, but we're all here and it's a big happy family. So yeah, it's great. And thank you for coming to talk to us. We wish you
Thank you.
the
Thank you for
best
having
of
me to
luck.
chat.
Thank you for coming, and we wish you the best of luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
And I will have either Spessy or Baker coming back to chat with us, and we're gonna bring you round 3 really, really shortly.
Hello.
Hello.
I would like
We
a
would
spoiler
like
of
a
what's
spoiler
coming
of
for
what's
round
coming to
3.
round
Mysterious man in my ear.
Can people hear you, or is it just us?
No, they can't hear.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, it's the one I requested.
Yeah.
Baker got an enchanted in the one pack he opened.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah, he
open a
did.
pack yet.
Okay, I think you have to open his pack. Ooh. Baker's gonna go hide that in his deck box now. And so coming up next, a ruby amethyst deck.
And it plays Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom.
Oh, does it actually?
Yeah.
I was hoping for a
Bam!
bit of
Motunui.
You did it wrong. You had to do it reveal. Motunui.
Motunui.
Do you know where it's from?
Of course, Moana.
Oh,
I
well
wouldn't
done.
have known the answer to that when the card first came out.
But now you do.
Grandpappy.
Grandpappy.
Do you know where he's from?
Yeah, Frozen.
Is he?
Yeah, did you not?
No.
Prince Philip. Do you know where he's from?
He's from Green Hearts. Oh no, from Snow White.
No.
Oh.
That's sad. Sleeping Beauty.
Okay, but do you know what Aladdin's from?
Yeah. Aladdin.
I did some scouting. I went around the tables.
Anything
looked.
good? Well, there's spicy deck.
There was
that
a
we're
Ruby Emerald
bringing.
deck 1-0.
Oh,
I believe it's
Ruby
now 1-1.
Emerald.
I believe it is now 1-1.
Okay.
But I was quite excited to see that. Obviously, all the decks you're expecting to see. The top 4, you've got a lot of Sapphire Amethyst. You've got a lot of Amber Steel, Amethyst Steel, and also, of course, Emerald Sapphire. We expect to see those 4. 5th most popular deck by a large margin, Amber Emerald.
Yeah.
There's quite a lot of Amber Emerald, and that's all sort of as you'd expect. The rest of the stuff, let me just double check my phone because I wrote some down. There was 1 Ruby Amethyst, maybe 2. I couldn't see every single table as well because it's a little bit tight on some of the tables to get round. There was a Sapphire Steel player.
Oh, I
who
love
was,
it. Do you love Sapphire
on the high
Steel?
tables. And this was just like the top 40 tables or so. So like all players that are 1-0. There was 2 Sapphire Steel actually, 1 Ruby Emeralds, and 1 Emerald Steel that I saw as well. And I'm sure
Ooh,
there's a few
spicy.
more bits and pieces out there that I didn't get round to. And obviously, people that started 0-1, you can still absolutely make day 2
Absolutely.
top cut
We've
even
got
with a slow
9
start.
rounds.
We've
to
actually
go.
got
Like we're only 2 rounds in. We're going to bring you the 3rd round really shortly, and we've got 9 rounds in total. So we've got 7 more rounds.
And do you know how Reese is doing? Reese, who finished
I
second
would really
in Lille.
like to know.
Would you
how
like to
Reece-
predict his record so far?
I feel like he's 2-0.
Wrong.
Oh, is he 0-2?
He is. Reese starting off the day at
What?
0-2, and that just shows you
Yeah.
the level of
could-
competition
But
here.
he could just like
It
win,
was
win, win, and still make
Yep.
it to day 2. Like
It
the
was-
game is not over.
Reese versus Haaland
Stop
in
that.
round 2, and they're both 0-1. That's brutal.
That is really brutal.
Yeah.
And like I don't know if I've asked you, and I know you've been testing a lot of Ruby Sapphire, like Shark,
Yeah.
Robin Hood Shooter. If you were playing in the CCQ this
Amber
weekend,
Emerald, I think.
you would play Amber. You think you'd play?
Yeah, I
Amber
think so.
Emerald?
I mean, it's a deck I want to test a lot more.
Yeah.
I know I'm not competing for a long time this set with the fact that I'm casting this weekend and in Bologna. So I spent a lot of time in the first few weeks testing. I played a lot of Ruby Sapphire. Sort of decided it wasn't really quite good enough as much fun as it is. But I think Amber Emerald is that one deck that has a lot of untapped potential. You know me, I like to play what other people aren't. And I think Amber Emerald is maybe the best chance to do that. I think Emerald Steel is also interesting. I think Emerald paired with anything, and maybe also I'm always interested in trying to play aggro decks, particularly with like Amethyst Chromacon and Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. Some people in the community have called them burn decks in the past. Story decks
Story
are what
decks.
I like to call them because you get the story stars.
Yeah.
So a story deck with Amethyst Chromacon, Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom, I think could be very good. Obviously,
if
under the
Emerald-
sea clears everything, right?
Yeah,
like
it
Amber
does.
Steel aggro is good, but I don't think I would want to
does
play
it
it
have Under the
myself.
Sea?
I don't think I would want to play it myself.
But
I think
would you-
it's got too much of a target on its back.
Absolutely.
So I like having cards like Go-Go, Gathering Knowledge, which you start off quick, you get to 16, and it doesn't matter if they're under the sea because you can just sort of
Yeah.
close the gap.
Absolutely. And would you play the Chromacon version? My question for you: would you play the Chromacon version, or I've seen a few people playing the Scump version,
Scrump.
version.
Yeah, Scrump. Yeah, maybe neither.
Scrump.
I think I would probably try something.
You're gonna go spicy.
I'll try and go my own route, but definitely Circle of Life. I think Circle of Life
Circle of
is a amazing card. I know that over in one of the other streams that's going on today on the CCQ, Zan Syed was on stream playing Amber Emerald this morning, and that's certainly a list that I'm going to be taking a look at because I know there's a very, very spicy list out of Austria that I've seen in the past for Amber Emerald, and I'm assuming that's the deck that's being played over there.
Yep.
So that's definitely one to keep an eye on, I think, after this weekend. Outside of those, I think some sort of Amethyst Chromacon deck would be my go-to, Kim. I think it's got potential.
Absolutely.
How about you?
At the minute,
Would it be Amber Sapphire Princess aggro?
I It's gonna be Amber Sapphire Princess aggro.
Did I get it right?
If I can get it to work.
Okay.
But at the minute, other than that, when I'm in my competitive like locals, like I'm in my competitive mindset, I've been jamming Amber Steel because I just feel like I've had the most consistency into other decks playing it. The same with a bit of Amethyst Steel, but I just haven't tested as much.
Yep.
I've tested much more Amber Steel. That Amethyst Steel, I feel like it has the most consistency into all matchups.
Yep.
Where I just didn't have as much luck with Blurple, but I think that's just because every time I played Blurple, my hand was just like really bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I have enjoyed
Rounds getting paired.
Rounds are getting paired. But I have enjoyed just testing this set because there's so many cards that just haven't been utilized, and me and Baker were talking about it earlier, like the John Silver from set 1, like you never really seen that being played after set 1. Being able to give Reckless, like it's so powerful. All of these like cards that just went like a little bit like to the side, got shoved in the collection, but are finally like being taken out of the folders, being like the dust is being wiped off, they're being able to be used again.
There's a card which is in Fabled, which is a new card, and I've not seen anybody play it, but I want to give it a play test. It's a rare, I'm testing you now, it's a rare, and chat, it's a rare emerald item.
Okay.
What is the card? Oh, I think our producer knows.
Fishing pole. Fishing pole.
And what does it do, Kim?
It is a fishing pole.
It is?
It's from a Goofy movie.
Okay, I didn't know that.
And the dance move that Goofy does, and it's like...
So I did actually watch the Goofy movie last week, but unfortunately I fell asleep.
Oh.
But I will be finishing it off next week. I watched so many Disney films.
Okay, give us your list. What have you watched?
Okay, this month I watched.
But I heard that you haven't
Zootopia.
watched Rescuers yet.
Yeah, I didn't even know that was a film.
Oh, but you know, like it's in Lorcana.
Yeah, I mean, I know Madame Medusa.
Yeah.
I just didn't know where she was from.
Okay.
I just...
Add that to the list.
Yeah, I will. So, I'm going to watch The Rescuers.
Okay.
I watched Zootopia this month.
I love Zootopia.
That is a bang. If you haven't watched Zootopia...
You know we're getting a sequel?
Are we really?
Yeah, I believe in this year. Yeah, November.
Whoa.
Kree's like, Cow was in our ears just like being like, November. He wants to win.
It's really good.
Yeah,
film.
it's really good. So I'm super excited. They were getting a sequel, and I'm hoping the way that we had, like, I know nothing. I'm just visualizing the way that we had Moana released, and we got Moana promo. I wonder if there will be a Zootopia promo.
And what character would you want as the promo? I know, Chief Bogo.
Chief Bogo.
Idris Elba.
Oh, that would be so good.
Yeah. I didn't know that Idris Elba was Chief Bogo.
No, I want a Clawhauser.
Okay, yeah, the donut guy.
But he's a huge Giselle fan.
Mm-hmm.
And
Gazelle.
so I just want, Gazelle.
Yeah, it's a G, not a J.
Giselle. I'm sorry, guys. I know, but I want like an alt art version of him, like just like there's a bunch of shorts after Zootopia, and he's like playing the game, and he's like dancing. Oh, I want that as an alt art version.
I also
Disney,
watched
if you're listening.
The Great Mouse Detective.
Oh, a great movie.
Yeah, do you know the best part about it? Olivia Flaversham.
Yeah.
She's got a very interesting voice.
Yeah, she's so cute.
Yeah, I like that
Oh,
film.
Daddy!
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Thanks. I've been working on my
And then
impressions.
I also watched Lilo and Stitch live action.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I watched that on the plane on the way over to when we were doing Ink, and I cried. And I think Kawa woke up in the middle of the plane and was like, "Are you okay?" I was like, "It was just so beautiful."
I respect it.
Yeah, it was good.
So my list for this week, right? It is. What was that film called?
Rescuers.
The Rescuers and Rescue Rangers.
Yes.
Because I haven't seen either of those,
Okay,
and
it's
apparently
really good.
they're not the same film.
No, they're not.
Okay, so I need to watch both
Because
of
the
those.
Rescue Rangers has like Chip and Dale.
Yeah.
Whereas the Rescuers is like Bianca, Bernard.
Do you know what Chip and Dale's called in German?
Tick and Tack.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
What
It's
do they call
Chip and Chap.
Chip and Chap.
Yeah.
But what's Tick and Tack?
I don't know.
Is that French?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Ah, well.
Okay, so the fishing pole.
Okay, the fishing pole.
It costs 2.
Okay.
There was a fishing pole dock list. Yeah, that's what I'd play it with. I'd play it with dock. So Emerald Steel, if you build like an aggro version of Emerald Steel, one problem that you have is that you don't have much draw, big problem, but also you don't have much story gain. Some people might call it burn, but we call it story gain. You've got Go Go Tamago, but that's about it.
Yeah.
But the fishing pole, it comes in exerted. That's kind of a problem.
Okay.
And then you can pay 1 ink to banish it and return a exerted character of yours back to your hand.
Whoa.
And you gain 2 lore.
Okay.
But the problem is, you play it, it comes in exerted, and then you can use it the next turn, but you can only use it on one of your exerted characters. So, like, it sounds great. Like, imagine bouncing a dock back to your hand, gaining 2 lore. Sounds great, but it's going to be quite difficult to actually achieve that.
Yes.
But it's definitely a card that I think has potential.
For sure. I think in like the Emerald Steel version that you're talking about, can definitely see more play. I'd like to see a fishing pole
Yeah, me too.
Fishing pole versions come out. Someone's going to be listening to this.
Yeah,
hopefully. They're cooking a deck for next week at Bologna, and
then,
I hope they'll come in with the fishing pole.
And then I come through, Clarabelle, pay 2 extra, banish your item.
Oh yeah, we saw that happen, and George was able to play his Clarabelle against Ali's Emerald Chromicon and banish it.
Oh.
Yeah.
That is brutal.
Yeah.
So, kind people of the chat, what deck do you think is going to win this weekend and also in Bologna? Have you got a prediction for Bologna?
I do have a prediction.
What is your
for Bologna.
prediction? Is it an interesting one, or are you going to say something obvious? Say something obvious. That's a good prediction.
I
think
it's something obvious, and just purely because I love singing Under the Sea, and that it's gonna be Sapphire Emerald.
I think it's a
for
good prediction.
Under the Sea.
I think it's a really good prediction. I think it's a very, very good deck.
Absolutely. I just think because of the amount of decks that have such low strength characters, and then if they're able to get the Under the Sea, but not only Under the Sea, but they've got your welcomes that can just help like clear characters off the board.
All right.
Okay, Baker already got the enchanted, but what if we get an iconic?
There might be another one. All right. Episode of Guess That Flavor Text.
Oh.
The power of ice may not stop the flood, but it will help to protect Lorcana. Come on, chat, get involved. What is this card?
Chat.
And you? You know?
And me. Okay, say it again.
The power of ice may not stop the flood, but it will help to protect Lorcana.
I want to say it's Elsa.
Correct!
Oh, yay!
Bam. Good job.
Nice. Mine does not have any flavor
Oh.
text. I can't test you. It's Dolores.
Players are sitting down. Chat, don't worry,
Amazing.
you're not missing out on anything
Don't
else.
worry, players are just sitting down. We are going to bring you round 3.
Excitement, adventure, danger lurking around every corner. What's the card?
Is that the flavor text?
Yes.
Why has mine have no flavor text?
I'll give you a clue. It's
okay.
something, voice of reason. Voice of reason.
Oh.
Excitement, adventure, danger lurking around every corner.
Is it Kronk? Is it Kronk?
Nope.
No, it's not Kronk. Flounder.
Correct. Chat, you're not doing very good at this.
No, they're not. They're not even asking. I've got a Max Goof.
Ooh.
Okay, are you ready?
It's Donald Duck.
Heading to you saw it, that's rude. Okay, a king must care for all creatures in his kingdom, no matter the size.
Ooh. I mean, it's definitely Mufasa.
Yeah.
Blue one.
Yeah. Damn.
I will rule as far as the eye can see.
Simba.
Nope.
Mufasa.
Nope. Think it's more Lorcana ruling.
Oh.
Lorcana ruler.
Not Mufasa.
The ruler of Lorcana.
The ruler of Lorcana. Mickey?
Nope.
Chat's not very good at this.
Ask if it's Minnie.
Is it Minnie?
No.
Jafar.
Correct!
Thanks, chat. You helped.
Good job, chat.
Okay. Sometimes all you need is a little tactical genius.
Ooh. Judy Hopps.
No.
The producer's saying it's so easy in my ear. It's not helping, by the way. Come, producer. Producer, what is it? Producer.
You can probably see it.
Tink? Tink. Damn. The producer's better than us at this.
Yeah, Tinkerbell, tiny tactician.
Genie.
Stand out.
Simba. Beast Mirror.
Players
Players are starting.
We're ready to bring you. I just got a foil now.
Oh, congratulations.
They're so beautiful.
I got a foil Beast Mirror, but you know
Oh,
what?
best
I would
card in the
like
game.
you to have it.
Ah, do you know what? I'll thank you.
You're welcome. Lorcana. So here we go. Round number 3 of the CCQ. We have got Kirk versus Okan. Both players are 2-0. And look at that. Ruby
Look at
Amethyst.
that, Ruby Amethyst. Where's Baker when you need it?
Now, I've been chatting with Kirk outside when you guys were casting the last round. And I've been getting some intel about his deck. He's feeling pretty confident. Kirk's someone I have played against myself. He's been around the card game scene for a very, very long time. And he has cooked up a list. He said he's had it since the start of the set, but he's only just ready now to reveal it to the world.
Insane. And coming into round 3, your 2 wins. You're feeling good about this. Ruby Amethyst. Maybe this is the way that Ruby Amethyst is meant to shine in this new meta.
Yeah,
And so it's going to be Ruby Amethyst versus Amethyst Steel.
Yeah, it's going to be fascinating. Players, of course, don't know what they're up against at this stage. It's only when those first cards go into the inkwell that you can start to get that little bit of information. So this game 1 mulligan, it is going to be blind. Kirk's going to ink a Pirate's Life and play Diablo. And look at Okan's facial expression. Pardon?
Pardon?
You're playing what now?
Yeah, he's showing him those 2 colors already. Ideally, like, just being like, yeah, I'm just going to ink this red card. This ruby card. I'm going to play this amethyst card. And Okan being like, okay, this is not a deck I'm used to seeing, but it's going to be a bell into the inkwell, and he's going to play a happy.
Yeah, so both players now aware of what they are up against as Kirk plays a Raja. 3/3 illusion, which means it has that vanish keyword. So if Okan is able to target it with a action, the Raja will be banished.
Absolutely. If Okan has anything like a fire the cannons here, can definitely be used against this illusion character like Raja.
Yep.
Yeah.
So Kirk told me he's got like a little bit of a surprise in store for his opponent, because he's going to start the game off and just try and trick his opponent into thinking he's just a normal deck, normal Ruby Amethyst deck. And then suddenly the story cards are going to come out to close the game out. Cards like This Is My Family, maybe Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. So it's going to be really interesting to see that moment that Okan realizes that he's up against essentially an aggro deck.
Absolutely. And Okan playing a 1-drop Diablo. Oh, not having that 1 cost Fire the Cannons to be able to clear this Raja. It's just going to play that to Diablo and pass turn.
Yeah, that would have been the perfect opening with that Fire the Cannons, but not available.
Absolutely.
The White Rose comes through, the first story card. But at the moment, you're not expecting too much, are you, Okan? You're not too worried about Kirk finishing this game very quickly, because Kirk is still down at 3 lore, or maybe 4. We'll get that updated for you. Players just getting used to their surroundings, and we'll make sure that that lore does get updated accordingly.
Absolutely. Just setting up that board, setting up a wide board, just going to quest with those 2 characters. He should be on 3 lore, I believe.
Yep. 2 ink available. Can ink and go to 3 ink. And it's going to be Captain Hook into the inkwell, that 1 cost inkable character. And for 3, it's going to be maybe a Cobra. It will be.
Will be a Cobra.
Will Okan discard a card to draw to gain 2 lore? They will.
Yeah, it's going to be 7
Dwarfs.
Dwarf's Mine
Yeah.
going into the discard pile, and Okan will gain the 2 lore off the Cobra.
Yeah, so 1 card less in hand for Okan and 1 extra card in hand for Kirk, because that Diablo is banished, and therefore they may draw. Kirk's going to be going to 4 ink next turn. As a Ruby Amethyst player, what are you looking for 4 ink? Anything coming to mind?
Could definitely be a genie here.
Yep.
Ooh,
how about
it's not going to be a genie.
Palace Guardian or Treasure Guardian?
Absolutely. And when you play the Treasure Guardian, if you have another illusion character in play, you can draw a card.
Yep. Absolutely. And that Raja being a illusion means that is available. Quite a similar card to Dolores Madrigal.
And all these Amethyst cards definitely have, just the Amethyst in general definitely has a lot of abilities to draw a lot of cards, and definitely what the Amethyst players want to do here is draw a lot of cards, find the cards and the answers they need to be able to build up a wide enough board, to have the answers to clear their opponent's board, and quest to get to that all important 20 lore.
At last, after all my years of searching, says Jafar, that is the flavor text of the Treasure Guardian. And this Treasure Guardian has never been seeing much play, but now is the time. Dumbo inked, Genie played, and Okan is going to draw a card. This is just a very fair battle of the Amethyst players. But here comes Steel shining through for Okan. Strength of a Raging Fire, taking down that Treasure Guardian just like that. And Okan questing suddenly leads this game 4-lore to 3.
Absolutely, and Kirk going to be able here to ink a card, get up to 5, but instead, right now, he's going to be able to play that genie and draw a card.
Oh, that's a card we haven't seen very often. It's Thievery.
Yeah.
It's a 1-cost action, a ruby action, and you gain a lore and your opponent loses a lore. This is a perfect example of a story card that you gain access to, gaining you 1 story star, making your opponent lose 1 story star. And that is a very similar card to a Pirate's Life, which we did see Kirk ink on the first turn.
Absolutely, and the lore totals we will get updated. It should be a 6 lore to 5. Kirk in the lead here, being able to ink a Raja and play the Thievery card. He gained a lore, his opponent lost a lore.
Yeah.
Okan gonna have to
Gonna be Elsa inked. Okan is going to challenge. I think it might be meaning that Bell is on the horizon. Certainly going to be the case. Bell moving 3 damage counters over to Raja, which does clean it up. And then Strength being sung to take down Genie. And Steel is winning the battle between Steel and Ruby right now. Strength of a Raging Fire is putting in so much work. But can Kirk strike back and start equalizing this board? Well, it's going to be look at this family, which is paying 2 to draw a card and gain 1 lore. Not the most impressive use of 2 ink right now.
No, absolutely not. Kirk is definitely going to want to rebuild up his board presence here. Definitely gonna have some answers for Okan's board. Okan being able to build such a wide board state here. And maybe if Kirk had some of those bells, maybe if he had an Elsa of his own, he would be able to take out some of those cards. But it's going to be a white rose coming into play for Kirk. He's going to gain an additional lore. And we're going to go back to Okan for his turn.
Yep, Kirk, despite being in a tricky position with those double strength and that bell, it's going to be Elsa now. And Okan cleans up the white rose. Kirk is still 10 lore away. And the board presence has totally swung in favor of Okan.
Absolutely. Definitely when your Ruby players is going to miss their Be Prepared. Okan definitely having such a wide board here, putting on the pressure. And this is a card coming into play we have not seen.
Yeah, it's called
quite a lot.
They never come back. And this is the one which 2 characters will not ready at the start of the turn and you draw a card. It does cost 3. I think it's a bit of a tech card for the Amber Steel aggro decks, but they're not going to ready, similar to that legendary Elsa.
Yeah, helping Kirk here build back up his board state. It's going to be Sisu, Darling Visitor coming into play. He's going to banish that Diablo. And it's going to be a Lilo coming into play for Okan. Definitely one of a powerful steel cards, being able to give another character challenger the turn she is played.
Yep, Kirk's going to draw. And there's the Gathering Knowledge and Wisdom. Here comes the story gain for Kirk, up to 13 lore. But is it too little, too late? Okan's board is questing for 7. So Okan not quite threatening to get to 20 just yet. It's 14 lore to 12. Kirk's going to play the Sisu. It's not got anything to remove, though. But Okan, if they have a story of their own, like a little bit of Giant Cobra action, they could get there. It's going to be Elsa taking out Sisu.
Yeah.
Going to be Elsa taking out Sisu.
Yeah, Okan really controlling the board here, being able to deal with every character Kirk plays. Going to be able to quest. Could it be too late for Kirk here? Will be able to have the answers. And it's going to be game 1 going to Okan. Kirk is going to be saying, Okan, you have the win this turn, and Okan is going to be taking the win. It is going to be Amethyst Steel taking the win of game 1. Kirk is going to be on the play next game.
Yeah.
Yeah, what a deck.
Strength of Raging Fire put in the work, didn't it?
Absolutely.
I mean, you see why we see so many Amethyst players deciding to go for Steel when you have a Amethyst deck that doesn't have access to Tipo, doesn't have access to Sail. We know that that's a really strong combo with Amethyst, but Strength of a Raging Fire is the other card that jumps out. And you can see why from this game, why a traditional version of Ruby Amethyst is maybe struggling at the moment. But Kirk does have that sort of aggro story deck build. It's definitely not over just yet.
Absolutely. We saw the cards like Thievery, Gathering Wisdom and Knowledge, being able to gain all the lore, being able to put on the pressure quickly if he's able to keep his large board state and being able to put on the pressure. But Okan, drawing those removal key cards when he needed to. We saw Strength. Strength did the work. Those Elsas being able to play the Elsa, take out his Sisu, being able to challenge the other Sisu with the Elsa definitely helped Okan, and we saw the amount of work that Strength of a Raging Fire put in here.
Yeah, and we saw some cards in Kirk's deck that you're not used to seeing. And like I said, I was speaking to him in the car park just before the round began, and he just said he's got a lot of techs in there for Amber Steel. If you try and build an aggro-style deck in this format, which isn't Amber Steel, you can have really good matchups into most of the meta, but you're going to really, really struggle against Amber Steel because they have Strength of a Raging Fire, and you can't really deal with their Tiana. But this little Sisu means that Kirk's got an aggro deck, which should have a reasonably good matchup into Amber Steel. So I would imagine on paper, this is probably actually his toughest matchup.
I would imagine so, because you could see how useful this Sisu could be against the likes of the Tiana.
Yeah.
Being able to banish it, you don't have to pay the 3 costs, but definitely Amethyst Steel here, definitely being a tougher matchup. We saw he lost game 1 here, but will he be able to take back a win? And will we go to game 3? Will Kirk be able to take the win off Okan? Okan, maybe he won't draw the cards he needs to. Maybe he won't draw the Strength, but it is going to be a Palace Guard coming into play. Diablo into the Inkwell. Palace Guard, 1 cost, Palace Guard, Vanish, Illusion card. And it's going to be Captain Hook on the board for Okan with this challenger.
Yep, both players finding that 1 drop, but it's back on over to Kirk. Now, when you see these styles of decks, of course you want to get off to a very quick start, but there's no card on turn 1 which can quest for 2, and it's going to be a Kuzco on turn 2 for Kirk. So I think one downside of going for the story deck with Ruby, as opposed to like Emerald or Steel, you don't really have like much questing power early on. So Kirk just with 2 Amethyst cards to begin, it's not exactly the most explosive start, and Calhoun can be a little bit of a problem when you're trying to play an aggro deck, because Calhoun can remove your threats and start gaining lore for your opponent. It's an aggro player's worst nightmare.
Absolutely, and this Cusco wanted Llama. Kirk obviously going to want to quest here, but that Calhoun can take it out, and it's going to be a 2 lore gain for Okan if he decides to challenge this Cusco wanted Llama. It's going to be the White Rose coming into play for Kirk, and he is going to be able to gain an additional lore here.
Yep, Genie into the ink, and down comes another Genie for Okan. That Calhoun's going to take out Kirk's Cusco, and while Kirk does get to draw for Cusco, Okan gaining 2 lore while challenging is so impressive, especially at this stage in the game. As an aggro player, you're usually trying to gain a big board advantage in the early game, but instead Kirk now forced to challenge the Calhoun.
Absolutely, being able to use that White Rose to challenge that Calhoun, getting that out of the way. It is going to be the Treasure Guardian coming into play, and Kirk is going to have an illusion character in play. He's going to be able to draw a card, hopefully being able to find an answer for Okan's board here.
Yep, Kirk not looking too happy at the situation they find themselves in, just 12.5 minutes into round number 3, but Okan already taking over the early stages of game 2, especially with that Strength of a Raging Fire.
We saw in game 1 just how much work the Strength of the Raging Fire did. Just such a valuable card in these, not just the Amethyst Steel matchups, but all Steel decks in general. Strength of the Raging Fire putting in so much work.
Yeah, both of these players have what you might refer to as a fair deck. They're just playing good, honest Disney Lorcana, but that Strength of a Raging Fire really just gives Okan such a big tempo swing. Being able to remove one of Kirk's characters without spending any ink just allows them to remove one of Kirk's cards and develop one of their own in the same turn. And despite Okan being the player going second, they have board control. But Kirk is ahead in terms of lore, and that is all that really matters at the end of the day. If Kirk can just barely cross the finish line and get to 20, it doesn't matter if he doesn't have any board presence. And that's what his deck is designed to do.
Absolutely, especially playing these these cards not commonly played, like Honey Marin. If your opponent has an exerted character in play, you can gain a lore. Okan going to be playing another Genie, Wish Fulfilled, to be able to draw a card. The other Genie and Captain Hook going to be able to take out that Palace Guard.
Yep, Genie's going to quest for 2 for Okan, meaning it's now 7 lore to 3.
Yeah, that being able to play those 2 thieveries, and Kirk was able to gain a lore. His opponent lost a lore. He played 2 of them, definitely putting on, if you have such great tech cards like these in your deck, being able to make your opponent go down in lore and you're able to gain more lore can definitely take back some of the win. Yeah, it's going to be Kirk questing with Honey Marin. And it's a white rose coming into play for Kirk also. He's going to gain a lore. It's going to be a Pirate's Life into the Inkwell, and he's going to pass back over, and it's going to be Okan's turn. With 4 characters on the board here, if he does have another strength in play, could be able to take out that white rose.
Yeah, absolutely. Honey Marin is down on the board for Kirk, but not for much longer as the Genie clears it up and remains standing tall. And then Bell moves those damage counters from the Genie onto the white rose. And we've seen it once. We're seeing it again. Okan with Bell and Strength of a Raging Fire dominating the board.
Absolutely. It's going to be the elephant in the room today. It is Dumbo, 9th wonder of the world. But could it be too late for Kirk? Okan here has such a wide board state. That Bell coming in to move the damage, clear all of his characters. And it's going to be a Dumbo on the other side of the board for Okan. He is going to be able to use the Genie, as it is evasive on his turn, to be able to exert the Genie, pay 1 and gain a lore and draw a card.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be Lilo into the ink. And it's a big old quest from Okan. And Kirk with his Dumbo on the board, but they're going to need an answer to this board. And B-Prep is no longer available. Okan takes this one down 2-0, despite being the player that goes second. I'm just having a little look at the deck list here, though. You can see some of the cards here. I'm sure many people in chat are going to want to try it out. Big shout out to Kirk for bringing something unorthodox. I have a feeling this is their trickiest matchup.
Absolutely, I would imagine so. I would like to think that in the first 2 games he maybe didn't face this and was definitely hoping to avoid Amethyst Steel during the day. Unfortunately, just we caught him at a bad matchup, and I do hope he has better luck going forward with the rest.
I feel slightly responsible because I was speaking to him in the car park. I was like, yeah, we can get you on stream next round. And then that happened. So I feel slightly responsible. Baker doesn't seem to be too impressed at that display, but he's a very sad man.
Ruby let him down. We are hopefully going to have another game coming in.
Before you go anywhere, we have got, thanks to our wonderful production team and judges and everybody involved, we have got for you a backup game. They're going to be playing on the same table we just saw. So because the round's still going on for another 40 minutes, we're going to jump on board with either game 2 or game 3 of another match which is happening in the building. Bring them over, bring their decks over to the stream table, and then we can join in on the fun and see what's going on.
Because we want to show you and bring you as much of the excitement here in the room as possible, but not only for you guys, but we selfishly also want to watch as many games as possible. And that was a quick game, so
that was a quick game.
While we wait, let's see if Spessy can pull a fabulous enchanted card to give Baker a run for his money.
And we'll have a little interview.
Yeah.
Do you want to interview?
You can interview.
Okay.
I will hop out and let Spessy bring you.
Come on in. Sounds good. So we're gonna have an interview while we wait for the next round to go.
Okay.
Hey Okan, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How was that for you?
Yeah, it felt good.
Nice and smooth?
Yeah, nice and smooth. Interesting matchup. As soon as I saw it, I thought, this is...
yeah, we saw your facial expression with the Pirate's Life down. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking, is this a flinger deck, maybe? Because obviously...
Come a bit closer.
Yeah, I thought, was it a flinger deck? Because obviously Ruby Amethyst, I see a lot of that, but I thought...
What's a flinger deck?
You're just moving damage around, bouncing damage.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I thought I was expecting. But no, it was a nice burn deck, which was a pleasant surprise.
I like to call it story deck.
Story deck, yeah. Yeah, sounds a lot more apt, for sure.
Yeah. So Amethyst Steel's your deck of choice.
Yes.
What was the key for you to win this matchup?
I guess just finding an answer to the Elsas, the Bells, just finding an answer for everything. I I'm running Happy and Mines in this list, which works, but I find this occasion wasn't really the play. It was too slow. I needed something a bit quicker just to sort of accelerate and gain board control.
Yeah, and those Strength of Raging Fires put in so much work. We saw 2 of them in game 1.
Yes.
Is this something that you were keeping in your mulligan? Like, what were you thinking? Game 1 mulligan, when you don't know what you're playing against.
It's always, if I see it, I keep it. Usually,
Interesting.
That's the plan for sure, yeah.
And did your mulligan change at all when you went into game 2 and you knew what you were up against?
Not particularly. No, I think I kept it the same for sure, yeah.
Is there any matchups that you're worried about seeing later on in the tournament? Like, talk to us about Amethyst Steel. What are the good matchups? But let's start with the bad matchups. Is there anything particularly bad?
Blurple is tricky.
Yeah.
It's not unwinnable, but it's definitely tricky. The aggro matchups, they're not too bad. It depends on the play. It's helpful on the draw. It's pretty tricky. And green-blue, usually we're favoured into it, but sometimes if they just draw the perfect cards, it's one of those where, yeah.
Interesting. Are you playing Pete's for that matchup?
I'm not. I was running 2 Pete's and 2 Lilos, but I just committed just 4 Lilos.
Wow.
And I just thought, just go for it.
Talk to us about Lilo then. So you're a big fan?
At the moment, it's doing a lot of work. It catches people off guard, especially into Amber's Steel. If they run a Pluto and they think they're safe, just running that down and just sort of clearing it efficiently is, it's very
Do you
good.
have any alien synergy in there? I'm guessing not.
No.
So you're just using it for its onboard effect.
Sure.
Awesome.
Yeah, definitely.
So where have you come from today?
Stoke-on-Trent.
Okay. And is there a nice local community over there?
Yeah, there is definitely. It's like 12 of us. Well, there's quite a big total of us, but there's like 7 of us today that have come down. So yeah.
Brilliant. Will we be seeing you in Bologna next week?
You will. I will be there. Yeah, for sure.
Awesome. Well, we'll let you crack on. Thanks so much for joining us. Good luck in your next round.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, we're getting another one prepped. Oh, and I have the producer and TC Lorcana Challenge caster, Kawa.
Hello, everybody. I hope you're enjoying the show so far. It was a lot of work to get everything set up, but I'm having an absolute blast. I hope you guys are enjoying the games. As Bessie said, we're going to have a backup game coming very, very soon. I will open this pack while we wait.
I opened half of it for you.
Okay, so you've resealed this pack to make sure there are no good cards in here.
I didn't peek, I promise.
I'll be the judge of that. I'll be the judge of that.
So
maybe you left me a good card.
You're doing production this week. How's it been for you?
Great. It's actually been really nice to step into this role because usually I do the casting stuff, right? But for other stuff I've done in the past, I have done more of a producer role, helping kind of run events, and it's been a real honor being able to stream this on the official Disney Lorcana trading card game Twitch channel. So I hope everybody's enjoying it. Trying to do as much as possible, you know, showing hand cams where we can, if it's possible. Like, for example, that last game, players were playing so fast, right? You know, extremely too fast, yes. So it's like where it's appropriate, but it's been an absolute blast. I'm very keen to try and get some more people on the stream as well. For example, I think having Ben on would be amazing from Ravensburger UK to say a few words, because he's been integral to making sure that these CCQs are taking place. And as you mentioned previously, there are no DLCs happening for Season 2, competitive season of Lorcana this season, unfortunately. But, you know, aiming to have as much CCQs as possible. And it's just a great time to hang out and see everybody.
Yeah, definitely. And if you guys have got any feedback on production,
oh, please, yes,
things that you think could be improved on, obviously, Kawa, you've been working really hard on it, but I'm sure you're always open to ideas on how you can make it better.
100%.
All right, let's see the pack.
All right. Okay.
Here we go.
We just saw this. We just saw the Cusco played in the deck.
Cusco.
Got Atlantica. Not the best card. Mulan.
I like Mulan.
Okay.
Ooh, Tinkerbell. I like Tinkerbell.
You like every card?
Ooh,
Flounder. I like Flounder.
Not so much. No.
Eeyore. Pretty good card and sealed.
Ooh.
Hey.
Okay, Hey. Extremely underrated card in this format. This card is going to see competitive play in Bologna next week. Mark my words. This card is very, very underrated because it's a Sapphire-dominated meta. If ever there was a time for Hey, it's now. Kawa, hear me out. Turn 1, Pluto. Turn 2, Hey.
It's pretty good.
It's insane.
Sounds pretty good, honestly. Robin Hood. Could do. Motunui.
That's what I said.
Into the rare slots unless you take them out. Second start to the right. Actually, quite a playable card at the moment.
Extremely playable.
Yeah. Love to see that. Is it a legendary?
It's Peter Pan
Shadow. Okay. This card hasn't seen too much play.
I think it's bad. It's not bad. It's a bit overshadowed by Genie, isn't it?
It is, yeah. And we think we've also lost a lot of really good rush characters, to be honest. So.
I could see this being like a nice set 13 card when Genie's rotated out.
Oh, okay. We also got a foil Prince Philip. Have you ever done the Prince Philip Chief
Chief-
Bogo combo?
I haven't.
You haven't.
I've dreamt about it though, but I've never actually pulled it off.
I wish I
myself.
was able to pull it off, but no, I also have not.
This
pulled it
card
off.
also, like, you might see creeping into the odd Sapphire Emerald deck. Probably not, but like as a 1 or 2 of it is quite a spicy inclusion.
Okay, chat. I am going to go back to my little production cave.
Cheerio.
But thank you so much. Hope you guys are enjoying the stream. And yeah, looking forward to watching the next few games.
I think we've got another game coming up pretty soon. We're in game 3. Thank you very much, Mr. Baker. I'm going to have Kimberly joining me back again, I do believe. Hello, hello. We're heading on to game number 3.
Yep, it's round 3. Their game number 3, because the first game was a super fast, super quick game. We thought we'd bring you this next game. That's the final game of these 2 players.
Yeah,
Round 3.
and I really like that we can do this because, so a little like pull behind the curtain of DLCs last season. There was so many times there was an aggro deck doing well in Top Cut or in like in Bologna or in Bochum, whatever it was. And it's like, I really want to put aggro on stream. The problem is, if we did that and the game lasted 10 minutes, we would then have a BRB screen for like 1 hour. So we tended to not show as much aggro as I think was reflective of the wider thing. So what's great is if now we can show some aggro and then use the time to show another game, it's like twice as much Lorcana, kind of.
Absolutely.
So I really like it.
I
I
really
love
like it
aggro
too.
decks anyway. Aggro decks are my favorite.
Absolutely. Especially if they're against like another deck that you're like, oh, like we got to see a Ruby Amethyst deck. That was unexpected. But right now we have for you.
Okay, that's definitely Will that's written that. We've got game number 3.
We've got game number 3 of round 3. We've got an Amethyst Sapphire versus Amber Steel. It's obviously 1-1. We're going into game 3. I'm not quite sure who is on the play and who's on the draw, but he wants to say hi to his mum, and I can respect that. That's so cute. And hi to chat.
Yeah.
Hi mum. Hi chat. He says hello.
Yeah.
What a sweetheart.
Yeah, we've got some camera freezing, but Kree is on the job.
Absolutely.
We've got the gameplay. That's the main thing. The cameras are frozen. So we've got Will to the left, Daniel to the right. Viewers might recognize Will from a Disney Lorcana cast I did with him over in Germany 3 or 4 months ago, over in Leipzig. So he is someone that's casted Lorcana before. He has got a background in broadcasting card games for many, many years, since before Lorcana was even out. So he's a well-known member of the community of trading card games, particularly on the broadcast side of things. And he plays a lot of Disney Lorcana. He's someone I've played against quite a bit, and he's a very good player. He started to play a little bit more seriously recently. He just got married, so big congratulations
to him.
Daniel is a player I'm not as familiar with, but looks like they're playing Amber Steel, and they are 2-0 as well. So it's going to be Amethyst Sapphire versus Amber Steel. Will versus Daniel. It's going to be Daniel going first, so Will's going to be up against it.
Absolutely.
But it's game 3, so Will was able to mulligan
Yep.
accordingly. You're looking for Elsa into Sing the Unknown onto Tiana. That's the best opening you can really hit if you're
Absolutely.
purple.
And it's going to be a Royal Guard into play versus Daisy Duck, Donald State. Daniel here, ideally looking for, maybe he's going to play that Nala. He's going to ink that Mulan, possibly going to play that Nala. Yeah, and that's what we're going to see against this Royal Guard. Will, next turn, is definitely hoping to get that turn 2 ramp. Might be a Tipo, might be a Sail. Daniel definitely going to decide, will I quest with this Daisy? Yes, he's going to quest with this Daisy.
Trigger?
Oh, and it's going to be a hypnotic
absolutely heartbreaking.
strength to the bottom of the deck for Will.
Do you know, of all the cards to hit, that might have been the best one for Daniel to hit. Because that Hypnotic Strength onto the Octopus here is able to take out a Daisy Duck and remain on the board. Does Will have a better option on turn 2? It's going to be Sail. I mean, Sail's probably what Will would have gone for anyway, realistically.
Absolutely, but it could have been a Hypnotic Strength onto the Royal Guard, being able to take out that Daisy Duck. But unfortunately, Daisy Duck's going to send that Hypnotic Strength to the bottom of the deck. It's going to be a double Dumbo into the Inkwell, the 9th wonder of the universe, into the Inkwell. It's going to be another Royal Guard into play for Will.
Yeah, Will does take that challenge, putting 3 damage counters on to Daisy Duck. And Daniel didn't have that Aurora opening. He's just got like the full aggro opening. Is it going to be a Lady on 3? It is Lady into Daisy. So it's just full aggro game plan here from Daniel, who also does have the opportunity to quest. It's going to be another Daisy Duck trigger.
Oh my gosh.
Putting the Finder's Keeper to the bottom. And then Nala questing not for 2, but for 3 instead. But that double Royal Guard is exactly what you want if your name is Will Hall. Maybe a T-Po instead of the Sail would have helped. But if you go T-Po, you couldn't have played the second Royal Guard. So I think Will might have hit the best opening outside of the double Daisy trigger, putting cards to the bottom of his deck.
Absolutely, and Daniel definitely utilizing the Daisy to its full potential, hitting those cards that Daisy definitely wants to hit, setting that Hypnotic Strength, and then a Finder's Keepers to the bottom of the deck. We do see Madam Mim Elephant, we see an Elsa. It's going to be a Madam Mim Elephant into the Inkwell, and he's going to play the Genie Wish Fulfilled to draw a card.
And did you see what he drew?
I did not see what he drew.
It was a huge moment because he just drew the Into the Unknown, which is a really good way of controlling the board. This is a really fascinating turn from Will. He could have developed a Madam Mim Elephant, bouncing back a Octopus Soldier to hand. Instead, inked it and developed the Genie. But now that Into the Unknown is available and it can deal with Pluto. That's the 3rd Daisy Duck that has put the 3rd Daisy Duck trigger that has been a miss.
Yep.
Poor Will.
Poor Will. And normally, like in my experience, Daisy Duck, you're most of the time, if you're not playing against Emerald, that Emerald has a lot of action cards, not character cards. You're not really hitting a lot of cards that aren't character cards. But in this instinct, it's going to be a 3rd Daisy Duck trigger, hitting once again, not a character card, sending it to the bottom of the deck.
Yeah, but this is that Into the Unknown turn, and it's going to be so good. It's going to be hard cast, Pluto dealt with, and suddenly Lady and Daisy are available to be challenged. It's going to be Octopus Soldiers and Genie challenging the Daisy.
Yep, that Into the Unknown, being able to deal with that Pluto definitely helped Will out here, being able to clear the other, the Daisy Duck and the Lady out on Daniel's board with his other characters he had on.
It's going to be a Rhino for Daniel and then a pass. But Daniel is only at 11 lore. Will's done a good job to just keep Daniel within a fair 9 lore reach of victory. As soon as this Amber Steel deck starts getting to 16, it makes Will be under so much pressure to stop every bit of questing. But the Into the Unknown Elsa combo I talked about is here. It's the main tool that Will has up his sleeve to deny questing power. And it puts in so much work as it's now a Tiana from Daniel. But Will, only at 0 lore, which is not a lot of lore. But they are in a potentially winning position here if they can continue to draw cards and start taking over the late game.
Absolutely. We do see a Hades, another Elsa. If we did have another Into the Unknown in the hand, it would have been absolutely bonkers to see another Elsa Into the Unknown happen again on this Tiana.
Yeah, it's actually a really awkward turn here for Will because they have... Oh, the Shift Elsa, though! That is a line I didn't even consider. I was like, they've got the big Elsa in hand.
The big Elsa,
they got
had
the second
Hades.
star.
I didn't see it.
But they got the shift line.
They had the shift line. That's even better.
And that means Tiana's not going to ready. And that means that Elsa and Genie are free to quest. And Daniel's still going to be stuck at 11 lore. Is Will Hall about to go 3 games 0? It's certainly not over yet. Daniel with 2 cards available. It's Aurora.
It's Aurora and a Sven. So he
Sven's-
could use this Sven to...
You could play both actually with the ink available.
Both. He could play his Aurora and play his Sven, be able to threaten next turn 5 lore. It's going to be Sven. He's going to ready that Tiana.
And there's Aurora. No cards left in hand for Daniel. But this is what I was talking about. For Will, the fact that he's been able to keep Daniel at only 11 Will knows that he can let Daniel quest here, and the game is still not over, right? Whereas if you imagine if Daniel's at 14, 15 lore in this position, then Will would have to remove something. But instead, Will might just be able to develop a wider board. It's going to be Hades anyway, dealing with Tiana, and it's a quest for 5, and Will Hall is almost in the lead here in terms of lore. 1 card off the top for Daniel. They need a good one. It's a Nala.
Absolutely. Will being able to take back control. Definitely that Elsa into the unknown combo, being able to clear Daniel's board and clear the Pluto, being able to challenge his characters, definitely helped Will take back control. 10 lore to 11. Will having such high strength characters on the board. If Daniel had a strength in hand, but unfortunately it was a Nala going into play for Daniel here.
Yep, Daniel's board can quest with Aurora and with Sven. That's exactly what they're going to do. Up to 14 now. Back on over to Will. He can quest for 7, which would put them up to 17. He's just going to take some challenges here. He knows he's in control, and he just wants to keep Daniel as far away from 20 as possible as Elsa quests. And in comes Hades! That's the game!
Yeah.
That's a handshake!
It is going to be Will Hall taking the victory of round 3. It is going to be Amethyst Sapphire taking the win here for Will. What a game.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And you really see the power of Into the Unknown.
Absolutely.
Into the Unknown plus Elsa is the line for this matchup. I was quite excited about playing Amber Steel myself this set. I thought quite early on, I was like, okay, I think Amber Steel is the best deck in the format. I think it's going to be amazing. And it was actually when I started testing against Sapphire Amethyst and my opponent started playing Elsa and singing Into the Unknown with Genie, I suddenly realized the matchup is not as good as I thought. And Will found those lines, despite the Daisy Duck being his worst nightmare.
Yeah, Daisy Duck hitting those 3 triggers 3 times in a row. Definitely what you want your Daisy Duck to be doing in this kind of matchup. But unfortunately didn't hit the Into the Unknown to be able to stop a potential, the Elsa Into the Unknown trigger like we got.
Yeah, no, it was a really, really cool game to see. Big shout out again to our production and judges for allowing us to get a little sneak peek at that third game. We saw a bunch of cool games here in round 3. We saw Ruby Amethyst get taken down 2-0.
He's insisted that you interview him.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I give you...
Hello, thank you. Can't keep me off this camera, can you? Always in front of the camera.
Congratulations.
That's good, dude.
That was, or should we do one of those?
I said, I want to do it on camera. Let's do an awkward like handshake. 'Cause you always get them, right? People would like fist bump one handshake. So I was like, right, we'll make sure we do one of them at the end. He was like, right, I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. It looked good, right? It looked authentic. Hey, chat.
Did you actually do that, or was it just?
Yeah, because we were downstairs.
Are you serious?
Yeah, they moved us up.
Okay, you've done us all.
It's not his first feature. It was his first feature match. So I said, look, don't worry about it. It's it's part of the game. All it is just there's going to be a couple hundred people watching you. Just don't mess up.
Well, you're very experienced in trading card games and broadcasting.
Mm-hmm.
Have you had much experience playing on a main stage? We know that you're used to having the microphone in your hand, but have you played on stage much?
Yeah, I've had feature matches. Yeah, currently that actually helps my ratio. I'm now 6 and 7 in feature matches. So
Okay.
I'm still on a negative, but
you
if
get in
you
there.
can help me out a few more times, don't give me hard matchups though. I don't want to be playing against these steel decks all day long. Like that was pretty risky. I got quite lucky with the Hades, I think.
Yeah, and we saw you going for Elsa Into the Unknown as a combo.
Yeah, basically I was struggling for inkables, so I had to get rid of my, the Exerter one to play that, but then it slows them down. And at some point they can just keep going wide and not quest, and then I've just got a race. So I was like, well, we're in the racing situation. I think that's the key, Pete, is knowing when to turn the corner. Like when I'm the control deck to now, I've got to be the aggressive deck now. I can't give them too many draws to get out of it. So yeah, it was good.
And you're playing Sapphire Amethyst. What was it that made you decide to go for that deck today?
I got married, got back from my honeymoon on Wednesday, relied on Team Iconic shout out to tell me what deck to play. I picked it up on Thursday, played a couple games yesterday, bought it today. It's going all right.
So far, so good. Have you got a favorite card in the deck?
Nala in the Amber Steel deck that I'm not playing.
Okay.
I really like that card. But no, I think Genie, I said to you like multiple times back when, set 8, I think Genie is just such a good card.
Yeah.
4 ink, Quest of 2, draws me a card, It's hard to kill because it's got evasion.
Sure.
It's I just need a bigger genie to put on top of it. If you're even listening and want to print one of those, that'd be great. But yeah, it's all good.
Hi mum, hi chat. What's that all about?
It's not my first time on camera. My mum might be watching, and chat's watching. I hope chat said hi.
They did.
I hope chat. Love you all. Appreciate it. Hi mum. Hi. What exactly? You see, just look. If they want me on camera more, all I'm saying, Joe, is if I'm not on this side of the camera, I'm going to try and do my best to get on that side of the camera.
Absolutely.
And I hope everyone's having fun. Is everyone having a good day today? Oh, hi chat. I see a lot of hi Wills.
Yeah.
Hey everybody. How are we doing? Hope you're well. Is Joe doing a good job today, chat? Are they doing good? If not, let me know and I'll sort him out. I'll get him into line. I need to get you one of these, mate. You know what I mean?
It's very nice little jumper.
They are nice. I'm in the short combo with you, though.
Yeah. And okay, so.
All right, talk to me about Lorcana.
Matchups.
Yes.
What deck are you most scared of playing against?
Apparently the green-blue control deck.
Okay.
Because they want me to discard my hand.
Yeah.
So my job is to ramp out and play as many spells as I can to nullify the Carabel and the rat that discards or something like that. Yeah. And then just live off the top of my deck, hopefully get a Dumbo down a bit later and just draw a card, play 2 cards, draw a card. That's all the game plan, and that's the one I've been told to dodge. Haven't played against it yet. I got told the Amber Steel deck's pretty rough if I don't have what's the song that I kept casting?
Unknown.
In that one. So having 2 of them is ideal because you're like, okay, you got your free drop, turn side, sure, get rid of it, clear your board.
Yeah.
It's easy to get tempo back that way. I think I've got a good matchup versus the dogs deck as well, the
Sure.
Amber Emerald one, which I would have played this weekend. Now after seeing it, I think it looks really cool. But no, unfortunately, I'm a try-hard and inked, I don't know, £100 worth of cards by turn 3. I was like, nice Dumbo, Will, ink it. Like, you know what I mean?
We're seeing it a lot. Is this for you? Is this practice for Bologna more than anything?
No, I'm not working it. I'm not playing in it.
Oh, okay. So maybe not.
It's
this
not
is
for
your
me.
big one.
This is. I'm just turning out. I don't get to play very much in like TCGs. I'm actually working tomorrow, so I don't know if I day 2 what's going to happen. But that's a different story. A lot of games to be played before now and then. But I just like playing competitive card games. That's what it is. I just love the environment, plus meeting people.
Yeah.
And I'm not just saying this, and I knew I'd come from other card games, but everyone's happy here. It's such a weird environment. Going to like a tournament, a TCG, and playing against people, and no one's salty. Everyone's shaking hands. People with their families here having a great time. This venue, if you've not been, is like, let's be honest, the best in the UK.
It's brilliant.
It's disgusting how good this is. And West Coast tonight, if I go do bad, the rugby's on at 4 o'clock. So let's go the England.
Brilliant. All right, we've got a pack. You want to cost some pack crush?
Yeah, sure. What's pack crush? What do we do? How are they doing it?
So it's going to be 1st to 20.
Okay.
1st to 20 on the pack crush. 1st to 15 on the pack crush.
All right.
And they're going to draw 5 cards. I think 5 cards.
So what? They open 2 packs, shuffle them up.
Yep.
Take out the 2, the back cards.
Yeah,
shuffle
and you
them
actually
up.
start with the back marketing cards as ink. You start.
Oh, so you've got to ink every turn as well, but that counts as one. Okay.
Yep.
Okay. I've not done this. This is interesting. How long do you reckon that sign's going to stay on the feature match?
We'll have to see.
Just get every player to sign it, and then at the end, I don't know, auction it off for charity or something.
Yeah.
Like anyone would buy. Well, someone might buy that. Chat, talk to me. What's chat saying? Everyone's just saying hi. Everyone's so nice, even in this chat.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Shout out to you, chat. Keep being awesome.
So we've got Baker to the right and Kim to the left. They are not 3-0. They are 0-0.
Which pack would you rather have right now? Obviously, they both got the. Would you rather the Mickey or would you rather have the Cruella?
I want the Cruella.
I see. I want Mickey. All right. So I'm Team Kim. You're going to be Team Baker.
Yeah.
All right. Let's go, Kim. You've got this.
And Baker's already pulled an Enchanted out of this box that we've opened. He got the Enchanted.
So we need an Iconic. So we're saying.
Ariel. That would be nice.
I'm Team Iconic.
Okay.
If we open an Iconic, it's going to be Fate.
Brilliant.
If it's not, then don't worry about it. We'll just move on.
Hopefully they are going to start soon. I think they're waiting for the thumbs up from us.
I think they're explaining the rules by looks of it. Like on 2, 5. Yeah, sick. All right, let's say what sort of cards do we want to see in this? What's good in Pack Crush? I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Oh, hang on, it's Fable actually. What's going to be good? Dumbo, obviously.
Well, Dumbo is. I mean, it's not even necessarily that good in Pack Crush. Really, what you're looking for is as few uninkables as possible. Because if you end up with a dodgy uninkable in your hand that's just not doing anything, it's so costly. You don't have many cards in hand. Going second, interestingly, can be quite good in Pack Crush because that 1 extra card you get. Unless whoever goes first can just like play evasive cards.
All right. So
and then it's a bit of an anticlimax.
So it's luck of the draw, sure.
Yep.
All right.
And
also, how bad would they feel if there is an iconic in there and they're just shuffling with no sleeves?
Well, I'm glad they're doing it because it is the best way to pack rush. You don't look at what you've got. The die roll goes in favor of Kim.
Let's go, Kim.
I would imagine she's going to choose to go first. It's going to be 5 cards each. And you can mulligan like normal, but of course you start with 2 ink. You can see a Mickey Mouse, a Gaston for Baker. You can see a Maui's Place of Exile, a Tinkerbell.
I'm leaving this to you. I ain't got a clue.
Signed contract, a Benja
Oh,
for
that's
Kim.
a Scar, right? Is that Scar?
That is a Dewey or a Huey or a Louis.
All right, well.
It is not a Scar.
Say that whole sentence to me one more time, because I don't know what you just said, if that was a real thing or not.
So, it's going to be 2 for Baker.
Okay, we've seen that.
And then
This
Kim.
card.
So you're going into round 4 next, Will.
Yeah, I am.
Is there one deck you really want to play against that you haven't played against yet? Have you had a Blurple Mirror yet?
Yeah, I've had a mirror, which was actually probably my most enjoyable game. I like games where it's a bit of back and forth.
Sure.
You know what I mean? You're jockeying for board position. You know what your key cards are. And to try and steal games that way. Because I feel like you're outplaying your opponent.
Yeah.
Opposed to some games you can have where you just get absolutely rolled. I thought I was getting nut draw dead in that last game.
Sure.
He was like, yeah, I'm mulling these because I'm trying to go for the nut draw. And I went, what, like turn 1, turn 2, lady? He went, yeah. I went, oh, God. And then lucky I was able to get there.
We are going to see Dewey on the board.
All right,
if you get Dewey, Huey, and Louis, there is an insane way of drawing a ton of cards. I imagine that's unlikely in Pack Rush, though.
What happens if you deck out in Pack Rush?
You actually, the official rules state that you shuffle your discard back into your deck.
Oh, that's sick. See, I would say you do want a Dumbo in that instance. Keep drawing cards, keep getting lore, and I guess evasion. This is going to be the same as any limited format. Evasion's going to be extremely good in this because hardly anything will be able to challenge it.
Yeah.
Things with a load of lore attached to them will be amazing as well.
We're going to see a Megara and a Stitch from Kim and a quest for 2.
Let's go, Kim.
Back on over to Baker, who I'm supporting in this one. Baker with 3 ink available can go to 4.
Have you played one of these today yet or not?
No Pack Rush yet today.
Okay,
no.
okay.
I'm actually incredibly bad at Pack Rush.
I thought you were just going to say Lorcana then.
Yeah,
I was going to agree with you, but I'm not. I do know Joe Chat. I'm not giving him actual stick because I've just met him for the first time.
It's going to be Mickey Mouse. And then Tinkerbell is going to take out the Dewey with that extra challenger from the Mickey Mouse flag bearer. 2 more ink available for Baker, and it's going to be spent on this Gaston, which I can hear his laugh from all the way over the other side of the building.
Can you do your best Gaston impression for me?
What does Gaston say?
I don't know. He does press-ups. That's what I know.
I might struggle then.
Start doing some press-ups on the floor, Joe.
I might struggle with that. Kim's got Benja in hand and 1 other card, which looks like some sort of steel card.
At least that quest of 2, right? Which is ideal. Yeah, there's no items, but realistically, are you going to see many items in these packs in Fable?
Probably not. There's the fishing rod. There's not that much else. It's going to be Fire the Cannons, though, on Gaston.
Ooh, that's a good pickup. Having some sort of removal in this format. That's probably the only removal, right? Realistically?
Yeah, strength as well. There's the little Sisu. But
and then being able
abundance.
to keep trading and add lore, that's good. Tempo's definitely on our side at the minute.
But here's where you start to see that, like, a little bit of an advantage, potentially, of going second in Pack Rush. Is that 1 extra card that Baker has in hand is pretty significant right now. Kim only has 1 card in hand, and it's a 3-cost Benja. Baker's got 3 cards in hand, which includes, look at this family, PJ Pete. It's actually going to ink, look at this family,
Rafiki's
and then
good.
play Rafiki.
Well, that's one of the rares. So are we keeping track? Have we seen any rares over on Kim's side yet?
I don't believe so.
All right, so we got our good cards to come still.
Yeah, and I don't think we've seen any foils yet either. We see a Steamboat Mickey.
The OG.
The OG.
The OG. Get some 07s in chat for the OG. Let's show some respect.
It's going to be
3.
the Benja for Kim.
I really like that card, by the way. Like, I was playing that in set 8 in my purple steel deck.
Yeah, I like Benja a lot. My 1 DLC I played at, I had Benja in my deck. And Yen Sid.
Ah.
Yeah. The Queen comes through from Baker off the top. 1 card was in hand, and that card was the Queen. PJ Pete gets extra strength, I believe, when playing in action, but that's not needed on this occasion. It takes out Stitch.
I'm really impressed with your knowledge of these just random cards that don't see any play.
I mean, I could be wrong.
Yeah, but you saying it with confidence, and I believe you. And that we all know that's half the gig. When you're a caster, you just got to make everyone else believe that you know what you're talking about.
Baker seems to be quite happy. He's doing a little dance.
I think he's always dancing. I don't think I've ever seen him either not dancing or singing. He belongs on Broadway.
It's going to be 3 ink for Kim, and it's going to be a Raya. Do you know what this one does?
Nope.
It does when you quest something challenge ready characters.
Do you know what it does?
Yeah. This can challenge and then ready or something like this. I don't know. It's something along those lines.
We'll find out, I'm sure. What's the stat line on it? A 2-3?
It's a 2-3, yeah.
Right.
I know that its ability is like unfortunately not very good because of the stat line, but it's actually a good ability, but the stats of the card let it down a little bit.
Have we still haven't seen any rares yet? Or enchanteds? I'm just throwing that out there.
Definitely no enchantments, no iconics, no epics. We do see a bell though, moving damage from one character to another. It's gonna move. It can only move one
I was about
damage.
to say, how many does she move? Just one?
Yes. On to Benja.
I don't even know what the lore is right now.
I think Baker hasn't got any yet, so I think that's Baker's first 3 lore. So I think it's 3 all.
Oh my god, this is so rough.
Maybe that's not true. I think the law has not been updated. So Kim's definitely at 3, but Baker is significantly further ahead.
That's some sort of song, is it? I believe.
It's going to be
it.
Lost in the Woods. Do you know what this one does? -2 strength to all opposing characters.
Obviously, I did know that. You just didn't give me time to say it. I've fully researched on my pack war statistics. So is that until the end of her turn or the end of?
Yes, I believe so.
Baker? Okay, so can we get some sort of favorable trades here?
Okay, so look, Raya challenges the queen and it readies. That's the ability, and because of the -2, that's actually kind of good. There's some nice synergy going on here. But it's only a 2/3. It can't take out anything else, sadly.
That's still all right though.
Yeah.
Could we? Can we still quest with it this time
I
if
don't
we wanted
believe
to?
so.
Okay, so it's one or the other. Got you.
Yeah. But could challenge again, but obviously there's not any great targets.
I don't know if we can quest it. Like, is this too? Yeah, it's just going to take the Mickey. Is Mickey a 1-3?
Yeah, 1/3.
I thought it was a 1-2. Jeez. Okay, so we're going to double that.
Yep.
I like that. Clear the board up a little bit.
Raya popped off. She heard me criticizing her and came through.
She's got the Princess Leia buns going on.
Mm-hmm.
She's channeling the Force.
Are we going to see another challenge with the Raya?
I
We
would.
are in top deck mode for both players, so Baker off the top needs a good card. What's it going to be? It's going to be Maui's Place of Exile, which he did actually mulligan. You know what this one does? I don't. It's like characters get resist here or something.
I about to say, is it the one that they all get resist?
I think so. Not the best location, but in this spot, it
Oh,
could
and
be
this
worse.
is great.
Yeah.
You just turn everything sideways. Everyone's going to have resist anyway. I think that Rafiki might be taking some. In fact, even if Rafiki gets turned sideways, it doesn't get banished because if it's got resist 1.
Yeah, and just to let you guys know, the law on this one is a little bit bugged out. So Baker's law hasn't been added. We believe he's in the lead. He's probably at about 6 or 7 right now.
He's up there. He's all good.
But it's going to be Bell taking out Benja with that resist from the Place of Exile. It's going to be a double quest from Rafiki and PJ Pete. You called it, Will.
Joe, if you're playing this weekend, what would you play?
I would have played Amber Emerald.
Why am? Oh, the Trump.
Yeah, I think there's a deck there. I would need to
I like
test it some more, but
I think it's good. I beat it round 2 with Under the Sea in deck. I would have got rid of the Under the Seas and played the Chromacon.
Sure.
That card, I can't beat that card with the deck I'm on.
Yeah.
That card is so powerful. And if they're in multiples, I'm gone.
Yeah.
Like, it's so bad for my deck. Plus, I can race it, and it's got a lot of reach, that deck. So that's what I said. I would have probably played it this weekend if I had a bit more testing and could have got the cards for it. Really cool deck. So, okay, so you're playing that. Okay, interesting. Is that what you play next week, or do we need to let today play out to see how you determine your judgment for next week?
I would definitely be keeping an eye on the CCQs this weekend and sort of trying to adapt last minute. If there's any like really amazing decks that catch my eye, I would try and pick them up.
Has any caught your eye yet on camera or walking around the tables? You see
Honestly,
anything spicy?
Amber Emerald is the one that's picked up. We saw Ruby Amethyst in the last round. Unfortunately, it did lose, so probably not that. But there's a bit of Emerald Steel out there.
Everyone's going to lose. If you think about it, there's like over 350 players or something in the room. Only one person gets to call himself the winner.
Yep.
And I think people get emphasized, I've lost the game, and they start telling like, no, look, you've got a lot more to play. You've got a lot more to learn, and just hope for the best. Well, I'll let you say some of these cards. What's going on in the mix?
There's
I have
Casa
no idea.
Madrigal, one jump ahead, LeFou, which is foil, and Li Shang. You can add one to hand from the Tink, but it has to be a character specifically.
Okay.
We've got a lore bug, by the way. Law's not added.
Or he's not using it. One of the two.
Yeah. No idea.
That's a good question.
Chat, what law is Baker on, do we think?
No idea. Chat are too overwhelmed by man your banter going back and forth in the booth. That's what, they're just enjoying that without seeing our faces.
Olaf, the card that Kim drew off top the last turn. It was Tinkerbell this turn, so Tinkerbell is still drying. Olaf is going to challenge the Maui's place of Exile. Baker's going to ready his characters.
What was that saying that you tried to
Story.
To get into Lorcana?
Story on board and story decks.
Is that what you tried to get? Yeah. I remember you tried to. Did that ever kick off? That
not
work?
really. I'm still trying.
You're still trying? Look,
I'm still working on
all
it.
right, that's cool. I like it. I like a trier.
We had the Ruby Amethyst deck, and people were like in chat, why does he keep saying story?
Just making a new rule up until Ravensburg pick it up. I got it.
Oh, we're going to see Rafiki take down Olaf.
This is not looking good for Team Kim here.
It's off the top for Kim. She has a LeFou. She has a I'm Stuck. But the Maui's place of Exile for Baker looking pretty good. It's 9 law for Baker.
It's Yanlet.
Yeah, it is.
I haven't seen him yet. I'll go out and say hi to him in a minute. Or I thought that was the handshake then.
Who knows? Maybe you could be playing him next round. I'm not sure. He was
Maybe.
2-0. I don't know how his last round went.
He's definitely going to be one of the better players in the room.
Going to be LeFou readying Tinkerbell. It's going to be the handshake, and Baker wins. And that means, Will, between you and I, it was me who was victorious. Well played.
It's awkward. Let's do an awkward handshake thing. God. You know I love the awkward handshakes on camera. It's why do I look small when I'm leaning? Do you remember that time when I made you look tiny? Let me sit forward to show everybody that I'm actually like a giant, not small.
So when I cast with Will before, right, I come back to my chair. I'm from my break. I sit down at my chair. I'm getting ready, and my chair's like down here.
I'm like this. I hit the little the up and down feel on your chair just before you sat in it. He didn't realise, and he's like, "Why am I so small?"
We're at dinner later in the evening, and he's just sat over on his phone watching the VOD back, laughing at himself.
I watch that VOD more than I should. It's so good. Maybe we should tweet that out at some point. It's pretty funny.
Yeah. But we're going to...
You're going to kick me off. I get it. I understand. I'm going.
It's probably... You want to get a little break in, don't you, as well?
This is a break for me. How long's left of the round? Do we know?
Which?
This round. How long's left of it?
It's about to start now.
Okay, cool. I've got to go.
You want to open a pack on camera?
Yeah, but I'm not showing chat, though.
Oh.
Oh. See you guys later. Bye. Love you.
Bye. Good luck. Moyen, what's your score? Were you invited? Hello.
No, I don't want to come if you say where you invited.
How's it going? You lost your last round?
Yes.
What did you play against?
I was playing against Ambastia.
Ambastia, okay. And were you on the play?
Yes, so I'm very sad I lost.
Okay.
But
what went wrong?
I didn't ramp game 3.
Oh, okay.
Still, in the very end, they can just about flood the board enough so that I can't deal with everything. But my hand was in a way where in the next 3 turns I can clear 1 unexerted character each turn.
Mm-hmm.
So, and with them being out of cards in hand, they would have been stuck on exactly 20 law for 3 turns, but 20 law is just what you need. So
it is.
Yeah.
Well, there's a long way to go. Still 9 rounds. What kind of score do you think players are needing today to make the top cut?
7-2 is guaranteed.
Okay.
And then a few will make it in on worse scores, which I assume something like 6-1-2 should also be fine.
So that's 6 wins, 1 draw, 2 losses.
No, it's 1 loss, 2 draws.
Got
But even 1 draw has a chance.
Sure.
But I think you should just be aiming for 7 wins.
6 wins minimum, 7 is safe.
7 is safe, yes.
And 6 wins, you're probably not going to get it in, but some will sneak in.
Yeah, I mean, if draws were anything, some 6-3s would make it in, but with draws, probably if you just go 6 wins, 3 losses, there's not really a chance.
This was the pack that Will opened. Okay.
Well, you weren't allowed to show it. It was secret pack.
Not anymore.
Okay. You make the rules.
Yeah.
You're the games referee.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
Okay.
your next round's going to be starting pretty soon, I think. So.
Yeah, I have to head off. Bye-bye, chat.
Bye.
Bye, Joel.
Bye. Bye. All right, everybody. We are going to be starting the next round pretty soon. Maybe we'll have a short break. I think we'll just go to a short break.
Wasn't ready. Wasn't ready. Is that it?
That's it.
That's it. Welcome back to Cardiff. We're at Firestorm Games for the CCQ. The winner today will earn themselves an invitation to the European Championships. Especially sorted his bulk, so while he's doing that, I don't want to...
It's true, I am.
It's true. I forgot. I meant to say this at the beginning. This is a mushy moment, so bear with me. I meant to say this at the beginning, but me and you had the honour and the privilege of being the first ever casting team for a Disney Lorcana Challenge all the way back in Lille.
Yep.
So it's an absolute pleasure to see in the first UK CCQ with you, my friend. It's good to be
Likewise.
with you in the booth, and yeah, we hope that you guys are enjoying the show. That was round 3, right? Or am I bad at
That
math?
was round 3.
Okay, good. We're going into round 4.
And you're bad at maths.
And I'm bad. All right, I'll take that. I will take that. Shout out again to Kawa, who is doing the work of a million soldiers. Honestly, like we have to really thank him for bringing this event together. Obviously, a shout out to Ravensburger and Ben here from the UK team has been putting in work for months to get this approved and make it happen. So of course we want to shout him out. But Kawa really has been doing. It's been a man on a mission. So we really owe him a lot for.
And thank you to Kim for the drink.
And thank you to Kim for the drink. So yeah, we owe Kawa a lot for the production over the weekend. Thank you to him. And yeah, you've got me, the ultimate specimen, Joe Curly, or Curly Cards, as we're calling him now, and the lovely Kim. She's going on a break. You go on a break, darling. You're good. Oh, I'd love a drink. Yeah, Dr. Pepper, please. What's the worst that could happen? But yeah, hope you guys are enjoying the show. Me and Kim just had a game of Pack Rush. My top decks were better. That's basically what it came down to.
I mean, going second in that game was pretty good for you. I was talking about it beforehand, and Kim won the die roll. She decided to go first, but in Pack Rush, when you miss that like aggro opening, sometimes going second feels a little bit better.
The cards that you get, like drawing more cards is always king.
One extra card in the ink, all that sort of stuff.
It goes a long way. I asked her at the beginning, because a couple of weeks ago, and he's going to be annoyed at me for this, for calling him out, but I heard Liam talking about Pack Rush, and he said something on the lines of that he forgot that you are allowed to ink uninkables in Pack Rush. Grow up. I love you, Liam. Don't ink your uninkables in Pack Rush. It's too easy. We ain't inking uninkables in this house. But yeah, it was a good, fun game. I've already got my enchanted for the day. Did you get any pulls when you were doing some pack openings?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
Until now.
Until now. Let's get it.
I haven't opened too many. I have to say I've been very lucky with my Fabled packs. Thus far, 4 Dumbos.
You got 4 Dumbos?
1 foil, 1 enchanted.
My man is raking it in.
Simba.
My man is wealthy. Simba.
And that is Max Goof. Bam!
That's pretty good.
That's very good.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Stitch.
Stitch. That's also pretty good.
I also love Simba. They quest for 3.
There
What's
you go.
Not to like?
You like an aggro character.
I
He loves a quest for 3.
I've got to guess that flavor text for you.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll look away then.
You got to admit that was pretty hectic.
That was pretty hectic.
Oh, sorry.
Or heroic.
Yeah, what you said.
Hercules.
That's impressive. That's impressive.
I bring flavor text, you bring Lorcana knowledge. I think as a pair, we get on pretty well.
I definitely don't bring the Lorcana knowledge. I'm
You
working
do, man.
on it. I'm
you
getting
do,
there.
man. Bro, you're selling yourself so short. I'm looking at, like, I know that you've got a ticket for Milwaukee. I still know you're still umming and ahhing about if you can make it or not, but I hope you do, man. It'd be great to see you play.
It could be fun. I do have a ticket to go play in Milwaukee. Been looking at flights. I'm erring if I go, but
We've got Bologna, we're casting. That's gonna be a lot of fun.
I played Seattle last year, and it was a really a lot of fun. But yeah, the thing is right. Whenever I sit down and do a challenge, even this morning, it's like as much as I love to cast, there is a big part of me that's like I really wish I was playing.
Yeah, sure.
Until I was in Seattle and I was 1 win and 3 losses.
Right.
And then I wished I was casting.
Then you wish you were casting. That was when you were being beat up by Diablos, if I remember rightly.
I was, yeah. I had my Yen Sid broom deck. It was a little bit too soon.
You had a feature match. You won on feature match, if I remember rightly.
Do you know what? I didn't play Strength of Raging Fire. Which, when you look at it now,
we've identified the problem.
Yeah, right. But at the time, this was not a card which was a common inclusion in Amethyst, which is hard to imagine. really.
Yeah, sure.
Because it was like set 6 or something like this. But yeah, I didn't play Strength of Raging Fire, and I think looking back, that was what I totally got wrong with my deck, and that's
With age comes wisdom.
I had a lot of fun though, and it would be nice to go to Milwaukee, but we'll see. I don't know. I haven't decided.
I'd like to see you there, mate. So I hope it happens. But I will definitely be seeing you in Bologna, where we have our first official Disney Lorcana challenge of season 2. Bologna coming up. Going to have, by that point, we're already going to have a handful of players qualified for the European and North American Continental Championships, and Bologna will earn even more invites and, of course, some incredible prizes. The new Elsa promo, the Simba. My favourite is the gift for her, the Pegasus. I think that's my favourite.
Me too.
And that's the participation prize as well.
I've always loved Pegasus. Do you know what? The card I miss most, rotation, is the Floodborn Pegasus.
Okay, the 5 cost.
I love
Shift
it.
3.
Shifting the Pegasus, turning my Prince John evasive, singing We Don't Talk About Bruno. I miss it.
You lost me at Prince John evasive. You completely lost any empathy I had for you in that moment. I thought the card that you would miss the most would be, well, Prince John's a pretty good one, but we already talked about it. Magic Broom, man. Like that's your jam right there.
Interestingly, I don't miss it. Now, I love the card because it was so good.
Yeah.
But I think it was so good that actually it turned deck building for Amethyst decks.
It was too good.
Yeah, I think so. Like Chernobox followers, Diablo, Magic Broom. Every time I'm opening and starting an Amethyst deck, I was putting those in. Admittedly, wasn't always the case, but I think it's just such a good card. I think it's actually a nice one to take a backseat, and I love that we're seeing Rafiki Octopus Soldier.
Excellent. All right, well, we're straight into the game now. We've got Tom versus Warwick. We've got Blurple versus Emerald Sapphire. This is how we started the show. We do seem to have missed the very beginning, but it was a ink and pass on turn 1 from Tom, an ink and pass from Warwick, and now Tom is going to turn to play that Tipo, the ever-important turn 2 ramp.
Yeah, so we had the player names the wrong way around there. We've got Warwick.
My apologies.
And Tom. Now, fun fact, Baker, I have played against both of these players.
Is that so?
Yep.
How did it go?
Warwick is based in the south coast of England. And Tom is from Scotland. Tom is someone that's done very well in other trading card games. They've got, I know, at least a top 64 at a DLC before.
Pretty good.
If not top 32. And Warwick is a newer Lorcana player in general. He is sort of the prodigy of Will, who we just had in the last feature match. That's what Will tells me anyway. Maybe Warwick would disagree, but younger player. When I played against him, he beat me. He was playing Ruby Sapphire last set. But one thing that he needed to work on, in my opinion, was he took a long time to play.
Okay.
Now, don't get me wrong. It's a really good skill, taking your time in the right moments. But that's going to be one thing I'm going to be interested to see from Warwick is, can he take his time at those key moments? But when he's sort of going through the motions, can he make sure he's not taking so long that time becomes an issue?
It's really interesting that you bring that up, Spess, because very recently, again, I've made a few references to the Content Creator Set Championships, but only because it was my most recent time playing this format, right? So like, I'm trying to draw from it. And I had a game end in a draw, and I've watched the footage back, and I absolutely cost myself that game by not recognizing soon enough in game 1 that it was over. And if I'd have literally had one more turn, we went into turns, I had the board to go to game. I'm confident it would have been my match, but I did not play the clock as well. So that's certainly worth bringing up. It's something that a skilled player really needs to master. We've got that Donald Duck Perfect Gentleman on the board, and we're going to shift the T-Bow into Baymax, and we all gas, no breaks. We quit.
Oh!
Under the Sea is going to wipe all of the opposing characters and put them on the bottom of the deck. That is fantastic. We got a reader.
It's not going to hit Belle, that's why.
Yeah.
Belle was there, and she's going to stay, of course. But Tom going to put Warwick's 2 other characters down onto the bottom of the deck. Yeah, that Baymax shift is extremely powerful when combined with singing.
Yeah. This Baymax is a very useful tool against aggro. Something that I played at the recent event that I played just to help against Amber Steel a little bit. Of course, every uninkable can hurt this deck just because you don't want to get a clogged up hand. You want to draw as many cards as possible off of Clarabelle, but Baymax is such a great tool against aggro. And again, in situations like this, allowing for a really early Under the Sea. Just getting rid of the Genie, I think, was probably made that really worth it.
Yeah, and the Donald trigger comes through, so both players draw. And then Tom's going to draw for turn as well. Yeah, when I was walking through the hall earlier, Tom sort of caught my eye and he said, yeah, I'm really boring. Tom likes to play these sort of unorthodox decks a lot of the time.
Okay.
But he's decided on this occasion to play something a little bit more established, feels confident that this is a really, really strong deck into this meta, and I think that it's going to be difficult to disagree with that. Clarabelle comes through, draws Tom a card.
The Contented Wallflower allows you to draw if your opponent has more cards in their hand than you, which with this Emerald Sapphire deck that wants to ramp, that tends to be the case. We inked a Basil. Develop Your Brain going to look at the top 2 cards of the deck, put 1 into our hand. Again, we talked about this develop is really good for helping assure that, better odds of finding that turn 2 ramp, which is very important. And in the mid to late stage of the game, this is a combo deck. You want to find the Under the Sea, the Heads Held High, the Hades, whatever it is. So these cards that filter, like Vision and Develop, super strong.
Yeah, Tom's board now with that Donald as well, just going to continue to draw for each player each turn, which sounds like it's a neutral thing, but it's certainly is an advantage for Tom because of the fact they play Clarabelle in their deck. Every card that Warwick is drawing is potentially an extra card Clarabelle can draw for Tom down the line.
Yeah, Perfect Gentleman is really the perfect addition to this deck. It helps you find pieces. It synergizes with the Clarabelle. It's fantastic. And again, pretty much the only 4-drop in this ramp deck, which is kind of bizarre to think about. We're used to ramping into these powerful 4-drops like Genie, but Donald Duck gets the job done. But of course, this Emerald Sapphire deck is open to these much more intricate lines where you can play a Clarabelle or a Pleakley into a 1-drop, empty your hand even more. I'm a big fan. Deck feels strong.
Yeah.
Lots of it in the room today.
Yep, just going to cut back to us for a moment. The play will continue very, very, very soon.
This is round 4, by the way. I know it said these players are on 4-0 at the moment. We'll get that sorted in just a moment. This is round 4, so those 2 players both on a 3 wins, no losses, no draws record. A good start to the day. 9 rounds of Swiss. And you were having a conversation with more. I didn't catch all of it. He was talking a little bit about what you need to secure top cut today.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he reckons 7 wins, 2 losses is guaranteed.
Sounds right. Sounds good. Maybe 6, I guess. Maybe you might bubble in.
Especially with some draws. It's going to be Hades on Hades as Warwick's Hades goes into their Inkwell.
Yeah, the Infernal Schemer, one of the strongest. I think this is the premier removal in the game. Absolutely. We do have Maleficent Dragon, but she's seeming a bit too expensive. And Ruby decks not in the not living our former glory days. Let's put it that way. So Hades is definitely the premier removal in the game, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Warwick with that bell still on the board, but with Baymax and that 5 strength, 5 willpower stat line, Bell doesn't match up too well into that. It's going to be Sail into the ink, and it's going to be 7. It's 8, in fact. In comes Elsa, and Bell will challenge the Clarabelle. So Warwick really favouring a bit of board advantage here, bit of board control. Could have quested for 2 with Bell, but at this stage decides that taking that Clarabelle challenge is worth it. Denies the shift, of course. And we know that Clarabelle shifting in and singing You're Welcome at the same time can be really, really devastating.
Yeah, and if we left up this Clarabelle, then better odds to do a shift and then Heads Held High Under the Sea, courtesy of the 3 characters that we've got. So I respect the challenge. Getting that Clarabelle off the board makes a lot of sense. This Baymax is going to be hard to get through, though. 5 willpower, Spessy.
Yeah, Baymax has a really, really good stat line for the current meta. We do see it's going to be Heads Held High, sung by the Hades. And it's Under the Sea, played for 8. It's the board clear that we have now in Dislocada. No more B-Prep, Baker.
No more.
How you feeling over there?
Terrible, insulted, embarrassed, screaming, complaining, having a tantrum. I hope that answered your question. But this combo does kind of get the job done as well, and kind of even unfairer because it doesn't touch your board. Just swipe away the opponent. This Heads Held High, just again to mention, it is a fairly newer card. Up to 3 opposing characters lose 3 strength for the turn, and then all opposing characters, you heal up to 3 characters of all their damage. Sorry, wrong way round. And then all opposing characters lose -3 strength. So you need 6 strength, Joe, to be able to evade the Heads Held High Under the Sea combo. Monstro can evade it, and I think that's about it that we actually see that sees play these days.
Warwick with an abundance of ink available. 3 cards in hand, it seems to be. In fact, 4. So a few options. Tom just waiting patiently with the dice on his hand. Seems to be 2 cards in Tom's hand. I gotta say, I think Tom is one of the best players out of Scotland, Baker. I've been really impressed with him. Attends lots of DLCs. It's gonna be Hades onto Baymax, but Tom does point out, well, it's not just Baymax that goes into the ink, but also the Tipo that Baymax shifted onto.
Yeah, when you shift, they fundamentally become one card. So sending it to the inkwell or to the bottom of the deck, etc., they do move together. So that is, I mean, the ability of Hades is there a downside to this? Yes, but it's fine. Like it's kind of whatever.
It's going to be a Clarabelle, which drew, followed by a Sail, which also drew. So Tom playing 2 cards, which replace themselves completely into the ink. And that's the other beautiful thing about Baymax. You don't always have to shift it.
No.
Just paying 6 for the card with the same stat line as that 4-cost Scrooge McDuck. Okay, it's not ideal, but at this stage in the game, you've got an abundance of ink. So it really isn't too bad at all.
Yeah, no, obviously, if we can shift, great, but this is perfectly reasonable just to throw down just a big body. The Hades is going to challenge into the opposing one, puts 3 damage, and takes no damage back. Did I miss something? Bell. Got it. That's it. We're just we're using a shortcut because we're about to play Bell and move that damage onto him. You mentioned this earlier, Joe. Bell, the best card, one of the best cards in the game, if not Elsa. I think it's those two fundamentally.
Yeah, Elsa's my pick, I gotta say.
Yeah, I think that's super reasonable. Like Bell post-rotation, like pre-rotation, she was okay, but like post-rotation, she seems so powerful. I feel like Panic, the one that moves 2 damage, should be the ceiling at the moment. You're welcome.
Yeah, and it's going to be you're welcome on to their own deck. I didn't actually see what went away. I was typing something out there to production. But Tom seemingly fishing for an answer. It's 9 lore to 2 in favor of the Emerald Sapphire player.
Down to just that Baymax that we hard summon the other turn, and this Dumbo is going to require an answer. Otherwise, it's going to start using the breaking records ability. There's you're welcome, sung by Baymax. Back to the circus with your Dumbo, but that will let Warwick draw 2 cards, which would be fine for Tom if he had a Clarabelle, but...
Yeah, there is 7 ink available, and this is the right moment to get it down, right? Like, just after you play You're Welcome. If you're not following it up with a Clarabelle, it can feel quite anticlimactic. Well, there's a 3-drop Clarabelle. That is going to draw a card for Tom, and it's going to be a Donald Duck. So that's a draw engine. It can start refilling the hand.
And just characters for Heads Held High and Under the Sea, if we can get that combo going again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 ink available for Tom right now. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 for the opponent. Of course, Hades has been played to send multiple characters into the inkwell.
Yeah, there's a bit of confusion here, guys, with the name, so we do apologize for that.
Yes, apology. I have been told that. My bad.
We're going to keep... Well, for now, we'll just go with the Sapphire, the color combos.
Yeah,
the Blurple versus the cow.
I like it. Good shout. Blurple and the cow.
But Hypnotic Strength comes through there. And it is going to be Elsa now coming through, exerting the Clarabelle, exerting the Donald. But it's just Tom's decision. It seems Warwick going to hold off and wait for Tom to make that decision.
It is going to be the Baymax and the Donalds. I understand thinking about it, though. Like, it must be tempting to try and get rid of this Clarabelle, right? Because you want to deny the shift. But I think this is reasonable. Obviously, the Perfect Gentleman is drawing extra cards. So if you just want to deny your opponent those extra resources, then I think that's a pretty good decision. We're going to ready, set, draw, as is the standard in Lorcana. Sail the Azure at Sea. Going to look at another card. What do we need in this situation to, like, come back? I do think it is, like, we need to hit that combo again. This is pretty good. Clarabelle and the 1-drop and the Bloodborne Light on her hooves. It's a good start.
Yeah, I mean, Clarabelle down at this stage in the game, usually it might be a little bit too late. But Warwick, 9 lore to 4, comfortable lead, also has the board advantage, going to take that Bell out as well. And how many cards drawn for Clarabelle? Because that's going to be a big moment. It's an abundance of cards drawn. And Tom, it's definitely not all over, but Tom needs to catch up very, very quickly.
Very much so, yeah. I think we need to hit that combo that we keep talking about, because this Elsa and this Hades are going to be quite tricky to remove. But Baymax with 5 strength is not bad, but neither him or Clarabelle can one-shot the Hades or the Elsa. What's Hades going to do here? Maybe setting up for another Bell turn.
Yep, Hades is going to challenge. It seems like Bell's surely going to be the follow-up play. Once you see a bit of a unorthodox challenge like this, usually it's because Bell is available.
How do you do this? Do you put that Elsa? Do you like? Oh, okay. Are we going for elephant? All right. Do we? Probably don't have a Bell, otherwise we would have done it before. Yeah. So we're just going to Hades, get the Clarabelle into the Inkwell. Yeah, nice.
Yeah, but it's an interesting decision though. Tom going for that challenge to put 3 damage on Baymax instead of gaining 2 lore at this stage. So 3 damage on Baymax instead of 2 lore, and now you see why, because they finished the job with Elsa. But Tom could have quested for 5 this turn. Instead, took a double challenge, and that's the power of that Baymax. We talked about it. 6 ink for a 5/5, not outstanding, but 5/5 is still really difficult to deal with.
It's a big stat line these days, especially since we no longer have cards like Maui, Hero to All, and just the, like, again, Ruby losing a lot of its removal. So yeah, a 5/5 body is nothing to scoff at. We're going to play Bobby Zimmerowski, dude. Draw 1 and discard 1. I think he triggered it. Pretty sure.
It's the Leaning Tower of Cheezer.
That's it. Gonna play a second one. Drew a card.
Of course, does need to discard a card as well, and it's going to be a John Silver. So you'd imagine it's a pretty powerful hand, discarding an inkable legendary like John Silver.
We're going to sing You're Welcome on our own Bobby, just fishing. I think we're fishing for the combo. I think we need the Under the Sea. Heads held high.
It wasn't even sung either. It was actually 4 ink spent on You're Welcome, and this has just gone a little bit wrong for Emerald Sapphire here. Tom's done a good job of removing those Clarabelles, but Warwick's been digging for more and digging for more and digging for more. Have they found one? It's never ideal having to use You're Welcome on your own. John Silver comes through. Hades is now reckless.
Cool.
Elsa will be removed.
From a 1-drop Clarabelle, that's got to feel good if you're the Clarabelle player. Done a super good job of, like, tempering the board here. Like, every time it starts to get a bit carried away, we've had a nice response. 4 lore to 9 right now. This is only game 1, round 4 of the Cardiff CCQ. 9 rounds of Swiss today, guys.
Yeah, we will have a top cut tomorrow as well as an Infinity constructed side event. Second star to the right comes through for Tom. Now, if you're Warwick, next turn is surely the moment that you want to find that Clarabelle following the second star to the right. We think that Warwick has been digging for it. They need it to be the top card of the deck.
Or Bend to My Will, perhaps, in the deck somewhere. That could be an option. But yeah, singing the second star to the right means that we have a plethora of ink to be able to play out some of these cards that we've just picked up. If we want to empty, again, our local player is going to be well aware that the Bend to My Will could come down or the Clarabelle could match the hand size. So we want to empty our hand as much as possible here. But in my experience, the player that sings second star to the right first, it puts them in a very good position to win the game. Down comes Hades into the Inkwell with John Silver, Alien Pirates.
Yep, and it's going to be the Madam Mim questing. Tom now up to 5. Not questing because the ink is drying. But here we go. Warwick. Big moment off the top. Will they find the Clarabelle they're looking for? Let's look at the facial expression. Not giving away too much just yet. Bobby's going to quest for 1. Are we going to see a Pleakley then, perhaps?
Yeah, that's telegraphs a Pleakley to me.
Basil, the 7 cost is available. Actually going to bounce back. I've never seen that before. Bobby comes through.
Just a search. Find a way to combat this board. We're at 9 lore to the Blurple player's 4, but
I have never seen anybody use Basil on their own character. I even had to double check they can even do that.
The undercover detective. We've got the disguised detective, the undercover detective. Detectives are going to be coming in Whispers in the Well, Spessy, set soon.
Yeah.
Looking forward to that.
Yeah, very excited to see that indeed. How the meta shakes up.
Hypnotic Strength going to be played for a cost of 2. Boost the strength of the elephant. Well, give it Challenger 2, should I say. So it's hitting for 5, which is a clean challenge into that Basil. Taking 5 damage in return.
Yep. You can see the Dumbo about to come down
Ooh,
from
the armor.
Tom. actually goes into ink.
This Ana is really interesting, Joe. This was seen play in Blurple lists pre-rotation. It combos really nicely with the Elsa. You establish the Ana, and then you play the Elsa. You exert something. You quest with the Ana, draw a card because you have an Elsa on board. It has support, so you give +3 to the Elsa, and now she's hitting for 5. But I haven't seen this in a post-rotation meta, this Ana still making her way in. Super interesting. She's pretty cool. Blurple dual link card.
I always love seeing these dual link cards because they're just harder to fit into a deck by nature.
Yeah.
And it's always nice having their chance
to shine.
Yeah.
Really...
Bobby's going to quest for 1, but still 9 lore away.
One step at a time.
Are we going to bounce the Bobby back again with Basil?
Got to be Ana, surely. It is. It's just. I think he's just playing to win. He needs to find the right cards to wipe this board. So I respect it.
Yep. I mean, this is what happens, though, with this Emerald Sapphire deck. It's very much live and die by the Clarabelle. This is why I love the Develop Your Brain. We talked about it earlier. I don't think we've seen any Develop Your Brains come through from Warwick. This is like an example of where Develop Your Brain, it takes up a lot of slots in your deck, but just to help you have that little bit of extra consistency, that's why we do see a lot of players going for Develop Your Brain in these Emerald Sapphire lists. Ana's going to quest.
So worth saying, we've got 13 ink at the moment. Now, this Basil is really important. We do have Heads Held High in hand. I did see it. I'm not sure if there's an Under the Sea. If this Basil survives, then it can sing Heads Held High, and then we can hard cast Under the Sea. But there is a Hades in our Blurple player's hand, so could choose to remove it. If that is the case, all our Cow player needs to do is ink up to 14, and you can actually just hard cast Heads Held High into the Under the Sea yourself.
Yeah.
Not sure if we have the Under the Sea, though. I know there's a Heads Held High. I saws it.
And Tom's just 6 ore away. Hades comes through and cleans up the board. And this is that moment I was talking about. I want to see Tom just, the game's almost over. Make sure you take your time in those crucial moments, but also find those moments to speed things up and just close out the game. We're going to see Heads Held High Under the Sea. But, oh my goodness, has Tom... We talked about playing too quickly, playing too slowly. I'm sat here thinking that he needs to play a little bit quicker at this moment. But maybe this is a prime example of find the moment to play slow. Don't overextend. That is outrageous.
Absolutely incredible. 14 ink is enough to sing 2 sing together songs, wipe the entire board. Tom was left with a couple of genies in hand, if I saw correctly, at the end of his last Blurple player. Warwick has a couple of genies, and that's a Sail the Azure at Sea I just saw.
Yep, genie comes down, draw a card. Tom with that genie, that's a really good card to have.
You got me scared, though. Like, imagine if you get Under the Sea again and then you've got nothing left. I think there's actually a logic here to, not overextending too much. Yeah, I like the Dumbo play, because it will require Heads Held High plus Under the Sea again. Yeah, Is he still got the genie in his hand? If he has, then I respect this. I think playing double genie there would be risky. There's the Bobby. We saw this Bobby being bounced by Basil, put in so much work to find the combo pieces that we need.
Yeah, card has to be discarded. It is actually Under the Sea, discarded by the Spray Cheese Kid. In comes Clarabelle. 14 lore to 10 in favor of the Blurple player, but we are now a third of the way through round number 4, and we're still in game number 1. So time is of the essence for both players. Warwick just making sure they know exactly what's going on as we see Tom take the sail.
5 lore on boards. Not quite enough to get there, but we are close. Dumbo is going to, I expect that's the ability. Yep. We're going to make history, gain a lore, draw a card, just for exerting the Dumbo. A great way to get around Reckless, which, again, with the John Silver, has certainly become relevant again. Going to turn 3, 4. 4 for the Genie.
Yeah, the hand did get refilled for Warwick, so the possibility of another Under the Sea is there. Obviously, at this moment in time, you can see the discard. You know how many have gone.
Yep. Arna's just going to quest for 2. No Elsa on the board, so no card draw available.
15 lore to 10. It's going to be the TikTok.
Big 4, a 7, evasive body on a 6 cost. A lot of people would prefer Iago, who is a 4 cost, 4/6 evasive, but Iago obviously very brittle against some of these actions
Here's
that
to
target.
develop. Sail and develop. Warwick looking for the out. Do they find what they need? They don't. And it's going to be Tom's game number 1. It was a slog. It was a long one. But Tom Pound comes out on top in game number 1. And we will be going into game number 2.
That was a banger, Joe. The second star to the right, as soon as that happened, I was like, the player that does this normally wins the game. But if you're a Clarabelle deck, then you do have the power to match the hand size. And I was just amazed by that heads held high under the sea.
Yes.
Like, complete combo. Like, you really want a character to stick, right? Because you want one of them to sing and then to have ink left over. But we cleared 2 elephants, I think a couple of Hades and Elsa from that board. Absolutely incredible. And just to reference one thing, you tell me if you disagree. In my experience playing Lorcana, if I play Under the Sea, I will just hand my characters to the opponent and say, put them in whatever order you want. And in my experience, if someone else plays Under the Sea, they will just hand me their characters. I know that not everyone feels that way, but I imagine that's the conversations happening at the table, which is like, do what you want, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, also, I think the thing to look at with this game is the Emerald Sapphire player just needed 1 Clarabelle a few turns earlier.
Yeah.
We saw them having to play your welcome onto their own cards. As soon as you do that, you know that something's not quite gone right. You want to use your welcome offensively, give your opponent more cards, and then draw from them thanks to Clarabelle. Instead, we saw them using Basil on Bobby to replay Bobby to try and find the Clarabelle. It just went a little bit wrong for Emerald Sapphire. I think they got off to a really good start.
Yep.
But
Played well.
you just see that the deck sometimes can just lose to itself almost. You just don't find the right card at the right moment. And
yeah, I agree completely.
that's the big downside of the deck.
I agree completely. Like, if you don't hit Clarabelle, it all falls apart. Even if it's just 1 refuel, like even if you only get to like once draw back up to 3, 4, 5, that can be enough to get you through the rest of the game with your Hades and things like that. But yeah, I completely agree. If you don't hit this Clarabelle, then the deck is infinitely weaker. But we know it can do its thing. There are a lot in the room today. That's why a lot of people are running the 8 copies of the baby Clarabelles, the 1 and the 3 drops as well. But yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Just a little too slow, but what a banger of a matchup. And we're going into a game 2. Our cow control player is going to be on the play. We're inking Pleakley, a card I'm a big fan of in this deck. On play, you must ink one of your characters. So if Pleakley's the only character, he has to ink himself. But things like this Bobby or a Tipo, perfect.
Yep. And Bobby comes through. Hades discarded. That's a great way of dealing with those expensive uninkables. You might notice we have got another name change. Our apologies for the confusion.
Very much so.
Here, but we've got Ben playing Sapphire and Amethyst, and we have got David playing Emerald and Sapphire. Ben starts off with the Royal Guard Octopus Soldier.
The Royal Guard Octopus Soldier. I like it. I'm waiting for the cow. I've been turned into a cow. Can I go home? You're excused. Sail the Azure at Sea is going to help us ramp. I'm yet to see someone miss turn 2 ramp today.
Yep.
Will it ever happen?
David actually inking that legendary Clarabelle, which would suggest there's another available. Tipo comes through. Ben is going to ink a secret card. Of course, David's not going to know what that is. And you can ink an uninkable with Tipo. It's one of the rare ways of being able to do so. David, turn 3, but already at 4 ink with Tipo into the inkwell. It's going to be a Clarabelle.
That's what you want to see. The Tipo lowering our hand size, but it goes into the inkwell this time. But yeah, Clarabelle, the contented wallflower, drawing us a card. But more important, Spessy, we've now had multiple Clarabelle lines, so an Elsa coming down won't necessarily disrupt us as much. You said that we saw a Clarabelle go into the inkwell, which would, again, we assume that means he's got another. Hopefully it's not just that he didn't have any other ink and was forced into it.
Yeah, David here doesn't even have to worry about Elsa immediately. Like, this line he took is like the ideal line when going second to play around that Elsa.
Yep.
In this case, it's still good though, right? You still get this Clarabelle extra 1-drop on the board. It's a better shift target than the 3-drop. And ultimately, it's going to replace itself because you're going to draw off Clarabelle anyway. So you're paying 1 ink to get a 1-cost character down, but you're also then going to be drawing 1 card extra the following turn.
Yeah.
I compared it in the previous cast we did, Baker, is it's almost like playing a magic broom, right? It's like a one drop
Yeah, good way of
that
putting
replaces
it.
itself.
Yeah, good way of putting it. I like it. The Royal Guard going to challenge into Bobby, only taking 1 damage in return. This Royal Guard getting a challenger proc every time you draw a card, and you do draw a card at the beginning of your turns, it will always be hitting for at least 2. Of course, you can boost it with Hypnotic Strength. I haven't seen a Finders Keepers in this Blurple list, but maybe it's there.
Yeah, Royal Guard now with that 1 damage counter on it. Tipo was still waiting to see what Ben's going to go for. Tipo is ready and waiting as well. It's going to be Pleakley. It's actually going to be the Royal Guard that is put into the Inkwell instead of the Tipo.
I respect it just for the higher level for singing songs. Like, may or may not make a difference, but obviously Tuba being a 2-cost character, potentially it lines up well with our 6 drops when we get to them, to like 7 second star to the right, things like that.
And no huge surprise here, David pulling off the 5 ink turn 4 play of Dreams, shifting Clarabelle, singing You're Welcome. It's going to be Pleakley who is targeted by You're Welcome, so Ben will be shuffling their deck, drawing 2 new cards. But of course, those 2 cards drawn for Ben is 2 cards drawn for David as well, with that Clarabelle in play.
Yeah, this is absolutely the dream. When first time I did this, I was like, oh, I get it now. I understand why people are playing this Clarabelle. It's just so dominating, getting rid of the most dangerous threat on the board. You give them a couple of cards, but you draw up nice and high, and now we're in that part of the game where we can be playing Hades, John Silvers, etc. It threw me off a little bit seeing the Purple player Pleakley. Actually, was used to seeing it on the Emerald Sapphire side of the board, but not a card I've seen a lot in Blurple.
No, definitely a little bit unorthodox. We're going to see Hypnotic Strength. So Tipo now with essentially 3 strength this turn. And there's still 3 ink available. Tipo for Clarabelle is the trade that Ben goes for. And into the unknown. Now, it's outstanding, but that Clarabelle had been shifted upon. So that is 2 extra ink for David. And David already managed to refill their hand. Like, once you get that 1 Clarabelle down, and now you've got all this ink, suddenly David just has so much ink and so many cards to play with. Develop your brain. The first ink spent here for David. 2 cards from the top of the deck are looked at. 1 goes into hand, 1 goes onto the bottom. It's John Silver, I believe, that went into the hand. John Silver was certainly one of the options. I didn't see what the other card was, though.
John Silver's a pretty good card. Again, like, Dumbo can kind of be the bane of his life, but other than that, you know, questing for 2, we've already talked about 5/5 being a very bulky stat line to get through, and being able to trigger Reckless every turn. You know, again, Dumbo is the worst thing to see, but other than that, this is a really, really solid card. And just to go back to your prior point, again, just that 1 trigger of a Clarabelle, so far enough to keep us in the game. We've got a full grip of cards. We've got answers. There'll probably be another Clarabelle soon.
Yeah, and Clarabelle's another one of those cards which is significantly better when going first. Because the player going second, the big advantage they get is they get that 1 extra card in hand.
Yep.
But if you're playing Clarabelle, particularly if you ramp into it like this Emerald Sapphire deck does, you ramp into Clarabelle, you get it down really quickly, you sing You're Welcome, you get big board control, and you immediately like mitigate the advantage that your opponent had by going second, because you draw that extra card as well.
Yep. No, I went first. I think you'll find. I drew an extra card. TikTok here, 4/7 stat line is nice, but it's going to be bounced back by the Basil, and this is where the Cal Control player is going to start just to continue to pressure, apply, like make tempo positive plays like this. Obviously, Basil bouncing back the character, John Silver giving Reckless. This is looking good so far for Emerald Sapphire, but we know better than to count anyone out. We've got 28 minutes left on the clock. This is round 4, game 2. Ben, our Blurple player, won the first game. So David looking to bring it to a game 3. Again, this is a CCQ. We're at Cardiff, Firestorm Games. Big weekend of Lorcana, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely is. There's other CCQs going on across Europe. 1 in France, 1 in Sweden, and here in Wales, the capital of Wales, Cardiff. As we do see David quest with this Basil. A character is going to be discarded from Ben's hand, or a card, at random. 2 was rolled, so the second card will be selected, and it's going to be Pleakley into the discard.
Yeah, when a card is randomly discarded from a hand, to be honest, since Basil, I have seen some players just put their hand down and say just choose, but many people like to just roll the dice, make sure it is completely random.
And there's the Under the Sea. Ben's board is no more, and David is just slowly ticking away in terms of lore gain at 4 lore. And that Basil, every time it's questing, discarding a card, it's going to be Finders Keepers.
That is a pretty slow turn, but we still have a little bit of ink. We can ink up to 4 potentially, 2 Elsas in hand, and Into the Unknown, a Hypnotic Strength, an Madam Mim Elephant, and a second star to the right. Haven't seen a Bend to My Wall from David this game, unless I missed it.
Yeah, I haven't seen anything either.
I do know David's holding another Under the Sea, though.
Interesting.
That is in hand. Into the Unknown, going to be sung on the John Silver, which I respect. Again, it's questing for 2. It's a pretty annoying card.
It is, but it's also more ink for David.
Yep.
And David hasn't really been inking that often right now. They're wanting to preserve the cards in hand, so the more ink that Ben is giving them, actually, it's a pretty big deal, right?
Oh,
that's impressive.
David is praying that he gets those sort of rolls for the rest of his Swiss run. He needs to win some dice rolls.
Yep, so Basil discarding the elephant. We're seeing what seems to be David's favorite card, the Spray Cheese Kid.
Yep.
Draw a card and then discard a card.
Yep, really simple ability, but we've seen it on other cards like the Set 1 Simba, Future King. The Mulan also sees them play in Steel. Down comes a hard summon of Baymax. Baymax has the ability Universal Shift, can shift onto anything for a cost of 4. But also when you play him, if you shifted him, you can remove all damage. Down comes the Elsa, Spirit of Winter. She's going to deep freeze Baymax and the Basil. Pretty good.
Yeah, very good. A nice way to claw your way back into this one if you are Ben. But is it too little, too late? 25 minutes left on the clock. John Silver giving this Elsa Reckless. It cannot quest next turn, and it must challenge if able. Of course, could get out of that stipulation by singing a song instead, as the Spray Cheese Kid is going to quest for David, putting them up in lore even further.
And I'd like to think that Ben is also being somewhat aware of the clock. Of course, he's not out of this game. He could take the 2-0, but 25 minutes left on the clock. You know that if you lose this, you will be on the play for game 3. But no need to get there yet. We're still in this. Elsa going to take out the Basil, takes 5 damage in return. But David at 11 lore, you got to think Ben's at least keeping an eye on the clock.
5 damage counters on that Elsa, but she's safe and sound with that 6 willpower. Speaking of Elsa, how about another one?
Another one. Another deep freeze, the John Silver that was just played, and Bobby Zimmerowski, dude.
David getting their ink nicely organized. I'm not the best at... My ink tends to look a little bit more like Ben's, I've got to say.
I try and keep a tidy board. I try. Baymax taking out that Elsa. Takes 4 damage. Am I missing like a really simple reason why we didn't freeze the Baymax and the Silver instead of freezing the Bobby? Did I miss something there?
See the Tipo and Clarabelle come down for 9 for David. Is there any cards drawn off Clarabelle? I don't believe that there was. But that is a wide old board, isn't it, for David? He's 9 lore away. Elsa, the only thing standing in his way right now.
Super fascinating. 11 lore to 0. Ben is a game up. There are just under 24 minutes left on the clock. We're going to play a Tipo. Are we inking with it? No. Seems that we're denying that trigger. There's a second star to the right in hand. Not something you really want to hard cast, though. You really want to be singing that, which we could do next turn with the Elsa and the Tipo, but let's see. It would give that Clarabelle even more value. Down comes a Dumbo, the Ninth Wonder of the Universe, and passing with 1 card in hand left for Ben.
Yep, and David, 9 lore away. I think that might be 9. It's certainly close. Up to 19. He's just 1 away, Baker. David, 19 lore ahead right now.
What can you do to stop this? Like, Ben knows he can sing second star to the right next turn. Okay, we're going to bounce back the Dumbo. That's fine. We can still sing second star to the right. And then we will have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 ink, potentially 11 if we ink for turn. How can we slow this down? Another Elsa to freeze, like, the Baymax and the Clarabelle? I think it's over. I'm going to game 3 if I'm Ben here.
Yep, but Ben going to be
Gonna
going for the second star to the right.
Gonna
Who can blame him? See if there's a miracle on top of his deck.
Sure. I respect it.
Going to draw 5 cards, but it's a little bit late in the day to be doing that. And there is, of course, that Clarabelle staring him down. But even Tipo has to go, or David will be taking this game number 2. 22 minutes on the clock. I talked to you, didn't I, Baker, at the start of it, how I want to see Ben manage that clock as best they can. And it does seem as though it's a scoop.
Yep, so that's going to be it. David takes game 2, and we are going to see a game 3. 22 minutes left on the clock, Joe.
Yep.
Ben will be on the play. And yeah, like, I respect looking for the second star to the right, like, to see what you draw. But, like, again, I don't know his list. I'm trying to think typically what you've got in the deck. But he'll know his deck better than me. Why not see some cards? But we're going into game 3. Whoever wins this match will be 4-0, which is a really nice start to the day to try and secure your day 2 placement. We're playing 9 rounds of Swiss today, guys, followed by Top Cut tomorrow, and we've got an Infinity event tomorrow. Quick question. What's your pick to win the Infinity event? We're showing the finals, just the finals.
Amethyst Steel.
Okay, I respect it.
Why not?
Go Ruby Amethyst.
Yeah, I respect
It's
that.
the only time I can do it anymore in good faith. But we'll see that tomorrow. But we've still got some more core constructed today. We'll go back to our table in just a moment for the 3rd and final game of round 4. Blurple versus Emerald Sapphire. Is this the matchup that defines this format? Like, set 1, I think Ruby Amethyst versus Steel Song was your defining format. And then as things went on, like Ruby Sapphire became like the top deck. Is Blurple and Emerald Sapphire our big 2?
I think Amber Steel's got to be up there too.
I respect it. I
think Amber Steel's got to be up there too.
I respect it.
I mean, Amethyst Steel's also got a lot to prove.
Very consistent.
I think that's been the deck which, right out of the gates, did very well over in America.
Yeah.
But it's maybe the deck which has the worst matchup spread overall.
Mm-hmm.
But it's players like Zach Bivens that we know can really just get that little bit of extra out of it. If you can get that little bit extra out of Amethyst Steel in the right hands, I think that's also one to look out for.
Yeah,
I want to talk, Baker, about the clock management, because it's something we talked about quite a bit heading into this game. What I like from both players, even though the clock is a big bit of pressure, you have to manage it well. There's also that balance, right? Like, you have to manage the clock, but you also can't let the time pressure get to you to the point where you start making misplays and bad decisions. I've got to say, I think it's my biggest weakness, and there's quite a few of my weaknesses, but my biggest one probably in competitive tournaments has been clock management.
Yeah.
It's been rushing when I actually had longer and making a bad decision at a big moment.
Yep.
Or it's been taking too long and then ending up rushing because I have no time left.
Yep.
So clock management, I think, is one of the most underrated or underappreciated skills, particularly when we're watching as viewers, right? And I think it's something that I've noticed just the best players just really managing that clock so well.
They're very good at identifying when it's time to go next. You know, they're doing the math in their heads of like, okay, maybe there's one out in this entire deck. You know, how much time do I want to spend digging towards it? But I agree completely. Let's see if Ben left himself with enough time on the clock to try and get game 3 done. We're going to ink Madam M Elephant and a pass. Not as bad as missing turn 2 ramp, and going to mirror that on the other side. Inking Tipo and playing nothing.
Yeah, against Clarabelle, like, you would rather have that 1 drop down on the board, that's for sure, right? Because it's obviously a 1 drop on board, which is great. But moreover, against Clarabelle, it's also 1 card less in hand.
Yes.
So neither player finding that 1 drop is not ideal. Both players ramping on 2. David actually deciding to go for the sale as a conscious choice as they inked Tipo. Will we see a 1 drop? Develop Your Brain is a great option to have. Can help you find a little bit of consistency. Obviously going to be looking for a 4 drop to play on turn 3, or maybe some Clarabelles to start building towards that shift. This is where David next turn would love to go Clarabelle 3 drop, Clarabelle 1 drop, and then you're overloading that Elsa and you can shift despite going second.
Yeah, 100%. As we keep alluring to, just getting this initial Clarabelle trigger sometimes can be enough for the rest of the game. Again, if you can get multiple, then great. But this initial Clarabelle is so important to refresh your resources at that point in the game where you have 6-7 ink and can play your big cards. We're going to ink Hypnotic Strength. Tipo going on the safest quest of his life, and down comes the Genie, wish fulfilled. Going to draw a card.
You know, you say it was the safest quest of all time, Baker, but there was a moment I thought that Ben might play the Pleakley in his hand and put Tipo into the inkwell.
Fair. Fair enough. Maybe not safe, but... Tipo's just a good cut, man. All this turn 2 inkable ramp, it's crazy.
Yeah. We do see develop from David, so he's not going to be able to pull off that Clarabelle 3-drop, Clarabelle 1-drop combo this turn. And he's not going to be able to play a 4-drop either. So the best real play left for David is going to be ink and play Clarabelle, but it's going to be Sail. This is also actually a really nice play. Just that little bit of extra ramp is something we talked about a lot in the first round of the day, Baker. If you can find a way with this Sapphire Emerald deck to get that little bit of extra ramp around this stage, particularly when going second, it can be a really big deal. Like if you're not going for that double Clarabelle 3, Clarabelle 1 on this turn, probably playing Sail and some extra ramp or a Pleakley is the best thing you could be doing instead.
Yeah, Pleakley has really grown on me this set in particular. I think it's super strong. Again, a bit of a surprise to see it in Blurple, but Ben 3-0 coming into this round, so maybe that's the spice that Blurple players take away from this weekend, that Pleakley is a nice addition, if we can find the room.
Yep, so David so far played the Develop, played the Sail, played the Bobby, discarded the Under the Sea, but can ink again because of that Sail and will do so. So it was Tipo and the 3-drop Clarabelle that were inked. So David's going to be at 5 ink now, meaning David could go to, well, almost certainly will go to 6 ink next turn. So could potentially shift to Clarabelle with the 1-drop Clarabelle and immediately shift. That's a really undervalued line that David might have up his sleeve. He couldn't guarantee that Clarabelle shift because of Elsa, but at 6 ink, that Clarabelle 1 plus Clarabelle immediately shifting is honestly, I think it's my favorite play that you can do in this Emerald Sapphire deck. Yeah. It feels really good to do it.
It does, yeah. I can't argue with that at all. Just the synergy of this deck is incredible. So many top tier combos. Down comes John Silver, going to give Reckless to the Genie. There are 15 minutes and some change on the clock. Yes, Ben won game 1 and was on the play for this game 3.
Yep, but David with that one little extra bit of ramp, that Sail, means that he is ahead on ink, although Ben levels it up at 6 ink apiece and gets this TikTok down. It does mean that David is 1 jump ahead right now. Next turn, David, despite being the player going second, could get that Clarabelle down while Ben is still at 6 ink. But do they have it? Do they have a you're welcome to combine with the Clarabelle to start drawing a bunch of cards? If not, you probably have to slow the game down and really just try and turn it into a bit of a slogfest, right? Can you get an Under the Sea through? It's going to be Basil bouncing back TikTok.
Yep, I respect it. TikTok, a big, heavy 6-cost character. And I'm expecting this Genie to be given Reckless, courtesy of a Silver Quest here, potentially. No, it's going to go through the challenge, which I also respect. Get those bodies off the board. And to be fair, now we can't sing Second Star to the Right. So actually, thinking it through, that was much better.
Yeah, because Second Star to the Right also mitigates that Reckless value, doesn't it?
Absolutely.
But I like the way David's playing this. They weren't able to get Clarabelle through. They're not trying to force it. They're playing a control game plan. And Ben, with a bit of control of their own, Hades onto Basil. But that means that now David is almost 2 steps ahead. 2 jumps ahead with that Basil going into the inkwell. Can David find the Clarabelle? Now would surely be the moment. John Silver ready and waiting. It's going to be a Hades of David's own.
Yep, Hades' best response card is generally another one. You keep saying 1 jump ahead. Are those deliberate puns or not? Okay, good. I'm so proud of you, man. Love it.
I said 2 steps ahead and I had to change it to 2
jumps
jumps
that's
ahead.
why I was like, oh, that felt more deliberate. Good on you, man. What a slog this has been so far. But Ben at 9 lore. This is game 3. Ben was on the play for this game. Both players at 3-0, so 3-0-0, should I say, so far. 9 rounds of Swiss today.
Yeah, 9 lore is honestly very impressive. I'm not sure where all of that lore came from, but Ben has been quietly questing away.
Couple of Tipo quests.
Yeah, they all count.
They do. Down comes that Anna again. Again, she has support. And when she quests, if you control an Elsa, you may draw a card that was very popular in pre-rotation versions of Blurple. John Silver is going to make that challenge into John Silver. And Elsa finishing the job, I'm assuming. Yeah, because there was no Reckless, so...
It's going to be a trade, though. John Silver with that 5-5 stat line continuing to put in some work. Anna versus Hades is the board state. In comes Clarabelle!
Oh, what can I say except you're welcome for these cards I'm about to draw.
What a combo. The 4-cost Inkable song, You're Welcome, being sung by Hades. Ben begrudgingly shuffles their card back into their deck. They're going to be drawing 2 fresh new cards, and that sounds all fine and dandy until you realize that Clarabelle is going to be taking full advantage of that.
That was a huge play. David at only 2 lore, but definitely has taken control of the board state here. 4 cards, though, in the hand for Ben. We're going to ink a Hypnotic Strength. Not what we're looking for right now. And it's going to be the Hades to get rid of that Clarabelle. But is it too late? Just that little refuel of cards from the Clarabelle?
I don't think it's too late, Ben. I think it's still very open. Because as good as the Clarabelle was, Ben is able to deal with it immediately. And Ben still did draw 2 cards themselves off that You're Welcome.
Sure.
So as good as the Clarabelle You're Welcome combo was, another one would be absolutely devastating. And that's the thing, right? Those 2 cards that David got to draw off the Clarabelle You're Welcome combo helps you maybe find more. Another Clarabelle right now, that might be a little bit too much for Ben to keep up with. It is anybody's game. David has it! The You're Welcome Clarabelle combo, back-to-back turns, and suddenly this game has flipped on its head.
We have so much ink in the inkwell because these Hades just keep filling it up for us. Is there a downside to this? And we are seeing that downside now. But David taking full advantage of it. This is a back and forth. This is a swingy game, Joe. I'm on for it.
And this was David going second. That turn 3. They could have developed a 4-drop, but instead playing the sail, taking that extra bit of ink, getting ahead in terms of ink, and just finding the right cards at the right time. Elsa comes through for Ben. It is 9 lore to 2 in Ben's favor. Can Ben just start questing away and trying to close this game out really, really quickly? It is still anybody's game. David is 18 lore away.
Still a way to go, but we've seen it happen before, Joe. Me and you, we have seen bigger jumps. Although, admittedly, that was when Tamato was in format, but it can still be done. 10 minutes on the clock, though, Joe. Is it enough?
I think 10 minutes is going to be enough.
Okay.
Just about.
All right. I'm with you.
But
I believe in you.
The time pressure is there, and it's always ticking. It's easy to forget, isn't it? But the whole time we're watching this, that time pressure is in the back of each player's mind. We see Donald and improvise into the inkwell because of that sale. It's a double ink. The more cards you ink, the less cards you have in hand. The less cards you have in hand, the more cards you can draw off Clarabelle.
Gonna summon a Hades. No shift here.
It's only 1 card drawn from Clarabelle. But that is 1 card is still a lot of cards to be drawing.
Baymax, I mean. Did I say Hades? Baymax, not Hades. There are many Hades on the board, though, so the name is on my brain. And it's the name of my cat, and I miss him. Anyway.
Ben with Elsa, down on the board. Again, that Clarabelle, awkward stat line to deal with. 4-6 of Elsa does not trade well into Clarabelle at all. TikTok into the ink. At what point, if you're Ben, do you just start questing and trying to be an aggro?
I mean, I think if that was the plan, we might have, like, that a few turns ago when we went with the Elsa and the Genie into the John Silver, like, we could have quested there up to 12, but maybe it was better to get rid of the John Silver, obviously, because of the Reckless can be quite annoying.
What a fascinating game we've got. I have to
really
say,
is.
I mean,
look at that hand. Oh, it's a discard. Okay. That was his hand, Joe. I'm sorry.
It was just 1 card drawn off Clarabelle on this occasion. Ben has done well to keep the cards in their own hand to a minimum, which does stop the Clarabelle a little bit. Does Ben have a Elsa, have a Hades? Okay, they don't, but they bounce back Elsa, and Elsa returns.
Targeting the Clarabelle and the Baymax.
I love this play from Ben. This is giving me Madam Mim. I love bouncing back my Maleficence in previous sets with the Madam Mim Snake. it's a similar idea, right? You bounce back an Elsa with an elephant. Okay, they're much more expensive, but suddenly your Elsa just quested for 3. Your Elsa comes in ready, and you're exerting the Baymax and Clarabelle for a whole extra turn. This was an outstanding move from Ben in this position.
Yeah, 100%. We already knew the benefits and power of the bounce package. Most of it has been rotated out.
Oh,
but here's
no.
the heads held high.
Oh, no.
Sung by Hades.
Oh, no.
And here we go.
Oh,
We're
no.
gonna see it under the sea. Sorry. Living vicariously through Under the Sea.
Ben cannot be happy to see that. The heads held high under the sea combo at the perfect moment for David. Clarabelle has just been finding him all the right cards at all the right times. And Ben has no cards remaining on their side of the board.
Absolutely brutal. And you were saying that you didn't think it was over, Joe, even despite only being at 2 lore. But this is a pretty good board to be able to make a couple of jumps. We've got 7 minutes on the clock. But now comes a second Elsa.
The Spirit of Winter and the 5th Spirit. 3 characters being exerted for David, one of which will, of course, ready. But look at the facial expression on Ben here. He's feeling a little bit... I don't know what that expression is, but it sums up the game quite well.
Absolutely. I understand every emotion this man is feeling right here. I am going to explode, chat. I'm sorry. I'm hyped. This has been a banger.
Yeah,
and whiplash.
And DM also in the chat pointing out that David is playing on speed mode, and he is. And David's a really experienced card game player. Like I said, I think he's one of the best players out of Scotland. He's a player I've got a ton of respect for. And these players know when to play quickly.
Absolutely.
David knows that he's at 2 lore. He's in a decent position, but you still need to have enough time to close the game out.
Yep. 6 minutes and change left. Going to play an improvise, draw a card, +1 strength to a character. Pretty basic, but it's good for taking out illusions and for just drawing cards, getting through the deck.
Honestly, the improvise in this matchup's quite relevant as well. Elsa and Hades on the Blurple side have that 6 willpower, and you have so many characters in Emerald Sapphire with 5 strength. You've got Baymax, John Silver, Clarabelle.
You're welcome. So you're welcome. Pretty good.
Doesn't sound bad, I'll tell you that much.
I'd be a little scared though. Like, is Ben topping? He doesn't have a hand, right? Unless I'm very much mistaken. But still, getting rid of this Elsa. Ben is at 12 lore. David needs to respect it.
And it's going to be the Baymax shift onto Clarabelle for 4. It's going to be another legendary Clarabelle. David is taking over the board right now. Is Baymax going to sing You're Welcome? Absolutely it will. Elsa shuffled back into the deck. So there's 2 Baymax, there's 2 Clarabelles, and there's a Hades for David.
Coming up to 5 minutes on the clock. This is round 4 of the CCQ here in Cardiff, Wales. Firestorm Games. We will be deciding upon this weekend who will be the first person qualified for the European Championship. Will it be one of these guys, Joe? I keep talking about how I think there's a lot of really hungry players in Lorcana, right?
Yep.
Either brand new players or maybe guys in Season 1 that were so close to that Continentals or Worlds win but didn't quite get there. People looking to make a name for themselves this season. If you're in chat and you are the superstar of this season, let me know. I want to know.
And I think that's actually a really good example of these 2 players. Ben is a newer player, and David is someone that played a lot of the DLCs last season. He's had top cut finishes at Lorcana Challenges, and we're really seeing that sort of that experience from David, that clock management. And Ben in this position, he's played absolutely brilliantly, but I think David, we're just really seeing that experience shown through in his clock management at the end of this game. It's been a really, really fun one to watch.
It has been a banger. This has been such a back and forth battle. I'm super glad that we were able to witness this go down. Again, I know a lot of people like to see the spicy decks, and so do we, and we hope we'll get some more on today, but this is a perfect snapshot. This is a tableau of our meta game, right? So I'm all for seeing 2 of the most powerful decks in the format battle it out.
And there's 4 minutes left on the clock, and I think that might have been the 4th Elsa. Of course, You're Welcome shuffled at least 1 back into the deck. It's quite possible the same one is redrawn, but it's back on over to David. 2 Clarabelles will not be readying because they have been frozen by Elsa.
It's a cold day here in Cardiff. Well, it's not, but it's for Clarabelle.
Baymax, Hades, Baymax. That's questing for 6, that extra Clarabelle to 7, so David could get up to 11 this turn. John Silver giving that Elsa Reckless is definitely good in this position. The Spray Cheese Kid will not trigger its ability, I believe.
2, 4, 6 lore gained there.
And then Clarabelle's going to draw David just one card.
15 lore on board for David. And as I've counted wrong, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Yeah, 15 lore on board for David. Can Ben buy himself another turn?
And remember, this Elsa Legendary is reckless. It cannot quest and must challenge if able.
Yeah, reckless, a keyword that we've not seen too... I mean, it's been in the game since the very beginning, but we haven't seen it all that much in meta. Maybe things like Lol, Tiberius, Rourke. But John Silver never saw a whole lot of play. I'm so glad he's getting his time to shine post-rotation. Elsa is going to challenge the Clarabelle.
Yep, going to take 5 damage counters back, but with that 6 willpower remains tall. How much was the board question for David? Because
15, so now we're 13.
Yeah, still need to get rid of a lot more then. Or another Elsa, perhaps to deep freeze.
Yeah, we're going to bounce back the Elsa and we're going to replay her, or even shift her.
Yep, we've seen Ben make this play once. We're going to see him do it again. The Elephant comes through for 4.
Yep.
Elsa comes through for 8. And it's another deep freeze. Ben, still in this game, Baker. It's not over yet.
9 lore now on board if you don't count the frozen characters. So Ben's bought himself another turn.
Baymax. Baymax shift onto Bobby. Would that be enough?
Yes, it would. Yes, it would. 100%.
David drew only 1 card, I believe, off Clarabelle. Donald ducks around, though, so both players can draw.
Yep, extra card from Donald, 1 for turn. Yeah, shift Baymax's game. 3, 4, 5. To be fair, like Ben, 3, 4, 5. If he can shift another Elsa, he also wins.
Yep. David questing up to 19. There was no Baymax shift coming through.
No.
David
this
is
tense.
1 lore away. What's it? What was that? What was that? I didn't even see it.
Who did I? I missed it. Where's the Clarabelle?
I guess it was under the sea.
I guess so, to get rid of the Elsa.
Yeah, I think so. Elsa and
that's good
Elephant
because we
can
can't
quest.
now we can't shift and win the game.
Yep.
So I respect it. I absolutely respect it because that was an out, and that's it.
David wins.
You know David a lot better than me. Give it to him.
David from Scotland.
Yes.
4-0 in this tournament so far. A big congratulations to him. Commiserations to Ben, someone that's very new, but pretty new to Lorcana, particularly to be playing on a stage like this. What a great experience for them. I think they've done themselves very, very, very proud. I'm sure they can learn a lot from this one, but that was a lot of fun to watch.
That was a banger, mate.
It was.
I absolutely really enjoyed that, really back and forth. I'm going to say, like, it'd be nice for you to, you know him a bit
Sure.
better. So if I go grab him, we're just being told we may not have time.
That was a slog.
So that was a slog. I mean, we went nearly all the way to time. So, wow, what a game. Again, it's nice to see the spicy decks, but Emerald, Sapphire, and Blurple are very much the top of the food chain, again, along with Amber Steel and Amethyst Steel, but 2 of the best decks in the meta, going at it, the control decks as well, one-on-one. I absolutely love that. That was brilliant.
Yeah. No, it was good. We've got a meta breakdown, and yes, I would please like to talk about it. I would absolutely love to talk about it. We have got the meta breakdown, which is going to be coming up. Right, get your predictions in chat. What do you think is going to be the most represented deck? What do you think is going to be a deck represented by exactly 1 person? I'm going to go Ruby Emerald. Because I saw 1 person playing Ruby Emerald. I doubt 2 people are playing Ruby Emerald.
So you think the lowest is Ruby Emerald?
That's actually been played.
Right, that's actually being played. Okay.
How many Amber Sapphire players do you think there are?
3. I think 3.
It's info.
It's info. It's in Discord. Okay, we don't have a graphic for you yet, but we're going to...
Okay.
I don't want to make false promises.
Top represented deck with 98 players is...
Blurple. No surprise there.
Second most represented deck with 55 players is...
Amber Steel.
Third most represented deck with 49 players is...
Amethyst Steel.
And the fourth most with 48 players, 1 less than the third most...
Cow Control, Emerald, Sapphire. No humongous surprises there. But let's go all the way down to the bottom of this chart quickly, Joe.
Yeah, I'm doing some quick maths. There's around 200 players, slightly over. 200 players, or maybe almost exactly 200 players playing those top 4 decks. So about 200 out of the 300 and 50 odd are playing those top 4.
I was one off, mate. I said 3 Amber Sapphires. There are 4. There are 4 Amber Sapphires in the room, and good on you. Yo, 9 red purple. We back.
Yeah,
We're back. We never left. We're here to take it all. Probably not, but I hope so. Wow, what an incredible meta. Just doing through that again. 98 players on Blurple, 55 on Amber Steel, 49 on Amethyst Steel, 48 on Emerald Sapphire, 18 on...
18 is on Emerald and Amber. Emerald Amber. So that's the 5th most represented deck, Emerald Amber with 18. That's the deck I've sort of talked about being the underdog, I think, coming in, or the dark horse coming into this weekend.
The underdogs, pun intended.
Very true. That is actually very fitting.
Sapphire Steel, 13 representatives. That doesn't surprise me. Like Blue Steel, like they're very loyal. Blue Steel players love to play Blue Steel. And there is a deck that's kind of doing things with the Scar and the Ally package. So nice to see some in the room.
Yep. So then we've got 9 players on Ruby Amethyst.
Yep, good to see. You saw one of them on stream earlier. A very aggressive version running Thievery and things like that. That looked cool.
We've got 7 on Emerald and Amethyst. That might be one of the lowest amounts of Ruby Amethyst and Emerald Amethyst players in Lorcana history.
Since the game begun, these have always been 2 top-tier decks. EA Tempo. Don't play it. Just don't play it.
Ruby Seal with 6 players. We've got Amber Ruby with 4. Amber Sapphire with 4. Emerald Steel only with 3. That's a bit of a surprise, isn't it?
It is. It's a deck that's absolutely fallen off recently. I have heard whispers and murmurings about a build that's okay, performing okay. Maybe that will come up at some point soon, but it doesn't surprise me. We're not Diablo anymore. We don't have Prince John. Like, times have changed, man.
Ruby Emerald actually has 2 players.
You were nearly there. There we go.
So I got that one wrong. And there is a deck with only 1 player, and that is going to be Amber and Amethyst with 1 player.
One player.
250 of the 350 odd players are playing those top 4 decks. 250 playing those top 4 decks.
And what a turnout we've had today, man. Honestly, could not be happier with how today's gone. A lot of thought's gone into this. Again, a shout out to Ravensburg, and particularly Ben from the UK team, and Alex. Tons of names. I'm doing a disservice by not naming them all, but Ben, we know him well. He's front and center. We've got to shout him out. But again, to Kawa, I will do this all day. I don't care if you think I've done it too much. Kawa has worked so hard to help bring this event together. So really want to shout him out, and it's good to be back with you, man.
Likewise. Yeah, I moved to Berlin recently, where Kawa is.
For you.
And I messaged Kawa, I was like, oh, you want to hang out? And he's like, mate, I'm working on the production for the event of the weekend. I'm busy, I can't. So he really has been slogging away.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, we only see the finished product, but he's put so much time into it. So big shout out
Send
to
him some flowers, buy him a pizza or whatever.
And a big shout out to everybody in the chat. We hope you're enjoying yourselves. We're going to be going on to round 5 soon, which is the halfway mark from today. What's been your favorite moment of the day so far, except your Enchanted that you got in a pack?
Okay, because that was a pretty epic moment. Honestly, that match, mate, I was feeling like, as throughout the day, I've been like, oh yeah, I'm enjoying this. I'm vibing. I'm having a good time. That match, it was like we were in a top cut of DLC. I was like, yes, let's go, mate. So that was probably my favorite moment. What about you? What jumps out?
I like seeing Ruby Amethyst lose.
Yeah, fair.
No, I'm kidding.
I need an ambulance.
I actually really wanted Ruby Amethyst to do well, so I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye on it.
Yep.
I think my favorite moment, I really enjoyed getting to see Will play on stream and him win. He's a good friend of mine, and I was quite impressed with his gameplay, so I enjoyed getting to see him win on stream.
And of course, great to work with Kim for the first. I mean, like, we've both done bits with her at third-party events.
For sure.
But here we are, and here she is, the woman herself, on the Disney Lorcana channel. A huge shout-out to Kim and, of course, Kawa, joining the official commentary team for Bologna. Super well-deserved, super cool. And, of course, we're going to have Erica, who is... Obviously, if you've been watching the Italian streams, then you will know Erica, fantastic person, and very excited to have her on board as well.
And of course, Rebecca's coming on over to Europe as well, which I'm really excited. I got to hang out with her a little bit in Seattle, but very excited to work with her for the first time. That's going to be great.
She is wonderful. Yeah, that's going to be amazing, man. And hopefully a load of you in chat. We will see you, if not in Bologna or Milwaukee, or just events throughout the season. I'm just looking forward to seeing people that I know and meeting new people. Like I said, I think you've got some really hungry players in Lorcana at the moment, keen to make an impact in Season 2. They want to be at Nats. They want to be at Worlds. They want to open a pack of Fabled, which Joe's going to jump into right now. So it'd be rude
I'm hungry for a pack.
Is this our first box? Okay, cool.
I'm hungry for a pack.
Let's do it. We can do a pack.
Guess the flavor text.
All right.
Not much of a roadblock, but I suppose I'll do.
Eeyore.
Correct. There you go. Foil Eeyore is yours. All right. Next one. The 6th rule of villainy. Keep your mind sharp and your claws sharper.
It's his Shere Khan.
Shere Khan.
Is that wrong?
No, it's correct. But what's the full name of the
Oh,
card?
no. It's the one where you gain lore when you challenge, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's not called Shere Khan, the one that you can always challenge. It's the menacing
I was going to say menacing presence.
predator. Very good. effort.
Predator. Okay, close.
Very good
close.
effort.
6th rule of villainy, man. I should know these. Pluto.
Pluto.
It doesn't
And
even show it.
My
Just
favorite,
Pluto.
my favorite flavor text that I recently discovered.
Wait, wait, are you telling me it's no longer that underestimating him is a recipe for disaster? Are you
That's a
telling me
good
it's
one.
not that anymore?
No, it's this one.
Okay.
Okay, the flavor text is of Smash, but what is the flavor text of Smash? Who knows? Who knows? Because I'm going to say it to Baker, and then I'm going to do it myself.
I have absolutely no idea.
It's 2 words. Chat, anybody?
I've got
someone-
DX in my head.
Someone on chat's going to search it.
Go away. Guys, I'm sorry. I've offended Smezzy, and he's out. He is out the door. He's taking his phone. He's grabbed a box of Fabled. He hasn't really. Right, come on then, Kim. Come on back. I'm sorry. Right, let me quickly open my pack. Oh, TikTok. This was my reveal card. Fun fact, this is my 2nd most signed card ever now. Yeah, lots of B-preps and now some TikToks. Do you want me? Okay, cool. I'm being looked at by the staff and I'm thinking, am I doing something wrong? But no. We got Sergeant Tibbs, Hidden Cove, Coconut Basket. Yo, Base Crystal Ball hates Coconut Basket. We got Hercules. Honey, I think you mean
Hercules.
there we go. And we've got Dumbo. Not the these are not the elephants you're looking for.
But it is the elephant in the room.
It is the
One of
elephant in
them.
the room. We got Hey Hey. We've got Belle. We got Robin Hood. Yeah, I think this is a sign of class.
Yeah.
If you play Robin Hood, you're a classy individual.
Absolutely.
I think that I don't make the rules. We got it's not foil, but we got John Silver. I will absolutely take it.
Yeah.
And once again, Huncules. You'll have to see it.
Huncules.
Yo, do you want to open a pack?
He's here. Yes, let's go. Players are getting ready. They're
getting ready.
They're sitting down. They're getting
Are you ready?
We have time.
Because I'm ready.
Are you ready?
Are you ready?
Let's get ready.
Because I'm
Let's
ready.
get ready.
Let's get ready. We were
Oh,
doing
no,
that
that's not
yesterday.
Disney. I don't think we can say that.
Someone played it and it got stuck in my head.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. Those are Spessies, not mine. I'm stuck.
Are you stuck?
I am.
Daisy Duck.
Daisy. Another Daisy.
Sergeant Tibbs.
Sergeant Tibbs.
Lars's favorite.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, yo,
Pegasus.
come to a DLC this year and you'll get the
your
old art
enchanted.
version.
Cruella de Vil.
Cruella de Vil.
If she doesn't scare you,
No evil thing will. Like
Signed
it?
contract. Hercules.
Hercules.
Dig a little deeper. Find out.
Oh, I
'Cause
got
the city-
myself in
motion.
motion.
Shout out to
And
Color.
one, I know that you'll understand.
Understand.
We set the world in motion. Come on, chat. By holding on to each other's hand.
One thing or another.
Think before you. I was about to crack. Carry on. Chat,
Mickey
you better
Mouse. Are
be.
you
Chat,
ready?
you better be singing, chat.
You better be singing.
Or I'm
eye
gonna
to
be.
eye.
I will be disappointed.
Oh, it's Rapunzel.
It's Rapunzel,
It's a
yo.
full
Not the one that you
Rapunzel.
cosplayed as. I loved that cosplay
I
that
do
you
love
did
this
of the
one, though.
the emerald one.
Thank you. Rapunzel High Climber. That is my most signed card.
Yeah, reasonable.
And
Your
everyone-
cosplay for that was
yeah,
pretty
that's
epic,
fair.
to be honest.
I did attempt to bring it with me, but you know, apparently the camera equipment came first, unfortunately.
Yo,
So
someone in chat just said they'd never watched Goofy movie.
oh my gosh. Guys. Set 9, Fable.
Got no words.
It's,
I got
it's
no
centered,
words.
centered around ban them.
Oh,
Can we ban them? Banned in chat.
Straight from
Banned.
Ravensburger.
Let's go.
Get 'em
Banned.
out.
Get them out.
Get them out of here. Tell me when you've seen it. Yo,
Um,
someone else, all the people are coming out saying that they haven't seen Goofy movie.
Go-
Do yourself a favour.
Okay, go watch it now. I'm sure we'll
report
still
back.
be here. But right now, we're bringing you Amber Steel versus Amethyst Sapphire.
Yo, this is the first, I think it's the first Amber Steel I've seen today. You may have seen it when I was having a break. I'm not sure.
I believe I've seen one.
Okay.
But both of these players are currently 4-0.
You love
I had a little scatter around the top tables.
Did you now?
A
And
lot.
what did you find?
A lot of Amethyst Sapphire.
Yeah.
Like a lot.
A lot.
Of, and I love Sapphire. Like I'm a Sapphire queen. I love to play
Sapphire girly.
I'm a Sapphire girly. I love it. But yeah, we know the deck to play, and it's Amethyst Steel, Amethyst, Sapphire. We've got a bit of Sapphire Emerald up in there, but we also have a good bit of Amber Steel.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're very much sticking to the meta game so far for most of these matches. I know you saw a bit of Ruby Amethyst. Didn't quite do its thing in that particular game. It was over quickly, but a very good player. And the deck, hey, if Ruby Amethyst makes top card, I will hug that person.
Absolutely.
A lot.
And like you could still make it. A lot of players right now are still 2-2. If they win out the rest of their game, they could still get there. They could still take the title. And it's going to be a turn 1 Diablo for Luke. And we're going to go over to Ricky. He's going to ink.
So we are not an Amber Steel deck.
No, it's not.
Was that the Magic Feather?
That was
that
the
just went
Magic
into
Feather.
the Inkwell, a new card from Fabled. You may choose a character to gain Evasive.
Yeah.
And you may pay, I think it's 2 or 3 ink to return the feather back to your hand. Which is very cool. There's lots of evasive characters in meta that demand a response. Plus, if you're playing Dumbo yourself, then just giving evasive to one of your characters just to be able to enable the making history ability. Pretty cool.
Yeah, pretty good. And it is actually Amethyst Sapphire versus Amethyst Sapphire. So
good old-fashioned mirror match.
Mirror match.
I'll be honest, like hot take maybe, but I was just about to say hot take maybe, but I likes me a mirror match. Like
I like a mirror. I think it's really interesting to
agreed.
Watch players decide, especially when they know if it's a similar deck like your own, and you're trying to decipher. Oh, if they've got this, what if I can have this?
No way we missed turn 2 ramp. No, mate, that's awful. We were too busy having fun.
We were too busy having fun.
It's because it's Amethyst Steel. Ignore me.
Okay.
Ignore me.
Never mind.
Instead, we're gonna see that genie satisfied dragon. I'm just gonna say it. Steel's best card at the moment. Like, if you consider the meta that we're in, Steel's best card.
Absolutely.
This a 3-cost, 3/4, gets evasive during your turn. That is wild, mate. That is wild.
Absolutely. I loved him during Sealed. Such a powerful card.
Yeah.
And here he is again, like so predominant in this meta. Such a great card.
You ain't never had an evasive like me. And another genie coming down to seal the... I know we already have a Floodborn genie, but when are we going to get like a meta staple Floodborn genie? It's got to happen, man.
Oh, absolutely.
It's got to happen.
Absolutely.
We've got too many genies.
The art on that will just be absolutely insane when it finally comes.
Bonkers,
the
mate.
foiling, give it to me. I'm ready.
Give it to me. I'm ready.
Give it to me. Next, maybe next challenge promo can be a foil enchanted genie.
Wouldn't that be lovely?
That would be stunning.
But yeah, no mirror match just yet.
No.
Chat. Instead, it is Amethyst Steel going up against Blurpool. Luke versus Lewis. Both these players on a 4-0-0 record. A fantastic start to the day. If you're just joining us, welcome to Cardiff, Wales, Firestorm Games. This is the first CCQ in the UK and on the Disney Lorcana Twitch channel. Down comes Elsa, going to exert that Satisfied Dragon, and the Satisfied Dragon only has evasive during your turn, Kim.
Yeah, absolutely, and can definitely be such a useful tool paired up alongside Dumbo. We've seen it earlier. He was able to exert his genie, because as it's evasive on your turn, can pair up nicely with that Dumbo ninth wonder of the universe.
Pretty interesting play there. Could have sent the Elsa into the Satisfied Dragon and then finished off with the Rafiki. However, that would have enabled the potential for a Bell counterplay from Luke. Then, that being said, you could still do that. You could go into the genie and then Bell. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, very interesting. Well, it's going to be another genie wish fulfilled for Luke. Going to draw another card. Yeah, not only going to be a genie wish fulfilled, but also a Diablo on the board for Luke. We're going to switch back now to Lewis.
Yeah, a bit of fun fact. I got a cow in my ear giving me some tidbits of information, and apparently it was Luke that eliminated very well-known content creator Alphos. Obviously, I haven't made content in a while. He's been taking a bit of a break to focus on other things, but a very well-known and respected player in the community. And it was Luke that took him out of the last chance qualifier at Continentals last year in Disneyland Paris. Already, that's DLC Birmingham, sorry, not at European Championships. Yeah, top 32.
Absolutely.
So already that's a pretty good record so
Yeah.
far.
We know,
Yeah,
he's,
9
we know
rounds
he's a great
today.
player. Will he face Alphos again today?
Alphos
We'll
is in
see.
the room.
He's in the
He's
room.
in the
He's
room.
here. I think he's doing pretty good. You're pretty sure he's currently on three wins, 1 loss too. So
I will double check after this game. We shall see. Slow start here. Both players may be a little reluctant to begin the genie battles. That obviously that 5-cost bell can be so impactful in this matchup.
absolutely, even another Elsa 5th Spirit coming down to exert one of these genies, but it is going to be another genie on the board for Luke Smith. Going to draw an additional card into their hand, and Luke going to begin by singing Strength of a Raging Fire. Double Strength of the Raging Fire on Lewis's both genies to clear the board. Just an Elsa 5th Spirit left there for Lewis.
A triple genie is kind of mad.
Yeah, once again showing the power of the strength of a raging fire.
Be a man. Oh, I thought we were doing a thing.
Aw, I was too engrossed in the triple genies on the board.
I respect it. You have your priorities correct,
I was
Kim.
too engrossed.
Do not let my
I was too
unprofessional
engrossed.
butt throw you off course. You
I
cooking.
was too excited. There's 3 genies on the board. 2 genies just sang and took out the other 2 genies. What more could you want?
Yeah, 3 genies and double strength is a heck of a way to start a game of Lorcana. There it is. The Elsa makes challenge into the genie, takes 2 damage, and then the bell is going to come down and remove that 2 damage and put it onto that same genie to take it out. So efficient. This bell is incredible. Also, very recently in Disneyland in California, they had the Collector's Quests, where you could go to Bell's library and potentially get a promo of this card.
Absolutely. And
I got to see one.
And
I
here's
don't
that
know it.
elephant in the room today. He's putting in a lot of work, and it's Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe.
9th wonder of the universe. This card is so incredibly strong. It feels a bit... I don't think calling it win more is completely accurate, but I think it's close to accurate because, like, you need to already have those established evasives on board to get the immediate value from Dumbo, right?
Absolutely.
It's a good, like, it's a good mirror breaker. Like, if you and your opponent both are like no cards in hand, both got like a couple of small characters, the first one to get a Dumbo is really going to start to like run away with the game, drawing extra cards, etc. So yeah, this Dumbo ceiling is so high.
Absolutely, especially if you've got like other evasive characters like these genies on the board. If you can top deck this Dumbo and play it to the board, establishing that, you can utilize Dumbo to its full potential.
Absolutely. And these multiple genies is a good way of doing that, right?
Absolutely.
Even the Diablo, he's just been chilling. Like
Yeah. He's just been gaining that lore passively. He's just chilling.
It's amazing how much cheeky lore a Diablo or a Tipo will get before you're like, wait a minute, what are you at?
Yeah.
Turning sideways is dangerous in this economy, Kim.
Absolutely. Something like, and it's so interesting just to watch players and like just see what's trying to think what's going through their minds right now. When is a good time to quest? When is a good time to sing? Like, you're gonna leave yourself open for like that possible like challenge in and bell trigger.
Mm-hmm. Just such a great play.
Absolutely.
Like, you really want to deny your opponent bell value as much as you can. Like, the top players really will like stay ready as long as they can to prevent that. Down comes the infernal schemer Hades. He's going to put that Dumbo into the inkwell.
Yep. Not gonna let that Dumbo 9th wonder of the universe help Luke draw any extra cards than needed.
I mean, this turn he'd be gaining 3, drawing 3.
Yeah.
Not counting draw for turn. So yeah, absolutely. It's vital to have those Hades as a response to the Dumbo. Because Blurple, I mean, like, we have evasive characters, but Elsa obviously helps. Just Dumbo hate.
Yeah,
The more Dumbo
fair,
hate you
fair,
can
fair,
get, the
fair.
better.
Even an Elsa into the unknown collab. Absolutely vital in these kind of matchups, trying to clear these board. But Hades definitely the card Lewis wanted to see here coming out.
Diablo finally sent back to the storybook. Gonna pay 3. Down comes a Lawrence. He's a 0-4, but has +4 strength when he doesn't have any damage on him. Questing for 2. Very reliable, powerful character. And down comes a Happy as well, and a Calhoun. We are going wide, and we're going to sing Strength of a Raging Fire to take out Elsa.
Yeah, definitely. So the third strength coming out of the deck for Luke definitely showing the power of strength. When you can just build a wide board, you're gonna hit that opposing character for so much damage.
Yeah, this happy as well gets evasive during your turn. This evasive package that works so well with Dumbo. I mean, you play it without Dumbo because you need the answers to genies and these other evasives. But yeah, gaining evasive during your turn is more than enough for the making history ability or breaking record. It's making history when he does it, but when others do it, it's breaking records, I think.
Absolutely, especially against like the mirror. There's a lot of amethyst steel in the room. If you're able to challenge your opposing characters, evasive characters, with things like this genie and this happy is definitely vital in these matchups.
9 rounds of Swiss today. Someone in chat just saying how many rounds. We will have 9 rounds. This is round 5. And someone said, where have we seen Luke before? We have seen Luke at least at DLC Birmingham, eliminated, knocked Alphos out of top 32.
Yeah.
And plays in Northern Ireland. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah, Luke, a very well-known player. I'm not sure of Lewis's experience level, but playing the game well so far, so...
Absolutely.
And again, I was saying to Spessy earlier, Kim, I think there's a lot of very hungry players in the community keen to make a name for themselves this year.
Absolutely. People just loving the competitive scene in general, and I love the vibes. I love the energy. Everyone's just hungry. They're just so hungry to play, and it's such a great atmosphere in here today.
Yeah, no, it's really been brilliant. I'm so glad we're back in season, man. And yeah, it's looking pretty good for Luke at 11 lore to 8. What was that off the top for Lewis there? 3 cards in hand. Has a wide board to deal with. Of course, Blurple has tools like Hades and Elsa to control the board to a degree. Doesn't have access, of course, to that under the sea hands held high. That's exclusively a green-blue trick.
Yeah. Could absolutely see an Elsa coming in here, maybe to exert a character, singing into the unknown. Possibly just wants to keep this Hades to try and deal with this wide board that Luke has.
What would you Elsa? Because you could Elsa the bell and double into it. That's one play. I suppose you could go into the Lawrence, survive, and then the Hades finishes and takes no damage because the Lawrence will have no strength. It's a Monstro!
Absolutely. Great card in these kind of matchups, these monsters with massive body being able to discard a card, ready Monstro being able to just clear the opposing player's board. Such a powerful body, but could also be... Oh, and it's going to be a Dolores coming in. If your opponent has an exerted character in play, you may draw a card.
Really interesting because, Amethyst still seems to have 2 slightly different skeletons that they're working with at the moment. We see this Dolores Madrigal here, who obviously, the condition of an opponent having exerted character isn't too unrealistic to fulfill. I would also make the argument, though, that on the play, again, players don't turn sideways until they get to a certain point in the game, right? So I think Dolores' ability to not trigger is reasonable, but she quests for 2. The other option, of course, is Treasure Guardian, who is the exact same stat line, exact same everything, except that he draws you a card if you control another illusion. And of course, if you were running that, you would run the Palace Guard, the Raja. I expect there are giant Cobras in this Amethyst Steel deck for more passive lore gain. So it's been really interesting to see which package players think is more valuable. I do think with the rise of heads held high, people are coming off of the illusions a little bit, so it makes sense.
Absolutely, and there's definitely a variety of these kind of decks in the room today, and Luke is going to play a second bell to move the damage onto the Monstro, and will challenge in with the Happy to send it to the discard.
And a decision here, do we finish off the Hades or do we quest? How many cards is Lewis holding? Doesn't look like any. Yeah, we are going to choose to finish off the Hades. I respect it. You want those bodies off the board. Doesn't have the potential to sing second star to the right yet, but that Hades could have contributed towards it on a subsequent turn. Down comes Rafiki. We're going to bounce it back to our hand with the Madam Mim Elephant and replay the Rafiki. Perfectly reasonable 1-drop with that Challenger 2.
Absolutely. Lou's definitely just trying to build up a board here to be
Challenger
able to...
3, sorry.
Definitely trying to build up a board here to be able to compete. But Luke is going to play that Dumbo, the elephant in the room, the 9th wonder of the universe.
Yes, a couple of evasives already on board. Well, one, the genie. I thought that dock was a happy, but no, it is the Bold Knight, one of the best draw engines we have in the game.
Absolutely, definitely having that card at the right time to be able to play him and draw 2 cards. Is going to play the Elsa also. Did you choose to exert a... No, and it's going to be...
He meant to ink
I meant
the
he
L's
meant
and
to
play
ink
the captain
yes,
hook.
ink the L. So I was like, I don't think he had enough ink there. And game 1 is going to go to Luke, and we're going to go to game 2.
Very great. Great to see good vibes at the table here. Smiles on the faces of the players. Yeah, just a silly moment. I definitely don't have enough ink to pay for this Elsa as well.
Yeah.
But Luke taking game 1, nonetheless. Commiserations to him, but it's not over yet. We've still got 40 minutes plus to go, Kim.
Absolutely.
Lewis could bring it back.
And it's best of 3. It's not
best of
2-game
3.
format anymore.
What-
Lewis could take it back.
What's a 2-game format?
I don't
What's
know.
a 2-game
I don't
format?
know. I don't know. I kind of miss it.
I didn't mind 2-game
didn't- I
format.
liked
I'm
it.
not going to lie. I didn't mind it.
liked
I know
it.
this is an
It was a good
unpopular
vibe.
opinion, but I didn't mind
I liked it purely because then the day didn't feel as long. But like, I do like best of 3 purely
Yeah,
because
yeah.
if you lose the first match, you're still in it. Like you can still take it back.
Yeah.
It's a lot harder, but you can still
Yeah.
do it.
But I will admit defeat to the fact that like a lot of the community seemed very, very happy with the change back to best of 3.
For
And
sure.
who am I, a humble villain, to argue with the entire community? No, you all are wrong.
Yeah, that's fair. That's
You
fair.
all are wrong.
Say it as it
You're
is.
not. You're not
Say
wrong.
it as it is. Yeah,
We're-
very interesting.
We're going to just pile count our deck. Counting a deck is perfectly reasonable. Make sure that you've got the same amount of cards that you started with.
Absolutely. Definitely seen a variety of different amethyst steals today between this version, very similar version that Luke's playing, and then also, like we were talking about
Illusion
earlier, the illusion
package, yeah.
package. And I've really enjoyed watching both of them. I'm not really an amethyst steel person myself, but I have dabbled a little bit in it, and I do like the illusion version. But then if you're playing against Emerald and they just Emerald Sapphire and they're just gonna heads held high you and they just pop the illusions. That's why I do like Luke's version here. It's a lot more like he just had such a wide board. What is Luke gonna do about it?
We move into game 2. Luke Smith, Lewis Malone, 4-0-0 each. 9 rounds of Swiss today. It's going to be a banger. And then tomorrow we will proceed to Top Cut, where the winner will take themselves home not only some lovely promo cards, some non-foil cards. We've got the Elsas, the Simbas. I don't want to give the full list because I'm not sure if we've got them all, but we've got a good amount of them. But more importantly, the invitation
Absolutely.
to the European Championships.
At the end of this weekend, you're gonna have your first EU qualifier of the EU Championship, and not only here. But there's going to be one in Stockholm, and there's going to be one in France.
It's a big weekend for
It's a
Lorcana.
big weekend for Lorcana.
It's a good weekend to be a Lorcana fan.
Yeah.
You've got lots of action, and then next weekend you've got Bologna. If maybe, hopefully, you're there and we see you there.
Yeah.
But if not, it's going to be action all throughout the weekend, and then a couple of weeks later, Milwaukee.
We've
What-
got such
what
a
time?
jam-packed filled
Look at us.
month.
Look at us.
Look at us.
Look at us.
Look at us.
Who knew? Who'd have thought?
Who'd have
Right.
thought? We're going into game 2 of round 5. We are here in Cardiff, CCQ. I've been enjoying Cardiff in Wales. It's fun.
It's been a great
it's been
weekend,
fun.
man. I'm having a
It's been
wonderful
fun.
time. It's such an honor to be here. Truly is. Very excited for another season of Lorcana. I'm truly blessed, and it's going to be great to welcome yourself and Kawa and onto the commentary team over in America. Katie from the Lawkeepers Inn joining the American team as well. Let's go. I'm hyped. No one drops.
Oh, no
No
one
one
drop.
drop from Amethyst Steel is pretty weird.
Yeah. It's going to be Cobra into the Inkwell. It's not going to be one drop. But Lewis is going to hit that turn 2 ramp. He's going to sail that sea. I love sail the sea over sail the Azurite Sea over Tipo because you're able to utilize that extra 1 ink you're going to ink, and he is going to utilize it. He's going to play the Basil.
Yeah, no, it's really interesting. Like the fact that Tipo obviously establishing a body to the board, good. Bodies are good. Singing songs with them are good. And the fact that it allows you to ink an uninkable up against, obviously, the Saudi Azurite Sea being able to draw you a card, like drawing cards as king. So, yeah, it's always very interesting to see which line players are going to prioritize. Like in a green-blue deck, it's often the Tipo because you want to empty your hand, but not every deck wants to do that, right? We don't all have Clarabelle to rebuild.
Yeah, we're going to see that Satisfied Dragon Genie coming into play alongside the Calhoun for Luke. And Lewis following up with that Basil
I love
with
Calhoun, man.
with
Like,
a Genie, wish fulfilled.
I love cards that are good on the draw.
Yeah.
Like that can help you, like combat mechanics, right? So I think Calhoun is such a good card for us to have.
Absolutely, and her being able to challenge in, and if she balances, if she banishes a character, she gains that 2 extra lore. Definitely great for Luke here if he's able to challenge that Basil. But Lewis not going to be wanting to quest with that Basil, knowing that Calhoun is on the board, and that's such a threat.
And here is an early Elsa. We saw this happen in game 1 as well. The Satisfied Dragon targeted down, although this time it is going to be the Elsa that's going to go into it, courtesy of the Basil support. Does leave this Basil as a free target for the Calhoun, but I think totally worth it. You want to get rid of this dragon. It's a threat to your evasives. And, Kim, it can sing a very well-known song from Mulan.
Absolutely, definitely can. And I think... Yeah, and Luke deciding now whether or not he wants to challenge with that Calhoun into the Basil, knowing he can get that 2 lore advantage.
Yeah, this again. What's great about Calhoun, the 2 lore that you gain. She's got resist 1 as well, so she can be a little tricky to remove. But this Basil is a prime target.
Absolutely, Luke inking
A bell.
a bell, playing the Genie Wish Fulfilled. Gonna draw an extra card, deciding now whether or not he wants to challenge with the Calhoun. And yes, he's gonna challenge with that Calhoun, banish the Basil, and gain the 2 additional lore.
Yeah, makes all the sense. We're gonna ready, set, draw for Lewis, who is a game down. Still 35 minutes left on the clock. Plenty of time to get through an entire match here.
Absolutely, and the game's not over for Lewis. He could take this, and we could end up seeing it go to game 3.
Oh, I love a game 3.
I do love a game 3.
I love a game 3.
Then it's like all to play for.
It's like Liam likes to say, casters, we are unbiased. We don't root for a player, but we always root for a game 3. There you go,
Absolutely.
Liam. That one's for you, my man.
Yeah. It's going to be Finder's Keepers going into the Inkwell. Elsa, 5th Spirit coming into play for Lewis.
Finders Keepers.
Finders Keepers into the Inkwell, though.
Boo-boo. Man, Aladdin's such a good film. Elsa gonna challenge into the Genie along with our own Genie.
Yeah, was able to clear Luke's board quite cleanly there. Could definitely open himself up for a potential bell for Luke, being able to move the damage possibly from Elsa over to Genie to be able to clear it.
Inking a Dumbo. And down comes some stats, another Calhoun, and the Lawrence, the jealous manservant. Ready, set, draw for Lewis. I think that was is that a Dumbo of his own? It was indeed. This is good. We can immediately trigger the breaking records ability. Elsa, who will now be able to exert, gain a lore, draw a card.
Absolutely. Genie going to quest for an additional 2. Just being able to utilize Dumbo's ability as soon as he comes into play. Being able to exert the Elsa, gain a lore, and also draw an additional card. Definitely for Amethyst. Like, you're drawing so many cards at once. You want to be able to utilize as much card draw engine as possible.
Absolutely. Drawing cards is king. Or queen.
You're queen.
This is pretty
For
good.
the Elsa, it's queen.
This is pretty good. This
Yeah,
is pretty
it's pretty good. You definitely want an abundance of cards. You want as many options as possible to be able to play with.
We love options. We love some agency. Any chance to let our skill expression come through in the Disney Lorcana trading card game. There goes the Giant Cobra. And was there a discard?
I don't believe there was a discard. So Luke choosing not to discard a card to gain the lore.
Had double strength.
Yeah.
Oh, into a dock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, it made sense. Like, you would expect to want to see a discard more often than not with Jafar, but we needed to ink something. We wanted to play the strength on the Dumbo. So, yeah, needs must. No discard for the Giant Cobra, but still 4/4 stat line.
Absolutely.
Is an illusion, has that vanish keyword.
Yeah, needing to play the dock, draws 2 additional cards. Unfortunately, did have to ink the strength, but he was able to get a strength sung.
Be a man.
Like the strength of a raging fire.
Be a man. Ready, set, draw for Lewis. What can he find to try and take this to a game 3? Lewis already 1 down. Luke has developed already quite a board. We've got to be moving into those like Hades turns. I haven't seen an Elsa from Lewis, I don't think, this game.
No, and
sorry,
what
the big Elsa, I mean.
No, and there is an Into the Unknown in his hand, could potentially be used on that Calhoun or Lawrence, or if he does have another Elsa Fifth Spirit, could be used to exert a card. But we are going to see the Infernal Schemer Hades.
And an Into the Unknown is going to send the Lawrence into the Inkwell. Love to see it. That's a really nice way to clear up the board a little. Luke going to draw. I think he's got the 2 cards that he had in his hand from the dock and then draw for turn. So hopefully we have a response play here.
Oh, it's going to be
Elsa's
another
okay.
Elsa.
It's okay.
Yeah. It chooses to exert the Hades. So all cards on Lewis's board now exerted could potentially challenge in with Calhoun to clear this Elsa Fifth Spirit.
Well, the evasive, unfortunately.
He's not gonna be able to do so.
So I expect this Elsa to go. Oh, we've just given Hypnotic Strength, so she's challenger 2, so she's hitting for 4. Or we gave it to the dock, I guess. Yeah, so it must have been given to the dock. So that allows us to tidy up the Hades, and now this Elsa can finish off the Genie. You'll love to see it. There you go.
We do.
Okay, nice.
Nice. Lewis really taking the control of Luke's board previously, was able to clear all the characters. Luke coming back and clearing all of Lewis's board. Really a back and forth game.
Yeah, both players sort of just passing the ball to each other, and they've both had the responses. We're going to ink a T-Po. Down comes another Elsa Fifth Spirit. What a dominating card in our format, this Fifth Spirit. I mean, she was always good. Like, pre-rotation, she was amazing, but bag gold.
Absolutely. She's back in full force. And not only that, we're going to have a really pretty Glimmer foil version soon.
Oh, super excited
Not
for
to
that.
forget.
Yeah, our first gift box, we got the Lilo Escape Artist. Down comes Calhoun for a cost of 2 and a Happy for a cost of 1. And then, yes, very soon we'll be getting that Elsa Fifth Spirit. As you said, Kim, I'm excited to pick up a couple of copies of that.
Absolutely. We're going to see a Strength of the Raging Fire.
Yeah, woman.
Coming out to take out, coming out from Luke to take out that Elsa Fifth Spirit. Just one Elsa Fifth Spirit left on the board for Lewis.
Chat showing that admiration for Luke being a very clean player. Knows exactly what he wants to do. You love to see it, you respect it. Nice clean board state from both players, to be fair. And I do appreciate a tidy board space.
Absolutely. It's going to be Dumbo coming in. And Lewis being able to utilize Dumbo's ability with the Elsa being able to exert it will draw a card and gain an additional lore.
The 9th Wonder of the Universe, hoping to be the 9th Wonder to Lewis and bring him to a Game 3, where there are just under 30 minutes left on the clock. This is Game 2, Illumineers, Round 5 of the Cardiff CCQ here at Firestorm Games.
And what a great day it's been. What a great game shop this is. I don't think I've ever seen a game shop this big.
Mate, it's so
insane.
cool here. I love it. I'm a big fan.
And so many people have come out from not only the UK, but like all over the world.
I've met someone from Mexico, people from Austria. We've got Jeremy and a couple of friends from over in the United States. From podcasts you may recognize.
Yeah, we're going to have Monstro coming out on the board for Lewis. He's able to take out that Calhoun. Chooses not to discard a card and ready him. Well, he's such a monster. He's a monstro. What more do you need? Luke really trying to build back up his board here. Plays the Dolores. Lewis does have exerted characters on his board. Luke is able to draw an additional card.
11 lore to 8. This Monstro is putting in so much work this weekend so far. Well, today, from what we've seen, a great tool against the Emerald Sapphire decks. Obviously, it's one of our bigger rush characters that we have in the game since post-rotation. Losing my dearest Maui hero tool.
Absolutely. And Monstro, even though he's such a high ink cost, with these Sapphire decks...
In Blurple.
Yeah, in Blurple, these Sapphire decks they're ramping up to such a high ink threshold so fast. Yep. This Monstro can definitely help them take the game back.
100%, yeah. And if you're a newer player, we keep using the word ramp. When we're talking about ramping, we're just saying that someone is putting multiple ink into their inkwell per turn. So generally a Sapphire deck. Although, to be fair, Hey can ramp in green.
Yes, he can. Yes, he can.
But generally a Sapphire trick to just play cards into your inkwell all the quicker and open you up to those higher cost characters or cards all the sooner. So yeah, when you can ramp. Oh, that's pretty big. What happened, Kim? Tell us.
Oh my gosh, so we're going to see a Bell accomplished Mystic coming in. Lewis will move the 3 damage off Monstro and move it over there to Dolores Madrigal.
Love it.
And Madrigal into the discard pile.
Into the discard. Couple of quests.
Going in for Lewis. He will go up to
16 yeah.
lore. 16 to 9. Could Lewis take the win? We could quite possibly be seeing this go to game 3.
Yeah, just going to pack it up. Love that from Luke. You know, he had an Elsa in his hand, but identified, game over. I'm going to be on the play for game 3. Let's get to it, mate.
Absolutely. Can definitely be such a vital thing for players to realize. Looking at the clock and just trying to decide, should I scoop now? Is it? Could I hang in there an extra turn to do it? I think...
How do you think you are at playing the clock? Like, because me and Spessy were talking about it, we both feel like it's one of our weaker points, or at least something that we've tried to improve on over time. Like the set championships that we did last weekend, I know for a fact that a game that ended in a draw, if I'd have recognised sooner in game 1 that it was over, that he had won, I would have taken that match. Like, I've watched it all back, so like it's definitely something I'm still trying to learn from.
Yeah.
Do you have any like examples of that yourself?
I think up until set rotation, because I was my heart was so slowly set on Ruby Sapphire,
yeah, you're a
and I was
control player,
such a control player. I feel like I mastered that deck down.
Identifying
I was
the
ready.
lines.
I could
Nice.
do that. I could realize how long is
Good on
left
you.
on the clock. But in 2-game format, I didn't really need to be like,
Yeah.
oh. Whereas I feel like if it was best of 3 format, then I was like, oh well, where I've kind of switched now, and I'm doing a lot more Amber Steel. I'm a lot quicker. We're doing different things. We're moving fast. I'm questing. You can kill my board, but I'm gonna put loads of characters out. It's fine. But yeah, I feel like I was really good at it. I don't know now because I still haven't found my deck. I feel like if I was an Emerald Sapphire player, I feel like now I would struggle because I just need to put in. I just need more reps and like find out what those lines are. But also, because Kawa stole my emerald, what am I gonna be like? Well,
Kawa stole your emerald.
I let him have.
What is he, Knuckles the Echidna?
I let him play my Sapphire cards because I wanted to play my Pretty Princess deck.
Okay, fair enough.
Yeah.
That's pretty reasonable. And hey, let's be honest, Pretty Princess deck is pretty strong at the moment.
I think so.
Like princesses are so
with
close
my,
to
with
being
my Amber
there.
Steel princesses, we've got Tiana, we've got Aurora. Do you know what? It's pretty strong. I like it. It's pretty strong.
I believe you. I absolutely
There's an
believe
Amber
you.
Steel up on those top tables, and I believe it had a Mulan free spirit.
I like it.
Yeah, it's something different. I like a bit different. I've been looking for a bit of spice.
Of course.
And you know what? Bit of support in there can definitely go a long way.
I'm still hoping that we can find some top table Ruby Steel, red purple, like blue steel would be really nice to see today again. I think that's a fan favorite deck. It used to be like Blurple was like the rogue, like that's a fan favorite. It's a fun deck that can kind of do okay things. Now Blurple is like eating good.
It's up there. It has its time to shine.
It's the top of the food chain now, and we're saying, oh please, blue steel players, a crumb, governor, please, a crumb.
Absolutely. I'm still waiting for Amber Sapphire to have its time to shine. I hope that someone coming to Bologna next week is like, I'm going to give Kim what she wants, and I'm going to go win this with a Princess Amber Sapphire deck. That, or I might just have to wait till next set and see what whispers are in the well.
Whispers in the well. Yo,
they might come to help.
The detectives.
Meta.
I am ready for a detective meta.
Are you gonna get a Detective Mickey deck ready?
I mean, we can only speculate that there is going to be either a reprint of Detective Mickey but with different art, which is an established premise because we got the Captain Hook Forceful Duelist in set 8 with different art, as we got the Dalmatian Puppy with different art, and Rochelle said on the Lorecast, she didn't specify a number or when, but she said that is something we will do from time to time. We were we will, even though Fabled was predominantly the same art, to again helping people to recognize what cards do a lot quicker. They are not against alternate art, so I think either we get a reprint of the same Mickey but with different art, because the first one he found Ursula Seaweed, right? So
I would searching for something.
I would love for him to be like a staple in that sense, that every rotation we get a new one who is solving the new crime, right? So it's either be that or it's a new Detective Mickey.
It would be awesome. Yeah. Just to see, and what is he finding like previously? But we're going to bring you into game 3, round 5.
Luke on the play, started off with a Diablo, was followed up with a Rafiki from Lewis, then a Calhoun for Luke, and now as Lewis goes into his turn 2, we're going to see a Tipo go into the Inkwell. That's going to ramp us, and we're going to play, we get in one into the Inkwell, and then we play a Tipo, and that one's going to ramp us. I got there in the end.
Yeah. It's a, look, Mom, it's still growing. Tipo, gonna help him ramp up to the all-important high ink threshold, but it's gonna be a white rose coming in for Luke. He's gonna gain an additional lore, and he's gonna quest with that Diablo. Definitely, we saw the power of Diablo first game. He was able to just passively quest, play all his.
Mate, I love this Diablo.
Yeah,
One
this is
drop,
so much work.
0/1.
Yeah.
When I'm banished, draw a card. Profit. Love it, mate.
Yeah.
Happy going into the Inkwell, followed up by a Genie. We have just over 20 minutes on the clock. Should be more than enough for these players who have demonstrated a good understanding of their decks, how to navigate the matchup. So, yep, I'm very confident we will get a full game 3 here. Plenty of time.
Absolutely. Because many players may look at the Sapphire and be like, oh, they have so much ink, they're going to take so long. No, we've already on game 3. It's been moving pretty quickly. Both players taking the time. I'm going to clear your board. No, I'm going to clear your board. And now we're back, and both players are building up their boards and trying to decide the all-important, will I quest? Will I sing? Will I challenge?
Should I quest or should I stay ready? Let's see.
Yeah.
Lots of passive lore gain in uninteractable lore gain, should I say, for Luke in this Amethyst Steel deck. The White Rose, which I don't think we saw game 1. We saw that Giant Cobra come down, although it didn't discard a card to gain 2 lore. But White Rose here, gaining a lore. It's a perfect singer for Strength of a Raging Fire, only questing for 1. Like your characters like Genie, etc. You really want to be questing for lore, like when you can warrant it.
Yeah, Elsa Fifth Spirit going to come in for Lewis. He's going to be able to challenge the Genie, exert it with the Elsa, and challenge with his other Genie. But it's going to be an Elsa Fifth Spirit coming back in, going to be able to challenge and take out the Rafiki. And now he's going to challenge in with the Elsa Fifth Spirit and take out Lewis's Genie.
Super nice turn there, just taking control of the board. We do have an Elsa left. Bell could certainly come down and ruin some lives. This Elsa could challenge into the opposing Elsa, wouldn't finish it off, but would leave Elsa with 4 damage, so we could put the 3 onto the Calhoun. Of course, moving damage is not the same as doing damage. Doing damage is not the same as moving damage counter, should I say. So resist is not a thing when it comes to Bell's ability.
Yeah, Bell could definitely come down and just move the 2 damage off the Elsa onto the opposing Calhoun, would take it out of play. We do see a Genie and Calhoun in the hand for Luke.
Those are pretty good cards to be holding.
Yeah, pretty good cards. A nice Bell top deck here. Bell Accomplished Mystic top deck for Luke here would be nice to be able to move the 2 damage off his Elsa, possibly onto the Tipo, get rid of it, or even just onto the opposing Elsa.
Again, like Blurple, you always need to be a little bit scared of second star to the right. That being said, unless I miss something, I haven't seen any from Lewis so far.
Yeah. That's something really interesting that a lot of people playing Amethyst in general are just choosing to do. Maybe less Finders Keepers, or maybe
It's
1
too
more
slow.
second star. But maybe most people are kind of going maybe 3 Finders Keepers, 1 second star. Because I've seen a lot of players that are playing more than 1 second star. It's just getting like bricked in the hand. If you don't have enough characters or enough ink on the board, you're not really able to play.
Yeah, it's definitely a card that, like, it's a double-edged sword, right? You want to see it, and those moments where you have been able to stick 10 cost worth of characters onto the board, but yeah, they can get clunky. Hopefully Tipo gets us out of that a little bit. That being said, though, Kim, the Blurble decks I've looked at recently, they seem to average like 9 to 11 uninkables. I don't know how they're doing it, but somehow they are playing at a super consistent ink threshold with T-pose to back it up. So maybe this is the deck that can afford to be a little greedy at the moment.
Definitely these Blurple players definitely just know how to pilot their deck well. They're going to know what to mulligan, what to alter their hand for at the beginning. Tipo definitely helping to be able to ink an uninkable card if it's stuck in their hand at the opening.
Lewis did a good job of keeping his cards hidden. Oh, we got an elephant. There we go.
Yeah,
we have an elephant sighting.
Elephant.
And I think there's an Elsa at the back of the hand. Yep. That is going to shift onto our 5th spirit for a cost of 6? 6? I think it's 6.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've seen someone shift an Elsa. I'm going to double check that, but
Yeah.
I'm sure it's 6.
Shift 6, and Lewis is going to be able to choose 2 characters to keep exerted. They won't ready at the start of their player's next turn.
Yeah, this deep freeze, a heck of a way to stall the board, or even, again, just make targets now receptive to being challenged.
Yeah, and you will choose to challenge the Calhoun and the Diablo, sending them into the discard pile for Luke. Yeah, we do see a Strength of the Raging Fire in the hand for Luke, I believe, and also still that Genie and Calhoun. Definitely such a variety of cards here, options here for Luke to play with.
We love agency. We love options. We love any opportunity to show our skill expression. Taking a moment. There's been a really good pace of play from these players so far. So, like, whenever they do take a moment to really think it over, you got to know that it is a very significant turn. We're going to ink the Captain Hook Forceful Duelist reprint, an alternate art. Again, one of my reveal cards. It was a pleasure to reveal that. And here is the Strength of a Raging Fire. It is mysterious as the dark side of the discard pile for Elsa.
That was good.
Thank you.
That was good. Sorry, I just had a little giggle to myself. That was good. Being able to play the
I'm here all
Genie,
season.
hit
Like
that
it or-
Elsa
like
for
it or
3.
not. Like it or not, I'm here all season.
Yeah, and just a Tipo. Mom, look, I'm still growing. Left on the board for Lewis here.
Wait, shall we do the fit? You've seen Ever's New Groove, right? Nuh-uh, Nuh-uh.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, the bit where they're arguing. We need to try and fit that in this season. Nuh-uh.
Yeah,
Night, Mom!
Yeah, Lewis being able to play the Madam Mim Elephant chooses to bounce the Tipo back to the hand, and I believe then he replayed the Tipo.
One law for Lewis. This is game 3. If you're only just joining us, we've got 15 minutes left on the clock. This is game 3, round 5 of the Cardiff Wales Firestorm Games CCQ, an invite to the European Championships on the line this weekend. Luke was on the play for this game 3. Let's see who will proceed with a flawless record so far, Kim.
Absolutely. Both these players have played extraordinary so far, and it's going to be the Bell Accomplish Mystic coming in. Will move the damage off the Elsa and banish that Calhoun.
Banish that Calhoun. I just dropped my phone on the floor. I was looking up a card, I'm sorry. Down comes Doc, going to refuel the hand. 2 cards, which I believe were a Calhoun. And was that Captain Hook? Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
Both coming into play for Luke, really putting on that pressure for Lewis now, building such a wide board
Yeah,
state.
this is getting carried away.
Yeah,
This is getting out of hand.
it's getting out of hand.
Now there are 2 of them. Hey, it's a Disney property. I think we get away with that one.
Yeah, I think we're good.
I think we're good.
Yeah, Lewis really going to have to do something here now to clear Luke's board, with Luke threatening an abundance of lore then next turn.
Kim has heard Spessy do that too much. Is that true? Does he do that a lot?
Which?
Spessy. I don't know. I guess that something. The chat are cooking. Nonetheless, we got a wide board here from Smith. A Doc, a Hook, a Calhoun, Diablo GD, Elsa, White Rose. We need to answer a few of these. We're 11 lore. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on boards. Is this? Oh, there we go.
And he's going to sing Second Star to the Right. I can't sing that high. But he's going to draw 5 cards into his hand. Still, being able to sing this card, I think, is great, because then you can still play with all your ink you have.
Second star to the right and straight on till top cut if Lewis gets his way here. Fantastic play there, singing with courtesy of the Sing Together 10, and now we have a plethora of cards and ink to be able to start to clean up this board. We're going to start off with an Into the Unknown. We're going to ink a Basil.
Yeah, or an Into the Inkwell.
Absolutely.
For that Elsa.
And here's Lose the Way. This is a really interesting card that I was actually playing a little bit in Ruby Amethyst Shark. So you can exert an opposing character, and if you wish, you may also discard a card and they can't ready at the start of the next turn. So kind of like a mini Elsa Spirit of Winter on a stick. Pretty cool, pretty interesting.
Absolutely. It's 11 lore, 2-1. Luke still having 5 characters on the board. Lewis definitely doing a great job to try and clear Luke's board.
Oh, the play here has been beautiful. Really, like, I've loved it. Doc taking out Basil. That's a pretty clean challenge there. Basil being a 2-1 and Doc being a 1-3. Captain Hook going to finish up the growing boy, the growing son, Tipo, and a couple of quests, bringing us to 13 lore. There are 12, and we're going to extend the Diablo, and there is a Raja there. I haven't seen any other elusive, other than the Cobra. Like, that's staple. But I haven't seen any other of the illusion package, but there are Rajas here. 2 cost 3/3 with that vanish keyword. If chosen by an action, immediately banish him.
Absolutely. It's going to be the Monstro. But does Lewis have an abundance of cards in his hand to be able to ready this character to clear the board? But he does have a Bell and a Madam Mim Elephant on the board. That can help. Monstro is going to be able to challenge this turn he's played. But Madam Mim is going to take out the Calhoun.
And more important, well, equally as important, leaving 3 damage on the Madam Mim Elephant, which if we survive a round, then that elephant will be able to move those damage onto something else. Bell's going to take out Captain Hook.
Absolutely. And here's Monstro going to be able to challenge, will challenge the Genie.
Yowie wowie. This Monstro absolutely today has been like one of the MVPs of the day. I mean, like Elsa and Bella, the MVPs of the day, let's be honest. But this Monstro has put in a lot of work. Love to see it.
Absolutely.
He's a big boy.
And Lewis could still here decide to discard a card, ready the Monstro, and could still choose to balance either the Dock or the White Flower. White Rose.
The white flower. Hey, I knew what you meant.
That
works for me.
It is a white flower, I'm sorry. Rose.
And there's another ready. And now this Monstro that apparently isn't doing anything is doing an awful lot to clear up this board and leaves a character. I mean, there's 6 damage on it, so it's not going to take a lot to take it out, but it will require the investment of your Raja. Diablo hits for nothing. Doc hits for 1. And Monstro does quest for 2. So, yeah, really nice turn there.
Absolutely, and Lewis deciding to discard the card that was in his hand was another Monstro, which is showing that you only really need 1, as he can just be, you can discard a card and just ready him again to challenge.
There can be only 1. I mean, most people run 2, but 1 here has been enough to
1 is all you need
to help clear up some of this board, take a little bit of the pressure off. Luke still has the potential to go to 16 here. I imagine we take out this Monstro, though. Like, it seems a bit too tempting. But the Madam Mim Elephant, Kim, as we mentioned before, can move this damage onto... Can take out the Doc, can take out the Diablo. Luke still with some ink to play with, though.
Absolutely. Even taking out this Monstro and leaving this Madam Mim here still opens himself up to Lewis being able to move the damage off Madam Mim at the start of his turn.
Yeah, this elephant has just, like, she saw, like, no play in the past because the bounce package that we already had, Fox, Snake, so much better. But now in a post-rotation world where the overall power level of our game has come down a bit, and I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. Like, sometimes it's nice to see some of these other cards get their chance to shine, and Madam Mim Elephant is absolutely doing that in spades.
Absolutely. It's the last one of our... We miss a lot of our bounce packages, but we still have our Madam Mim Elephant, and it was going to be Hypnotic Strength, giving the Raja an extra 2+2 challenger, and Raja is going to be used to take out that Madam Mim Elephant. A Doc being able to draw 2 additional cards, and one of those cards being Lawrence, and Luke is going to be able to play that Lawrence.
This is looking very good for Luke at 15 lore. He's been crawling his way there the whole game. Lewis only at 1 lore, but has done a really decent job of keeping this board under control. But 5 lore left until game for Luke. We're going to Hades the Raja, the hardest character to remove. Well, not the hardest to remove, but like we'll hit the bigger clapback with that 3 strength. We're going to clean up a couple of characters, and we've bought some space, Kim. But what can we do with it?
Absolutely, being able to get that Hades Infernal Schemer off the top deck was definitely Schemer. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm dyslexic.
I wasn't taking the Mickey. I promise. I thought it was cute.
But Luke deciding to take out this Madam Mim Elephant, leaving the Monstro on the board, knowing Lewis has no cards in hand. He's not going to be able to ready this Monstro if he chooses to play the card he draws.
Oh, another dock. What is going on here? Yeah, obviously that was like the drawback of this Monstro helping clear up the board, that you just emptied your hand, but like needs must, right?
Absolutely. Definitely the dock when you want to see the dock. Plays the Dumbo, can then play the dock to draw 2 cards. Doesn't have to discard any cards because he doesn't have any cards in his hand.
Yep.
Yeah, drawing into the Dolores, could also choose to play the Dolores. Well, he doesn't have enough ink. Chooses to ink the Dolores and play a Happy.
Yep. Doc gonna dock you out. Snow White said dock you out. This dock. The Bold Knight is so strong. Like, we've lost so much draw power. Obviously, Amethyst with being the main victim of that, but this dock is really helping Steel to eat. I'm actually surprised we've not seen any Yzmas so far, because they've been growing like more and more popular in Amethyst Steel decks the last couple of weeks. I mean, I'm sure there's some in the room, but I haven't seen any on screen today. But
absolutely, especially if you have that Yzma on board and you're able to exert her and drop to 3 cards. If you don't have that dock in your hand, can definitely
the Dock Whisperer. That's a great comment. The Dock Whisperer.
The Dock Whisperer. Absolutely, Luke is definitely being that Dock Whisperer,
Absolutely.
drawing those docks when he needs it.
And game 1, like Triple G needs a double strength. Like, hey, sometimes it's your day. And like, notice, like Luke has played this really, really well. Like and there you have it. Lewis extends the handshake.
Yeah, and Luke is going to be going on to round 6.
I assume
with 5 wins.
Maybe not. They've not packed everything up yet. They just did a handshake. Maybe that was. I don't know. Let's not get carried away. I thought
I thought it was a handshake. They may just be discussing. Oh, I don't think there was anything I could have done here. That's one of my favorite things. When you finish a game, you're going to say, oh, is there not anything I can do here? You're just going to discuss your plays.
Like,
it's one of my favorite things to be like, oh, could I have done anything differently here? Yeah, here's what I was going to top deck next. But yeah, what a game.
Yeah, what
Both
a game.
players played phenomenally well. It's just showing the power of Monstro. I definitely asked Kawa and Moyen the other day, being like, why aren't more people playing Monstro? But it turns out they are. I just haven't seen them. And I love Monstro, because even using Monstro and a Tipo, like, they can sing second start to the right. And I want to see Monstro singing.
That is a dream karaoke night, right? Yo, Monstro, Tipo, you got this, right?
Monstro, Tipo, what a team of, like, I got my little guy and I got my big guy. Like, what a team of just to sing second star. Like, why not?
What a guy.
What a guy.
Absolute
so beautiful.
Cinema.
Absolute
beautiful. Cinema.
What more do you want?
What a game. That was a lot of fun. I felt bad. I wasn't taking the big kid. Schemer.
I thought I pronounced it wrong.
No, you didn't. I'm just the worst human being ever. So don't you feel bad at all. That was a brilliant game. Loved it to bits. I don't think we're going to have time.
Ooh.
Would you like to have a chat with Ben?
I'd let you have a chat with Ben.
I mean, I will if you want, but I'm perfectly happy for you to do it, mate.
I can chat with Ben.
I'm doing lots of interviews all season.
Okay, I can chat with Ben.
You have a chat with Ben.
I'll have a chat with Ben.
Yeah. I like it. All right.
Awesome. We love Ben.
And then I've got a break. I will be back. Sorry if that's not good news.
I'm sorry, you're stuck with me.
I'll be back, all right? So you watch it. Anyway, be lovely to Kim. She's going to have a chat with Ben. She's going to see where it went. We're going
to go with Ben. But right now, we are going to open a pack. And Kawa's going to jump on. He's going to open a pack with me.
Hello, everyone.
And everybody, like, Kawa is putting, it's a one-man production. If we didn't have Kawa here, we would have no stream, and he's doing phenomenal. Send him all your love.
It's a team
because he's
effort,
doing
everybody.
amazing.
It's a team effort. It's a team effort.
He is the team, and he's doing phenomenal.
Team effort.
And all of the luggage that we had to bring shows you that.
We did bring a lot of equipment.
We brought a lot of equipment. I got an Elsa.
Good? Okay.
Oh, we're going.
We have a very special guest. What is it?
Oh, it's a scar. We'll go straight.
What's behind it?
Oh, Elsa.
Very, very nice.
That's
okay.
very nice. Okay.
We will have Ben from Ravensburger UK
Ben
on.
from Ravensburger
to say a few words.
Say a few words.
Welcome, Ben.
Welcome, Ben. And a huge thank
Hello.
you to Ben, who's been like, everything behind this event and has done so much.
No.
Absolutely. Ben, do you want to introduce yourself and let people who don't know you know who you are? And
Yeah. Hi, my name's Ben. I work in Ravensburger in the UK team, looking after category, brand, sales, just a bit of everything. But yeah, it's been awesome just being at CCQ, finally seeing this event come together and have you guys here, the players, watching all the games. It's been such a fun day.
Absolutely. I want to thank you for having us here. It has been phenomenal. It's been so fun. The atmosphere in that room is absolutely insane, and everything's going amazing. And at the end of this, we're going to have our first qualifier for the EU Championship.
Yep.
Are you
really,
excited?
Honestly, so good. And like being able to do these sort of activities, like from all the events we've got in the UK in these amazing stores, to then have it linked to the continental events is, I think, such a great thing for both the players and also the stores who get to be involved. So yeah, I'm really excited to find out who makes it. We've got a very competitive team out there. I was just looking at the top tables, and was looking at who's going to be featured next round. And honestly, the names and the accolades next to these people is just amazing.
Absolutely, and people are just so excited to get the opportunity to compete again. Like, it's been so long since season 1, and like season 2 is just starting, and there's so much happening. We've got here, and then not long after Bologna, but we'll have the CCQ in Wakefield, and it'll be amazing.
Yeah, so it's really cool. Like, I've been speaking with so shout out to Living Realms, who are hosting the CCQ there. They've been putting together some amazing stuff. I really wish I could talk about all of it, and I can't. I know they've been talking about the big puzzle, but then we're going to have some really cool side events and other activities. And then obviously we've got more CCQs coming. So I know Cooper's been talking a lot about those. Unfortunately, we can't talk about any more of the UK ones yet, but I am able to say that we are planning on trying to do a CCQ in the UK with every set between now and Continental. So they're in various stages, so once we are able to talk about them, trust me, we won't stop talking about them and shouting about them, promoting them, but it's going to be a lot of fun. And honestly, I think Firestorm have set such an amazing bar that I really look forward to seeing how any other store or TO is going to compete against it, because it is incredible out there.
Absolutely. It's been phenomenal. I've never seen such a big, like, a game store. Like, I'm already blown away, and I just can't wait to see, like, what the future of Lorcana brings us, and it's just been phenomenal so far.
Yeah, honestly, it's great. And yeah, when you walk into a store like this, it just hits different, doesn't it?
Yeah, it was like mind-blowing. Yeah. Like, I've never seen, and like, so there's people dressed up, and like everyone's happy, smiling, involved. Like, there's great like sportsmanship, and like just everything. The vibes are immaculate.
Yeah, honestly, there's nothing like it. The atmosphere is just, it's so infectious. I love it. Absolutely love it.
Absolutely. So everyone, thank Ben. He's been phenomenal. Put the man behind this. Everyone, the whole team. Thank you for having us be here. It's been amazing.
No,
and
thank you
for
guys
coming to chat with us.
You guys have been amazing.
Telling us more.
The stream is great. The cast has been absolutely brilliant, and you're at Bologna next week, aren't you? As well?
We're at
So
Bologna next week.
Great.
It's going to be amazing. The
keeps coming.
The season 2 of competitive Lorcana is only beginning, and this is the start. We're like starting it. It's so much fun.
Can't wait. Bring on more.
Absolutely. Yes. So thank you for coming to chat with us.
Pleasure.
We are going to bring you round 6 so quickly, and I believe it's myself and Spessy going to be bringing you that. We're going to let Baker go have a chill. So I'm sorry, you're stuck with me for another while.
Yeah, I think he's going to go yell at me about be prepared again.
Oh, probably. Baker's gonna go be on the hunt for another ruby deck and hope that there's a ruby steel or maybe the ruby amethyst crawls back up to the top tables.
I hope so for his sake.
I hope so too. I was hoping for a Hey Hey deck to be here for you because I know how much you love Hey Hey, and I did forget to bring my shoulder Hey Hey to hide here just for everyone to see.
So did
I. But next time,
he will return.
We'll bring him, and it'll be beautiful. So. Yes, I can't wait. I think we're just finalizing decks and like players to figure out they're just waiting for pairings to come up, and then we'll be bringing you round 6 so soon. We've got 9 rounds.
Yes.
We're just over halfway.
Yep.
Just over halfway there. We're nearly there. We've got, this is round 6. We've got 3 more rounds to go. 4 more rounds to go. I thought it was 9.
Sorry.
6,
Sorry.
9. Okay, this is round 6. Yeah, 4 more rounds to go. Ben, how's your day going? Are you having a great time today? I know it's been a bit crazy behind the scenes, and fair play to all of you. You guys are amazing.
Yeah, no, it's been great. It's been a huge energy. I think from my side, it's a lot in the prep before the hand. So now I get to see the amazing judge team, the casters, production, all of that come together. So fortunately, my day today's been not too bad. But it's been, it's honestly great. And I know like the judges are looking at the moment, and the conversations are just stunning. So really exciting.
Absolutely. And we've got so much coming. Wakefield is going to be set 10.
Yes.
Whispers in the Well.
Whispers in the Well will be
Me and
legal.
Baker were talking. We're so excited. And we just can't wait to see what more stuff is to come. And if people looking at this going to Bologna next week, I wanted to see some spicy decks. I hope someone will come to Bologna and just bring an Amber Sapphire Princess deck just to say, Kim, I'm going to win Amber Sapphire Princess deck for you.
Fingers are crossed.
Fingers are crossed. I believe.
The power of the princesses.
The power of the princesses. I believe it could happen. Ben, we will let you get on with the rest of your day. Thank you for coming to talk to us.
No, pleasure. Thanks for having me.
Telling us everything. You're amazing. And
no, thank you. Honestly,
thank
you guys
you.
are awesome.
You're amazing.
Everyone watching as well.
Yeah, everyone. Woo! Big round of applause. Thank you, Ben,
Thanks a lot
for joining us. And I believe we're going to bring you.
I'm going to do a casting, apparently.
Oh,
Brilliant.
amazing.
I'm going to...
Kawa's going to apparently join us for some casting.
No problem. Yeah, I'm going to get out of Kree's way, who's been doing an amazing job behind the scenes and making all of this look so effortless. So, well done, mate.
And so we are going to bring you round 6 very, very shortly. I'm not sure we know what decks, but Kawa, you've been behind.
I've been behind.
You've been behind all the action.
Behind the desk.
Putting everything to work.
Yep.
J-Bomb was going to bring Emerald Ruby for Bologna.
Emerald.
So close.
Spessy would be very happy with
why
that.
aren't you? Why aren't you?
Emerald Ruby. Maybe somebody
Emerald
still
Ruby.
brings it.
Maybe
Maybe
somebody
somebody
you
cracks
could
it.
still bring it.
Let's have a quick chat while we have some time about the Influencer Set Championship event that took place last weekend. So I do believe that next weekend, this is probably more important for folks that are in America and not in Europe. For people that are in Europe as well, but if you can't make it to Bologna, next weekend is actually the very start of the Set Championship season. So we were very, very lucky. We got invited out to the Disney HQ in London. We had like a European Influencer Set Championships where like 32 content creators came together. We battled it out. We luckily got top 8, so we earned ourselves the Maleficent Enchanted promo. But that was a fantastic time. Again, huge props to Ravensburger UK for being able to organize this. And yeah, it's just absolutely amazing. And yeah, that event was really cool. I think the coolest thing about that was, I know, for example, Moyen brought some, like, a very spicy deck. I think he wanted to try something different, challenge himself. And I think even he was surprised at how well he did with the deck. And what I find cool is, like, if you bring a deck like that, every win, in my opinion, feels even more special, right? Because you know it's a challenge already.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially because Moyen brought Ruby Steel, and it's not a common deck that we've seen being played. And I think if you're able to bring something like that, like we've seen it in the Emerald Sapphire earlier, if you're able to bring something like people aren't expecting, like we saw an Ink Geyser, I haven't seen a lot of Ink Geysers being played. Moyen bringing a Ruby Steel into the meta that was predominantly a lot of Emerald Sapphire, a good majority of Blurple and a lot of Amber Steel. Bringing a deck in, people are going to be like, what? I don't know what this deck does.
The thing about decks like that, honestly, is you really can't underestimate surprise factor, in my opinion. It sounds maybe a bit silly, but it's like, let's say you bring in a rogue deck, right? And you know the meta inside out. You know, like, the top 4 most represented decks, and you know their game plan. You know how they play against each other. If you bring a deck and you understand how all those other decks play, they are already at a slight disadvantage, in my opinion, because when they face you, they're going to have no idea what your lines are. They're going to have to learn on the fly. So I think that's a big benefit that you get out of a rogue deck. But then you bring that deck really have to understand the strengths, but also the weaknesses. There's a reason why it's a rogue deck, right? There's a reason why it's not one of the best decks. So I really enjoy that. I think it's cool, like, giving yourself a challenge. I've also seen people do stuff like that at set champs. Like, you know, I've won a few set champs maybe in the previous sets. Let's try and win with a wacky deck. Or I believe LD, who won the Content Set Championships, had this thing called like the Haufen Challenge, where you build like a singleton 60-card Lorcana deck, which is not really the type of decks you build in Lorcana. You want to play 4 ofs to keep your deck very consistent. Like, you know, back when you played Amber Steel from sets 1 to 8, it'd be like, you know, 4 Rapunzels. This card is so good. But in this way, you have to play, like, you're limited to playing 1 copy. So I just like challenging yourself, trying different formats, trying different modes. It's like super, super cool. And yeah, in general, I'm just looking forward to the Set Championship season. I think the playmat is gorgeous. The promo card is amazing. And I think with the card art and with that playmat and with Maleficent being such an iconic character, that for me, would really drag me back into like the set champs feeling, if that makes sense.
Absolutely, and just for participating as well, you get the alt art promo, which is absolutely stunning. Not to mention, like, if you get top 8, you get your enchanted, and then if you win, of course, you get the mat, and the mat is stunning. But even for just going and participating and being able to test the deck, maybe you want to test, maybe if you're going to Milwaukee and you want to go out, and this is the time that you get to go out and test the decks. That's what I love. I love set champ season, and just great a time to test your deck in like a competitive
Environment.
Yeah.
No, it's super, super cool. As you mentioned, we have Bologna coming up next weekend, which is going to be absolutely huge. The first DLC within Europe since the last season. Like, we had so much fun traveling around, meetings. I mean, just think about the people that we've met through playing this game. I'm sure it's the same for many people that are watching the stream at the moment. Like, the friends we've made along this journey of playing Disney Lorcana. From the first time we played, we sat down, we played a demo of the game at a big convention. And then from there, we've gone on to meet friends, like really, really, really close friends, friends from parts of the world I wouldn't have even imagined, right? We got to interact with some people in America. You get to do like testing with so many different people. And the community for this game is just so incredibly special, in my opinion. Like, we as players, we're competitive players. We want to play, we want to compete, we want to perform well. But for me, regardless, like, I could have a very bad tournament run and I could still have a fantastic weekend because I'm with great people. We're all together. We're having fun. And that's what, like, this game is about, in my opinion. Like, it's a fantastic game, but it just brings people together. And that's what I personally really love about Disney Lorcana.
Absolutely. And like, we're all interacting so much online, and you finally get, when you go to these events, that's why I love it so much, you finally get to put the face to the name and you get to chat in person, and it's so surreal. And at the end of the day, like, we're all one big happy Disney Lorcana family, and it's so beautiful because finally you're chatting so much online. Like, we're all deck building together, we're all collaborating online, finally getting to go to these events, getting to meet everyone in person. It's phenomenal. It's great. And getting, like, just the atmosphere and the vibes at all of these events is amazing. Getting to come in here, just walking in here this morning, walking out in between all the top tables, the sportsmanship, and just like everyone in general, just chatting and having fun. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. I'm super excited to get into the next few rounds as well. I believe we'll be moving into round 6 very shortly, but we are currently still waiting on the pairings to come through. So, in the meantime, we're going to open a pack. I think
it's your turn to open
a pack. I think Baker stole the thunder for sure with the first pack.
The first pack, he stole the enchanted. It was...
But I would love to open an epic. I would love an epic Aurora. I have also just been informed that the round has been paired. We're going to be grabbing somebody for the feature match as soon as possible. So don't worry, guys. You're not missing anything. As soon as we can show off a game of Disney Lorcana, we will 100% do so. So let's have a very quick look.
Let's go
through this.
We're ready. I would personally like an epic Aurora.
Wait. I'm so bad at opening packs.
That was bad. You just saw the.
I saw a foil, but I don't know what type of foil it is.
Or it was just a foil. Even a Dumbo. Would you like another Dumbo?
Oh, give me a foil Dumbo, please.
Foil Dumbo?
That would be amazing. I'm so terrible at this.
Pirate's Life.
Spessy, you ready? Give me a career as a buccaneer. A pirate's life for me.
Give that one to Spessy.
Look at this family.
Fishing pole! We were only talking about this card earlier on. If you're just tuning in, this is going to be the next card to break the meta.
Really?
Yeah.
I have to say, I do think I kind of miss item decks within this meta at the moment. They've definitely fallen off a little bit, but that's kind of... It's actually something I talked about with, like, Powerline, for example. Like, Powerline's such a cool new card. People want to experiment it. People want to play with it. But if you think about it as well, after rotation, we now have the smallest amount of songs we've ever had within the game. So I think it's difficult to sometimes make these cards work that are so synergized around specific card types. But as we get more sets, as more cards come out, I think cards like Powerline, maybe more item-focused cards will perform a little bit better. So I'm really excited for just, like, more sets, more cards to discuss. That was a rare. We got... Is that the foil?
That's the foil. Powerline?
Is that the foil?
Yeah, that's the foil.
Wait, then I must have missed one then.
Cusco?
Wait, did I already open a rare?
Oh, I did. It was Look at This Family. I forgot that Look at This Family was a rare.
I thought maybe it was one of the packs Bessie opened and just resealed it.
That he rigged.
Maybe he
the pack
rigged
he
it
rigged,
and resealed it.
Okay, Kim, you can open a pack.
So I
and then we'll
believe
get into the game.
players are just being paired, hopefully sitting down. But in the meantime, Enchanted. Unless Baker stole all the thunder, I would like...
Dumbo, I
like
would be
an
extremely
epic-
happy.
Oh no, I just want an epic Aurora. So then I can put her into my deck.
I would
and
be very,
it will
very
be
happy.
absolutely amazing. Okay. Timothy,
Timothy, Q Mouse.
Ursula.
That's
I have
Vanessa. I love this card
I
so
have-
much.
I love this card. I have this cosplay in the works.
So glad it was reprinted.
Ursula.
Ursula.
Rapunzel.
That was
Ursula. Mickey Mouse.
Steamboat Captain.
Steamboat Captain. Jasmine.
Oh,
Fire the cannons.
such a great card.
Such a great card.
Such a great card.
Wildcat Mechanic.
The Mob Song.
The Mob Song.
Judy.
Judy Hobbs.
Ooh, the Lantern.
The Lantern.
And to finish it
And-
off strong.
Okay, you ready?
Come on. Finish it off strong. What is it? Super rare?
You're gonna guess the flavor text.
Okay. Guess the flavor text, right?
For the first time ever, we're seeing this eye to eye.
Eye to eye. Powerline.
Yes.
What's the foil?
Okay, you ready?
I don't know what this flavor text is. It's a foil
It's a foil
Oh
Dumbo! Ah!
Amazing. Love
You
to
did
see
ask
it.
for a foil Dumbo.
I did ask for a foil Dumbo,
You
that's
didn't
true.
specify which Dumbo you wanted.
I did just receive information that the famous Mr. Jan Moyen will be on the next feature match. I think this is very fitting that I get to cast my co-host's game. This is going to be very, very interesting. I believe he's currently 4-1, I want to say.
4-1.
So he
Yeah.
did lose a game, but I think he's on... I should know this. Pretty sure he's playing Blurple.
Yep.
So... I'm just very interested, as we talked about, like Moyen is one of these players that puts a lot of maybe like one or two ofs within his deck, is thinks about his ratios a lot. So I'm curious to see if he has put any what we might consider a spice, but more like kind of tech cards. Like I wonder how many Monstro he runs, because honestly I was very impressed with how efficient Monstro was how efficient Monstro was with dealing with the Emerald Sapphire player's board. It really was able to swing back the game a little bit, being able to like take out like a 7-cost Clarabelle, take out like a John Silver, some of the smaller shift targets as well. So it's really cool, because I feel like Monstro originally was like in the Blurple decks, and then it kind of came out of the Blurple decks, and now that Emerald Sapphire is on the rise, it's like back in the Blurple decks. So how have you... I mean, you've casted a few games where Monstro's come down. Have you felt the impact of that card?
Absolutely, especially because he's such a powerhouse. Being able to play Monstro challenge, you can discard a card, ready that Monstro. Like, you can use the Monstro so efficiently to clear a board, and then being able to utilize cards like Bell to be able to Bell Accomplish Mystic, being able to move the damage, save your Monstro. You're able to use it again and again, especially if you have your Monstro on board, challenge a character. Play a Bell. Play a Bell, being able to move the damage, discard a card, ready your Monstro again. And yeah, I can't wait to see more of it. I do know Jan is playing a few, maybe one or two. I believe it's two.
Probably a 2 of, I would
two
imagine.
of Monstro, and like we've saw the power of Monstro earlier, and even in the previous game, was able to clear a whole board state. Definitely reminds me of like set 2 Scar being able to ready and challenge a card again. But yeah, super excited to see now how this match is going to go.
100%, yeah. And just to confirm as well, these will be 60-minute rounds, not 50. It's a little bit of a change, but honestly, for some of these games that go a little bit longer, it's actually quite nice. You know, they have a little bit more time to play with. But yeah, really excited to see Mr. Jan Moy popping up here.
Absolutely.
And I think he's going to put on a show for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing extremely well. Both players, all players just performing extremely well today. I believe it's going to be Amber Steel versus
Blurple.
Amethyst Sapphire. How does it feel watching your podcast co-host up there on the thing? I think it's really fitting that you get to cast this.
Feels good.
Cast
Feels
this
good.
match. I'm proud of him. He was like, I think he was not feeling really confident coming in today. I was like, no, Moyne, you got this. You can do it.
I think Moyne's a fantastic player, and he's really shown that, player that qualified for the EU Championship last season, finished in the top 32, I believe. So, very accomplished player, not only within Disney Lorcana, but in many other card games as well. So, just excited to see him put on a show, take his time, really, showcase the best way to navigate this deck. So, yeah, super, super, super excited.
Absolutely, and I think the Para Monstro, even people in chat saying people might just have to start playing four from now on, and not just 1 or 2, but it's going to be Amber Steel versus Amethyst Sapphire. A lot of Amber Steel in the room today, a lot of Amethyst Sapphire. We've already seen a lot of this matchup in particular, a matchup I'm quite familiar with, as I've played a lot of Amber Steel recently. I got the opportunity to play Amber Steel in the set championship, and I did manage to beat quite a few Amethyst Sapphires in the room. Can go either way if Amber Sapphire is able to quickly, we know the Sapphire player is going to be altering their hand, hoping to get the turn 2 ramp. I know previously earlier on I was talking to Moyne, and he had missed his ramp quite a few times, and hopefully definitely going to be trying to alter their hand to look for them. But we do see the Tipo in his opening hand, most likely going for the Tipo.
Let's have a look at this opening hand. So, has 2 Hades, I believe, so probably wants to put them down. Definitely 5 cost Elsa. So yes, exactly what you said. Wants to make sure that they have the ramp options. I definitely saw those 2 7 cost Hades going back into the deck. So one of these 3 cards that have been kept is most likely either a Sail or Tipo.
Absolutely, especially playing against. But obviously, Moyne doesn't know he's playing against Amber Steel, but playing against decks that are like quite fast paced, you're gonna want to try it. Especially being the Sapphire player, you're gonna want to try and ramp up to the high ink threshold as quickly as possible. Especially if you have the Monstro, you're gonna want to be able to play that Monstro to clear the board effectively.
What's the most important thing, since your experience on the Amber Steel side of things, that you feel versus the Blurple player? I think the biggest thing, I mean, I didn't quite catch it, is obviously going to be whichever player is on the play, whichever person's starting. But are there any other tips that you might give to players when they're facing off against Blurple potentially?
Absolutely, especially not knowing what kind of deck you're facing. If you're going
this
for
is
the
blind right now.
This
Like,
is
he doesn't
blind
know.
right now.
Yes.
He doesn't know. If you're going for the turn 1 Aurora into turn 2 Tiana, I always think it's really super strong, especially if you're playing against something like Emerald Sapphire and you're able to play the Pete at the exact right moment. Being able to utilize that to its full potential can definitely save you here. Even being able to play a Pete in this instance against Amethyst Sapphire, being able to stop Let the Storm Rage on, Into the Unknown can definitely be super strong.
Having a look at Moyen's hand here, he's playing a little bit of spice. The 6th cost Robin Hood here. This card is evasive on your turn, and whenever you play it, I believe if your opponent has more cards in their hand than you are able to draw a card. I think I also saw a little bit of spice with a 5 cost Ursula, one of the new Amethyst cards from Fabled, which exerts a chosen opposing character, and then they basically will sing a song for you, which is super strong. But yeah, we do see Tipo coming out here, turn 2 ramp available, and Moyen is going to do his best to control this Amber Steel player. We do see a Strength of a Raging Fire inked. Probably not the card you really want to see inked in this situation, but is this? Okay, I thought it was going to be Triple Daisy, but Fire the Cannons on the Tipo. This is still very good.
Super strong. Recognizing, there's a potential here for Moyen to be able to build back up his board and be able to challenge out all of David's characters here. Definitely super strong. I was expecting might have been a Double Daisy, but I can definitely see how strong Fire the Cannons is in this instance.
People might be wondering, why is that so good? Tipo's only a 1/2. It's not going to be challenging that much against this board. But as soon as Moyen puts down a card like a Basil, which we can see in his hand, maybe he plays like a Hypnotic Strength on the Tipo, suddenly like anybody against Amber Steel can be buffed in some regard potentially to start challenging into these characters. But that being said, I do think that David has a pretty good opener here. Double Daisy is quite tricky to deal with.
Absolutely.
Looks like Moyen
it's
is
just the 2 elephants in the room for Moyen, and Madam Mim elephant going into the inkwell for Moyen, and Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe, coming into play for Jan Moy.
Indeed, yeah. And this Like, we know that there is an, oh my god, this is triple Daisy Duck. This is not what Moyne wants to see. This is so much lore pressure coming down. I think, like, one of the best things that Moyne can do is, like, we know he has the 5-cost Elsa in hand. He'll be able to take out some stuff, really probably looking for an Into the Unknown, as well as Elsa. Like, that's probably ideal, but this is rough. This is extremely, extremely rough. And I think if Elsa does come down, it's probably going to be exerting the Nala. See what happens here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be the Elsa 5th Spirit coming in to exert that Nala, exactly like you said, Kawa, and Dumbo is going to be used to challenge and take it out. Elsa 5th Spirit also being used to put 2 damage on one of the Daisy Duck Donald states. But 3 Daisy Ducks on the board here, threatening to quest with another 6 lore would bring David up to 12 lore this turn.
Yeah, I think Moyne, like you said earlier, actually probably wants to ink as much as possible to the Monstro. Maybe that card could like swing it back. But the thing is, like, by the time Monstro comes down, I feel like David's already going to be on like 16, 17, 18 lore potentially. Wow, discarding a dock here. Very, very interesting because another dock was in the hand. I see.
Absolutely, and the problem with that is with Moyne is going to want to ink and get up to the high ink threshold as quickly as possible, even to play a Hades to help. But there's so many characters on this board, not having, like, we don't have great like large board wipe tools. It's going to be hard for Moyne to be able to clear David's board here effectively.
So the Rhino come down onto the Elsa, giving it -1 strength until the start of David's next turn. That is actually very important. It means that this Elsa cannot just simply take out this Daisy that already has 2 damage on it.
Yeah, it'll be a triple Daisy trigger happening for Moyne.
Yeah.
2 characters were put into the card. I'm not sure what the action card that was put into the bottom of the deck was, but he did manage to get a Scrooge. One of the cards was a Scrooge McDuck.
Yes, one was Scrooge, and I think the other one was like maybe a genie. So honestly, it seems a little bit weird. Like, Moyne's probably thinking, what's the best course of action? I do know he has another Elsa in hand, so that's definitely an option. It's very risky, but could potentially think about playing the genie to try and draw into like into the unknown, but would probably rather just play the Elsa because like needs to be taking out as many of these bodies as possible. So even if the Elsa comes down, at worst could use the Elsa that's played to take out this Daisy that already has 2 damage on it, and then between the Dumbo and the Elsa with 1 strength can take out another Daisy. That still leaves a total of 5 lore on the board for David to get them all the way up to 17, but I don't know if Moyne has a better option than that right now.
Absolutely, definitely hard for players to decide in this instance. Is he better just to go to game 2 and have enough time to play both games, or could Moyne just top deck the right card at the right moment to be able to clear the board? David having such an abundance of characters on the board, threatening game basically next turn.
I think for playing for time, while that's something that players do need to focus on, against Amber Steel, I think there's like plenty of time against this deck. So I would actually say Moyne should take as much time as possible, knows that he's not in too much of a hurry. Amber Steel can close out the game pretty fast anyway, so if he has a chance to try and bring this back, I think it's definitely worth it. We see the Bell, Accomplished Mystic, coming out, moving the damage over, being able to take out this Daisy Duck. Very nicely done.
Absolutely, showing the power of the Bell. We've talked about this a lot today. Bell, Accomplished Mystic, and if you were able to go to California and get your very pretty variant, I'm super jealous. Not gonna lie, but definitely a card coming back into full force in this post rotation meta.
I think I actually really like the Bell play more than the Elsa play here from Moyne, mainly because you're leaving a 4/4 body on the board rather than just another 2/5. And this 4/4 is so important to be able to take out this potential Daisy Duck once it's exerted. But the Shift Rhino coming down now means, if David so chooses, could just quest with everything, go up to 18. And that just seems extremely, extremely good.
Yeah. And it does seem like he will choose to quest with everything. Will go up to 18.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It should be 18, I believe.
It should be 18. And the Daisy Duck Donald Dates trigger is going to give Moyen the monstro into his hand.
But he's one ink away, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, could ink to 7.
Could ink to 7.
1 ink away. No.
1 ink away, unfortunately. This is where you're like, oh, if I sang that 1 jump, but then again the ink goes in, exerted wouldn't be able to be used.
I mean, I don't know. I feel like Jan
if it was
needs...
if there was 1 more ink, that monstro could have come in to completely clear that board.
Yeah, I think stuff. The biggest issue here, I feel like if there was 1 into the unknown, he could take out the board, right? He could use the Dumbo to challenge into the Doc, use the Elsa challenge into the Mulan, Belle challenge into the Daisy, and then into the unknown, the Rhino. But Rhino is like such a sticky body if you don't have an efficient way to remove it here. So with the potential of 7 ink available, right, if Jan inks a card, maybe the best bet is just play a Genie, hope to top deck and into the unknown, ink, hard cast into the unknown, and clear the rest of the board. That's an option that he may have, and it might be like maybe one of the only options he has left potentially.
Absolutely. There is another Bell in hand. Could also choose to
play
the Bell and move the damage onto the Rhino, as resist won't affect.
But the thing is, how does he get the most damage, right? I think maybe using Elsa.
Using Elsa to hit the Rhino, possibly taking the 4 damage and then moving 3 damage onto the Rhino would also get rid of
this. This still works, right? Because can at least make sure that David only gets to a total of 19, right? Still can't win the game, so
it's still in there with the chance to take it all back.
And now, as David starts to play cards that don't enter exerted, Jan needs a few different answers, like needs probably Hades. I think still has that 5-cost Ursula in hand, which is actually quite impactful, can exert chosen opposing character. That is extremely, extremely strong. I think that Sven alone might be it. Maybe.
Absolutely, especially having 2 lore on the Sven alone, even if Moyen is able to Hades 1 card, he's still leaving himself open to quest with David here being on 19 lore.
Yeah, Sven is actually probably the 1 card that really stops Moyen from potentially clawing his way back into this game.
Absolutely.
It would have been amazing to see a comeback from 0 to 19. Would have been really, really, really cool. But yeah, Amber Steel just doing what Amber Steel does. The triple Daisy opening. Basically, it wasn't exactly triple Daisy because we snuck a Fire the Cannons in there. But yeah, I'm not too sure what Moyen's really looking for. Just digging here a little bit. Yep, playing Develop, really looking for anything. And then, that will probably be the game here. Let's see if he can figure anything else out.
No, definitely just utilizing Dumbo's ability with the evasives to try and draw a card, maybe searching for an Into the Unknown to help him. But then again, that Sven came in, it readied up that Mulan. Moyen wasn't going to be able to use an Into the Unknown unless those characters were exerted. But it's going to be game 1 going to David, and we're going to see them both going into game 2. Moyen this time going to be on the play. David really just taking control of the board straight away, playing all those characters. Definitely knew, I just need a race here.
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately for Moyen, just didn't draw. He did such a great job to be able to clear as much of David's board as possible, but just wasn't able to find the answers in the end to be able to clear all the cards.
Yeah, I think what that game came down to was the docs on David's end. The doc gave him the fuel that he needed to kind of finish off that game, if that makes sense. If doc wasn't there, I feel like Moyen had more of a chance to deal with the board. But once the doc came down and more cards were played, the board was so wide. I mean, also I didn't catch a glimpse of what cards were bottomed by the Daisies, but if some of them were into the unknown, that's actually a little bit unfortunate too.
Absolutely. I think even if Moyen was able to top deck, I don't know if he was playing any of the 8-cost Shift Elsa, that even if he was able to play that Elsa and exert those characters, could have also helped him maybe stall out the game a bit longer. Unfortunately, he just didn't have the 8 ink when he did have the Monstro in his hand. Both players just getting set up for game 2, just altering their hands, trying to decide what to put back. I believe Moyen kept 6 cards.
That's that's good. That's a very good sign.
That's a great sign. And Moyen being on the play here, definitely having the advantage.
That's huge, yes. Yeah. So If I'm David and I'm after seeing Moyen keep 6, I'm feeling a little bit worried maybe, but, you know, decent Lorcana, the power of altering your hand, you know, you can do like an aggressive alter, send a lot of cards back into your deck, hoping to get the perfect ones that you need. That being said, the Amber Steel deck does have quite a few uninkables in it as well, so you don't really want to brick your opening hand. You don't want to be too greedy, but I'm curious to see what opening David wants to go for. Spessie's memeing on us a little bit here with his favorite card, Friar Tuck, a card that he took to a tournament, I believe, back in set 3 and performed extremely well with this. Get out of my church. Out, out, out.
Out. Saying
yeah.
that in general, especially sitting over there in Cowboy's chair.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see both players, you know, play the Friar Tuck mirror match right here. It will be
Friar Tuck versus Friar Tuck.
Match of the millennium right now. Yeah. So I actually didn't catch how many cards that David caught or like sent back in the end. I think it was maybe around 3 or 4. So let's see what Jan wants to start off with here. Against, again, like I said, against Amber Steel. Against most matchups, you really want a 1-drop here as Blurple. Would love to see a Basil. There it is.
There it is, the Basil. Gonna ink a sail the Azurite Sea and play the Basil. David gonna take the play here. We did see him open with a Daisy into another Daisy and fire the cannons. Will we see that again?
I think cannonsing on turn 1 here is like not the worst.
Absolutely, even being able to ink a card and play fire the cannons if he does have that opportunity, but it is going to ink the Aurora and play a Daisy Duck Donald's Date.
Yeah, this is quite interesting. I think this potentially could be a read that the hand could be full of quite a few uninkables. Like maybe David wanted to go for the Aurora into the Tiana turn 2, but maybe just favors the Daisy instead. But yeah, Moyen, again, that's actually really good that we get to see Tipo in this situation, because Tipo, another body that can be utilized, combined with this Basil's support effect to buff it up and be able to challenge it a little bit easier into those Amber Steel characters.
Absolutely. Definitely. I love the support mechanism being utilized a lot more this set, between the Basil and Hypnotic Strength just being used to give characters extra strength being able to take out, because we obviously don't have a lot of just action cards with straight board clears. We're really using our challenging of characters and being able to support them, give them more strength, being able to take out more characters.
See the Aurora come down here for David, and is then going to be able to fire the cannon. So I think that was the play kind of all along. Wanted to say, you know, pretty confident that Moyen wasn't going to just quest with this Basil, right? So I feel like they got some pretty decent value out of this fire the cannons. But yes, you mentioned Basil just being able to buff something. You mentioned Hypnotic Strength. You mentioned Bell. This is a term I'm going to use that is one of Moyen's favorite terms that he likes to refer to as combat tricks.
Yes.
Right? Where you can kind of change the board state in a way with some of these cards by changing a few breakpoints on your characters, right? Buffing up characters, using Bell to manipulate the damage counters, and you can swing the board in a few different ways. So yeah, I'm a big fan of those cards. I think they're very impactful in this post-rotation meta where we have maybe lost a few other forms of that interaction, such as like Brawl, let the Storm Mage on, different things like that.
Absolutely. And we do see Moyen does have the Madam Mint Elephant in hand. I don't believe he has any other 4-drop.
He does. He has a Genie as well, so he has the choice.
Could choose to play the Genie, to draw a card, get another body on the board. It chooses to...
Making the challenge very much makes me think it's the Elephant,
yes.
yes.
Absolutely. Using Tipo to challenge into the Daisy, put the damage on the Tipo, using Madam Mim Elephant to bounce Tipo back to hand. Very nice play here.
This is really great, actually, because you actually get to challenge with Tipo, get a little bit of damage on that Daisy, which means then the Madam Mim Elephant is then able, like if this Daisy's exerted, Elephant can then challenge and banish off this Daisy Duck. You've also bounced Tipo back to your hand, which can now just be inked, right? And like I think that's super, super useful. So I really like, I think this is such a simple thing that maybe some players can look at and learn from, where, you know, Moyen recognized I can challenge, get this 1 damage. Suddenly now when my character's on the board, I've changed this breakpoint. My character is now able to challenge cleanly and banish off this Daisy Duck. So very nicely done by Moyen. And it's interesting as well. We see the Tiana come down on David's side, but we don't see the Aurora quested at all.
Definitely doesn't want to leave himself open here for a potential Madam Mim challenge, and then maybe a Bell to move the damage over to be able to to get rid of more characters on David's board. So it's going to be Elsa, Fifth Spirit coming into play, will exert the Daisy Duck, and then Moyne will be able to use the Madam Mim elephant to challenge into the Daisy Duck here. And I think it's nice to note that, like, for Moyne being able to do this and challenge with the Madam Mim, then leaves himself open. If this Madam Mim is still on the board with damage start of his next turn, he will be able to move that damage off of his Madam Mim elephant and onto one of the opposing characters.
100%, yeah. I do have to give a shout out to David, though, because I think it's very important. Like I said, the reason why they didn't quest with the... Of course, they didn't quest with the Daisy because it would leave the clean challenge available for Moyne. But not questing with the Aurora, it's like... This idea is really important if you want to pick up Amber Steel and start playing that. Once you play Tiana, it's not the turn you play Tiana where you really want to quest with the rest of your characters. It's the turn after Tiana can then be exerted because she then protects your board and you can kind of start making it wider and wider. So David, clearly a very good player, understands the lines within Amber Steel here. So curious to see how he might be able to claw his way back into this game because he's facing off against a pretty high-statted board for Moyne right now.
Absolutely. We are going to see a Nala come into play for David.
Yes, indeed. Nala coming down. And this is the tricky thing. It's like David probably wants to quest with this Tiana, quest with this Aurora. But there's multiple things that can happen here, right? Like Moyne can just, I don't know, sing or hardcast into the unknown. I believe he's on a total of 5 ink right now, so not at the threshold yet to play the Hades, but could also play some of these combat tricks like we mentioned, like, I don't know, simply a hypnotic strength even, right? But this looks a little bit rough for David after playing the Doc. Obviously, Doc, a great card draw engine, but had to get rid of a Strength of Raging Fire. The board just not wide enough at the moment. And yeah, exactly what you mentioned.
Yeah, the Madam Mim elephant at the start of Moyne's turn. If there's damage on this Madam Mim elephant, Moyne is going to be able to move it to an opposing character on the opposing player's board. And he does choose to move it to the Nala, which I really like because if the Nala does have damage, if the Nala doesn't have damage, it quests for an additional lore.
Yep.
But if it does have damage, it's not going to quest for the additional lore, stopping that. Nala's only going to be able to quest for 2. But also, if another damage goes on this Nala, maybe if Moyne has a way to get any more damage on this, maybe exert challenging, maybe next turn perhaps, he'll be able to banish this Nala.
Yeah, and again, from David's side, I think it's still very smart, like we mentioned with this Tiana, just not giving Moyne a clean way to remove it. Also recognized, like, Moyne can only get to 6 ink. He can't just Hades this Tiana, so next turn might be the turn where David just kind of goes, yep, I have to quest with a lot of my characters, get as much value as possible, but we'll have to wait and see if Moyne has the answers to be able to deal with this Tiana. I think we saw the Hades in the hand, though. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure there is a Hades in Moyne's hand.
Absolutely, and Moyne going to ink, assail the Azurite Sea, and play the Genie, draw an additional card. Could have definitely drawn into the Hades there. He needs next turn, would definitely be able to use it on the Tiana, but it's going to be Pluto, the guard dog, coming in to play for David. Definitely a great card, I believe, in Amber Steel. Definitely being able to quest with all his other characters, knowing without a Hades, Moyne is going to have to challenge through this Pluto to be able to clear his board. But then Tiana being exerted makes Moyne have to consider other things, because if he goes to challenge before this Tiana is gone, he's going to have to either pay an additional 3 or take a -3 strength toll.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting. It's like, which character do you want to get rid of? Is it the Tiana or is it the Pluto? I mean, in this situation, it is just the Tiana, I think, because then has the option to be able to use the elephant to hit into the Pluto, turn off the Pluto, then use the Elsa or the Genie to challenge in here as well. But this seems quite nice, and I think Moyne will also use one of these characters, like the Genie, for example, to then also be able to challenge and take out this Nala. Seems quite nice.
Absolutely. And once again, being able to have the damage on Madam Mim, if Madam Mim is able to stick around to the start of Moyne's next turn, he'll be able to move some of that damage off the Madam Mim and onto one of the opposing characters to help clear them off David's board.
100%. And the thing is about this Amber Steel deck is they don't have many characters with a high amount of strength, if that makes sense. So not many characters that are able to kind of like hit back into the Madam Mim kind of cleanly. you know, there is fire the cannons and stuff, but it seems like it's a little bit late for that. Overall, yes, you know, David has a lower advantage right now, but Moyen clearly in control of this board. Yeah.
Absolutely. And we know that if David isn't going to be able to get rid of any of these characters, especially the Madam Mim Elephant, Moyen is going to be able to move that damage, helping him get rid of some of the characters on David's board.
Yeah, David just taking his time.
So he just 3 cards in his hand is going to play the 1-drop Rhino.
Targets the Madam Mim Elephant.
Yeah, we'll choose to challenge with the Aurora into the Madam Mim Elephant, take it out. Definitely a great play here by David, realizing, oh, I can't let this Madam Mim Elephant stick around. Next turn, Moyen will be able to move some of those damage, possibly killing or getting rid of more of these cards. Definitely being able to clear that Madam Mim Elephant to make sure this Nala is able to stick around and possibly quest for that additional lore for David's next turn.
Yeah, that's probably the reason why David really valued getting rid of the elephant, because he recognizes the power that the elephant has to be able to move the damage counters onto the Nala. But overall, I still think Moyen's firmly in control of this game. There's not a massive amount of lore being threatened here by David, but yeah, we'll just simply exert this Nala, use Hypnotic Strength on the Elsa, buff it up, draw a card, challenge into the Nala, banish it to the discard, and now, yeah, like Moyen is truly in full control of this game. But yeah, I mean, we'll see what David can do. Maybe he can potentially pull something. I mean, what David needs is like multiple docks and like, I don't know, more Tianas and stuff like that to be able to kind of claw back. But usually what happens against Blurple decks in general anyways is the later the game goes, the more value they have. A lot of their cards are just simply more powerful, have more impact to the board. Maybe they replace themselves by drawing a card. They strictly remove a character like Hades does, or Into the Unknown and stuff like that. So the longer the game goes against Blurple, usually the tougher time you're going to have against it, because without docks, for example, the Amber Steel player is just simply going to run out of cards.
Absolutely. And even knowing, like, going in, if David's like thinking inside his mind, even if he loses this match, he's going to be on the play third game, which is going to be more favorable for him going into game 3.
100%, yeah. That's going to be the real tester here. But like, we're not done this game yet. However, like I said, I think Moyen is in a very advantageous position right now. Popping down the Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe, will be able to utilize the effect with the Elsa and the Genie here. It looks like it's going to be a Sing Together of Second Star to the Right. I know that's a card that Moyen is extremely fond of, really, really likes the card. And now just has so many options, so many different things that he can do if he really, really wants to. Yeah, going to play another Genie. Just draw a card, keep the hand full, look for more answers, maybe look for some more Hades, look for some more Into the Unknowns, more Elsas, maybe some of those Ursulas that I'm pretty sure there wasn't Ursula I saw in the hand. Maybe I was seeing things, but I would like to see it come out in the next game, maybe.
Absolutely, but if it wasn't in the hand, it was most likely in the hand now with the second start to the right, drawing 5 additional cards. Moyen just building up a wide board state, and David not being able to do anything here. We are going to go to game 2. Moyen is going to take the win for... Or we're going to go to game 3. Moyen's going to take the win for game 2, and David will be going into game 3 on the play.
Correct. Indeed, he will. If you guys are just joining us, welcome to round 6 of the Cardiff CCQ. That is Challenge Championship Qualifier. The winner of this event will book their ticket straight to the European Championship for Disney Lorcana. Super excited to be here. It's my first cast of the day. I was not expecting to cast, but I'm very happy to do so. This gives me a little bit of preparation for next week in DLC Bologna. I hope the chat is doing well. I hope everybody's enjoying the games. Please let us know how you're doing. If you guys will be attending DLC Bologna, if anyone's coming to DLC Milwaukee later within the month of October. I'm so happy to be here. It's been an amazing event. It's just great to see everybody. How have you found the entire event so far, Kim?
Sure, thank you to Specium Production who's whispering in our ears, but mainly thank you to Cow because he's been doing all the work. And I think
It's a team.
I
It's a team.
think
We're a team.
It's been I did fix that camera. I plugged the switch out and I plugged it back in again, so I actually saved the day. But I feel like there's nothing more fitting than having you here cast Moynes
I love
match
it.
6 here. It's great, and I love being in the booth for you. And we're practicing for next week, and I just can't wait to meet everyone again in Bologna next week. And a lot of people that are playing here today are going to be playing here next week. And if you're going to be playing here, and maybe they're the person who wins himself their ticket to the EU Continental Qualifier, maybe here, maybe they'll be going to Bologna again next week and just sit back and just chill. Just play for the pretty cards. They already got their qualifying spot.
I just realized, I think this 5-cost Ursula I keep thinking I'm seeing is probably just a Bell Accomplished Mystic. I think I'm looking at like the top left corner of the art and thinking like, it's like the Ursula and like her. But we've seen a lot of Bell Accomplished Mystic and like no Ursula. So
yeah, I believe it's
my
Bell.
mistake on that part. I'm pretty sure it is just the Bell Accomplished Mystic. But I had a quick peek at Moyen's opening hand. The biggest thing is he had ramp. He had ramp, which is very, very, very important. I'm curious to see how David is going to start off here. So far, I mean, I can see 4 cards on the playmat. I don't know if those are cards he's sending back, cards he's keeping. It looks like it might be the cards that are being sent back. Indeed, they are.
Indeed they are. He's going to get rid of... he's going to alter his hand and get rid of 4 cards and draw 4 new cards. Looking like Moyen doing a pretty similar mulligan.
I actually was not paying attention to Jan's hand there,
Oh,
unfortunately.
damn.
But it looked like he had the ramp. So
Yeah.
maybe he's looking to have like... I would love to pick his brain for this particular matchup. It's like, do you think a card like Into the Unknown is like worth keeping against Amber Steel because it's so crucial to have some form of removal? I imagine it's more crucial to just try and go ramp, 4 cost, 5 cost. Like, I mean, every matchup, that's exactly what you want to do in Blurple. You want to go 1 drop, turn 2 ramp into, I don't know, like Genie, Dumbo, or Madam Mim, and then you really want to be hitting your Elsa on the turn 4 for the Amethyst Sapphire player.
Absolutely, and we've seen previously David had the answers. Game 1 for Moyen's Tipo, he was able to fire the cannons. Game 2, he fired the cannons on that Basil. Will we see David fire the cannons on another
Maybe.
one of Moyen's 1 or 2 cost characters? Quite possibly. He seems to know what he's doing. Both games we've had a turn 1 opening. Daisy Duck, Donald's Date for David. Would we see it again? I'd like to see it. It would be fun. And yes, we're going to see it for a 3rd game in a row. It's going to be Mulan into the Inkwell for David and Daisy Duck, Donald's Date coming into play for David.
Indeed, yeah, I can actually see a copy of the Iago Giant Spectral Parrot, which might be going into the Inkwell here for Moyen. But I'm curious about how that card performs against Amber Steel. Just having a 4/6 to cleanly be able to challenge into these Daisy Ducks seems pretty good, but then equally, you don't want the, like, I don't know, you don't want to get it to get Fire the Cannons or something like that, right? But usually Fire the Cannons happens at the early stage here.
Absolutely, but like a deck like Amber Steel, definitely playing like more than 1 Fire the Cannons can definitely be used for a lot of illusion characters that are being played in Amethyst, and not just Amethyst Sapphire, but a lot of Amethyst Steel decks are playing the illusion lines. You can definitely see how useful Fire the Cannons can be for just getting rid of like all those pesky illusion characters.
Inking of Strength again. We saw this in game 1, but we do see a Nala come down. Still this is still a pretty strong start.
Absolutely, still a strong opener. It's not going to be the classic another 1 drop for David. It's going to be Fire the Cannons, but it's going to be a Nala coming into play for David here.
I think I can see double Sail in the hand of Moyen here.
Yeah, so he's going to be
Playing
Robin Hood
Sail.
into the Inkwell.
It would be good if we could play an additional 1 drop potentially. Maybe that's not worth it, but gonna have to see what happens here. I'm curious. I'm very curious. Yeah, I think Moyen's like, yep, I'll just pass the turn. Wants to try and get the Basil value with another character. I was curious if he was like just gonna challenge into the Daisy, deal 2 damage. So not to say like, you know, I don't know if, for example, David answers with the Fire the Cannons on this Basil. Also, if the Basil survives, and for example, if the Nala quests, he could then like Hypnotic Strength. This could be very dangerous if a card comes off.
Yeah, and a card is going to come off, and it's going to be Penny giving that extra resist. Penny having the ability to heal up to 2 damage and give the character it heals resist for until its next turn. And David choosing to give the resist to Nala. So even if Moyen did try to challenge with the Basil into the Nala, Nala now has not only the original resist on its card, but also an additional resist from Penny.
Seems good. Could also have done it on the Daisy so that the I think by doing that line, I mean it's not very good for Moyen. He'd always want to play a 4-drop instead. But if it did on a Daisy, then the Hypnotic Strength could only take out one or the other. I mean, it would probably take out the Nala. It's not like it changed it. But there is the strength of a Raging Fire. Inked one, didn't need one at the start. This is just the nuts opening for Amber Steel. And now Moyen is extremely far behind, unfortunately. Yeah, getting rid of that 5/5 Scrooge McDuck, that's the card that he really needed to help him claw his way back into this game. But yeah, this is kind of what Amber Steel does in the play. And I think David has had, honestly, probably the perfect opener.
Absolutely, exactly what Amber Steel wants its opener to be, and definitely David had it right here. The Daisy Duck trigger going to give Moyen a genie into his hand. It could potentially ink up to 5, but Moyen realizing no, it's not. It's too late. Amber Steel just having all of the answers that it needed right there to be able to build up such a wide board presence so early on, being able to quest for so quickly such a large amount is why Amber Steel is doing so well, especially against Amethyst Sapphire.
Yeah. I mean, we saw it in the games that Sky played at the CCQ in Denver. He built his Amber Steel because he felt in a room full of Blurple, he felt pretty confident into it. Of course, being on the play is a massive, massive advantage. But that opener is just exactly what Amber Steel does. It was very impressive.
Yeah, exactly why people are choosing to play a lot more Amber Steel. Yes, it's a bit weaker to Under the Sea. You've got a lot of low strength characters, but if you face a lot of decks like these, it can go either way. But in this instant, Amber Steel took the win, and David was able to just build a wide board, was able to quest for an abundance of lore and take the win. Moyen unfortunately just didn't have the cards to take board control back, basically.
Yeah, basically. So that was a pretty quick game. Usually we might have a backup game going. I'm not too sure if we do for this round currently. We'll try our best to get another game because we do want to show as much Disney Lorcana this weekend as possible. That was round 6. We'll probably still have another game here for round 6 if we can get it. And then we still got 3 more rounds. Yes, this is 9 rounds of Swiss Day 1. It will be a top 32 cut. We will be, again, same thing tomorrow, casting as many games as possible. I don't know if that means, I think it's probably unlikely that we try and cast, all of the quarterfinals, all of the semifinals, stuff like that. Maybe try and do both semifinals, but I do believe that we're going to try and cast some Infinity tomorrow as well, which is a big Infinity side event happening, and it would be cool to at least try and catch the finals of that.
Absolutely, I believe that's the hope. Once we bring you the finals of the Core Constructed and the winner, you'll be able to see the winner of the CCQ here in Cardiff. We're hoping to bring you the finals of the Infinity side event that will be happening tomorrow as well.
Indeed, yeah. How is everybody in the chat doing? I hope everyone is having a fantastic weekend. I know it's probably getting to the stage where the West Coast of America is waking up. So if you are just joining us, welcome. This is the first CCQ within Europe. One of 3. One happening here. Another one happening in Stockholm, Sweden, and the other one happening in France.
Yeah, absolutely. Not just here. And at the end of this weekend, we will not just have 1, we will not just have 2, but we will have 3 players qualifying to the EU Continentals.
Basically, yeah, we will. That's super, super exciting. And there's many more to come throughout the season as well. I know we will be at Lorca Quest casting, which I'm super, super, super excited about. That's going to be happening in France. And I think it's around November.
It'll be November 8th and 9th. So I'm super excited. And the new set of Whispers of the Well comes out on the 7th. And we'll be at Lorca Quest the 8th and 9th for some really exciting CCQ.
Yeah, we've had a lot of really cool announcements recently about the CCQs. I know that Cooper on the Lorecast announced that one was happening at Charlie's Collectible Show over in Atlanta in the States. And we also have another one that Ben talked about previously, which is going to be Wakefield, which I believe is close to Leeds within the UK. So super excited for that one. Will probably do my best to. I'm sure we'll be there as we usually are for these Lorcana events. And there's going to be many more happening as well. I'm particularly excited for next year. Within Europe, is going to be a 4,000 player event.
Yeah, absolutely bonkers. And they did say we're going to have events on the Friday as well, some side events for which we didn't get to have last season. And I can't wait.
No, you said side events on the Friday?
Side events on the Friday.
Oh, no.
And
No. It's going to be day 1, day 2, day 3.
Day 2.
Day 3 on the Sunday. So if you remember back to DLC Bochum last year, that was technically a 2,000 player event, but because of the venue capacity, we had like day 1 was 1,000 players, day 2 was 1,000 players, and like I think the top 32 from each of them went into a culmination of like a top 64 within day 3. But from what I'm aware, it will be like Friday's day 1, and then day 2 will be Saturday, and then day 3 will be the Sunday. Now, granted, we're saying a 4,000 player event. That just means the cap has been upped to 4,000 players. So there's no guarantee that it will be exactly that, but I think from the previous events and stuff, we saw the demand that people really wanted to participate in these DLCs. So I think it's great to see, at least on the Europe side and the Fanfinity side, they have increased the cap, and I'm really looking forward to either play, hopefully cast that event. That would be super cool.
So fun. But even just to get to see the energy, if there's 4,000 players in the room, it's going to be
unreal.
Absolutely insane.
Yep.
Even just having, like, we've over 300 players here today, and the energy in this room is just amazing. It's so electric. I can't wait for next week. For Bologna, we're going to have 2,000 players. It's going to be absolutely insane. And then next year we'll have even more European DLCs, and it'll be absolutely phenomenal just to get to see everyone, get to be together again, just get to talk more Lorcana and play cards, and it's amazing. I love it.
Yeah, DLC Milwaukee coming up as well. Super excited to travel over for that. Myself and Kim will be attending. It's a nice opportunity. Like we're very fortunate that we get to cast some of these events like this one, but at our core, we're also players of this game, right? I think that's really important. In my mind, some of the best casters are often the players that play the most, are engaged with the game most, understand its competitive nature, its complexities, put in the time, the research, and the effort, and understand the decks that players are going to be bringing, understand the meta. So that's why it's really important to me that I can also play when I can in a competitive environment. That's why I really enjoyed the Influencer Set Champs event last weekend. Gonna really enjoy going over to DLC Milwaukee, and it's been a real journey that Disney Lorcana TCG has had, honestly. Like, from the first time we sat down and played it at Gamescom in 2023
absolutely
to over 2 years ago at this stage, to where we are now, it's just been an absolute blast, and there's so much to look forward to for the future. We've got like Pocahontas coming, we've got Pixar coming, we saw the recent reveal.
We saw Toy Story
with Buzz and Woody. We saw Winter Spell teased. I think there's just so many amazing things to look forward to. I love this game so much. I love this community, and yeah, just bring on more Disney Lorcana.
Bring on more. There's so much more to come, and like I was only watching like the new Disney Pixar movie Elio last week, and I said, like, there's so much. We're still getting new Disney movies. Like, we could just get so. There's so many possibilities that I'm so excited for, and I just can't wait to hopefully cast more Lorcana and just play more Lorcana and just get to see everyone. We're going to be playing in Milwaukee, and I can't wait for that, and it's going to be so much fun.
I'm curious, when you watch Disney movies, for example, like Elio that you mentioned, like I don't know. I don't think I even do this, but I enjoy thinking about it after the fact, that like you see a character or like you see maybe something that happens, that could be a really cool action, or if there's a specific song, you're like, I can't wait to see if this song comes to Disney Lorcana, right?
Absolutely. I was like, it's always after, like, because I obviously am in the moment and I'm so immersed in it, and then after I watch it, I'm like, oh, this is gonna be a great card. When this happens, it's gonna be a great action, and I hope it's gonna be an action. So I don't believe we were able to bring backup match over. I believe everyone has kind of finished, and we're just waiting for the last few,
Yep.
or they're in their third game. So I believe we might have a pack rush coming, with Baker and Spessy. I think they're just getting set up for that. But yeah, I just can't wait for more cards to come. Like, we're getting Whispers of the Welsh so soon. That's the 7th of November, and there's so many more possibilities. Do you like watch a movie? Is there?
We talked about this yesterday, right? We talked about you talked about
I know, I talked a lot.
the idea of, you know, Pixar's coming. Imagine, okay, we are going to be doing some pack rush with Baker, and I believe
Spessy.
Ben
Oh,
from
amazing.
Ravensburger is going to be playing against
We're
Baker.
gonna have a Ben versus Baker pack rush. Baker did beat me at pack rush earlier. He just had better. He had better top decks, honestly. So Baker is the current reigning champion of.
If he opens another really good card, oh my god!
If he opens an epic or an enchanted on here again,
Ben already won the game, guys. You can see it right here.
Okay,
Ben already won the game.
4-1. He's already won.
Ben's won. Oh no, he's 0-1. Oh no, he's 0-0. Okay.
Oh.
But yeah, I will quickly say, like we were talking about, you know, we know Monsters Inc. is coming. That's Pixar. Imagine you have like an action card called 2319.
Oh
What's
my
the
god,
code
I
they
hope
call
that comes.
when, you know, the sock is on the monster and they go 2319. We've got a 2319.
I even said, because I have like a Boo headband, that if we get Monsters Inc. coming to Lorcana, and I will lose my mind. I will absolutely lose my mind, and I will be showing up to every set championships and every local dressed up. And not only do I have a Boo headband, but I have a Mike Wazowski and Sully Uddy.
Mike Wazowski and Sully Uddy.
Yeah.
Love to see
and
it.
it's reversible, so like one game I can be Sully, and then the next game I can turn it inside out and be.
That is the best Uddy for an Emerald Sapphire deck.
It is.
That is like perfect.
It is. Do you want me to lend
I might have to.
want me to
I
lend
might
it
have
to
to
you?
wear that. Yes, that sounds amazing.
Will I lend it to you?
Yep. All right, the fist bump, the respect from these players.
The respect. They're ready to go. Pack rush has started. There is a develop your brain in the hand for Ben.
But I mean, Ben's got TikTok. TikTok's amazing.
TikTok. Oh, he doesn't even need to play the develop your brain. He's gonna ink the develop your brain.
Yeah, can play.
Could
an Aladdin.
play the Aladdin.
Could play Prince Eric.
Yeah, and it is gonna be Aladdin coming into the game for Ben.
One cost Pegasus for Baker here. Inks the Sergeant Tibbs. Plays Pegasus.
Yeah.
Is this the Rose Lantern? Oh,
No,
it's the Cruella.
It's Cruella de Vil. Cruella de Vil.
Okay. Yeah, this Aladdin with Ward actually saw some play back when you played like the Amber Emerald decks as well. Sorry, did you react to something? You saw something?
Absolutely. Ben's not going to play the TikTok. He's going to ink the TikTok. I don't know if Baker will be too happy about that, knowing that TikTok is his card reveal.
I think, you know, if it's tough options for ink, I mean, obviously as well within Disney Lorcana, you usually want to ink your higher cost cards before. But I feel like if Ben could have got that TikTok out on the board, then I don't know how Baker deals with that.
I don't know.
The head judge
Absolutely.
is watching Baker extremely closely.
Yeah, just to make sure he's not, doing any villainous things.
Yeah, no villainous things happening here.
Yeah, it's going to be Rose Lantern going into the inkwell for Baker.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to exert 3 ink.
To play.
One last hope.
One last hope.
Chosen character gains resist 2 until the start of your next turn, and if a hero character is chosen, they can also challenge ready characters this turn.
So I don't believe he has a hero, but
so you can give it to.
he gives it resist 2 at least. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's able to play another Pegasus.
Yeah. I mean, this seems pretty good. Imagine Ben had his TikTok. He'd go like, "Oh, get rid of the Pegasus. Get rid of the Pegasus.
No,
the Queen of Hearts."
He doesn't need a TikTok when he has a Queen of Hearts, the 2-cost inkable 2/2 rush character.
Yeah.
Yeah, a card that's seen a lot of play early on in like Ruby decks. Reprinted in this set. I'm happy to see her back.
Curse mode. Okay, Baker is turning into an aggressive, evasive deck right now. This is crazy.
Absolutely. Baker just getting the top decks. Why when Baker plays Pack Rush, he just gets the best top decks?
Well, let's see. I do know Ben can play the Pluto, which is quite nice. Woo! That is very, very cool to top deck.
What an epic card!
What an epic card. This is one of the reasons I really like Pack Rush. And it's like, some people might be saying, oh, there's like really expensive. Ben's holding the card up to the camera. But it's like, I don't know, like, yes, some players are like, there's such valuable cards. How could you like shuffle them into your deck? But if you draw a really, really cool card like that, it's just awesome.
It's just so good. The way that, because you always did it, and you turned the last card of your deck.
Yeah,
sometimes I'm
iconic.
like, no, don't. You needed to be surprised. Well, then you're not getting that iconic graded, are you? Because that has gone through a pack rush shuffled. So you're just
imagine you open an iconic. You're so happy, and then it's like, yeah, I don't know. All right, Genie came down though. Very, very interesting. I do like this card. Whenever it's exerted, it gives all of your other characters +2 strength.
Absolutely. Ben's still contemplating whether or not to play that One Last Hope. That pretty epic card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's going to be Mulan Considerate Diplomat. I think I pronounced that right. Whenever this character quests, you can look at the top 4 cards of your deck. You may reveal a princess card and put it into your hand and put the rest at the bottom of your deck in any order. I really hope Ben gets the opportunity here to be able to quest with this Mulan just purely to see if he looks at the top 4 cards of his deck and has a princess character to play.
Yep.
Absolutely. But it's going to be 2 Pegasus and a Genie. Pegasus or Pegasi?
Pegasi.
2
I don't
Pegasi,
know.
2 Pegasus, 2 Pegasus, Pegasus
Maybe
and another Pegasus.
Maybe just Pegasus. Yeah,
2
baby Pegasus.
2 baby Pegasus.
Something was just said in my ear by the producer.
By the Curly Cards producer in our ear. I don't know how I feel about that, but okay. Yeah. Baker, why is Baker's Pack Rush definitely just...
I mean, he's got really, really good cards. Really, really good cards. Yeah, the Tinkerbell. He has. He's. Let's see what this is. The Magic Feather. Dumbo's Feather.
Dumbo's Feather. I hope this Mulan now gets the opportunity to quest, and
Ben
can look at the top 4 characters on his deck and get a princess.
What are the odds that you hit 2 epics in the 2 packs you open? That would be truly
That would be
crazy.
pretty epic.
It would be. What was a princess?
No, it's not a princess! No! There's no princess, and all those cards are going to go to the bottom of Ben's deck.
Oh, that's so sad. Someone has to get Ben a sleeve for that One Last Hope for sure.
Absolutely. It's going to be his prized possession taken home today.
Tinkerbell!
Oh, it's Tinkerbell! Tinkerbell's going to be 1 damage onto all of Ben's cards. That Prince Eric is going to be going into the discard pile.
Indeed, yep. And this looks like Lorcana Villain himself is extremely close to winning this game on 13 lore currently.
Absolutely.
Oh, wait, it was Ben. He just top decked the Rapunzel.
He just top decked our Rapunzel.
Banish the feather.
Banish the
Replay
feather.
the feather. Oh, it's so good. Amazing.
This can give Pluto evasive to challenge the Pegasus.
Love to see it. Love to see it.
Absolutely. Just showing the power that Dumbo's magical feather
Oh,
can
let's
have.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Oh,
Oh, he has a princess. He can play. He can put the Aurora into his hand.
Very happy to see that.
Absolutely. But unfortunately,
What is
Baker
it?
is going to be able to quest
Prince
up to
Naveen.
15. And Baker's going to be able to take the Pack Rush win once again.
Wait, maybe he's
maybe
he's being very kind here.
Yeah. He's going to... Maybe he'll decide to challenge and not
Maybe
quest.
he just gets the 14 challenges exactly, yeah. Let's see.
Let's see what he decides to do.
Ah,
no,
he
he's
just
going
decides
to
to
quest. Baker's going to take the win. Absolutely just... Baker's Pack Rush look is definitely
I think when Baker's around an area where the Epic was opened as well, he just brings good vibes and good luck.
Absolutely.
Very, very, very nice to see that. Oh, they're flipping the rest of their cards.
They're flipping the rest of the cards to see if they got any...
A foil
Baker
flounder.
a foil flounder.
World's Greatest Criminal Mind. It's one of my favorite cards. We got to reveal it this set. Are they judging like which card is better as they flip?
I believe so.
Queen of Hearts. It's card draw. Tiana. Dumbo. Wildcat. Foil Alice. That was the card that wasn't a princess, unfortunately, right?
Yeah, unfortunately, did have to go to the bottom of the deck. Wasn't a princess.
Very nicely done.
Very nicely done.
Great handshake
Great
there
handshake.
at the end.
Great sportsmanship. Baker once again taking the pack rush victory. Just having great pack rush
Who
luck.
can stop him?
Who can stop him?
Who can stop
Who can
him?
stop him? We're gonna have to get Spessy up next.
Yes.
In a Baker versus Spessy pack rush at some point.
No way.
No way. Oh, such a sweetheart.
That is very, very kind. As a memory.
As a memory.
The
Chat, we believe that Ben has just given Baker the one last hope.
That's very, very
Epic.
kind.
How sweet.
Very, 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 very kind. Don't mind me as I try to clean up all of these cards on the desk, but we'll be coming to you with round 7 as soon as possible. Rest assured, there's no one more that wants to show you the games than us sitting here right now, right?
absolutely.
You know, we want to see as much Disney Lorcana as you guys do as well. Yes, it's cool to open some booster packs, but we're here to watch some Disney Lorcana.
Absolutely.
Yes, so,
and we did try to bring you an extra game, but everyone was already like either in their third game or finished their third game, unfortunately. So, but not to fear, we brought you a pack rush in between the games, and we're going to bring you, I believe, round 7 very, very shortly. As soon as possible.
As soon as possible.
There's
There's one pack left in the box.
No,
you know what that means.
There's actually 2 packs left in the box.
Okay, what is it? What are the packs? It's Cruella. That's eye to eye.
So I think it's only fitting if we get Lorcana Villain to open the Villain pack.
Well, since we just had Ben and Baker, like it looked like flipping their cards and judging them against each other.
Oh, do you know what? That's so true.
Maybe we should have them open the packs.
Yeah.
That sounds very good.
I believe so.
He did just get it. I think we should do that.
I think we should do that because then they can judge them here in front of everybody.
Chat can also judge
Chat
who
can
opens
also
the better
judge,
pack. Yes.
And then they can hear you judge them.
All right.
The magic feather should have carried me through that. I don't know what's going on.
I can't believe you got not only the magic feather on the exact turn you needed it, but we even got the epic one last hope, which I play. To his credit, he's given it to me. So, like,
well, I feel like you earned it. Like you know, the villain turned to the heroic side.
Yep.
And then came back. You know, I think are you turning a new leaf? Are you now?
No, I like to think of it like Hades, right? He was perfectly happy to utilize Hercules for his own ends, right? So, basically, I'm going to throw you into the River of Souls. And you're going to be swimming around there until someone. Steve Warner, you got to save Ben. He's in the.
Send hey, help.
Send hey. What a day it's been, guys. Hope you've been enjoying our first CCQ here.
So good.
I know that you were on having a little chat with Kara earlier, but like I'd love to hear a bit more from you.
Yeah,
like, what is your vision for like the future of like UK events? Like, is there anything you can tease for us or anything on the roadmap? I know you can't.
Oh,
You've got to keep some secrets, but like, what can you tell us? How can you hype us up?
I mean, honestly, the thing for me, I think right now is like today is a clear sign of just how awesome the UK community is and how much stores, players, everyone's just excited for UK events. Yeah. So, and Ireland as well. Of course. Creek could never let me forget. We've got their back as well. And we've got, honestly, some stores over there. Huge shout-outs to them. They are amazing.
Yeah.
I think for us, it's, looking at what we can do, how we can really showcase what we've got. So I mentioned it earlier in the interview. We are going to be doing more CCQs. Obviously, we've got Wakefield coming.
Really excited for that casting team as well. And I think it'd be nice to give a special shout out. We've got Jen, who's going to be making her debut as a caster.
Yeah, she's honestly great. We had her at one of our set champs, didn't we?
Yep, absolutely.
The Disney ones, and
she beat me.
Yeah, Ruby Steel.
She beat me with Ruby Steel. Yeah, I was on the classic RP and she beat me. Fair play to her.
Honestly great. And really excited for her. Obviously, we've got Ed coming back as well.
Yes.
And
Love Ed.
then I think a huge opportunity for us and like showcases how amazing our talent pool is in the UK and Ireland as well, obviously, is that we've got Steve, who I was shocked has never been on an event before.
I am surprised as well. I am like, Jen's going to be great, a new female in the space that knows what she's doing, knows what she's talking about, is committed to this game. Her and her partner James are all in.
Yeah.
Ed,
have you seen their reveals? They did. They revealed the Peter Pan shadow.
Yeah, from last set. Yeah,
that was so funny.
I am constantly in awe of the creativity of the community when it comes to their card reveals. So yeah, Jen, really looking forward to having her. I know the Lorcana girlies will be very pleased to see a new lady in the space. Ed Templar is obviously a proven legend. Season 1 casting for us and is very experienced in the wider world of entertainment. Ed is a hero, so I'm really looking forward to having him back on the team. But yeah, I'm going to take a moment to give a very special shout out to Steve, also known as LD, just a wonderful member of the community. I think such a skilled player, grounded person, like really like chilled vibes. He grounds us all, I think. So a very special shout out to LD. So yeah, that whole casting team is going to be great. So that's Wakefield. Continue.
So Wakefield, we looked at how well, I mean, here, Cardiff, I mean, I remember talking to the guys right at the beginning and saying, oh, you know, if we could get a 256-person event, that'd be really cool. See how it goes. Start it up. And this was before we even had CCQs. We were planning this event, and it kind of just built on. And then tickets sold out in no time at all. And I remember ringing them and going, so...
How many people can you actually fit in the building?
Yeah.
Legally.
What would be that we're not crammed in? It's not... Like, so we want it to be a fun experience. We want everyone to come away, have a really fun time, and really cheer for another one again. So that for me is the most important thing. And then it was, what's the closest number to that we can get to? And fair play to them. They came back to me the next day and were like, yeah, do you know what? 360, we could do that. And I'm like, let's do it. And we did that. And now Wakefield, so that's going to be 512 players.
Amazing.
Over half the tickets are gone already. So huge shout out to Living Realms. They are doing an amazing job. I can't say too much. We're still working out some little bits around the side events, some of the on-demand stuff. We are going to be streaming, obviously. And then we have the 16,000-piece Lorcana puzzle coming for that. Getting that arranged was really quite cool.
Well, I bet.
So those that don't know, in Ravensburg, we had the Stitch puzzle. So Mimi and Lars and team over there did an amazing job. And I'll be very honest, I saw that, and at the time I was thinking, well, the puzzles should be out about then. How hard could that be to get arranged? And then
how many pieces?
16,000.
Who's bringing that in?
A lot of people that aren't fans of mine.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But no, honestly, it's great, and it really shows that all different teams coming together and all these different ideas, and
4 different members of the community, right?
Yes,
obviously, we have a very dedicated, the most competitive players, which we value very deeply, but. Great space for families, bringing like things like Collection Quest, right? Which I think are perfect for
yeah. And I'm really looking forward to bringing that sort of thing over into Europe as well.
Please.
And I think there's such a hunger and demand for it that it has to be done. We have to bring those sort of things over. They're really cool, and it's so exciting to see what we can do. So yeah, with Wakefield, we're looking to see what we can add in, obviously making it a bigger event. And then we will be doing more CCQs next year. So in the UK, there won't be any more this year. I think 2 is good for me. Obviously, for Wakefield, Whispers will be legal.
Yes.
My plan, all going well, is that we will have 2 more in before we have Continentals.
Nice.
So we'll have at least 2 more people coming from UK events going to the Continental Championships. So that should be really fun.
Amazing.
Can't talk about exactly where or when those will be.
Yep, that's all right. Just a tease is enough. Yeah.
I'm
Leave
being
us
really
wanting
mean.
more.
Yeah, I'm being very mean. I'm so sorry.
No, you're fine. We get it.
It's going to be really cool. But the big goal for me is that, for every set, we're able to show off the best that UK has and bring all these fans together. And when I go around, I speak to all the stores around the UK, and I hear about these amazing communities that have been built, whether they've played TCGs for 20 odd years like we have, or their first TCG is Lorcana. it's honestly, it's amazing to see. And then to bring them all under the one roof, and I just love it. So
no, the vibes have been great. It's been wonderful. Like, again, we've had a big old break in our off season, so it's wonderful to have a room like this where you can walk around. And obviously, we've got Bologna next week. There's DLC Milwaukee at the end of next month, and then our Wakefield. Like, so much on the calendar. So
and also we've got the other sponsored events as well. Cause huge shout out to Axion Now, for example. So their event it's the week before. No, it's the week after Whispers.
Week after Whispers, I was just talking to him,
They always do, honestly, so shout out to Francois, Liz, and Axion Now. They are, if you haven't been to an event, theirs is
great.
incredible.
It really is.
They, for me, have done a really good job of showing the more casual fun side as what Lorcana can bring.
They have, like, cosplay and quizzes and the karaoke. I love a bit of karaoke.
Really? You hide so well.
I know, right?
I'm shocked.
I keep it very, very
Frankly,
subtle.
I wasn't prepared for that.
He's been sitting on that one all day.
It's the best I got.
I'll take it. No, I wanted to, while I've got you here, I know I won't go too far because I know, Ravensburg is a huge team. It's a lot of people that come together to like make these things happen. But I would be remiss if I didn't say I know you work really hard for the UK community. So thank you so much for everything that you do. And again, that goes to Alex, to Leah, to Emma, to all of the team.
100%.
Obviously, everyone's involved. But yeah, a special shout out, mate, because we really appreciate everything you're doing. And like it's like you said, we're hungry. The Lorcana community is hungry for more competitive events, more casual events. So. Just more Lorcana is good for everyone. And you mentioned Whispers in the Well. Can you tease anything from that? What can we expect?
There's a lot of mysteries that will need to be solved.
A few detectives been revealed already.
I've heard there might be some detective activity going on, so we'll have to see
we've got
they uncover.
We've got a mystery to solve, is basically what you're saying. I'm excited. They've already confirmed ethereal glimmers. We don't know what they are. We don't know anything about them, but he's desperate to talk about it, but he can't, I can tell. But I'm really excited for Whispers, and again, the continuation of the narrative.
Yes.
Because that's one of my favourite pieces of Lorcana is the lore.
I always read the flavour text. Whenever I see a new card, I have to read it.
Always. Every single time.
Mainly the Hey-Hays, I admit, but,
you got to add them to your collection. Hey-Hay's been missing today. I was telling him off for this earlier. He left him at home.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I failed him.
You failed him, never mind. But yeah, when it comes to obviously Fable, the reprint set, the inclusion of the Goofy movie, love it. But the story took a little bit of a pause just while we do our rotation. So I'm really excited to see what Whispers in the Well is going to bring for us. And then we've already had confirmed Winter Spell as well. That's going to be really interesting. Mate, I'm just so excited for all things Lorcana in the future. So yeah, it's an exciting time to be a Lorcana fan. What actually originally sat us in these chairs is there are 2 packs left in the first booster box, which got the Enchanted was pulled straight away. Just saying.
Yeah, I thought I saw that, First pack, wasn't it?
It was the first pack. I think Spezzy's stolen it. But there are 2 packs left in the box. We've had a game of Pack Rush, and as you see... No, we've been chatting.
Yeah.
We've been chatting, mate. But yeah, as you see, I exhibited my dominance over Ben in a game of Pack Rush. Yeah. And now we're going to see who had the better. And guys, you're going to tell us who's got the better pack. I'm going to get the Twitch chat up now so I can actually see.
I think that game showed why I'm not in Steve's team and why they are far better players than I am.
Yo, that magic feather off the top is absolutely blew my mind. Right, okay, let's open.
How are we doing this?
So we'll show a card each at a time.
Okay, sure.
So chat, you've got to judge who. I'll tell you what. Who has the better pack? Whoever has the better. So the loser has to buy the winner a drink. Of Coke, obviously. Obviously.
Soft drink,
So is it the winner that has to buy or the loser that has to buy? Spessy, winner or loser? Cower, who has to buy a drink, the winner or the loser? The loser has to buy the winner a drink. Okay, so it's up to you, chat. I want to see some interaction. So I'll do the first one. Okay, I've got Winnie the Pooh Honey Wizard.
Oh, that's a strong start, though.
That's a strong start.
Okay, we have a bell.
A bell.
There we go.
Yeah, you can't be too close, otherwise they don't like it. So we've got to be about here. Okay, so my second card is Mulan.
We have one half of the... my favourite shift line was the Queen.
The Queen is going. I'm very glad that was reprinted. Very nice. Moana. This is very cool. Nice evasive character. Raya. She goes very well in a Ruby Steel Hero deck. I was destroyed by Fabian last year with this card, so I know it well. Next card, Sudden Chill.
Love that card.
I don't miss this card, though, mate. I don't. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I have to admit, I was quite glad to see the back of Prince John. Bless him. I live near Sherwood Forest, and even I was just glad to see him gone.
I love the character. If anything, it's the only thing I dislike about Lorcana is they made me dislike a villain. That's the only thing. Right, let's see next one. Come on.
Cool. So we have Make the Potion. Yeah.
Great. This is one of my favourite arts. I'm a big fan.
So good.
Sudden Chill. Then we've got Develop Your Brain. Pretty goated cards.
We have an Aurora.
An Aurora, you love to see it. Next card is Ben. Yo, I've got all the item removal, man.
Yeah, I was going to say, I have a Beast Mirror for you to remove.
I'm breaking that straight away.
Oh, that's a good one.
That's a good one. Okay, let's go.
We have Ursula, though.
Okay, fair enough. Do they cancel each other out?
No.
They're very different cards, but like, I think so.
Yeah.
All right, next one. Last Ditch Effort.
Oh, yeah.
Not a card that's seen a lot
Li
of
Shang.
play. Li Shang
Take
from
5, 5,
Mulan.
5.
I'll
Yep.
take it.
Okay. I don't favour my chances here. I don't
Is there
think
a
I'm doing too well.
target? There's got to be something with one strength for it to matter.
I mean, I just lost Ursula, so that wasn't good.
But you took my song, so.
Dewey?
Dewey? Huey, Dewey, and Louie?
Yep. Okay, this is not even close. I think it's a rigged pack. I think, frankly, I've been had here.
If it was rigged, I'm blaming Cower.
Had the Enchanted, won the pack rush. I'm seeing how this is going. But
Gave me a one last hope. He's going to take it back, and he's like, right, I take it back. Is it my turn or yours? Yours. I just opened this, so yeah, go on.
Ursula's shell necklace.
I
lantern.
I like it thematically.
Oh, yeah.
I would love it to see some play.
Oh, come on. This is just like... Cream, were you in on this as well?
Baker's pack looking hot. Could Baker open all my packs?
Yeah.
What the heck?
I know.
Baker's goated. Baker's pack on fire.
Yeah, I think we'll give him my packs open in the future as well. Jeez. Okay.
It's you. Yep.
AC soon. Okay.
That's not bad. That's not bad. How many cards left? We've got...
I honestly wouldn't have been surprised if it had been iconic at this rate.
Is that the last card? That's the last card.
Our foil development brain. That's
all right.
If that had been iconic. Oh. They'd have heard me from wherever they are in the world, I swear.
So, chat, I need a definitive answer as to who won. We can't self-judge.
I mean, develop your brain.
Hey, that is more playable than this. That is more playable than this. Yeah, so you owe me a you owe me a Coca-Cola.
I think we'll have to sort that out later.
Amazing. I'm going to add that to my epics that I've got today. One courtesy of you. You love to see it.
Yeah.
Third, man. Come on.
In one box? Wow.
Spessy, we're having a pack battle, and I got Strength and Bell.
And Sisu.
And Sisu and an epic. Okay, so I'm going to declare myself the undefeated pack opening.
I'm going to go back behind the scenes. I've clearly just this did not work.
Organise events. That's what you're good for. I'm joking. Love you very much. What a day. Ben, thanks for coming on and having a chat with us, man. It's always a pleasure. How far are we from our next round? I am talking very loudly to Cower. He has the decks.
Sometimes.
You're getting them seated as soon as possible. You'd love to see it.
Was it the fun one that we saw? I think there's some really cool stuff around, isn't it? Oh. So it was. So this one was actually, I think I saw before I came back up, before we had our Pack Rush game, there was an Amber Emerald deck that was doing very well. And,
Yellow green? Ooh.
Yeah. I think it was around table 7 when I was watching it win.
That's pretty good.
And it was, yeah. Daniel Whitley. And I was speaking to one of the judges who's actually a local player of his and sees him a lot set champs, and was saying, oh yeah, he's always crushing it. But always, he loves playing all the dog decks and all of that. And then we were trying to work out, well, what do you call it now?
Yeah, just dogs.
Just dogs.
Like dogs.
Well, I've seen someone playing Scrump. I don't know if he is, but I've seen some people are. So
Scrump? Do we like Scrump, Cower? That's the noise he just like.
So either no, or he's stamped his toe.
Or the technical stuff is just blown up. Another quick shout out. I mean, my co-casters may have mentioned it during the day. I certainly haven't, which is really wrong with me. A shout out to the judges here today. Can you talk about that a little bit?
So honestly, we have an amazing team here. So big shout out to our head judge, Imogen. We've got Evelyn, our scorekeeper, who's also a TO up in Blackpool. So
excellent.
Both are awesome guys. And then we have an amazing team of judges who every week are supporting their local stores, taking part in activities, and then a lot of them I think are at Bologna next week.
Nice.
And take part in all the different events, and honestly they are phenomenal. And I know Coop's doing a lot of work and talking a lot about that as well, so I'm not going to take anything away from all the cool stuff that's coming out.
Lots of lore casts I got there in the end. Yep. Keep
they're great.
keep dripping us information, which we really appreciate.
And yeah, huge shout out as well on that point from Greg and Rochelle, because I know they work really hard on trying to work out what we can get out as quick as we can and give the best information we can and have a really good communication, because we want to make sure that, you know, we're hearing what the fans are saying and then responding the best we can. And, you know,
and we appreciate it.
Really working towards the big goal of making Lorcana the best it can be.
I mean, like, I mean, just for an example, you talked about the, is it Wakefield that's 512?
Yep.
So originally that was DLC size.
Yeah.
That was the original plan.
I remember those meetings.
So like the jump immediately to 2,000, so much further than beyond what the original plan was.
Yeah.
Again, great evidence of reacting to feedback. And now we're moving into up to 4,000 plus players later on in the year.
Honestly, it's from someone who's been to TCG's events and played at events and done very badly, but played at them nonetheless. Like, it's so cool to see, and like how I have to sometimes remind myself that, you know, we're entering our 3rd year now, and what we've achieved is honestly so humbling. And I mean, it sounds really, you know, cheesy to say, but we couldn't have done it without you guys. We couldn't do it without the fans, everyone viewing at home. It's honestly insane, and I'm just constantly like, where's the ceiling? Because it doesn't feel like every time I think we're getting there, it's like, oh no. The community just smashes it again.
We ain't there yet. I've said this very publicly many times. Lorcana will take over the TCG world. I'm just saying. All right, Ben, we're going to swiftly wish you goodbye. Thanks for joining us, buddy.
Nice. Oh, look, the magic feather's still on the screen.
The magic feather is still there. Do you want to just sit there? Yeah, that's nice.
I'm going to pass on to a far better caster over to Spessy.
Right, so Ben's going to make his way out. Thank you so much, Ben, for joining us. He is a wonderful human being and, again, responsible for so much of the positive stuff that we see in Lorcana, especially in the UK, so shout out to him. Joseph Curley, how you doing, buddy?
I'm very well, thank you.
Excellent. We are primed and ready for round 7 of 9 today. If you're only just joining us, welcome. You've missed a lot for a start, but we've got a few more rounds of action. 9 rounds of Swiss today, followed by tomorrow's top cuts, and we will be awarding a player an invitation to the European Championships next year.
Yeah, and we've worked very hard to try and bring you guys the most exciting matches that we can. There's a lot of big names in the building, but the thing that I love most at these events is showcasing the spiciest deck list. And it was actually Ben who was just on that pointed out Daniel's Emerald and Amber deck to us. So it's a team effort to try and find the spiciest lists.
Absolutely.
And this Amber and Emerald deck, 5th most represented deck this weekend, Baker, but quite significantly far behind the top 4. But it is the dark horse of the weekend, and I'm not surprised to see it doing well. But what I'm fascinated to see, Baker, is how will this deck be built? There's so many good cards in Amber Emerald. You've got the dual link cards like the Dapper Rascal Tramp, which can draw. Will that make the cut? Will it be Scrump and Under the Sea? Will we see Circle of Life and Clarabelle? There's so many different directions this deck can go, and I'm very, very fascinated to see what Daniel's come up with.
Yeah, I agree completely. I was having a chat outside with a player who will go unnamed because I don't want to give away their potential deck choice for next week, but they were pretty convinced that Dogs is very well situated against the core 4 in the meta, as it were. So it'll be interesting to see how this deck is built. Sure to be aggressive, but we're going to start off with Alberto inking Sail, which probably tells us there's another Sail or a Tipo, and down comes the Royal Guard. We will just correct that score on the left-hand side for you guys. Daniel not 0-0-0.
Yeah, and it's going to be Ursula into the ink, and I'll tell you what, it's going to be Bobby the Spray Cheese Kid, which would suggest possibly a Circle of Life. Look at that Lilo Glimmer Foil immediately coming off the top, just like it was meant to be there, that Bobby and Lilo synergy. Daniel's played one card, but the synergy's already there for all to see.
Yeah, beautiful Glimmer Foil and the perfect discard target for this Bobby, who we saw putting in a lot of work a couple of games back, being bounced back with Basil just to keep digging through the deck. We're going to ink the Tipo, going to go for the Sail the Azure at Sea this time. We're putting some emphasis on just getting more cards, which you'd love to see.
Yeah, and so you would imagine if you're playing Emerald and Amber against a Sapphire and Amethyst player, you're probably going to be trying to go quite wide quite quickly. There's no board clear. Of course, Alberto has cards like Hades, has cards like Into the Unknown and Elsa and Belle. Lots of control tools, but not something which can deal with lots of characters necessarily at once. So Daniel has that slight disadvantage of being the player going second. Alberto's already at 3 ink and has 2 characters. Daniel with just 1 ink and 1 character. So what can they do on this turn 2 to start flipping the tide in their favor? It's going to be a lady. I love this character. It's an uninkable. But if you have another character or if you have a character called Tramp in play, it quests for 2. And we're going to see Bobby and Improvise combine to take out the Royal Guard. Maybe Alberto a little bit greedy to take that quest, not respecting the power of Improvise.
Yeah, 100%. And this lady probably setting up a nice shift target for Miss Park Avenue. Obviously,
Definitely.
we don't want to see that until we've got a couple of low-cost characters in the discard, but Lady and the Tramp are pretty strong in this Amber Emerald deck. Genie coming down, going to draw a card, following the script that Blurple likes to follow.
Yeah, this Improvise was so good, though, for Daniel. Like, just being able to take that trade with Bobby and remove one of Alberto's characters. Daniel's game plan is probably going to be all about just getting as many characters down as possible, overloading the removal of Alberto, and look at that, 3 ink, and potentially, what? I mean, Lady can quest for 3, potentially 7 lore a turn with that play. Absolutely incredible from Daniel, and does decide still to take the quest with Bobby, which I'm a little bit surprised by that Daniel doesn't just leave Bobby ready for now.
I agree, just because the Street Smart Dog obviously is a really nice play on turn 4 here. You could pay literally, well, at this point, even less, because there are 5 characters on the board. We can respond to this Bobby with a challenge, and we are on the Elsa turn, Joe, so we could potentially deal with a bit of this board, but with 3 characters, yeah, it wouldn't be enough. Yeah, so I agree. I'm a little surprised to see the Bobby quest.
I mean, it also could be that Daniel is setting a trap, right? Like inviting Alberto to take this challenge on Bobby with the Rafiki, and then maybe Daniel decides to just challenge with Daisy, for example, instead of giving Alberto potentially an extra card in hand. It's fascinating to see Amber Emerald. Only, I think, 2 cards in hand for Daniel. Only at 1 lore right now, but I would say so far it's gone about as well as it could have for Daniel.
Alberto gonna pay that 5 ink. Down comes the 5th Spirit Elsa, and who is going to be the recipient of the crystallize ability here? We've got 2 ladies on board. One has 2 willpower, the other has 3. The one with 3 willpower, a bit of a higher ceiling, could potentially quest for 3 if the strength is 3 or more. So a decision to be made by Alberto here. What would you go for here, Spes?
A very good question. I wouldn't go for the Merfolk.
No.
Because you don't want to discard a card at this moment in time, right?
No.
The lady,
Yeah,
I honestly don't have a strong opinion, but Alberto certainly does. Has to make some sort of decision. And then the Elsa takes out the Bobby as well. This is the power of Elsa. We're used to seeing it now.
Yep.
But just with that one little swift play, Elsa rushes in, and Alberto's able to put the board in his favor. Despite Daniel getting off to a great start, he's very far away from 20 at this stage, and it's going to be fascinating to see what card draw tools does Daniel have available. Are we going to see, for example, we're going to see Lilo actually come back, which is interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if we don't have anything in hand, like we couldn't have played Street Smart Dog on that turn regardless. We could only have lowered the cost to 5, I think. 7, 6, 5. No, we could have played it still, but evidently we don't have it. Down comes the Enterprising Dog. He's going to give +1 strength to a character for every other character on the boards. So Rafiki's pretty easy to take out, though, while he's sideways, only 0 strength when he's not doing the challenging.
Yeah, and the Tramp only costing 1 ink because there is a lady on the board. So
Good
very,
point.
very efficient. The Tramp and Lady combo is one of the strongest things that Amber and Emerald can do. We're used to seeing Crab in previous metagames. Well, Tramp can be very similar to a Crab that costs just 1. Okay, it's not got as many stats, but we know the power of giving one of your characters that extra strength, and suddenly that Rafiki being taken out. Daniel here questing now, and really just look at the board presence. Like, so many characters for Daniel. He's going wide. He's keeping as many characters of Alberto's off the board as possible in the early stages, and just trying to develop as many threats as possible. And that Lilo and Bobby synergy on the very first turn, coming up trumps already.
Yeah, super, super nice. And worth mentioning here is an example of, we were talking about the decision with the Elsa of what we were going to take out. And I mentioned the the lady that's a 0/3 could potentially quest for 3 if enough characters come down. So I like this because this Enterprising Tramp would have come down and given her +3 strength from the ability. So I like that. Elsa's going to put 2 damage on the Daisy Duck. And I expect a bell to be the follow-up here. Yes, the Accomplished Mystic moving that damage off of the bell. Be gone, Daisy. The date is over.
Yep, Genie also with the opportunity to challenge either Lady or Lilo. And it will be Lilo that is decided upon. That Lady is still going to quest for 2 for now. So a little bit of a risk to put that Lilo back into the discard, because, of course, Lilo could pop back out. But if Daniel's going to summon Lilo from the discard, they have to do it before they draw a card to start their turn.
Yeah, 1 damage on the Genie there, courtesy of the Lilo, who is a 1/2 stat line. And this Basil has been such a powerful card across the weekend so far, Joe. Just that support on a 1 cost. It's really putting in a lot of work.
Yeah, I think support as a keyword has just been waiting in the wings for its moment, and Basil seems to be the perfect way to do it. There's the lady shift. And again, let's think about that decision the previous turn from Alberto to take out the Lilo instead of the lady, inviting Daniel almost to take this shift.
Which wouldn't have been available otherwise because we're only stuck at 3 ink at the moment, right? Yeah, we may go up to 4 here. Yeah, that's the 4th ink. The Bobby that we got back.
But this is also part of the value, Baker, of playing a deck which your opponent isn't used to playing against. If Alberto had like 100 reps against Amber and Emerald, this is the kind of decision which would have just maybe become natural to them. But when you're not used to playing against a deck, it's much more difficult to play optimally because you just don't have the experience that you do playing against other meta decks.
Yeah, I think you make a really good point. Again, probably has a lot more reps into the mirror match, a Blurple, the Emerald Sapphire, the Amber Steel. But yeah, you're absolutely right. With less people playing dogs, at least publicly, at these large events, then maybe not a matchup that Alberto is as prepared for, pun intended. Down comes another Elsa. She's going to turn that Daisy sideways. And how much of a board clear can we do here? Is Basil challenging or going to give that support keyword some use?
It's just so brutal, though. Like, you're playing against an Amethyst deck, but it's like this Blurple deck feels like Ruby of old, right? You're ramping up, but then you're playing threat after threat that can just equalize the board. Elsa, Belle, and even the Basil is contributing towards Alberto's board presence here.
Yeah, I've been saying a while that Blurple feels the closest to old school Ruby Amethyst, like just in the control aspect. We have all that the purple card, the Amethyst cards, the Belle, the Elsa. But Hades, I'm telling you, man, the premier removal in the game.
And the Merfolk is now taken down, but Alberto has already emptied their hands, so no downside of challenging that. Daniel, with 1 card in hand, does not call in Lilo to help, but instead decides to draw a card. They are 10 lore away. The main story gain in Daniel's deck is going to be Go-Go.
Oh,
there it is!
Pretty good, Joe.
4 lore off the Elsa. I didn't even see the Elsa. I was thinking Go-Go's only going to get 1 lore. Well, no surprise, that Elsa is waiting in the wings just with Go-Go's name on it. That could be a huge moment because another Go-Go would be another 4 lore.
Yeah, this Elsa is obviously so powerful, but 5 willpower is an awesome thing, but against a Go-Go, it can be a little bit dangerous with Elsa sitting there with 4 damage on her. So we're at 14 lore now for Daniel.
I'm leaning forward in my chair, Baker. Alberto with 1 card in hand currently. I'm not sure what it is.
He's keeping us guessing. 2 ink, though. Maybe a vision.
It was a top deck, remember. It's Hypnotic Strength.
Okay.
Because they dumped their hand to play around that Merfolk the previous turn. 4 ink remaining.
Yep, I respect it. Hypnotic Strength drawing
Daniel did not quest with the Tramp, which is incredibly significant because Elsa could have just sacrificed herself onto that Tramp. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me, Alberto? Into the unknown on his own Elsa.
I respect it because that's game otherwise. These 2 quest to 16, another Go-Go comes down, finishes the job. I super respect that.
And we knew that Into the Unknown is good, but have you ever seen someone using it on their own character to deny the Go-Go? I certainly haven't.
That's the first time. I'll be honest, that is the first time.
Daniel's going to ready. They can quest up to 16, and Alberto on the other side is 7 lore away from victory. Lilo is going to come in for 2 ink. Yep. Alberto's board quests for 6 currently. An Elsa shift, though, would bump that up to 8.
So both players have the potential to race towards game. This Lilo, if you're not familiar, you must choose before you draw a card if you want to pay the 2 ink to put her into play exerted. Down comes a Daisy.
I think Daniel's still in a good spot here.
I agree.
Alberto's in top deck mode.
Has the potential to go to 19. Yo, is there a Baymax in the deck for Alberto? That would be kind of spicy.
It's a double quest. Doesn't manage to get anything else down, though, with 2 I think we're still 2 cards in hand, Daniel. Only spending the 3 ink on that exerted Lilo, and then the Daisy, which comes in ready.
Hades? Oh.
Big moment for Hades coming through and denying that Daisy. That was off the top, remember. We saw Alberto with the Hypnotic Strength into the Unknown off the top, and then the Hades off the top. Alberto's top decks have been kind. Daniel got himself into a winning position, but maybe the luck of the top decks were just in favor of Alberto that little bit too much here.
Yeah, that little sequence of cards off the top was really, really good. Now, Alberto does have the ability to answer the Tramp and the Lilo. Could also answer the Go-Go Tomago, does have that evasive keyword, but we got to be careful, Joe, of how much damage we're leaving on our characters.
Certainly.
We've already been punished by one Go-Go. That into the unknown onto our own Elsa was great. I loved that play.
Yeah, it's my favourite play of the day so far. Daniel looking a little bit upset, and honestly, who can blame him? Let's not forget, this was Daniel going second. Alberto kicked things off in this game, and Daniel's got themselves into a position where they were very, very close to winning, and it's not over just yet. But you would imagine the board of Alberto is going to be a little bit too much to overcome. Daniel, even if he's got 2 Go-Go's, he wouldn't have enough ink to play both and trigger the ability, of course, for ink necessary. Daniel does draw a card, no Lilo. It's going to be a Go-Go.
Yeah, he's nodding like, yeah, I figured it was coming. That's going to be 2 lure up to 18. But as you said, Joe, not enough ink to even play a second Go-Go if we had it.
And
Bobby.
Emerald Chromicon gets discarded by Bobby.
And that's game 1 to Alberto. What a match. That felt like it came down to the wire. It could have gone either way. You enjoyed that one, Joe. I could tell. You were in the zone there.
I was on the edge of my seat.
Quite literally on the edge of his seat. Yep, GG's. 1-0 up now for Alberto. What a game, mate.
Yeah, I think Alberto's going to be very relieved to get that game 1 win.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they won the die roll. They got to go first. On the other side, as the Emerald Amber player, that's just one of those ones. You just have to go, okay, I played well. I got myself into a winning position, and my opponent just drew the right cards at the right time.
Yep.
But all you can really ask to do when you're going second is just get yourself into that winning position. The luck's not always going to be on your side. We play card games after all, right? Like,
you put yourself in a position to win if luck is on your side, right? But again, we talked about it already, but we saw a Go-Go there. If we didn't see the Into the Unknown on the Elsa, that would have been over.
And it wasn't even just that one top deck, Baker, because also the Hades the next turn, dealing with Daisy. If Daisy had been able to quest,
that would have been it.
That was all the difference. It was 2 lore away from victory. So an absolutely brilliant performance. We are now going to see Amber Emerald going first.
This is going to be fast.
Very, very fast.
It's going to be aggressive.
So don't blink. Don't go anywhere. There's not even time to make yourself a tea or coffee because the next round's starting. Oh, maybe there is.
You've got 20 seconds. Go, quickly. go. In the words of Ross, go make yourself a nice cold beverage and join us. Shout out to Ross, friend of Lorcana. But yeah, what a day it's been, man. I'm excited to see how this dog deck is going to kick off on the play. As you said, very different game. Play-draw disparity is a very real thing in Lorcana.
Yeah.
So let's see how wide he can go. We did see him go wide early. Didn't have the street smart dog to be able to really take advantage of that, draw multiple cards, find the pieces that you need. But yeah, what a game.
I think it's also easy to underestimate the significance of that turn to improvise play from Daniel. We saw Alberto taking a quest for 1 with a octopus soldier, and then Daniel punished that with using improvise on their Bobby to make that favorable trade. Now that Alberto is more familiar with Daniel's list, you would imagine that sort of thing, as well as not respecting the lady shift as much, those sort of like subtle, suboptimal decisions that Alberto potentially made, you would imagine that Alberto's going to be able to cut those out moving forwards now that he's becoming more familiar with the deck that he's playing against.
Yeah, learning on the job. Definitely important to be able to adapt to these decks, especially if you don't know them as well. And we mentioned at the beginning, maybe Alberto less tested against this deck. That's
I think
a bit
everyone
of a rogue
is.
pick. I certainly am.
Like we're not used to watching it as much, and that's also what I love about trading card games is seeing these different decks compete with the decks that we're so used to seeing. Like, as a player, I very much would be in the position of Daniel. I love playing these sort of like off-meta decks and trying to break the meta. And when you're in that position as Daniel has played this matchup 100 times. Alberto's playing it quite possibly for the very first.
Yep.
And even if your deck is maybe slightly weaker, that experience that you have in the matchup can just help you level the playing field so much.
Yeah, we love a game where we can use our skill expression to try and get those dubs. But moving into game 2, we are on game 2. Alberto won game 1. This is round 7, 9 rounds of Swiss today. So a victory here for either player.
Oh, he's done it again!
The same play, Bobby discarding the Lilo.
And it was the Lilo off the top both times. The only difference is this one was not a glimmer foil, but Daniel getting off to a great start. TikTok into the ink and Basil down for Alberto, which is certainly not a bad thing to find on turn 1. I imagine a Rafiki or Octopus Soldier would have been slightly preferred.
Yep.
Because they can take out Bobby while remaining on the board. But we see the second Spray Cheese Kid from Daniel here.
This is the decision here, right? Because normally I'd be tempted to quest the Bobby and say, if you want to give up your Basil, I'm happy with that because the Basil's good for you. But again, we talk about the dog deck, how much it relies on having a wide board to pay less for Tramp, for the other Tramp that gives you extra strength. So it's important to have multiple bodies on board. I'll be interested to see what Daniel does here. He is going to take that quest.
Yep.
I respect it. I think Basil's proved itself to be important enough that Daniel thinks either you will not take this challenge, or if you do, then the mouse is gone.
Yep, I think it's a quest that I would take as well. You force your opponent to do something. If you just do nothing with Bobby, Alberto just doesn't have to do anything with Basil either, right? But you force Alberto to make a decision here. And if I'm in Daniel's shoes, I'm just expecting Alberto to take the trade. And I think that's a good trade for you. You get 1 law, and your opponent gets 0 law.
And again, just keeping some of those characters off the board for Daniel to make the Tramps less powerful. We're going to ink. Do we ink Sail, or do we play it there? We inked Tipo. We're going to play Sail.
And a Basil as well.
Got it. There we go.
But yeah, like, this is the decision now, right? Like, Alberto's not even sure if he wants to take this challenge. And the fact that Alberto's even having to make this decision and think about this just shows you how good this quest was from Daniel. He just got 1 law for free. He could have decided not to quest there, and he just would have missed out on 1 law. So let's look back at the end of this game, Baker, and think if that mattered.
Yeah.
Lilo will not be played from the discard here. I also love the way that he's put Lilo in the discards to help him not forget about it.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I like it. Down comes that Emerald Chromacon, the premier item in our format at the moment. During opponents' turns, whenever one of your characters is banished, you may return chosen characters to the player's hand. That's whenever. It does not say once a turn. And it can be your own characters as well, like bouncing back an Ursula or the Tramp to reuse his come-into-play abilities. But yeah, Chromacon's annoying, and I'm not expecting this Blurple deck to have an answer to the Chromacon.
Yeah, I spoke with someone recently that was testing this deck, and they said that they found the Emerald Chromacon got worse the better your opponent is, which makes sense, right? It's one of those cards which you have to be extremely careful with your sequencing when you're playing against it, but it's still a great card even against the very best players. Genie comes through. And it's also worth noting that Daniel didn't take any quests the previous turn because they wanted to get a little bit more value from that Emerald Chromacon.
We'll see how it piles up over the game. Again, we also need to count that 1 law, see how much that's going to matter.
Lilo comes out, 2 inks spent on that, and then Daniel is going to draw a card. It's going to be Go-Go into the ink, and for 2 more, it's going to be another Go-Go. No ability, of course, in this case, and it's a big quest. And we've been talking, haven't we, Baker, about what kind of deck list we've seen. We haven't seen any big Tramps yet, as far as I'm aware. Don't think we've seen either of them, either the 8 or 7 cost.
No, I think I saw him ink a Dapper Rascal. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong there. I would expect the Street Smart Dog to be in this deck, but I could be wrong, especially with Lilo's, though, right? Because you draw multiple cards and then you discard, keep the one you want. And cards like Lilo, are, as we've seen with Bobby, are perfect to throw into the discard. But we'll see. Like you mentioned at the beginning, Joe, there's a few ways that you can build this deck. So
we haven't seen Under the Sea or Scrump. It doesn't look like those are available. And those maybe have a little bit more synergy with the 7 cost Tramp that comes in and discards and draws. Because that's a very good singer for Under the Sea.
Sure.
But there's so many high quality cards available in Amber and Emerald, particularly when you start putting these Chromacons in and the Bobbies. Really enjoying seeing it so far as we see Alberto trigger the Chromacon of Daniel, or Daniel triggers his own Chromacon, bouncing back one of those Basils. And then this other Basil is going to challenge Merfolk. So the Merfolk will force Alberto to discard Tipo, and then the Chromacon triggers, and then you bounce back the Genie. And the sequencing here from both players was really, really crucial. A lot of the time, I'm sure many people watching would have expected Daniel's first Chromacon trigger to bounce back the Genie. But no, the Genie was already exerted, and Daniel predicted that there'll be more trades. Elsa's now bounced back. So Daniel's getting big value from the Chromacon here already. He's bounced back 3 characters to Alberto's hand. First, it was the Basil, then it was the Genie, and then it was the Elsa.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, it's done its job now. Even if it doesn't bounce a single other character for the rest of the game, which I'm sure it will, that turn was enough to warrant it.
Yeah. But the sequencing from both players, like, meticulous. The Chromacon really, really does make things difficult for both players to plan out optimally. But I think both players did a great job of maneuvering their way through that round.
100%.
Or that turn, I should say.
Daniel was on the play this game.
There's the tramp that gets inked. That's the 7-cost tramp we've been talking a lot about.
The street smart dog. The dual ink.
Yeah. In comes that Glimmerfoil Lilo. So two Lilos in the board. No Lilos in the discard currently, as one was played. And Daniel with a grand total of 0 cards in hand, which is not a lot of cards when you're at 6 lore. The Octopus Soldier comes through, and for 5, is it going to be Elsa? Of course it's going to be Elsa!
Naturally. Let's exert that Lilo with the Crystallize ability. This Royal Guard obviously can't challenge just yet, but Elsa certainly can with that rush.
Yep. But then the Emerald Chromacon's going to come through, and it's very nice of Alberto not to go for the Glimmerfoil Lilo, but instead the non-foil. Daniel's going to pay 2 ink for another Lilo, and 1 ink for an Epic Pegasus!
That's pretty good.
We need Daniel to get one of these Pegasus participations from the
Absolutely
for Bologna
100%.
in this deck. I love the look of that card.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's my favorite of the lot. So I'm very pleased it's the participation one.
Yep.
I call it Octopus Soldier, then I'm stealing your stuff. Yep. Royal Soldier is going to challenge the, what was it, the Lilo?
Yeah, one of the Lilos down. Chromacon could trigger. Finders Keepers inked. And Hades onto the Glimmerfoil Lilo. Okay, now that's mean. Putting the Glimmerfoil Lilo into the ink and the non-foil into the discard. I spoke too soon, didn't I?
You did. You were saying how kind it was, but like, did you know it was because this is the plan? Oh.
Ursula comes through. No songs.
The information is good. We already knew there was an Elsa in hand because it was bounced back with the Chromacon.
Yeah, so there's 2 Elsas and 1 other card, but Daniel is still 10 lore away. Despite being the player going first in this, still a long old way away from victory, but this Chromacon should not be underestimated. It could just continue to bounce things back. It is going to be Hades challenging Bobby, and now there's an interesting decision for Daniel. Do you bounce back the Hades to your opponent's hand, or do you just not trigger the Chromacon? Do you bounce one of your own characters back? Elsa comes through now. It's going to exert the Ursula, and you would imagine that now that Alberto has paid the ink, Daniel will trigger the Chromacon at the next opportunity and probably bounce back the Elsa.
Yeah, but you make a great point. You know, it's this Hades obviously quests for 2, but that ability on play is so incredibly powerful. You don't want to give your opponent even more of them. So Dumbo's going to make his way into the inkwell. Pass. We're going to ready, set, draw. We're going to do ready, return Lilo in the set stage, and then draw.
And the synergy here for Lilo and the Chromacon is huge. Like, Lilo always feels like a card to me that just is a bit lackluster. But in this deck with the Bobby, where you can discard it, and then the synergy with the Chromacon in a format with no board clears, you can just see that Daniel just gets off to an early lead, and he doesn't actually need to be that quick.
Nope.
Because every time Alberto removes one of his characters, Daniel can just bounce back one of Alberto's cards to their hand. And then Lilo comes back every turn.
Yep. The Genie coming back down. Wish fulfilled. We're going to draw cards.
And yeah, that Hades banishing, or rather putting a Lilo into the inkwell was so significant here, because Daniel could have been putting down 2 Lilos every single turn. It's going to be Genie back to hand.
Do we just play it again? We have an Elsa in hand, though. We know that because it was bounced. And it is going to be the ink of Hypnotic Strength. Down comes the Elsa. Get rid of that Lilo. Again, we can bring it back every turn, but you at least have to give up 2 ink for it. But Daniel, a plethora of ink at this point. Yep. I don't think it's that much of a problem. Does not return the Lilo, though.
Doesn't go for the Lilo, which is really, really interesting. It's going to be a Lady, and Lady is so good. 4/4 stat line, it quests for 2, and you can return 2 characters that cost 2 or less from your discard, and there is a go-go in the discard. And that is great news when there's a Hades on the other side of the board, which is challenging every turn and slowly but surely getting more damage counters on it. Pegasus quest for 1, and Daniel is 7 lore away.
And we have the ability to go up by 5 lore next turn. The Hades can't touch the Elsa. And then the go-go could finish the game, but you've got to imagine there's an Elsa in Alberto's hand. Don't know how many we've gone through so far.
Yeah, there is at least 1, as one was bounced back last turn.
Yeah, along with the Genie.
Yeah, and there's enough to play both the Genie and the Elsa. Again, Alberto, every single time, has to be extremely careful with his sequencing. If he does one thing out of sequence, it gives Daniel that opportunity to take advantage with the Chromacon. So Alberto really has to plan his turn out right at the beginning. When am I going to challenge? When am I going to play a card? How do I minimize the value of the Chromacon as much as possible? And also, he has to think about Go-Go.
Exactly. You know, you may be incentivized to try and get this Hades off the board just because you don't want to Go-Go eating it up. And maybe that's a reason why Daniel will not return this Hades to hand. But if Alberto puts him in a position where he kind of has to, then this is going to come down to how Alberto pilots this turn. Really thinking about it, down comes that Elsa for the 65th million time this game. Exerting the Curse Merfolk, courtesy of the Crystallize ability.
Yeah, and like even here the ordering, like what does Alberto do with his Elsa? Do you challenge the Pegasus? Do you challenge the Merfolk? And do you go with the Hades first? Do you go with the Elsa first? It's really, really tricky position to be in. And the Chromacon is just making Alberto do all the work right now.
Yep.
Like Daniel's got himself into a position where he's just asking Alberto all the questions and Alberto has to come up with the answers. And that's a nice position to be in.
Sure. We pay 2 ink for the T-Po. I do wonder if... I'm not sure if he's inked this turn, because if he hasn't, then if he didn't play the T-Po, then there would be 4 ink remaining, ink up to 5, and you could play this Elsa again if it gets bounced back to your hand. But let's see what Alberto's got in mind. Both these chaps at a 5-1-0 record. This is round 7 of 9. Top cut will be tomorrow, Illumineers. Elsa is going to take that Pegasus, and we're bouncing that same Elsa back. You've got to think the Hades is taking the Merfolk here, yep. And bounce the T-Po, I guess? Do you keep the Hades for the sake of the Go-Go?
Daniel actually decides not to bounce the T-Po back to hand with the Chromacon, which is very interesting. Not sure on that, if there's any big advantage of doing that. Of course, Chromacon is a trigger which gets missed very, very often.
Yeah, it
so
does.
That's always worth considering that could be the case. Go-Go comes through and gains 2 lore for Daniel, now just 5 lore away from victory. Of course, if Daniel takes this, we will be going to a game 3, and Lady is actually going to challenge the Hades, which I didn't expect to see either.
And this T-Po could finish it off now as well, so maybe the bouncing of the T-Po would have been optimal. I'm not sure what Daniel's holding. He's keeping his cards pretty close to his chest, and can't blame him for it.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think if there's any reason, any benefit of not putting the T-Po back into Alberto's hand, and nothing's coming to mind. Be interested
if we
in
had less ink,
the chat.
Yeah, if we had less ink, I could maybe make the argument that, okay, you don't want to give him a free ink card, but we're already at so much that, yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah, and we will see T-Po take out Lady. Daniel does have the option of triggering Chromacon to bounce back Go-Go to his own hand, for example, but decides not to.
Oh, Alberto was about to make a play, but Daniel... Give me a moment. Yep. I want to see if I want to trigger this Chromacon. Down comes the Elsa.
And the Chromacon did get triggered. Go-Go went back to hand.
Yep.
And now the Chromacon puts the Elsa back to hand.
Here's a Genie again. 4 willpower. Can certainly soak up some damage if we can apply it and then take advantage with Go-Go. We're going into our next turn. Will we return the Lilo? Daniel has been pretty good at knowing straight away if he's going to play this Lilo or not, knowing whether or not he would prefer something from his hand.
Yep.
This seems like a far less simpler decision. Would leave him with, I think, 4, 5... Is that 6 ink? Yeah. Yeah, we are going to bring Lilo back. Escape Artist coming back from the storybook onto the board.
Yeah, 4 ink still remains. I'm still so fascinated by that T-Po decision with the Chromacon. I'd love to talk about it later, but for now it's Daisy Duck coming down. And even more ink being spent on Clarabelle. That is going to be a card drawn for Daniel. Can they make use of the last 2 cards in their hand? Not right now, but they are 5 lore away, and Alberto knows that there is a Go-Go in Daniel's hand. There's Go-Go, and there's one other mystery card, which was drawn off this Clarabelle.
3 cards in hand for Alberto. What have we got? We've got a Vision of the Future. We're going to take a look into the future, my boy. 5 cards deep. 1 card will go into the hand, and the rest will go to the bottom of the deck in any order. Can we find an answer? Can we have a Hades? Of course, Chromacon only triggers when a character is banished. And Hades does not banish. He puts it into the inkwell.
Which is particularly good, as it turns out, on Lilo.
Yeah.
In this matchup. Like, that one Hades on the Lilo was so crucial for Alberto. This game would have been over so long ago if that hadn't come up. And this is also, like, maybe an example as Alberto learns this matchup a little bit more as they play. Probably something they're going to look out for in game 3 if we get there. Elsa exerts the Daisy Duck. That Emerald Chromacon is exerting so much pressure into the unknown, though. Just like a Hades Baker, it's not going to trigger the Chromacon. But this Elsa will trigger the Chromacon.
Absolutely.
And it's actually Genie bounce back.
Yep. But this Elsa can soak up some damage and potentially be a go-go target.
And again, this comes down to the sequencing, right? Like, Alberto here took the challenge with Elsa before questing with Genie, and then Daniel suddenly decides, surprise, I'm done bouncing your Elsa back, now I'm going for your Genie, and Alberto is still only at 2 lore, right? And they just missed out on 2 lore by not questing with Genie. This Chromacon is just making Alberto make so many tricky decisions.
Yeah, we talked about at the beginning about how much value it might get, and I was happy with just that first turn of bouncing, but this Chromacon has put in spades of work today. What can Daniel do? Can he cross the line and take us to a game 3, which we always love to see? Down comes the Cursed Merfolk for a cost of 1.
Yeah, and there's still 1 ink available. We know that Go-Go's in hand, but we're not sure about the rest. I think these are being returned to hand by the lady. Or so the Merfolk comes down, which was returned back by the lady, and the other card which was returned to hand from the lady was that Ursula Deceiver.
Yeah, Ursula Deceiver. Less songs in format now, but still some very important ones. Strength for a Raging Fire, Under the Sea. I spoke to some players today who think that people are really not respecting Ursa at the moment. They always keep their strengths. They keep their Into the Unknowns. So Ursula may be getting more value than some players think at the moment.
Suddenly the board state is just so in favor of Daniel. It feels like they've not really drawn any cards, but like the Clarabelle drew one, the lady sort of draws 2, the Lilos have always come back. He's been able to bounce back some of his own cards with the Chromacon, and Daniel has just not won fast in any way, shape, or form, but he's been playing cards which are sort of associated with an aggro deck. And it's really been enabled by the Emerald Chromacon, this game plan.
Yeah, for sure. Like we talked about how fast we thought this would be, and it's not been the sprint that we were expecting. A lot more of a control kind of base game, again, based off that Emerald Chromacon.
Yep.
And just to answer the chat, no, it is called the discard, but in the lore of Lorcana, when a glimmer is banished, it returns to the storybook or the lore book. So I'm just adding cheese, guys, and I will continue to do so.
Alberto waiting to make another play. This 4 ink was spent on Genie, and it looks like it's going to be 7 for Hades. The lady into the inkwell. Daniel probably not too happy to see that. Of course, Genie just played this turn. Hades just played this turn. It's only Elsa that can challenge, and you would imagine that Lilo is going to have to be the target, but instead it's Into the Unknown, and that's crucial because Alberto knows that there is a go-go in Daniel's hand. It is public information.
Yep, has seen it already. It was bounced with the Chromacon, and here the Into the Unknown.
Go-go!
Can you wake me up? Go-go! The double go-go. We had enough ink. I'm shocked I'm saying this, but we actually had enough ink for the double go-go. Merfolk quests, and we're going to a game 3, Spessy.
Go, 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 go.
All the way. I love it. What a game, a masterclass. You got Alberto definitely learning on the job as this game goes on. But that Chromacon this game, mate, what value that provided. Amazing.
Yeah, I mean, the Chromacon came down. Daniel was at, what, like 3 lore?
Yep, if that.
And you're like, okay, well, this is never, you go to a long game against a Sapphire Amethyst deck, you've got no chance. But one Chromacon versus the world is what it felt like.
World.
And the thing is, Chromacon is an awkward card to include in your deck because how many copies do you play?
Yeah.
If you play 1, you can't rely on drawing it.
Nope.
If you play 2, you probably can't rely on drawing it. 3, okay, you're going to probably draw it quite often, but it's uninkable and very clunky. 4, well, if the card is this crucial to your game plan, maybe you need to, but it's uninkable, it's clunky. But that's also where the Spray Cheese Kid Bobby comes in.
I was just about to say, Bobby, I
it's
think
my
helps for
favorite
this.
card of the set.
Yeah.
I'm really impressed by
It's
it.
a very you card, actually. I mean that in the best possible way, my friend. It's a very you card. But
It's a very cool card.
It's a good card. Again, the synergy with Lilo, as you just mentioned, helping you unclump those uninkables. And hey, that's something that we've been doing since Simba Future King, Mulan. So this is not like a new strategy, right? It's just a card now. Emerald has a way to do this. So I like
because
it.
like the Simba from set 1 with the exact same stat line, exact same ability, was never as relevant in the meta as Bobby is right now. But I think it's just Emerald in particular having access to the synergy with Lilo, the synergy with the Chromacon. In this deck in particular, I mean, even Circle of Life, if you wanted to go down that route, there's just so much potential for Bobby. We see Bobby working very well in Emerald Sapphire as the perfect shift target for Baymax, as the perfect target for Pleakley.
Yep.
It's just a card that's just putting in so much work for these Emerald decks right now.
Imagine we get a Floodborn Bobby.
Oh,
What? He's waiting.
Enchanted.
He's waiting. He's waiting.
Enchanted Floodborn Bobby.
I'm just saying,
Yes,
if there's one coming,
Iconic.
we know who needs to reveal it if there's one coming. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, we're going to be jumping into Game 3 in just a moment. Let the players shuffle up. Once again, thank you so much if you've been joining us today, if you've been here since the beginning, if you've just checking us out, if you've been zooming in and out throughout the day. We really appreciate you being here, and we move into Game 3, Round 7. Daniel on Amber Emerald Dogs and Alberto on the Meta King. I'm just going to say it, Blurple.
Yeah, and this is the second time in this best of 3 Alberto is going first. In game 1, Alberto won the die roll. They went first. Daniel was inches away. Alberto had to rely on a couple of crucial top decks to hang in there, and Daniel was just too lore away. We saw Alberto using Into the Unknown on their own Elsa
such a play, mate,
in order to win the game and deny the go-go. So Alberto, you would imagine, despite being the player going first, I think Daniel might be the slight favorite going into this Game 3, but it's going to be fascinating to see. Hypnotic Strength, and there's the all-important one drop for Alberto. You want as many of those as early as possible in this matchup, I would imagine.
Yeah, these Basils have been putting in so much work throughout the day. The support keyword, 2 strength added if Basil goes on a quest. Let's see if Daniel hasn't really had the fast start we would expect.
Hello.
That's an enchanter right there. He's been able to go wide, but we haven't seen many double daisies or double quest for 3 characters like this lady. So let's see how aggressive Daniel can be for this third and final game of round 7.
I gotta say, it's one of my favorite enchanteds.
It's pretty. It's pretty.
It is gorgeous.
It's pretty. Do you know what enchant I like? The new Ariel and the reprint on enchant. I think that's pretty good, mate.
Do you know what's not good?
What's that, son?
No ramp on turn 2 for Alberto.
That is the first. Yo, everyone drink water. This is the first time we've missed turn 2 ramp. Drink water. Well, first time that I've seen it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you would imagine that Alberto didn't have the ramp available. I don't think this is a play that Alberto ever would make if that Tipo or the Sail was available. And suddenly the window of opportunity for Daniel to take this Game 3 on the draw opens even further. Ursula, Deceiver, into the ink. Bobby, Spray Cheese Kid, will discard that Clarabelle Contented Wallflower.
And down comes that Daisy. This is the aggression I was looking for, Spessy. A quick shout out to a Ghost in the chat. Ghosty from over in America, who is one of the pioneers of this Amber Emerald Dogs deck. So I'm sure we'll be very interested to see how this goes down. But yeah, this is the gas I was looking for. No breaks. Yeah, I mean.
Yeah, and this lady's great, but it only quests for 1 right now.
At the moment.
It's a good shift target. There's no cards in the discard for Daniel for that lady, but look at this turn 3 from Alberto. Not a great turn 3.
No, not at all.
And played absolutely nothing. Lady into the ink for Daniel on their 3rd turn. 2 ink is going to be spent on an Ursula, and surely not. It will miss on this occasion, but also the uninkable situation in Alberto's hand is dire. Elsa, the only inkable card in there. There's 2 genies, and there's that legendary Elsa. If Alberto draws an uninkable, Elsa will have to be inked.
And I was just about to say, you do not want to ink this Elsa. Did we find ink?
Big moment.
You got to think if we ink the Elsa. Oh, Finders Keepers off the top, the enchanted version. We get to keep our Elsa, and down comes the genie.
Yeah, all that mattered there for Alberto was finding an inkable card that wasn't called Elsa, so you still have access to as many Elsas as possible. But in comes the Tramp for the first time, and that is a 7 cost card, but the cost of this card is reduced by 1 for every other character you have in play. So 7 cost becomes 2 cost.
That is a cheap dog, and we're also going to draw 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cards from the top of the deck. Now, we have to then discard 5, but we pick the one we like. We keep the most valuable piece. We throw the Lilos into the discard specie. This is the gas that I was looking for today.
And suddenly, Daniel is turning up the heat with all of their characters turning sideways, gaining as much lore as possible, and going on quests at the same time. That's what you want to do as an aggro player. You don't want to just quest with one character at a time. You want to wait for the right moment, and Daniel has decided that now is the time to start questing.
Your time is up. My time is now. Did we find ink, though? Because if we didn't, then we still can't play Elsa this turn.
Yeah, well, there was a card drawn off the genie, and then a card drawn for turn.
Okay, we find a sail.
So could have gone with the ink of Sail and played Elsa, but instead actually developing the Sail. Maybe Alberto just feeling the need to get up to the cards like that legendary Elsa, but that even could have been shifted on. The Sail's a really interesting play here. Not going for the Elsa instead.
The Ursula Voice Stealer has found a place in some of these Blurple decks, kind of as a quote-unquote 5th Elsa. She can exert a character on play, and then you may play a song for free that has that character's cost or less. Obviously, Into the Unknown is probably the only song in this deck, but just finding the 5-cost character that can exert an opposing character is so important. So I'm a fan of the Voice Stealer.
I like it too. I think it's really good against Tiana in particular, right?
Yes.
You get that Ursula down. When you're at 5 ink, you exert your opponent's Tiana, and the Into Unknown cleans it up. This decision from Alberto is fascinating. They had the option of inking Sail, playing Elsa, finding ink the next turn, and then shifting Elsa, for example. But they decided that was the obvious line in many ways, but they decided it wasn't good enough, and instead they go for this Sail, this extra ramp this turn, and a Genie to go alongside the Sail. So they played a Genie and a Sail when they could have played an Elsa. Very, very fascinating decision from Alberto. A little bit unorthodox. And sometimes those unorthodox plays, Baker, are the hardest ones to make, but also the best ones to make. We'll have to wait and see if that decision works out for Alberto.
Yeah, well, with the top-end heavy hand, you can understand the reasoning for wanting to ink more aggressively. We are going to see Miss Park Avenue shifted on top of the lady, and that's going to let us take 2 characters from the discard and put them back in our hand. They must have a cost of 2 or less, but fun fact, about 90% of this deck is cost 2 or less.
Yeah. Yeah, so Alberto is now at 6 ink.
You mentioned, Specie, about the importance of the Chromacon and how many you play.
Yep.
Haven't seen it this game.
Haven't seen it. Despite that tramp as well, filtering and looking for a lot of cards, Merfolk comes down for Daniel. 6 lore to 0 in Daniel's favor, despite being the player going second. But Alberto's got a very wide board. Well, it's going to be slightly less wide now as Ursula takes out that Basil. It's great to see an Amber Emerald deck having the confidence to take these challenges and not just feel like it just has to quest and go sideways. It's actually fighting for board presence and board control. I'm really enjoying watching Daniel pilot this deck.
I love watching good players play Lorcana. I love watching Lorcana, but when you get the top-tier players at the highest competitive level, this is a CCQ. It is all to play for, an invitation to the European Championship. That is nothing to scoff at. These players are bringing their best.
They certainly are. Of course, we're in round 7, 2 rounds left of Swiss today, but don't forget the top cut is happening tomorrow, and we will be live for that all day. We've got you covered for Disney Lorcana this weekend, leading up to that Disney Lorcana Challenge in Bologna next weekend. So much Lorcana action with set championships just around the corner as well. But for Alberto, all they're thinking about right now is how on earth they claw their way back into this game. This feels like a pivotal turn.
Do we have a Hades this turn? Genie is going to challenge into the Tramp.
Yeah, 3 damage counters
Bell?
on Tramp.
So be Bell, surely.
Oh, the Bell would be quite devastating here.
Yep, and that's going to be 5 ink. Down comes the Accomplished Mystic. The 3 damage will move from the Genie onto the Street Smart Dog, which is going to get it off the board. Pretty nice play.
Yeah, Bell and Elsa just putting in so much work. Let's not forget, this is a game where Alberto missed ramp on 2 and didn't play anything on turn 3. Genie comes through, cleans up the Ursula.
I respect it, cleaning up the board, especially before this Chromacon gets put down, right? And Daniel's at 8 lore. So I respect cleaning the board here.
And now Alberto inking that Elsa as well. Maybe that was that Elsa I was so expecting him to play many, many turns ago. Such a fascinating turn that was. Double Merfolk for Daniel and a quest for 4. Daniel is 8 lore away and has 2 ready Merfolks on the board and still has a card in hand. If you're Alberto, what card are you fearing most in Daniel's hand?
The Go-Go, which is why I'm trading my bell into Lady.
Yeah, I think that could be wise.
Monstro would be nice as well.
Yeah, Alberto 3 cards in hand. Could try and play around the Poor Souls effect of the Cursed Merfolk. Ink a card and maybe play 2 cards, and then you don't have to discard anything. Bell's going to sing into the unknown. Who needs to trade with Lady?
Yeah, fair enough.
Just put it into the ink well. Now, Lady had been shifted, so that's 2 extra ink. Bell into the ink. In comes Elsa! And here, that extra little bit of ramp that Alberto managed to find earlier on in the game allows him to get this Elsa down that little bit sooner. And no cards left in hand for Alberto. What a turn. I said it was a pivotal turn. And Alberto absolutely turning up the heat. But it's not over yet. The Merfolks will not ready, but Lady in Daniel's hand is just allowing him to refill. Lady has been the star card, I think, for Daniel alongside those Go-Go's.
It's interesting math here because...
And the Chromacon.
And the Chromacon. Alberto can quest for 9 to go to 11, which would leave game on board. It would force Lady to have to trade into this bell. So that's pretty interesting. But Alberto looks so well positioned here. Elsa giving the space he needs to stay in this game.
Yeah, and there's 2 cards in hand for Daniel, but actually all the ink, I do believe, was spent that turn. That... into the unknown on the Lady, as good as it was in terms of giving Alberto that extra board presence, essentially just allowing them to keep the bell on the board, which we expected them to trade. But that 2 extra ink that Daniel got, really relevant here, because the Lady suddenly can come down without needing to shift it, which wouldn't have been possible. Oh my goodness, second star to the right comes through. Alberto can draw 5 cards, has the option of allowing Daniel to draw 5 cards. Decides not to take that option.
Hey, I'm sure against Emerald Sapphire, there are times where that's a legit mill strategy to just get them out. We have to take out one of these characters here because Daniel was representing game. There is 8 lore on the board, so we need to take out at least one of these Merfolks.
And you have to be so careful of the potential of Go-Go as well at all times.
Yeah.
Elsa is exerted, though.
Lady into Elsa, and then game 4, quest with 2 other Merfolks. That's game.
Yep.
So you kind of have to take out 2 bodies here, otherwise you're not respecting the Go-Go dub.
Yeah, and there's 2 Merfolks. Alberto does have an abundance of cards in hand thanks to that second star to the right. The top deck again, by the way, for Alberto. There was no cards left in hand, and suddenly there is 5. Alberto's top decks at these crucial moments in game 1 and 3 have certainly been kind. Genie comes through, Alberto draws another card, and there's still 4 ink available.
4 ink floating, and we can ink for turn if we wanted to get an Elsa down. But yeah, I think like you're really playing with fire if you leave like 2. You have to take out 2 Merfolk, otherwise you're not respecting Lady. Genie's going to take 1. Because Lady into Elsa, put 4 damage, go. Yeah, you've got to do some cleaning here.
Yeah, and I didn't quite catch what was discarded there. It looked like an enchanted, though. That's about all I can work out. Or maybe an epic.
It was pretty.
And there's another card discarded slightly off camera there, unfortunately. But Alberto still with 3 cards left in hand. And Daniel with 4 lore on the board can quest up to 16 next turn.
Nice, I super like that. Take away the ability for this Lady to leave 4 damage on an active character. It wouldn't have been game this turn, but still it would have been close. So I really like that play. And of course we can reuse this Elsa now on the following turn. Alberto looking real good right here. What do we draw?
Yeah, that Elsa back in Alberto's hand. It's a play we've seen a lot of Sapphire Amethyst players doing, actually, is using that Madam Imp, bouncing back the Elsa and then replaying it in a ready position the following turn, or perhaps even the exact same turn. 3 cards for Daniel. Merfolk is still on the board. It's off to the side. Lady and Merfolk not big friends, apparently, because they're on other sides of the board to each other, but they're both ready to quest. Daniel could get to 16, which is within 4 lore from victory.
What a banger this has been, Joe. Honestly, with Alberto only at 2 lore as well, but it's felt so close because we know Blurple can make these huge jumps. Genies, Elsa's Bell, they quest for a whole lot.
Yeah,
Purple cards are good, it turns out.
You have to think that Daniel needs to win this game quite quickly in this position. Alberto, that second star to the right, changed the game entirely. It just came at the perfect moment. Daniel's 4 away, 3 cards in hand, 6 ink available.
We know there's an Elsa.
Yeah, and Daniel importantly knows there's an Elsa. So he knows he needs to play around that as best as he can. Shift Lady onto Lady. Daniel, what are you doing?
That is kind of classy. I'm not going to lie. Shifting onto an already exerted, quested Lady. Going to bring 2 cards back from the discard. Can we go wide enough to win this? Because else it's just going to exert them.
Now, people are wondering, what on earth was that all about? Well, instead of paying 5 for Lady, you pay 3! And then you go for the absolute spice line of the double Merfolk Daisy Duck. Daniel, what are you doing to us? We can't handle this.
My stomach is on the floor at this point, Sebastian. What is going on?
6 ink spent to shift a Lady onto an exerted Lady, return characters back from the discard, and then ink the Lilo and go as wide as possible. What Daniel is saying here is if you don't remove all of my characters except 1, I will win. And then Daniel's always got the threat of Go-Go. I think Daniel has no cards left in hand, Baker.
Oh, wow.
I think that was their last set of cards, their last roll of the dice. But let's not forget, we've seen 1 Go-Go get inked. We've seen, I think, maybe 2 Go-Go's get inked, or maybe 2 played. There's still at least 1, if not 2, in the deck.
So this Elsa is definitely going to exert probably a Daisy and a Merfolk. Daisy, 4 willpower, a little trickier to get over. How are we answering the Lady? We can trade the Bell into the Lady.
The thing is here, even if Daniel doesn't win immediately, he's now forcing Alberto to make very suboptimal trades. Alberto really just wants to start questing right now, but instead, the Bell's probably going to have to trade when you'd really rather leave the Bell on the board. And Daniel's just buying himself an extra turn or 2. And again, it's about playing to win.
Yeah.
This Shift Lady seems weird, but he's applying as much pressure as he possibly can this turn. Daniel felt if he waited another turn to make this Lady play, it would be too late. The board would be too much in Alberto's favor. So Daniel rolls the dice 1 last time and maybe banks on a big top deck. No surprises to see Elsa come through. Alberto going to be exerting at least 1 Merfolk and then either the second Merfolk or the Daisy Duck. You would imagine. It's going to be double Merfolk.
Yeah, that sounds good to me. Locking down these Merfolks. They were not ready at the start of the next turn. So, yeah, I think we have to Bell trade into Lady here. Oh, Elephant. Elephant's going to take up. I wondered maybe there was an Into the Unknown. That would also help.
Yep. Card discarded from Alberto. It might have been second star to the right, honestly. Apologies that we're not quite catching that. And it's a big quest with everything else because, of course, the Merfolks aren't readying because of Elsa. I was sat there why is he not challenging them? But there's no need to right now as they are not readying for a good old while. Now, interestingly, Go-Go off the top for Daniel wouldn't be enough here.
No. We can challenge into the Elephant, but only for 1. I suppose we could Daisy into the Genie, but then that's only gaining 2, and then the Daisy isn't questing. Down comes the Lilo.
Okay.
Do we get a trigger off of this Daisy Duck? Oh, he's drawn a card. He's got 1 more card in his hand, so we missed what it was, but it was definitely a hit.
It was Lilo off the top. Now, what's interesting is the Daisy Duck did quest here. If Lilo is not removed from the board or frozen,
it's over.
Daniel wins. Alberto has to deal with every card on Daniel's side. And listen, the Daisy Duck, the Merfolks, they're exerted.
They're easy.
But
Simple.
the Lilo Glimmerfoil is ready and waiting to quest for 2, and 2 is all that Daniel needs.
1, 2, putting 2 ink aside but there was also into a pile of 7 and 2. Hypnotic Strength. We'll be digging for Hades. It's got to be Hades or Elsa, surely.
Looks for another out. Alberto's top decks have treated him well so far. But how about now? Does he have enough? It's going to be Daisy Duck taken out by the Elephant.
Man, the lack of Chromacon on this game has been very evident.
Yeah, it certainly has. Can this Elo be dealt with?
It's Hades!
And look at the facial expression from Daniel. Not happy to see that, and who can blame them? But this game is not over just yet. Is Alberto's board able to quest for 12? 2, 6, 8, 11, 12 exactly, I think. 2, 4, 6, 8,
9, 10, 11, 12, yeah.
Oh my
There's
goodness.
12 on board.
Alberto is literally threatening the perfect win. In fact, Quest only needs 10. Daniel, even a go-go doesn't save him right now. I don't think there's any outs for Daniel.
It would need to be double go-go, and he's only got one card. What is it? And it's a contended Wallflower, and that's it. Alberto takes the set 2-1. Joe, I need a break. That was too much.
That was, without doubt, my favorite round of Lorcana so far today. That was top quality. Great to watch.
Oh, it was amazing to watch. What a pleasure, man. I can't stay still anymore. Literally, that got me so hyped. It's such a pleasure to watch top-tier Lorcana gameplay again. What a match. Did that go the way you were expecting, though? That's the question I have for you, Joe.
It didn't. I was really impressed by how methodical and slow the Amber Emerald deck was able to play.
Mm-hmm.
I expect when I see Amber Emerald, quest, never challenge, but it really wasn't the case. And I think Amber Emerald looked favored in that.
The Emerald Chromacon, man, that put in so much work game 2. If we'd have seen that game 3, I think that could have gone a very different way. Someone said, was the second star a top deck? I'm pretty sure it was, right?
Yeah, it was. It was because previously, the previous turn was absolutely outrageous. There was 3 cards in hand. There was Merfolk's down. And I was like, can they empty their hand to play around the Merfolks? And it was like Elsa, Bell, and Sing into the Unknown, or like Elsa, Ink, Bell, Sing unto the Unknown, something like this. They dumped their hand, then they could challenge the Merfolks. They had nothing to discard. And then the second star to the right, I think, was the card off the top, if I'm not mistaken. But
what a game. Would you like to have a chat with the winner? Would you like me to go grab them for you? Let's do it. All right. I'll be back in a moment. You're going to get them. All right, but I'll let you interview them. 100%. What a game. That was round 7. If you're just joining us, you've missed a lot, but there are 2 rounds remaining of the Cardiff Firestorm Games CCQ. Tomorrow we'll be cutting to going into Top Cut, and we have a very fun Infinity side event happening tomorrow, and we will be broadcasting the finals, so a little peek into the not-so-distant past, but we all know why we're here this weekend. It's to try and earn that qualification for the European Championships. I'm going to jump out and allow you to have a little chat with Spessy. Sorry, Cal. Please jump in, sir, by all means. Put that on.
Thank you.
hello, congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling fine. I'm a little nervous.
Yeah?
Yes.
Have you played on a stream match before?
No, that was my first time.
Okay, and how was it?
It was great.
Does it feel the same as playing over the table in a normal game, or does it feel a little bit different?
No, it was no, it's totally different. Like I've been chill the whole day.
Yeah.
You know, like even if I lose or something. But now this one felt like I felt the pressure. You know.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Have you played against Amber Emerald very much?
That was my first time.
Amazing.
I don't know if you noticed whenever he played Gogo, I was like, oh, need to get rid of this Elsa right now, right?
Sure.
So yeah.
No, it was interesting because we were talking on the cast about how it's quite different when you're playing against a deck which you haven't seen as much.
Yeah.
Can you tell us about that experience? Like game 1 compared to game 3, you obviously understand your opponent's deck a lot better in game 3. So in game 1, like what's going through your head when you're seeing all these cards, and how are you trying to manage the situation?
That was actually funny. I thought Chernadox, you know,
Yeah.
but then it's like, wait, there's no Cherna in the deck anymore, right? So I was like, okay, so it's just like a regular kind of aggroing deck, but not really. So because of the Chromicon in the second game, so it was actually very weird. But then on the third game, I think I understood that, okay, I cannot quest with Hades just because I can. And yeah, that was like, I think I got a much better understanding of the match on the third game. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We were wondering because there was a bit of we were unsure, the chat and us, with the second star to the right you played in game 3. Was that a top deck, or was that something that you already had in your hand, if you remember? Because that once you got that second star to the right through, it just changed the game a little bit. It just gave you enough resources to close that one out.
Yeah, I can't recall if it was a top deck or not. Because I think in the game number 2, I also considered that play.
Sure.
But I didn't really have the time because he was questioning for so much. But yeah, I think No, it was probably a top deck, if I'm honest with you.
I think it might have been as well.
I think it was.
Because there was merfolks on the other side,
Yeah.
and you made like an Elsa play and sung into the unknown. But
Yeah.
listen, you got yourself into those positions. You drew the right cards at the right time. It was tight because
Yeah.
it's a tough matchup. It looked like.
It was very tough, especially like I never played against that one.
Yeah.
Like on the second game, just like the Chromicon and the mind games that I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like an attrition kind of match, right?
Yeah,
So,
and we were saying that it was you were being asked all the questions, right? Your opponent was just able to sort of sit there, like lying back a little bit, but you're having to do all the thinking about the Chromicon and what. Like, can you tell us a little bit about that? When you see the Chromicon on the other side, how are you deciding what to challenge with, what to play, what to quest with, in what order? And do you think you got any of those decisions wrong?
Oh yeah, I probably made up tons of misplays on that one, you know, because like that one genie that didn't quest.
Yeah.
I totally wanted to quest, you know, for
Sure.
instance, right? So I just slipped my mind, right? But yeah, I think I thought, for instance, he was going to bounce Hades, and it's like, okay, he will just bounce Hades, and then I'll just keep playing Hades, right? But then it's like, oh, he's not bouncing Hades.
Yeah.
Oh. So it was tough. Yeah.
Fantastic. Where is it you've come from to travel to this event?
Mexico. From Mexico.
Wow.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah, I'm from Mexico, so and I travel all the way here to play here in Cardiff.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Are you playing in Bologna next weekend?
I am, yeah.
Oh, congratulations. That's so cool.
Thank you.
And what's the Disney Lorcana community like in Mexico?
It's awesome. Like I think everyone is very kind and very nice. But you know, we don't have big events like this one. Like
Sure.
the biggest one so far has been one it was 128 players.
Okay.
Right. Which for me was massive. You know. So just being here is like, wow, that's incredible. So everyone is so nice here as well. So yeah, I think Lorcana kind of produces this kind of very amicable communities, right?
Yeah,
I
definitely.
think. So yeah.
No, that's great to hear. So big shout out to the Mexican Disney Lorcana community. Hopefully we can get a CCQ in Mexico at some point. That would be amazing, wouldn't it?
That would be
I'd
great.
love to visit Mexico. I've never been. Is there anyone you wanted to shout out before I let you go on? Because it was a long round. I want to make sure you get some time to rest.
Yeah, I want to shout out. I think the person that made me be here and has coached me in the past, DKP. So I mean, shout out to him. I mean, he
Awesome.
Thank you, man. Also to everyone in Mexico, especially. Can I say it in Spanish?
Sure.
Yeah. Un saludo a todos. A todos en México, ya saben, toda la gente de Puebla y de Querétaro, de Veracruz también. Les mando un saludo. Gracias.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you crack on. Thanks
right.
very much,
Thank
because
you. Yeah,
you don't have too long into your next round, and best of luck with your next one.
Bye.
You too. All right, everybody. We've got 2 rounds left. Coming all the way from Mexico. How cool is that? We've got 2 rounds left, and nobody else is around to stop me from opening another box of Fabled. Oh, someone's here to stop me.
No, I'm doing go.
I'm not doing a very good job at opening this.
Because Baker opened the first pack in the previous box.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if we open it, maybe
True.
we'll get first pack look and it will be an enchanted.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe we'll get the iconic.
Oof.
Because we have to be Ariel.
Would you prefer to get a Mickey or Minnie? Let's both say, we're going to count down from 3, and we're both going to say our answer. I think it's going to be the same.
Okay.
3, 2, 1.
Minnie.
Minnie! Knew it.
Because then I can play it in my princess
Yeah, I knew you'd
deck.
say it.
With Baker?
I can do production. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Well, before I go,
But before I go, let me rip an entire booster box. Here, you can sit with him for a minute.
Before I go, Jan Moy,
Yeah,
I
that's me.
iconic Minnie Mouse.
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay. How are you at flavor text?
Oh, I'm very bad, but I know the flavor text of Smash.
Go away. Okay, are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
If I read the card, I'm gonna give it away. So I'm gonna try read it. Flounder, this is perfect. I can't wait to explore it. Said by Ariel.
1 second. Ariel. Wait, were they able to hear you too?
No, they can't.
Oh,
hear
okay.
him.
Huh? Okay.
Hidden Cove.
Yes.
That's why I said if I looked at it, I would give it away. Okay, ready? Ready? Oh, guess the card. I'm going to give you the flavor text and you have to guess the card.
Mhm.
Found the last one.
What?
Found the last one.
Found the last one.
Found the last one.
It's. Let me think. Is it Yui?
No.
Is it Louis?
Yes! Okay. Okay. I'm gonna close your eyes. I'm gonna
Okay.
show. I'm gonna show chat. I'm gonna show the stream.
Mm-hmm.
This is the card. Okay, now. I don't. Well, they can figure out what card it is. And now you can only ask, like, yes or no questions.
Okay. Is it Emerald?
No.
Sapphire?
No.
Ruby?
No.
Steel?
Yes.
1 cost?
No.
2 cost?
No.
3 cost?
Yes.
3 cost steel. Inkable?
Yes.
3 cost steel inkable. Action?
No.
Character?
Yes.
1 strength?
No.
2 strength?
No.
3 strength?
Yes.
Okay. 3 willpower?
Yes.
Okay, it's a 3 cost, 3/3, inkable, and steel. Does it have an on-play ability?
No.
Does it see competitive play?
No. No. Not really. Not yet. Not yet.
Can I look through this pile of pack-washed opened cards?
No.
Okay. Okay, Becca, help me. I need a 3 cost inkable steel character that has 3 strength and 3 willpower. No, aus from Fabled.
From Fabled.
Yeah. That is not seeing a lot of competitive play.
Steel 3/3.
Yes.
See, that's why you're normally only allowed 20 questions. Exactly.
Oh,
But that's okay.
I didn't ask 20. Oh,
Yeah, ask us rarity.
common?
Yes.
Knew
Maybe-
that.
Maybe go for lore.
Good follow. Oh, 2 lore.
No.
1 lore.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Everything else would be crazy. Yeah, now Baker's leaving the shot because he doesn't know.
He's thinking. He's thinking.
Correct.
He needs to
It's a
develop
reprint.
your brain and get those smarticle particles.
John Silver.
No.
Quest for 2, just say.
No, quest for 1.
That's for one.
Okay. Do it. Yeah.
Okay.
And then you.
We're gonna bring you a special edition next round podcast takeover. It is gonna be Moyen and Kawa casting round 8.
Did chat see the card?
Chat saw the card.
I don't know.
It has bodyguard.
Oh. Hercules.
Yes!
Why didn't I ask more keywords? I didn't have enough questions.
Ursula
Only at
Deceiver.
50.
Aurora!
Man,
It's going in the deck.
I was so close.
Oh, I should have asked you this, Hercules.
Yes. This one I played in my deck last week for the content set jumps. Moin's out, yes. I just lost. So I have 3 losses. With 3 losses, you basically can't make top cut anymore. So I'm no longer playing. Very sad.
Oh. Yes, unfortunately, Moyen is out. But it's okay, because
Now I'm here.
because now Moyen gets to join us. So we're going to bring you a special edition podcast takeover.
Hello. Hello. How was the coverage today
Good.
of the games?
The last game, in my opinion, was the game of the tournament. The match of the tournament. Yeah.
I've heard about an Into the Unknown.
Onto an Elsa that had 4 damage, so go doesn't trigger. It was very, very good.
Yeah. I mean, my opponent also self Into the Unknown in my final match. But it was just because they missed ramped.
Do you know what was even crazier? Was because they played Into the Unknown on their own character.
Yes.
The next card that they got, which also saved them from like just losing the game, was like they got enough ink to get to Hades.
Yeah.
Insane.
Okay.
Absolutely insane.
Loving the creative plays.
So I'm not entirely sure what decks we'll see in the next round, but I know we're gonna have probably players around from the top tables. And yeah, I mean the games all day, in my opinion, have been very, very good. We are asking each other this question: do we think that the format like is revolving around like Blurple versus Emerald Sapphire? That kind of seems to be like a big thing. And from some of the games we saw on stream, those were the ones that went really, really long, had lots of strategy and depth to them. But that's not to say that like I still think Amethyst Steel and Amber Steel had quite a good showing. Amethyst Steel surprised me in how effective it was at this event. Like there was a lot of the non-illusion versions coming out. We saw a couple of Dolores Madrigal, and honestly, it's like when they draw the card and it's just a 3/3, that quest for 2, it's quite good.
A 4-cost 3/3, quest for 2, draw a card.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Pretty good.
It's just like the only problem with all of these cards, Treasure Guardian, Dolores, is when they don't draw a card.
Yes. Players are sitting down. Cool.
And my anecdotal evidence I can give is just like, but I've looked around the tables when playing at the higher tables. I've seen very little Amethyst Steel.
Okay.
But like a lot of Ember Steel, Sapphire Amethyst, and Emerald Sapphire.
Yep.
Also a good amount of like some maybe more off-meta decks. Like I think Ember Emerald Dogs also saw a bunch more play.
That's what we just saw, yeah, and I think that's performed maybe even a little bit better than expected at this event. Yeah,
for sure.
And many different versions of the deck. Like I think the version that we saw was super interesting. It had lots of the synergy we witnessed between the 2-cost Lilo that you can replay from the discard and the Emerald Chromicon was really cool. I believe the Amethyst Sapphire player played their 5-cost Elsa, probably like the same Elsa, probably about 10 times, because every time Elsa took out the Lilo, I was like, yeah, bounce it back to your hand. It was kind of crazy. I mean, I was on production, and obviously I'm changing the cards. I don't think I had to change the card from Elsa at all because they just kept replaying the Elsa, you know?
So, chat, this is Elsa. This
is Elsa. This is also Elsa. Yeah. But, I mean, I don't know. Like, I think that was the first time I got to see how powerful Emerald Chromicon was. It seems to be, like, I mean, in general, like, the best item in the meta right now, or the only really playable item right now.
Sure.
I don't know another playable item that's really there.
It's kind of... Lantern's a pretty good item.
Maybe, yeah. Yeah, maybe.
It's hard to think of too many items in the meta, but the problem is also that Emerald Sapphire doesn't need to tag for items. They just naturally play the shift base, Clarabelle.
Yep.
The clumsy guest. And so it's kind of hard to run items for that, but the Emerald Chromicon just on its own really improves the Blurple matchup.
Sure, makes sense, yeah. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to checking out these final rounds. It'll be myself and Moyen casting this round for you guys, and then, of course, shout out to Spessy on production. And then we'll have the final round brought to you by some other casters. But we have Brandon Wallace versus Charlie Holmes.
That's a great name.
Okay. We've just been informed that Brandon is from Scotland. This is an Amethyst Sapphire mirror, though, which looks super, super interesting. I'll just give a quick nod to production to update the player scores if possible, and also make sure the timer is at 60 minutes.
Yeah. So that then they truly deserve their shout-out for production.
Yes. Indeed. It would be 6-1, correct, yes.
So both of these players...
Time on round.
But both of these players, as soon as they get that 7th win, they're safe into top card, and then they get to make the decision, do you want to play the last one for even higher seeding?
Production is so good that it's already time on round, everybody. It's time on round.
Yeah, so in this...
In the mirror match, yes. Talk to me about the mirror match.
Well, the mirror match up is a lot about being able to get ahead in tempo without running out of cards, because so one of the most important decisions in this matchup is how aggressively do you ink, how much do you invest into like having an extra puzzle on the board which could a few turns in still like very, very much pay off if it helps you win like the challenges between the evasives, which then you can capitalize on to draw with your Dumbos, to draw with the second star. We see develop your brain on one, which could mean that there's ramp not found yet. Also, they're looking to like basically I think there's one specific curve on the play that's very tough to beat on the draw, is if they can develop a Basil on one, or even on two with the sail, and then they go Genie on 3, and now the Elsa can take out the opposing 4-cost character that was played without the Genie even taking damage, which is a huge difference to maybe how the matchup used to go, where if you Genie Elsa your opposing Genie, your Genie and Elsa took so much damage that they can kind of stabilize, but the Basil can kind of push that advantage even more.
So you do see Tipo coming out for Brandon, but on Charlie's side opted for the sale. Genie coming down, replacing himself, drawing a card for Charlie. And yeah, I mean, let's see if the classic opener happens, right? That maybe Brandon plays their own Genie, maybe they play Dumbo. We see Genie in this case. Is the Elsa gonna come down?
Yeah, one trick you can do in this matchup is, especially on the draw, you kind of don't even necessarily want the Genie. You'd rather have something that's better if it gets Elsa, like a Scrooge McDuck, not maybe an elephant, but not really the elephant, or even in Iago, because if Iago gets Hypnotic Strength, that at least means you can maybe then Elsa Basel their Genie. But a lot of these dynamics, at least in this game 1, aren't in play because there aren't any of the Basels in play yet.
Makes sense. Few options available for Charlie here. Tossing Dumbo into the Inkwell, and we will see that Elsa and Genie.
Yeah, so this is kind of what you want to do on the play. Outside of the Basil, this is like exactly what you want to do. But this is a board state that you can recover on the draw with either an Elsa trading back into the Genie, or even if you don't have access to that, just a Bell moving some damage counters, so that at least there's only one evasive on the board. The last thing you would want to happen is both of these evasives to stick, which then would enable Charlie to be able to go Dumbo and draw 2 cards of both of these evasives.
This is exactly what you talked about, though. This like back and forth of like even after the Genie Elsa comes down, then the Elsa comes down to answer the Genie, and that's what the Basil would completely stop, essentially.
So now the 6 ink turn is a little bit awkward. I think the deck's much better at filling the 4 ink and 5 ink turns. But if you can fit in an Hypnotic Strength and a 4-drop, I think you leave up what you're able to take out this Elsa. Your Elsa stays alive, and you can still develop towards the board and towards a Dumbo. So now it's already a little bit tricky to like, how do we react to this? You can't Hades yet. So the Dumbo is likely to get a bit of value here.
Very nice. I mean, this is the Elsa Wars already. Yep. It's what you need. It's like how you kind of get that bit of tempo back, right? Elsa's such an important card in these mirror matches.
Yeah. What's also fascinating is how I think Dumbo at the start has been like a little bit undervalued in the matchup because people were like just focusing on the draw, but the stat line is really good because Elsa often takes 2 damage from challenging an Elsa or Genie like it did here, and then the 3/3 stat line is just like perfect to deal with the Elsa that's still left on the board.
Indeed. Yeah, how do you feel about the Bell in the Blurple Mirror match as well?
Right, I mean, I think it is definitely also a good answer to like your Genie getting Genie Elsa, but at the same time, I think the Bell is kind of the trickiest question later in the game on like when to exert your character and when it is too much of a risk to exert your character if you are hit with like a challenge plus Bell. Okay, there's that Hades finally.
Seems like Hades' favorite target is often this Dumbo, right?
Yeah, like you don't want to have to Hades it, but as it's often like the last resort, and if you don't do it, then maybe the Dumbo can draw too many cards to come back from.
Sure. Yes, we see Charlie. I believe that's another Finders Keepers that's after coming in. So I got massive card advantage over Brandon here.
Yeah, they basically they were ahead on tempo, and they sacrificed tempo by playing the Finders Keepers, and now again. But now they have the ink advantage because they were on the play and they were Hades, and they have a lot of cards. It's just like now they also need to make sure that they don't fall behind on the board. But I think right now it still seems like it's not getting out of hand at all with very little evasives on Brandon's side of the board.
I'm not too sure, but from a quick look I saw in Brandon's hand, I thought I saw a second star to the right, which is kind of unfortunate with Hades and Tipo just one short of being able to sing it. But now if these characters stick around, it's definitely possible for it to be sung.
Yeah, this is only possible because Charlie had a few lower tempo turns where they focused on drawing cards, and now Brandon has to try to find that window where they get that second star off to like equalize the hand sizes a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Charlie now with many options available in the hand. I don't know if we can go to a hand cam potentially to have a little look in here. But the Anna and the Scrooge, how do you feel about this?
Well, I'm a big fan of playing a few of the Scrooge as like an alternative 4-drop that's better in certain lines. The Anna is definitely spicy. I think both TikTok and even the Robin Hood are maybe 6-drops that are a lot more common. But this Anna, if it does get to stick around, can definitely also help you deal with evasives because of the support. It can replace itself if you have an Elsa on the board when she quests. Definitely has a lot of upsides.
I think here it is. Yes, it is that second star to the right being sung right now.
And that is the problem with maybe not playing something like an Elsa or a Hades that turn, that you left yourself vulnerable to your opponent drawing 5 cards off the second star here.
Lots of options still available here. I saw Dumbo as one of them. Another Tipo. TikTok inked as well. And the Hades coming out.
Yeah, at first, you wouldn't really like play these Tipos because you'd rather have a card in hand. But once you do get to draw 5, you're kind of like, okay, I have enough cards in hand. I just want to impact the board as much as I can.
Oh, there's a Monstro available in the hand for Charlie. How did Monstro fare for you in this tournament?
It did all right. I used it in some matchups just like as a 6-8 rush. I didn't get to play against Emerald Sapphire, that's the reason where why you really, really want to play it. But even in the mirror, I was like happy to have a higher density of like a card that takes out a card and still survives. So it made the top deck density better in some mirrors, which definitely helped out. Okay, so the Monstro hits the board here.
Takes out 2 characters, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, so like sacrificing some cards or a card in hand to at least stop some of the lower gaining ability from Brandon.
Yeah, this is quite interesting though, because like, you know, if an Into the Unknown is used to potentially answer the Monstro, very quickly both players have so much ink available to them where like, and they also have a lot of cards because one player signed second star, other player played multiple Finders Keepers.
Right.
So it's like, okay, just keep giving each other so much ink and then just like dumping so many characters onto the board each turn.
Yeah, it's also funny that like Finders Keepers kind of nets you 2 cards. You play 1, you draw 3. So 2 Finders Keepers nets you 4 extra cards, same as the second star. So they gained the same amount of card advantage that way. One player had to spend 10 ink on it. The other one had to like really set up a board where they can
one player basically
2 characters.
Got it for free. But yeah, I understand. Yeah, sorry.
Yes, specifically in this matchup, there's often like there can be big punishes for exerting your characters. It also means you're not exerting them for Dumbo or you're not exerting them to challenge together with an Elsa. So there's still an opportunity cost there.
Hades, yeah, onto this Monstro.
There's a lot of I don't want to say a lot, but both the Elephant and the Scrooge, they are very, very strong characters to challenge into the spot, but they might still get overwhelmed just by like Genie and Dumbo not being able to be challenged by by Mim and Scrooge.
I can't see there is a Hades available in Charlie's hand right now.
Yes, and if you look at the spot, it's not like I don't think you're super happy Hadesing the Dumbo, but if you don't, you're just going to get outvalued.
Yeah.
And there's 2 7-cost Hadeses on the board with 3 6 bodies, but you still can't afford to Hades the Hades here.
And then in these blurple mirrors, you know, if there's so much ink available, you start to do stuff like, oh, Madam Mim Elephant to bounce your Hades, replay your Hades, and then you're just... It's just crazy how you can start doing loops like that, right?
Yeah, suddenly, well...
You need another elephant in it as well, right, to really get the loop going. Yeah.
Well, the elephant is like sometimes just like a turn 3 play, or like very late in the game. It lets you Elsa something again, Hades something again. It has a lot of utility that way.
Wow, we've definitely changed. You know, remember the days where you just like, you know, Madam Mim Snake a dock or something, or like, you know, this such a cheaper form of being able to bounce something.
Or just like player 1 drop quest, and then snake it.
Yep. Protect it.
Now ink it. And you're like, yep, that's what I want to do. Okay, so now, first Brandon was saying, okay, I'm threatening you with the Dumbo, and now Charlie turned that whole thing around, saying, okay, no, I'm threatening the Dumbo, and I Hades you. Neither of these players really were able to like draw too many cards off a Dumbo the turn they played the Dumbo. They kind of rely on it sticking for a turn. Now this TikTok is also another prime Hades target if there is another one, because outside of that it can just challenge 2 to 3 evasives without getting banished.
Yeah, super big card. And interesting to see that for that kind of 6-drop slot, both players have the different options, right? We saw Charlie's on the Anna, and Brandon seems to be on the TikTok here.
Yeah. I was on the Robin Hood, so
I saw you on
the
the Robin Hood. How did that do for you?
Well, I don't rate 6-drops as highly in Blurple, so it was my only 6-drop was 1 Robin Hood.
Oh.
Which it didn't come up, but it's also like another one of these cards that like helps you fit an ink curve.
Yeah. Production just throwing up that Robin Hood if you're not familiar. Would you mind explaining to the viewers if they don't know what the card does, what it does?
Yeah, it's an Inkable 6-cost 4/4 quest for 2, and when you play it, if your opponent has more cards in hand than you draw a card, but it's also evasive on your turn. It's the Blurple matchup. Often you'd rather play a character than just draw cards. But also, if you play something like a TikTok and it gets Hades, you lose a lot of value. So it kind of like middle of the road. It's a decent enough character, but also if it gets Hades, it's not the end of the world because you often drew a card of it already.
Yeah, having a quick look at Charlie's hand, can see that Hypnotic. And there's also a Scrooge available. Going to buff up this Dumbo, giving a challenger +2 and drawing a card.
Yeah, so even here they might, it depends, but they might consider just taking that efficient challenge onto the Genie over actually drawing a card of that Dumbo.
Yeah.
Yep, and there's at least the Genie gone. So, like, drawing a card's nice, but if it means your opponent has an extra Genie on the board that you now can't deal with, that there's a lot of problem with that as well. And this is like the fascinating thing between tempo and value, but Charlie is now really pushing for a game with all of these quests happening, and so much tempo with these 2 quests that's being developed.
Indeed, yeah, and the board's getting pretty wide here. Kind of see the power of the Scrooges here as well, because they're such efficient bodies when potentially wanting to challenge or be challenged into, and they also just still quest for 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they really help you to like efficiently be able to put up 2 characters once you get to like 8, 9, 10 ink.
Yep. Yeah, Brandon just trying to figure out how to navigate this board. Charlie with a pretty significant lore advantage. Currently sitting with, that's 5, there's 9 lore being threatened by Charlie on the board right now, so Brandon definitely has to do something to deal with it, and the Monstro being played might just be the answer she was looking for. This Monstro, unfortunately, cannot one challenge, one shot, one hit the Madam Mim elephant.
It would need like a hypnotic strength for
mhm.
some support.
But you could use the T-Poe to hit first,
Still,
right?
but this is kind of the monster I was talking about, where I think it's also really good in this matchup to just have this one card option to just like challenge into something that's otherwise really hard to challenge into, and that leaves up this big body. Bell discarded to ready the Monstro. Royal Guard taking another challenge.
Yeah, and maybe this is Tipo and Monstro going in. Yeah, so this seems pretty good now. And yeah, like, you know what would be good on Charlie's side here? His own Monstro would be okay.
Or an Elsa.
Yeah.
That just threatens that last 3 lore and protects your characters. Yeah, the really, really well executed, where this Monstro was able to help take out 2 things, but also still survive because it didn't take the challenge into the Scrooge.
The Finders Keepers was the pickup.
Okay.
Can it find? It found a Hades at least. Hades will help.
Hades helps by quite a bit. So you have the Scrooge and the Anna, and once you do Hades, you want like them to not be able to be taken out immediately. Or if something's taken out, you need to threaten more than 2 lore, or you'd want to threaten more than 2 lore at least.
Yes, the question is, what are we targeting with Hades here? If we're on Charlie's side here.
Anna's a 3/6, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. The quest are 2.
So if there's like 10, if you get rid of the Monstro, that would be enough to make sure that not both of your characters could be challenged on the board. So that's at least interesting to me. There's also, you could keep playing for board. You don't have to be as aggressive. Maybe support the Scrooge, take a challenge into the Hades. They did support the Scrooge, and I think now just like slight hesitation on whether they actually want that challenge or whether questing couldn't just be better.
Oh, makes the trade here instead. Very interesting. Would you agree with that?
I'm at least surprised to see that. I guess what could the reason for that be?
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest, because I feel like if you're able to take out the Hades, yes, the Monstro can challenge into something, but you are at least kind of threatening the game in a sense, right? You know the Monstro can hit something, but...
Yeah, there was definitely, like, there's ways to play this where you're more aggressive or where you're trying to play for board a little bit more. I'm not sure that play necessarily did either of those things, right? You can like either Hades the Monstro, quest out, and hope that your opponent can't deal with 2 of your characters, or maybe you like support the Scrooge and take the value trade into the Hades, I thought. So this is definitely a line that like I didn't expect to see.
But now we see 4 lore being threatened on the board by Charlie. Between this Hades, this Iago, and the Tipo.
Yes, 4 lore being threatened on 15 lore. 3 lore on the board for Brandon, which means if they are to quest out, they're already threatening 16 the turn after.
Has a bell in hand currently.
Okay, great hand cam from the production.
Great hand cam. But I mean that I mean, it would help out if one of the characters were exerted. Like, for example, if this Hades is exerted, move the 3 from one of the Hades onto the other Hades, make the challenge. Seems okay.
And now the tricky thing is like, I guess it's more relevant to take out this Hades and this Iago than it is to take out the Tipo. But at least the Tipo you can take out right now. You're denying 1 lore immediately.
Sure.
Also, I think correctly assessing that. Yes, the TikTok is nice, but you really just want to be able to quest for 2. Hypnotic Strength and Into the Unknown in hand for Charlie Holmes. The Into the Unknown is also pretty big pickup to be able to stabilize this board.
Very nicely done.
Questing to 17, still 5 lore threatening on the board.
This might be game 1 going to Charlie. What's the top deck? I don't know. Anything that can save... Oh, it's a genie. A card can be drawn.
You need like the 8 cost Elsa here.
It's another genie.
Like the 8 cost Elsa, you would have quested to 15 and threatened exactly 5 and stop them from like questing out. So another genie. in Into the Unknown wouldn't
It's
quite do it.
It's an elephant.
Elephant definitely
Doesn't do it, unfortunately. So it very much seems like game 1 will be going to Charlie Holmes here. Yep.
Yeah, and these type of spots can be super tricky where Sapphire Amethyst needs to deal with 2 characters at the same time, and most of their cards can help them deal with 1. But in this top deck situation, there is very little cards in the deck that help you take out multiple characters.
Mm-hmm. Indeed, yes. So yeah, that will be game 1 going to Charlie. Players will just shuffle up now briefly. Yeah, really enjoyed that game. Thank you so much for your analysis on that. I think that was like super insightful. So you said you didn't face any Emerald Sapphire.
Mm-hmm.
How many mirror matches did you face?
I faced 3.
Oh, okay.
And I 2-0'd 2 of them,
Mhm.
and then my last loss.
Mm-hmm.
My last loss was just the one that sent me home, or sent me to the casting desk, you could say.
Sent you to the casting desk. Okay. Oh, I guess I'll go to the casting desk. Yeah.
Well, I don't mind it, but I do prefer winning to losing.
Sure. Okay, who's doing the best shuffling? Well, right now I think it's Charlie because Brandon is not shuffling.
Yeah, I mean, Brandon has already finished shuffling, and I didn't see the shuffling before. The decks are cut. That's something I love to see. It's like something especially in production doesn't always do. So sometimes that can backfire, but that's just a good safety precaution to take.
Always a very good safety precaution to take,
And
indeed.
it doesn't mean your opponent, like, you don't trust your opponent. It's just like that's just ensures that you have a fair game no matter what.
Yep.
Okay, and maybe this game we will get to see the dynamics of the Basil or Basel that we talked about game 1 come into play, as we see Charlie Holmes opting to keep one in the altering phase.
Keep Basil and a sail, the Azurite Sea.
Yeah, you can't really afford to keep the Basil without the sail or Tipo, but as soon as you have that, I think that's one of the next best things you're looking for outside of the preferred feed 4-drop for the matchup.
Yeah, so Brandon looking to bring it back here. Seems to be starting off with a develop your brain.
Yeah, Iago Inked here, it makes a lot of sense. Much better card on the draw than it is on the play, which you could talk a long time about, but I tried to already quickly explain it game 1. So Basil Inked, Basil on the board. Small upside of playing this turn 1 over maybe turn 2 with the sail is that if your opponent doesn't Tipo on 2, or like sail 1-drop on 2, that then you get an extra 1 lore in.
No ramp. Turn 2 for Brandon.
Brandon doesn't accelerate their game plan at all.
Yeah, you told me this happened to you as well, right?
Yeah, it happened twice to me, which like I guess slightly above average, but this is like, I think on average over a long tournament, this happens to you like 1 to 2 times, and that's okay. Yeah, but this quickly turns like you feel so good going to the game. You think like, okay, I'm on the play now. I get to dictate play, and then as soon as this happens, suddenly it's Charlie Holmes that's going to play from the front.
Yep.
And because kind of like the player that gets to these ink points first generally gets to dictate play, and the other one has to react for a while before they can then stabilize the board and swing the game. And that's the Into the Unknown that I was talking about. If you miss ramp, and then you still don't have ramp on 3 ink, if you have at least a 1-drop on the board, this is what you're supposed to do, at least be able to enable the 5-cost Elsa potentially on the next turn.
So it is a valid play, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean,
it's not very good, but it's like better than you not ramping.
Yeah, I think if you don't do this play, because maybe you don't realize that that's a potential play that you can do, then you're suddenly like much further behind than you'd have to be.
Makes sense. But this Scrooge, just a powerhouse. The stat line of this Scrooge, Elsa cannot challenge into this Scrooge. Scrooge, just this super beefy body.
Yeah,
that is super difficult for your opponent's characters to challenge into.
Also, the tricky thing is, usually, you might, as Brandon, you might be hoping here, okay, maybe I can run them out of cards now that they have more ink than we are playing dictating play, but you played the Finders Keepers.
Did you see Charlie's hand?
No.
4 7-drop uninkable Hades.
Oh, well, I guess Brandon is getting ink at some point at the cost of all of their characters.
Sure. Just as long as as long as they keep playing like cards that replace themselves, like genies and stuff, then it's just please ramp me.
So I guess at least now what they have going for themselves is they were able to stick to evasives if they can Dumbo with these.
I've never seen a hand like this. Look.
It's Exodia.
It looked like Charlie was looking to the camera for a second. He's looking to the hand cam.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Some showmanship from Charlie Holmes here. For Hades, yeah. But I don't think it's the end of the world. I've seen worse hands than this.
I mean, the important thing is he still hit ramp. He still got a 4-drop. Like it would be worse if he didn't have his good opener as well.
Right, he had like Basil, Ramp, Scrooge, Finders Keepers, Anna. I think yes, you might have been fostering some cards you didn't want to ink, but at the end of the day, now that you were able to reach this stage and you reached it rather comfortably, you're not sad about these 4 Hades in your hand.
I've just never seen, because like they're all sitting in the hand there together, just spreading it out, and it's like, man, it's kind of crazy. So I think Charlie knows what he's doing for the next few turns.
Hades, pass. Don't even need to ink anymore.
Pass.
Hades, pass.
Maybe Brandon just maybe this will be the true Hades war. How many turns in a row can we go with seeing Hades?
Yeah,
Hades?
Brandon really needs, I think what he needs is the Dumbo potentially, which has just met the ink well, and then kind of like stall to a point where you can maybe Monstro. Monstro takes out Hades and Anna, for example, by discarding one card, still stays alive. I think that's kind of the tempo swing that they need. I think this Elsa might delay things for a while. But I'm not necessarily sure that it enables you to like get back on top of things, if that makes sense. Because while the board looks okay this turn, I think as soon as Anna and Scrooge are able to exert again, you're kind of facing the same issue. So I'm not sure it was like kind of the play that leads towards the best chances of you returning to the game, although it looks like it's the play that keeps you in the game the most.
I think it might be exactly what you said. I mean, I don't think Charlie's inked. It's just gonna stay on this 7 and just keep playing.
Which that is like if Bren gets to stabilize, at some point Bren will be at like 10 plus ink. Charlie will be at 7, and there is ways back into this game.
Indeed, yeah. Yeah, I mean, the thing is though, Brandon still was able to get a decent amount of lore list, at least still at 8.
Yes.
But now, this could be seems like it's probably a bell, right?
Yeah.
Very likely. Yeah.
So like crawling your way back into this fight for the board a little bit. Yeah, they got a lot of lore in because while Charlie's board was like very wide, very tall, very tough to deal with, there was a couple of these turns where Brandon is still getting this lore of Genie or maybe of Elsa, and it is chipping in.
But now Charlie has the ability to quest all the way up to 17. One more Hades. That's gotta be the game.
What do you think do they play this turn?
I think they play a card that costs 7.
3 willpower? 3 strength, 6 willpower?
Maybe it's uninkable?
They fit in the develop your brain because they're inking this turn to 8. Is it maybe the 3rd Hades in a row?
No, I think that's very unlikely, Jan.
There's a Hades! A 3rd
No
Hades!
way! What are the odds?
You know what would be crazy? If they had a 4th Hades in hand still.
I don't think that's possible.
Okay. Maximum card count is now 3.
What's funny is I hope that Charlie doesn't just quest. See, this is the thing, right? Brandon could just scoop and say, oh yeah, I can't win. But I hope he passes just to let Charlie play the 4th Hades.
Yes.
Right? We have to see 4 Hades on the board.
I hope. Well, no! The scoop and 4th Hades. Just for good measure. By the way, I had another one.
Absolute, like that's pure showmanship. Pure showmanship. Yeah, we are going to be working on getting a backup match as there are still 30 minutes left on the round. But huge congrats to Charlie. Is currently sitting at 7-1. I would assume. I mean, you know the points a lot better than myself, Jan. Would an ID probably secure them for the next day? We're cutting to caster cam.
7 wins already
7
secures you.
Okay.
Like 7-2 is safe. I think there should be. I don't quite remember, but when I calculated, it was like 25, 27-ish players that should get about 7 wins, not accounting for draws.
Okay, so if it's 7-2, if it gets you in, you probably should play your last game to try to get better seeding.
Maybe
You would.
No, I probably would, but
You would.
at the same time, you. So if there's a lot of people that will be on 7-2 exactly because they're like playing their last round, then you could argue maybe you want to draw the last round because as 7-1-1, you're ahead of all of the 7-2s, especially if you have like a bad tiebreaker.
Makes sense. But you would play it. You would.
Maybe. I do love playing for higher seeding if it's like, unless it's a really bad EV move, then I'm like, okay, I have to take the ID.
Sure. Okay. Open a pack.
Okay.
You to do the same for me. I'm good at this. Guess the card.
I assume you are. I'm opening my favorite pack because this is
The Enchanted.
The first Enchanted I opened in set 9. It was in Pack Rush in Malmö. Do. Yeah, I'm Steamboat Mickey. And if you didn't guess that, or if you criticize my my impression, then I don't think I have. I don't think I have the right to do anything. But don't do it.
Amazing. Yeah, we're going to be having table 6. Going to have the backup match soon, but we do have an interview. You can interview them.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Awesome.
Feel free.
Please jump in.
Yeah.
Keep it on. Yeah. Just pop it here. Fine.
Yes, ma'am. No worries. Okay.
How do you feel now that you've finally secured that seat in Top Cut?
I'm pretty surprised, to be honest.
Yes?
Yeah. I didn't expect to do so well. I think it was my 5th round match that I took my loss and assumed that was the beginning of the end.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it turned out it wasn't. Deck building wise, I think maybe one of the spicier cards in your deck is the 6-drop Ana that you opted to play.
Yeah.
Where like some people opt to play maybe the TikTok or I think the Robin Hood.
Yeah.
You want to talk a little bit about why, like how it has it been doing for you? What do you like about the card?
Well, the reason I was playing that is I've seen the strength of Basil, and support is just so good in this meta when there's so many fewer options for removal. And it's performed okay, but I think if I were to build again, I'd probably go with the Robin Hood.
Okay.
Having more stuff that can deal with evasives and the stats on the Robin Hood, I think, are probably more relevant than the Ana.
Right. It's also like if it does get dealt with, then maybe you already got some value out of the card.
Yeah, precisely. Yeah.
Because I was super curious to see how it would perform for you, because at first I was like, okay, maybe Monstro being played more is a little bit annoying for that stat line, but I can see how it would help you deal with the evasives with the extra bit of support outside of the puzzle.
Yeah, absolutely. Its combo with the Elsa is just unbelievable. You draw the card, you can take out absolutely anything, any evasive thing that gets played. Is such a solid card.
And then game 3, as soon as you had the 4 Hades in your hand, did you feel like that was going to be good enough, or maybe they can come back into the game if it's just Hades that you're doing each turn?
Yeah, to be honest, I was not pleased initially when I saw the 4 Hades, but I think if it's the cleanest removal, right? The deck has a lot of tricks between Elsa and Belle, but Hades is just so clean. You just get rid of a card. You've got a large body on the board.
Yeah.
And I think 4 clean bits of removal, it's tough to come back from that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Congrats on securing your top seat, and I hope. Will you play the next round?
If my opponent wants to, I'm up for
Okay,
it.
I'm super happy to hear that, and good luck for your next matches.
Cheers, thank you, I appreciate it. Cheers, man. You're freaking out over the 480s, right? I was freaking out internally. I was just like, someone needs to look at this. We were like, what's the next card he's going to play? I wonder.
All right, we are moving into this is game 3. We had Luke Smith on previously. I don't know if you know this, Moyen, but Luke Smith, a very accomplished player, was at Continentals.
Oh, okay.
Also, the player to knock Alphos out of the qualification spot in DLC Birmingham for the top 32. He also plays in Northern Ireland, so I know him very well. I've played against him in many set champs. So a very, very accomplished Lorcana player.
Okay, no, I didn't know any of this.
Yeah.
So
it's good info. And I
super
believe because we had him on previously, he's playing Amethyst Steel.
Okay, I'm very down to see some of that, as I've seen very, very little of that across the room today.
Oh, this would be a spicy game.
Amber Emerald against Amethyst Steel.
Yep. Game number 3 will be taking place for these players. We will see who is on the play and who is on the draw. But yeah. Okay.
Also, this will be like another super high stakes game. This is game 3 of the match that if you win it, you secured your spot in top card. If you lose it, suddenly it's not so clear anymore whether you have that spot or not.
Okay, Ink the Go-Go, play the 1-cost uninkable lady. Now we saw the game I was speaking to you about previously. We saw the power of Amber Emerald previously, with like the power of the Lilos and the Chromicons, all this type of stuff. It was really, really, really strong. Happy coming out on Luke's side here.
But immediately just keeping that board in check. You never want them to be able to run with the game too much. At some point, they will play that Chromicon, maybe quest out, and it's very, very tough to recover from those situations.
Yeah, I wonder if this lady is really the first card you want to see as a 1-drop. Probably not.
I mean, you'd probably rather have something that can like quest and,
like a Daisy, right?
Yeah, not be challenged into as easily.
However, the Amber Emerald player is on the play, which is very, very important. Ooh, we see an
Merryweather into
Ink
the
Merryweather. The double tramp, okay.
Yeah. So now, what you're saying is also, well, at least these 1-3 bodies, what they say is, okay, if they're happy challenges into the lady, you would be able to challenge back, but instead just preserving your board, maybe to have a cheap tramp, like a 7-cost tramp as an option.
Yeah, definitely. Quite interesting. Is this going to be a triple happy? No way. Okay, just a double happy. Just a double happy for now. There's the option of another 2-cost tramp. It's going in the Inkwell. And there's the Chromicon. Okay, Chromicon in this matchup, how do you feel?
It's probably one of the trickier matchups because the characters that you can bounce aren't as expensive and clunky, and maybe they're much better at like actually dumping their hand into both the Inkwell and the board than some other slower decks would be. But still, I think you'll find spots to get value out of this for sure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty interesting. Yeah, bouncing back some of these cheaper characters was kind of like, oh, just kind of giving you an ink back. But if a challenge is being made, at least it prevents the other character from also then challenging, right?
Yeah, it just helps you to overwhelm the board a little bit better. So now the other happy is being bounced. It can't impact the board in any meaningful way.
Okay, we see the Cobra and the Lawrence coming down here.
Now, this is one of the more expensive characters, but still, if this can like challenge one thing and then be bounced, I think that is okay.
It's fine. It's not amazing.
Yeah.
But the stat line of it is quite okay. Is that the fourth? Is that the fourth 2-cost tramp? I think it might be.
What's up with these players drawing 4 or 4 copies?
What's going on?
The improvise on tramp. Target declared, although in this case, I don't think it's going to end up challenging.
1-cost
Duel Link Amber Emerald Lady coming down.
Yeah, so this doesn't seem like the most impressive of
Starts.
Amber Emerald openings,
Mhm.
but at the same time, you are still gaining lore every turn and not allowing Luke to develop too much of a board himself. Although at some point this will swing around, right?
Yes.
Luke has so many cards in hand, and Jamie is sacrificing a character each turn, and kind of running out of stuff at some point.
Happy. Okay.
And with so many cards in hand and being bounced, you also you're happy to play these 1-drops. You no longer have this thought of, oh, maybe a card's better in hand than on the board. No, you want it on the board.
So
You're happy to play happy.
I did just see that the 5-cost Lady is in Jamie's hand, has the potential to shift it, could bring back the Tramp.
Yes.
Just kind of do this like crazy cycle, right? Seems okay.
Yes, and now this is the maybe one of the main ways you can try not to run out of cards, with this Lady being able to both put up some questing power, but also refill your hand a little bit.
Yeah.
And it's not like Luke really missed a beat. They were playing characters to the board each turn. Still, Jamie's already on 9 lore here.
Yeah, very, very cool to see these Amber Emerald decks doing, honestly, a lot better than I expected, I have to say.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, we see this Lady coming down, which was picked back up from that that Shift Lady. And now I think the sequencing, for example, here is actually very important. For example, even if Happy just wants to quest, it's important to do that before using Lawrence to potentially challenge into the 4/4 Lady.
If you are not used to playing against Emerald Chromicon, you can make so many mistakes. If you just like, you play a character and you're like, oh, my entire turn was terrible now just because like there's a Chromicon on the board and it will be able to bounce whatever I just played for no reason. So it's like I think it's kind of harder to play against than it is to play yourself. But like it makes it really tricky for your opponent.
Yeah, I think players should sure. I think there's a judge call happening at the moment. We'll make sure that gets sorted. It could even just be the players discussing stuff amongst themselves. But yeah, I mean, I think there's also just, it's interesting how many different ways you can build Amber Emerald.
Right.
For example, I feel like the 2 different ways, at least that exist right now, in what we see a lot of players playing is one that has the core dogs package with the Scrump and Under the Sea, and then there's the other one which very much focuses on this Emerald Chromicon and has a lot more characters that just quest quite aggressively, right?
It's like a lot of questing plus Chromicon, or maybe a little bit less questing and like a little bit more control with both Scrump and Under the Sea. And both of these versions have their pros and cons. I do think that especially like if you expect the meta to be like quite Amethyst Sapphire heavy, that might be a reason to like why the Chromicon version could perform a little bit better.
Makes sense. So yeah, we currently do have a judge call happening at the moment. We will keep you guys informed and we'll get back to the game as soon as possible. But it's been an amazing day, quite a long day. We are still currently in round 8. And we'll have one more final round after this. 9 rounds of Swiss Day 1 with a top 32 cut. And of course, the winner of this event will earn their invitation to the European Championship. And they're not the first this weekend. There will be 3 people in total who have earned their spot.
Right. There's 3 CCQs going on at the very same time. And they have added so much appeal to these events. I already liked attending them before, but now it's like, oh, there's also this thing on top of it that qualifies you to Continentals. It's an amazing tournament, and it keeps these third-party events super interesting.
For sure. What do you think about the store?
What do I think about the store? I love the store. It's the only tricky thing to navigate was like the stairs, but I think with like people just going up that way, going down that way, I think that's completely fine.
What do you think about the size of it?
It's a huge store. I don't remember seeing a store this big.
As big as this, yeah.
I mean, just hosting 300, is it 18 players?
Something like that, yeah.
320-ish players in a local game store.
It's kind of crazy,
That's crazy.
Yep. So, yeah, as I said, Judge Call is happening. We will keep you guys informed as much as we can. And, yeah, J-Bomb in the chat, shout out to you. Kawa and Moyen in the booth together.
Yeah.
Who knew it would ever happen, right?
I was hoping for it to
on the
happen.
official Disney Lorcana Twitch channel.
That's the craziest thing. Okay, let's get back into this game. Luke just drew for turn, and we have everything resolved.
Yes, I don't believe anything has changed. Maybe the judge was just explaining how certain interactions work. Maybe Luke was confused as to what cards were picked up by the lady in the discard. Who knows? But it should be all sorted now. Okay. No.
Oh, there wasn't the quest.
No.
And
the sequencing error we just talked about.
And immediately you see on Luke's face, oh, I just wasted a lore. They were always going to bounce my happy. Like the only reason why you wouldn't quest could be like, oh, if you quest, maybe they don't bounce it and they challenge into the happy. If you don't like that sort of board state. But if that's not the case, then it's okay. You should have just gained that 1+1 lore. And I do think for the most part, you are not as worried about that challenge happening.
Doc, no trigger.
There's the doc, no trigger, what usually means
another doc's in hand.
Probably.
Yeah.
Or they have a huge hand size and they just still want an extra character on the board. There's the Bobby Zimurski. The
Spray
Cheese
Kid. This Bobby has been actually it performed very good today on stream from what we saw. 2 games in a row, an Amber Emerald player played Bobby, discard Lilo, turn 1. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, why do we test lighting so much for them to put the card in the only spot where there's a little bit of glare?
It's a tough job. It's a tough job we have here.
But we can still recognize it's a lady.
It is a lady, yes. It's the important thing.
So
I think, is this the 4th tramp? Well, the one was in the discard that got bounced back, so I'm not entirely sure.
Like one was in the inkwell, might be TT Trump. But this kind of seems like the last really big push that you're doing. After this, it might just be like, okay, pressure a little bit off the top of your deck.
So 2 lore was gained from the Calhoun, but because the Calhoun survived off of the tramp, and you trigger the Chromicon, you just bounce the Calhoun back to hand.
Yeah.
Chromicon's very much putting in work right now.
So another trigger where I mean, to be fair to them, I do think maybe they just don't want an exerted 2-1 on the board against a 1-3. I think that's a fair argument to make. So like if all of these 2-1s were just like getting value traded all the time, maybe you would have not enough of a board.
It is interesting, yeah. I mean, they would have to assume that the Amber Emerald player would be making the challenges the whole time rather than just simply questing. Because maybe they just, like we said, just bounce it anyways.
Yeah.
So the Genie coming down, drawing some cards. Currently, there is 4 lore on the board for Jamie. We'll take them with the 16 in total.
Yeah, and usually I think, especially if you're so close to 20 lore, if you can quest with more characters than your opponent can challenge into, that's generally something you really, really want to do because it lets some of your characters quest multiple times.
Indeed, indeed. Now, was this just the lady from Jamie? Maybe that was just the top deck, right? Maybe there's no other cards in hand.
Yeah. No, I don't think they have any cards left in hand. Because like last time was kind of their final push. Now they just add on to that push and try to get over that finish line.
How do you feel about this play of actually questing with the tramp, right? Because if you don't quest with the tramp, you're buffing the lady, right? By having the tramp in play.
Okay. That is an interesting question, I guess. But like, what if your lady gets removed anyways?
Yes.
At that point, you've lost the lore.
Yeah.
And this way, even if lady quests for 1 less potentially, if you don't find another tramp, that also means that you quested with 3 characters. One of them is going to be able to quest again. So you gain 1 extra lore that way. So I do think that was very much the correct decision to also quest with that tramp there. So some like lore on the side that Luke is gaining just while controlling this board. Already 4 lore gained by Calhoun on its own.
Yeah. Same thing happened there again, though, with the Genie. Could have quested with the Genie before it was bounced, potentially.
And there's the Elsa, which now means...
well, Elsa's going to get bounced, probably.
Yes. But
or Calhoun.
But like, let's imagine you hadn't quested with the Tramp, right? Then you had 2 exerted characters. Still 2 of your characters might have gotten challenged into, and then Elsa also gets rid of the lady. Now, I think you
go for the
still
win.
wanted to overload them as much as you can.
Oh my god, I think it's Go-Go. I think it's Go-Go.
17,
I think I saw it. I think I saw it. I think I
18.
saw it. It's Go-Go.
No way.
I think it's Go-Go. It's Go-Go! Go-Go Tamago for the win. It's like the perfect top deck.
Right, so you're pushing for lore each turn. Each turn you're like, okay, I'm bouncing all of your stuff, and I know at some point I will lose the bot, but I'm gaining enough lore. And then on the very final push, when you're completely out of, like next turn, you might have been completely out of board, outside of the character that you draw. Then we have the Go-Go Tamago.
Let's go. Let's go. Very, very nicely done by Jamie. So Jamie has secured his 7-1 score, has 1 more game to play.
Yeah, Jamie will be one of the higher seeds making it into the top cut.
Mm-hmm. There is still about 10 minutes left on the timer. I think if it's worth, I would love also, since you're here as well, to grab the Amber Emerald player to have another quick little chat with him, see how his tournament went.
Sure,
is that
of course,
okay with
we can do that.
Cool. Open a pack while I'm gone, why don't you? And Kim, do you want to... Are you going to get them? Okay, cool.
Also, it's not just about the winning player, right? The winning player now secured their very high seed for top cut.
Mm-hmm.
The losing player, they are not out of it yet.
They have to fight a battle, though.
Right. If like they might be thinking maybe 6-2-1 is enough, but also that's a big gamble to take. Maybe you should just play out this last round, and it's a very tough situation when you know if I win, I'm in top cut. If I lose, I'm out.
Indeed.
Okay, 1 more Mickey Steamboat pack.
Anything good? I saw a shiny card. It's probably a foil.
Okay. We have a Winnie Pooh, a Daisy, a Moana,
Sudden Shield,
Sunshine,
Flounder,
Beast
Mirror,
Standout. I played against this card today.
Hercules.
I played that last week. Is it Huey, Dewey, or Louie?
It's Dewey.
Oh. Yeah.
Moana.
Right. Moana.
Mulan.
Elidatra.
And a foil Rafiki. Very nice. Okay.
This time you do it.
No. You do it.
No. Yeah. Okay.
Stream with you legends. This is awesome. Yep, no problem. Okay.
How do you feel now that you've secured your very high seed probably for top cut?
Very good. I didn't expect to do nearly as well as I have.
Yes.
I was kind of waiting for the losses to come in, but they never did. And yeah, no, I feel very good. Very good to have got like a higher seed as well. That's good. So yeah, I'm pleased.
Yeah, and how is this like the deck that you generally like to play? What do you think about maybe the deck that you just played in the meta?
So basically after rotation, I had no idea what to play. I was Ruby Amethysts, and then it just seemed to get destroyed by rotation. So I just kind of looked for something different, and then yeah, trainer dogs. Well, not trainer dogs, but dogs seemed like a pretty good pick.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I just started having fun with it. I messed around with the Scrump Under the Sea version.
Yeah.
And that seemed really good, but it just seemed a little less consistent with kind of some of the matchups, and it meant you had to try and find all of the right pieces. And then when I saw the Chromacon version, I tried that, and I thought actually you can kind of do a lot more with just one card. So
right, it feels like the pieces work a little bit better on their own.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. That absolutely is. That's how it's worked today as well. Like even just one Chromacon is enough to disrupt the game plan.
Yeah, it seemed like I don't know. It didn't seem like you were doing anything too crazy in that game 3, but you just like played characters, played that Chromacon, quested very aggressively,
turned sideways, and yeah, just kind of let them try and just kind of clear everything. It gets to a point that either they've inked or kind of burnt through the lower cost characters, and then suddenly they're having to use 4 or 5 ink each time.
Yeah.
And you can just bounce the higher cost things, and then it keeps everything off the board. So it lets you kind of have a bit more presence, and everything that I play is usually 1-2 cost. So I could just spam the board and
yeah.
And
it felt like very early you knew, okay, but I assume that's just the case with the deck a lot of the time, where like, you know, at some point they will have more cards than you. You'll be out of cards, and they have like this big hand, and you will even your board is getting slowly diminished. But you just like have to just get enough lore.
Just get enough, and purple steel, to be fair, is the worst matchup for this deck. I mean, green blue can be quite bad with the Under the Sea, but you have a bit more utility to kind of out aggro, and if you can get the Ursula down at the right time, then you know. But yeah, no, purple steels are really, because it can still be low to the ground, and the hooks and the Calhoons can really disrupt everything. But yeah, no, it's just trying to get to that finish line with this. Yeah.
How big was the relief when you then finally got that Tamago to get
Tamago off the top?
20?
It's just I was just kind of, because I'd be kind of like it was 304, and then like just comes in to finish the game. It's just perfect. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah, I was really pleased. Yeah, that's.
Where are you from?
Bath, Bristol.
Bristol.
Bath. Really, but yeah, Bristol's kind of like.
So it's quite nearby. Do you play in the store then locally?
No. I play in Bath TCG.
Oh.
Northern TCG. So yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
How far is Bristol from you?
It's about an hour.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Technically, technically
it's still an hour.
Yeah.
Okay, production is laughing at me.
Yeah.
Okay. So congrats on your games.
Thank you.
I'm looking forward to seeing you play tomorrow in Top Cut.
Yeah. It's I don't know how it's gonna go. I didn't know how today was gonna go, but
it went well enough.
It went well enough. Yeah. That's good. Yeah.
Yes. So good luck for your next round, and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes. And after this, we are taking a quick break, and we'll be right back for the last round. Don't go anywhere.
we are here for the last round, round 9. It has been a long day, and we are bringing you round 9 here in the Cardiff Firestorm Games CCQ.
For you.
Oh.
And we have
you're
an
so magical.
Extremely exciting last round because we have now reached that stage in the day where every game matters. Every game always matters, but we are now where winners are made because these players we're about to see must win. If they lose, they go home. If they win, they almost certainly progress into day 2. And we have on this very stage a member of the Disney Lorcana community many people are going to be very familiar with.
Absolutely.
It is a man that has been trying to improve their gameplay and honestly would be my vote for most improved player in the last year, certainly in the content creator sphere. And it is Earl. Earl Meister representing Philippines. He resided in Scotland for a while, recently moved to Austria.
Yeah.
Very well-known member of the community, good friend of mine. And he is right on the bubble, right on the precipice of greatness.
Yep.
And he is not. Him and his opponent will not be IDing. They will be playing their last game.
Yeah, they'll have to play.
The ID, it could have got them there.
Could have got them there, but so many of the top tables are IDing to get to secure their slots into day 2 tomorrow. It is a top 32 cut. There's just over 300 players, I believe, and Earl Meister just has to play this match out. They have to.
He doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to.
They could ID, but Earl also just said to me just now, he's like, well, do I really want to ID and then be like a lower seed? And then imagine you queue into like a Blurple when you're going second, or like a hyper aggro deck when you're going second, round 1. Maybe it's worth the risk. We've been talking amongst the casters. The play draw disparity at the moment feels particularly high, I would say. And I think more right now in this meta more than ever is all the more reason to play for that higher seed, I think. Top 32 is not the biggest top cut either. We're used to seeing like top 64s for challengers. You still have a lot of games to play. But that extra advantage from being the highest seed can be so significant.
Absolutely, and it's been such a long day here. Why ID? Why? It's been 9 rounds. We are 8 rounds deep. This is the last round. Of course he wants to play his last game.
Course.
Why ID and leave early and go get a good night's sleep? No, who needs that? Both players here are going to be on 6 wins, 2 losses, hoping to make that 7 wins to get into their day 2.
Yep, we have Earl on the left, as I say, representing the Philippines, also residing currently in Austria. And we've got Ollie on the other side with that lovely Disneyland Paris hoodie and a great beard as well.
A great beard. I
wish I could grow that, but I just haven't got it in me.
No, not just style it.
No.
Maybe you need to get some tips off Moyen for the moustache.
Yeah, that's maybe true.
Yeah.
But Earl, 6-2 record, incredibly impressive. Ollie is the same.
Absolutely.
Earl's been right in and amongst it for the whole day. I've been speaking with him throughout the day. He's been very close. He does his little 3-2-1 or 2-3-1 cut that he likes to do. And we're going to be kicking things off. It's Ollie, it's Earl. Neither player knows what the other is playing. I got to be honest, if I sat across the table from Earl, I would know that he's probably playing Amethyst Steel, and he is. It's Ink of the Diablo, and the Palace Guard comes down. Tipo into Ink, Basil into play. So Ollie hiding the Amethyst for now, but you see Sapphire and Basil, you probably expect Amethyst.
Absolutely, and Ollie going to want to hit this turn 2 ramp, and it's going to be a quest of the Palace Guard for Earl and a Helga Sinclair with Challenger 3. And during your turn, this character gains Evasive. Can definitely help Earl here deal with all of the evasives that is going to be in this Blurple deck.
Yeah, I've told Earl he should stop playing this card, but he doesn't listen to me. And honestly, it's been performing very well for him, I've heard, particularly against Blurple. It's not going to be very good against an Elsa, but a 0-4 evasive during your own turn is pretty impressive. Of course, it is uninkable, so that is a heavy cost to an extent. But once it's on the board, it can put in a lot of work. We're going to see Strength of a Raging Fire into the Inkwell for Earl, and it's going to be that evasive in your turn Genie.
Satisfied Dragon. And we've seen the power of this card earlier on today, and Amethyst Steel definitely being one of those decks that has the most consistent matchups, I feel, into most decks. And Earl definitely starting off with like a strong board presence here. Definitely feeling a lot more confident.
It's going to be Dumbo into the Ink for Ollie. Tipo is going to quest. The first lore for Ollie ties things up. 1 lore apiece. Plenty more lore to be gained in this match, though I'm sure the Madam Mim Elephant going to return Tipo to hand, and Basil is going to sit there ready and waiting, not going to exert and provide Earl the opportunity to challenge. It's going to be Yzma into the ink. That's not a card we see all that often. It's Calhoun, and there's a dock, but no trigger.
No trigger.
And we know what that means, don't we?
Yeah, he has another one in hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, he probably has another one in hand. And Yzma, one of those cards that we were talking about earlier. If you don't have the dock, Yzma's a great card. If you're able to establish it on the board, can help you draw back up to 3 cards in hand.
Yeah, and this matchup is, on paper, the trickiest one for Amethyst Steel. But Earl does have that advantage of winning the die roll. He is on the play in game number 1, and it's going to be so important for him to win this game 1. Ollie looking to break serve. Whoever wins this game 1 is surely going to be the favorite for the rest of the match. I know that kind of is obvious, but these Amethyst battles, that play-draw disparity with Elsa and Genie, particularly when you're playing one deck like Earl's, which doesn't ramp, versus Ollie's, which does, it's going to be very difficult for Earl to win when he's going second, you would imagine.
Absolutely, especially if Ollie draws characters like these Elsa's, he's able to exert characters. He left his Basil ready, raring to go. He would be able to quest with this Basil, support another character, and it's going to be Madam Mim Elephant challenging into that Calhoun. And if we go back to Ollie on the next turn, Ollie's next turn, and this Madam Mim is able to retain this damage, he's going to be able to move that damage across the board onto Earl's characters to help him clear some more of Earl's board.
It's a really good play by Ollie. That elephant is now a threat. Elsa with only 1 damage counter on her as well means that Helga, with that 3 challenger 3 strength during Earl's turn, not able to take Elsa out. We have a read that there's probably a dock in Earl's hand based off the fact he played one the previous turn and didn't trigger it.
Yep.
And I think he's drew 1 card for turn. Going to play Dumbo. And we think that other card is going to be dock. We are going to see the elephant taken out thanks to Helga and the Genie, and then Doc will take out Basil. So Elsa, all that's remaining, it's a pretty good turn from Earl, but he didn't ink. And you would imagine that Ollie's going to continue to ink for quite a while, Kim.
Absolutely, and definitely really smart moves here from Earl, being able to take out that Madam Mim Elephant. Didn't want that Madam Mim trigger to happen for Ollie to be able to move the damage, or even play a Bell next turn and being able to move the 3 damage off the Madam Mim would have been able to clear more characters off Earl's board. And playing that Dumbo can definitely utilize these other characters being evasive on his turn, being able to use the Dumbo effects and being able to exert the card and draw a card.
Oh, but there's the power of the accomplished mystic. Elsa had 4 damage counters on her, but Bell moves 3 of them on over to Dumbo. Dumbo dealt with thanks to Bell. It's like a 2-for-1, right? Like you get to take out one of the cards of Elsa, and then Bell finishes the job with the other. It's going to be Cobra into ink, and now it's time for the dock. Earl rubs the table for good luck. I think 3 ink is remaining for Earl. He's at 5 total. He did ink this turn already, that giant Cobra. But again, that Helga just not quite able to deal with the Elsa. Ollie's done a really, really good job of just keeping that Elsa safely protected from that Helga that has 3 strength during Earl's turn, or 3 challenger 3. 1 ink for Earl. It's going to be Captain Hook.
And 1 card remaining in the hand for Earl. He is going to quest with the dock, bringing him up to 5 lore.
Yep, no quest from Helga. Ollie doesn't have an abundance of cards available in hand. T-Pose in there. And there's a couple of Amethyst cards, I think perhaps a Genie is what we might see. We certainly will. Sail is the card drawn by Ollie, and they're going to immediately reach for that, drawing... Oh my goodness, it's the 4-cost Elsa from the D100 set. The one that has Challenger, like the 3/5 with Challenger or something.
Challenger +3.
But they actually have the D100 artwork. That's pretty cool to see from Ollie. I have played against it once, and I was so surprised when my opponent played it. I'm looking forward to seeing Earl's facial expression. It's going to be the Bell and the Elsa questing for Ollie, and it is 5 lore apiece as Earlmeister readies, sets, draws. I think there's 2 cards in hand for Earl, perhaps.
Yeah. Had one card at the end of last turn, drew another card, is threatening 4 lore here on the board for Earl. Not quite sure what cards he has in his hand, just trying to decide whether or not he does want to take out this Elsa. Helga Sinclair is evasive on his turn. He would be able to. This Helga Sinclair, currently a 0-4, but has Challenger +3, would be able to deal 3 damage to this Elsa, but also would in turn take back 2 damage, and Helga would be sent to the discard.
Yeah, Ollie's board currently questing for 5. So we are starting to get up into those big questing turns potentially, but you would imagine that Earl is going to start making some trades. Bell goes down, but so does Captain Hook and another one of Earl's Glimmers. That Helga is still ready and waiting, but Elsa is just out of range. Dumbo comes through for 4. Palace Guard for 1. Of course, Earl could have exerted this Helga to draw a card, gain 1 lore for 1 ink, but instead developed the Palace Guard and leaves the Helga ready. 1 Dumbo's already been taken out for Earl. Can Ollie deal with this next Dumbo? Earl with no cards in hand. If Dumbo goes, it could be a huge moment. If Dumbo stays, maybe Earl just is able to eke out enough lore and close out the game. But there's the Hades.
Yeah. There's going to be 7 ink exerted for Ollie, and the Hades Infernal Schemer coming in to send that Dumbo into the inkwell.
Yeah, and Earl is now in top deck moment. I'm going to expect him, when he draws a card, to rub it on the table for good luck. Let's see if he does it, because this is a big moment for him. Earl is the king of top decks.
Yeah, there's the good luck charm.
He goes, come on, baby.
Oh.
He looks quite happy.
It was a smirk. He looks happy. What kind of top deck
I've
were
played
you
against
looking to
Earl
see here?
so many times. Okay, not the best.
Not the best, but it's another body on the board.
Earl has top decked Go-Go against me more times than I can even recount. No Go-Go's in this case. Lawrence, definitely not the best. I'm sure he was hoping for a dock. Ollie, with 1 card in hand, is going to draw now up to 2 cards up. No, 3. Are we going to see that Elsa? It's going to be the Genie. And Earl does not like the look of that. Let's see the facial expression. Yeah.
Yes, it is none other than Elsa. Gloves off.
And Ollie's quite proud of himself for that one. And honestly, who can blame him?
Yeah, absolutely. This Elsa gloves off a 3/4 inkable 4-cost card, which has Challenger +3.
Yeah, Ollie's still with that 1 card remaining in hand, but the big questing has now come through. 13 lore to 8. Earl needs a good card, and he needs it right now. It's Doc.
It's Doc.
Is it too
it's
little,
the
too
card
late?
He was looking for
He
previously.
could have done with it 1 turn sooner, but also the Lawrence is now up. Imagine his strength off the top. I told you that Earl is the king of top decks, but can he live up to that reputation? It's another Helga and a Calhoun. Incredibly efficient for his ink. He's out of cards, but he is staring down the barrel of a big board for Ollie. Ollie's board quests for 8, Kim, and he's at 13.
Absolutely. Would definitely need to take out more than one of Ollie's characters here for Ollie not to be able to quest for game.
Yeah, he could. Earl just has to take out the Hades or the Genie.
Yeah.
At least one of them.
Yep. And it is going to be the Hades.
Yeah. But it wasn't easy. It was
Nope.
the Palace Guard, it was the Dock, and now this Lawrence is a 0-4. Or almost a 0-1. But the game is not over yet. Unless Ollie is able to shift an Elsa, that would seal the deal right now. It's going to be Finders Keepers.
Finders Keepers. He is going to draw 3 cards.
Earl is still 12 lore away. Tipo into the ink is going to be 4. It's another Elsa. Not the D100.
Not the D100, but it is another Elsa gloves off. And if Ollie does choose to quest here.
The power of ice may not stop the flood, but it will help to protect Lorcana.
Yes, it will.
Elsa's going to take out Lawrence, taking no damage back. Genie's going to quest for 4 across both Genies, and this Elsa will quest for 1. Ollie is 2 lore away from victory. Earlmeister, no cards in hand. I'm not sure there's anything they could hit here which would keep them in the game. Every one of Ollie's characters has to go, except they can leave up 1 Elsa. That 1 ready Elsa. And this Helga, it's been there since turn 2. But Ollie's just done a really good job of not allowing Earl to get that value from it that he's been hoping for. It's going to be
It's gonna be
strength,
strength,
but it's not going to be enough.
And Ollie is going to take the game 1 win. Going into game 2, Earl will be on the play.
Yep.
Once again.
Yep. Earl won the die roll.
He won
but
the die
Ollie
roll.
Able to break serve.
Yeah.
And now it's time for a speedrun pack.
Let's go.
From Fabled.
From Fabled.
With me, Joe Curly Cards.
Oh! Is that foil? That was a foil. Foil Maleficent Monstrous Dragon.
I would like you to have it.
Oh, thanks. And if you want to get yourself a enchanted version, you can go play in your store set championships.
I would
coming up
also like
soon.
you to have Shenzi.
Oh, how kind of you.
Oh, but I'm keeping Minnie Mouse.
Oh, that's so fair.
She's
for
a
your
princess.
princess deck?
Yeah, for my princess deck. Very nice.
Very
But
nice.
yeah, we're going into game number 2 of this last round of Swiss. It's all to play for. A draw might have been enough for both players to creep into the top guide. It was never guaranteed.
Nope.
And I've got to be honest, there's no worse feeling than taking an ID and not making top cut.
Absolutely,
That has
especially
got to be heartbreaking. But we are going to be going into game number 3.
Yeah.
Game number 2 very shortly.
Both players trying to secure their spot in our top 32 cut tomorrow.
Yep.
Yep. Both players hoping to get this win would make them go into day 2 with 7 wins, probably a much higher seed.
Yep. And another quick pack before we go back to the... I'm on a roll.
You're on a roll.
Another foil
That's a
legendary.
nice-
And it's a super rare,
well-
but it's kind oh! It was Anna.
It was Anna. That's for Ali.
And Cusco.
And Cusco.
And last ditch effort.
And Ollie previously taking the win in game 1, meaning Earl is still on the play once again. And definitely opened up to a really strong start game 1. Had an abundance of characters on the board. Ollie was really just able to take control of the board.
Yeah, we're seeing players shuffling up, getting ready to go. So what went wrong for Earl in game 1? Because it's a hard question to ask. He did an ink around the 4 ink mark. He had 2 docks in hand. That never helps.
Yeah.
Didn't hit any strengths. We didn't see him sing any strengths.
No.
That strength of a raging fire was right at the end.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, just had to play out the dock, no trigger, and then play the dock next turn, and then was able to draw 2 cards. Unfortunately, the strength just came off a little bit too late. We didn't see any strengths early on in the game, unfortunately, for Earl, which would have definitely helped him clear some characters on Ollie's board.
Yeah, we see the fist bump.
They're ready to go.
Ollie with a nice sip of his drink. We've got Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo versus Mufasa. Who's winning the battle of the playmats, in your opinion?
See, I love Mufasa, but all the players on Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo today seem to be
Mhm.
Bibbidi Bobbidi doing it.
I like the Bibbidi Bobbidi Boo playmat, I gotta say.
Yeah,
I'm
I
a
think
big fan
they're-
of that one.
They're absolutely both stunning, in my opinion.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a turn 1 Palace Guard coming into play for the Earlmeister.
Yeah, and Ollie not playing a character on turn 1, which is significant. Those turn 1 characters for Ollie can be pretty powerful. We know that Rafiki is knocking about, Basil potentially, we almost always see. And, of course, the Royal Guard Octopus Soldier. But none of those found for Ollie. And for Earl, are we going to see the double 1-drop on turn 2? Looks like it might just be one of them. Would be interesting to look back and see what exactly Earl inked on turn 1.
Absolutely. And if Ollie had played a one drop in the previous turn, we could have possibly seen a Diablo being played and possibly a Fire the Cannons. I'm not sure if Earl is running any.
Ollie with the T-Pope is now at 3 ink. He is 1 jump ahead, but Earl is going to be able to ink themselves up to 3 this turn. You would imagine they want to develop a 3-drop to start threatening to sing Strength on a Genie. It's going to be a Genie of their own.
Yep, this Genie, Satisfied Dragon coming into play for Earl.
And it is interesting that Earl quests with the Diablo here, because they are giving Ollie the opportunity to take that challenge. Of course, Earl is going to draw, but that would also be 1 character less on Earl's side of the board, which could be significant if he's looking to sing Strength. But if Earl, for his 4 ink, can play 2 characters, he doesn't need the Diablo anyway.
Absolutely, and Earl definitely wanting to draw an extra card here, hoping that he did challenge with the Tipo, and he did. Ollie will choose to challenge with the Tipo. Gonna play that Madam Mim Elephant to bounce that Tipo back to hand for Ollie.
Yeah, and I really like the elephant play here from Ollie compared with the Genie. Genie, with that 4 willpower, it is susceptible to being removed by a strength. This Madam Mim Elephant is so safe, and it really slows Earl down. The Yzma, though, is so spicy. I'm excited to see this card in the mixer. It's a 3/3 that quests for 2, and you can exert her. And if you have fewer than 3 cards in your hand, draw until you have 3 cards in your hand. So in an ideal situation with the Yzma, who is going to be taken out by the Elephant and the Elsa combo, but in an ideal world with Yzma, you have 0 cards in hand, you exert her, you draw 3, you're off to the races.
Absolutely, but Ollie not taking any chances, saying, I'm going to play that Elsa the 5th Spirit, going to challenge with a Madam Mim Elephant, and it is sending Yzma into the discard pile for Earl. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see Yzma shine there for Earl. But it's going to be a Genie. Wish fulfilled, played for Earl. He's going to draw a card into his hand.
But look at the power of the Elephant. This Elephant on 3 for Ollie was so good. It shut down the potential strength play for Earl. And now the Elephant can heal next turn, moving damage from itself to one of Earl's characters. So suddenly Earl has to challenge when he probably wants to be questing. This Elephant was outstanding. And let's not forget, it also added a card back to Ollie's hand. That Tipo wasn't doing much. Well, suddenly it can be used as ink. And that is extremely strong.
Absolutely. Earl's really trying to bounce back here, being able to get rid of that Madam Mim Elephant, saying, no, I don't want you to move damage onto my characters. Madam Mim Elephant having a 7 willpower, such a high willpower. The Madam Mim Elephant being able to take so much damage. Earl definitely making a really good play here to be able to take that.
Oh, hello.
Was that an enchanted into the unknown going into the Inkwell?
And a Dumbo, just for good measure.
Yeah.
Sale was played. Elsa is going to take out Genie, 3 damage counters onto Elsa, but the bell moves them away immediately. Where are they going to go? They're going to go on to the poor old Genie. But Ollie just seeming to be in control of this final round of Swiss. Elmeister not in the best of positions, but there's a long way to go yet. Elmeister is going to be playing next week in Bologna as well. I know that much. I'm not sure about Ollie. But there's no better way to practice for a Disney Lorcana challenge than playing in one of these community challenge qualifiers.
Absolutely. It's 4 cards in the hand for Earl Meister here. Just trying to decide what to play. I believe there is a Captain Hook, Forceful Duelist with a challenger.
Yep. It's going to be Hook into the ink. And for 1, it's going to be Fire the Cannons. One of my favorite cards.
Absolutely. We wondered earlier if he was playing, and it's going to be a Doc. No trigger into
Double
another Doc. And he's going to use Doc's ability to be able to discard a card, no cards in his hand, and draw 2 cards.
Yeah, the hand there for Earl, unfortunate. It was double Doc and a Fire the Cannons. The Fire the Cannons targeting Elsa. Not doing all that much, but it was either target Belle, target Elsa, or discard the Fire the Cannons of Doc. None of those 3 options particularly appealing, I got to say.
No, and he could definitely open himself up here for a potential Ollie playing a Bell. But Ollie is going to play Vision of the Future. Maybe he is searching for the Bell to possibly move that 2 damage off of his Elsa onto one of Earl's characters.
Yep. 5 cards for Ollie to pick between. There's a couple of Dumbos in there. I think there's an Elephant as well.
Yeah.
I think it was Dumbo that's being added into the hand. And Elmeister watching with anticipation at what Ollie's next move is going to be for ink. You'd imagine it's a Dumbo.
It is a Dumbo.
I was going to say Genie, but...
Going to use Dumbo's ability and be able to exert the Elsa. He will pay the 1, gain a lore, and draw an additional card.
Yep. Ollie up to 3 lore. Thanks to that Dumbo ability and Bell questing for 2. It's back on over to Earl, though. Wasn't a very impressive turn from Ollie, all things considered. They played the Vision, they played Dumbo, they drew 1 card thanks to Dumbo. Definitely not a bad turn by any stretch of the imagination, but I think if you're Earl Meister, you take that. It was looking really bad for Earl, but he's still got his Genie, he's still got his Palace Guard, and he's got a few cards in hand thanks to that Doc. 3 cards in hand now, I believe.
Absolutely, and especially with 4 characters on the board here for Earl Meister. A Strength of the Raging Fire coming in, could potentially hit for 4, but it's going to be an Elsa, 5th Spirit coming in. He's going to exert the Dumbo, 9th Wonder of the Universe, and
yeah,
Genie, Wish Fulfilled, is going to be used along with the Elsa to take
and
out that Dumbo.
imagine the efficiency of a Bell compared to this play, right? If you've got Bell, you heal your genie,
Yep.
you move all 3 damage from your genie onto your opponent's Dumbo. Clean trade, you heal your genie, and you have a 4/4 that quests for 2. In this case, Earl has to challenge with his Elsa, sacrifice his genie to take out this Dumbo. So you really see in a moment like this just how strong the Bell is.
Absolutely, and we saw Belle being one of the prize main characters of the show today, and she's really putting in all the work today. Unfortunately, Earl just didn't have the Bell in hand, but luckily he had an Elsa to be able to exert the Dumbo, was able to challenge and luckily clear off the Dumbo, 9th wonder of the universe.
It's great to see both our players having a good time. I can hear them laughing from across the hall here, enjoying their time to shine here at the CCQ in Cardiff. The winner will be booking their place in the top 32 cut for tomorrow. Unfortunately, for the loser, it's going to be the end of their tournament run. The stakes don't get higher than this. Elsa, going to take out Elsa. 4 damage counters on the Elsa, but not for much longer, because Belle is taking over this game for Ollie, and Doc has been added to the discard.
Absolutely, it's going to be Belle moving the 3 damage, once again showing the power of this Belle accomplished Mystic.
Yeah. Helga still standing tall though for Earl. It is his favourite card, and for good reason. 1 card in hand for Earl. What is it gonna be? 3 ink. It's a Cobra. Nothing to discard, but the Helga will trade for the Bell. Earl is still ahead in terms of lore, and there's only 2 cards in hand for Ollie. This game is not over. But if Ollie can start getting through cards like Finders Keepers, Second Star to the right, a Genie, for example, that can go a long way. And an Iago as well. And suddenly Earlmeister looks to be up against it.
Absolutely, and this Iago in particular has such a strong willpower. Even though it is an illusion, it has the vanish ability. If Earl is able to maybe top deck Fire the Cannons, could help him here get rid of this Iago, but there's still 3 other characters left on the board. 1 card in hand for Earl. Oh, it's going to be another Cobra. Unfortunately, no cards in his hand to be able to discard and gain that additional 2 lore.
Yep, it's the Cobra show for Earlmeister, but Ollie, it's the evasive show for them. Elsa, Iago, Genie, all can only be targeted by other evasives. And right now, Earl doesn't have a single one. And I said it's the evasive show, and now it's the Dumbo show.
Yep, with Dumbo also being an evasive show. Dumbo also being evasive, he's carrying on this evasive show. He's able to use Dumbo's ability to be able to exert and pay 1 to draw a card and gain 1 lore.
And that might just be sealing the deal for Ollie. Earlmeister, with no cards in hand, needs a miracle, but they need it immediately. What is Earl going to draw off the top? One card still in hand for Ollie, but 1 for Earl as well. It's going to be a Dumbo. But it's not as impressive as the Dumbo from Ollie. The Dumbo from Ollie could come down and immediately draw him cards, gain lore.
Absolutely, especially with the other evasive characters already established on the board. Dumbo, the 9th wonder of the universe, definitely helping Ollie close out this gap between Earlmeister here. And it's going to be the Shift Elsa.
Oh no. Not just any Shift Elsa, the Enchanted.
Yeah.
And Earlmeister has seen enough. But Ollie, with the 2-0 victory on the draw, shows the power of the Sapphire Amethyst deck.
Yeah, the abundance of evasives. And closing out that with the Elsa Shift, Spirit of Winter, could exert both of Earl's characters, but already then it was a bit too late for Earl to try and regain the power. The board state. He also had a Monstro in his hand, definitely a card we've seen being played a lot today to be able to regain board control, but he didn't need it.
No,
he didn't need to get to the Monstro. He had evasives on evasives. It was an evasive showdown. Unfortunately for Earl, it was just an unfortunate Cobra off the top deck and not much he was going to be able to do to clear back up the board state.
Yeah, but you know what I love, Kim? the smile on Earl's face, even when he's losing.
Yeah.
It's just great to see.
Absolutely. Such great sportsmanship in this room today. And especially when you can just, he played a D100 Elsa, gloves off. He had an enchanted Elsa first chapter in the room. The smile on Earl's face. He knew, he admitted defeat, but being able to shift that Elsa, Spirit of Winter, such a great play from both players in this room today.
Yeah, and it's been an absolutely fantastic day one here in Cardiff at the CCQ in Wales. But don't forget, we've got plenty more action coming your way tomorrow. Not only do we have the top 32, but we also have the final of that Infinity Constructed tournament, which we're going to be doing our very best to bring you. We do have an interview coming your way very, very soon. We hope.
Very shortly.
But while we wait, it's time for another Corella pack. Any excuse?
Any excuse. Let's go. Ollie has secured his spot in top 32 tomorrow. Earl.
Here we
Producer
go.
Kawa in our
Here
ears.
we go. Ready?
Trying to jinx the pack.
I love Daisy Duck.
Daisy Duck's a nice card.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Power line.
Power line. Imagine if that was a power line.
Would you like a power line?
You can have the power line.
Yes.
For your power line deck.
Yes.
Woo!
I played against Ruby Emerald power line deck. I was impressed. You interview.
Absolutely. And I am welcoming Ollie coming in here.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ollie. You played amazing.
Thank you.
Definitely final showdown, full evasive board. Being able to establish 3 evasives on the board and then play your Dumbo Ninth Wonder of the Universe and then being able to use his ability immediately. Amazing. How are you feeling?
It's crazy. Top decks massively helped me. I think 3 turns in a row I pulled exactly what I needed. So yeah, feeling good.
Absolutely. Going into tomorrow,
Yeah.
quite possibly on quite a high seed. How are you feeling?
Intense, nervous. Looking forward to it though. Yeah,
Absolutely.
I set myself a target for 1 win and then 3 wins today. So
yeah, absolutely.
massively
After
smashed.
such a long day of 9 rounds, it's been 9 rounds of Swiss. You've done phenomenal. Did you do much testing coming into this? Have you been a Blurple player since rotation, since before rotation? Let the people know how you came up with your decision to play this deck.
So I've always played control, heavy red-blue until it got nerfed. Did switch to Blurple for a little bit last set, and then moved off it to play red-purple damage control. But yeah, back on it this set, and it's served me well. Lots of testing kept leading into this, but yeah, it's paid off.
Amazing. And we were admiring your jumper and said, oh, he's brought a bit of luck. But the both of you, and you played the D100 Elsa, gloves off. I had to admire it. Not to only finish out the game with your enchanted Elsa.
Absolutely.
Like, what a play.
Yeah.
And going forward into day 2, we wish you the best of luck.
Thank you
Top
very much.
32, not an easy task, and you did it.
Yeah, it's
phenomenal, amazing.
Felt good.
Well done.
Thank you very much.
And what? Yeah.
I've played 5 Blurple mirrors today, so and come out of them really successfully. So more Blurple,
More
please.
Blurple. Anything you've played against today that you felt wasn't your strong suit? Anything you'd like to avoid going into tomorrow?
I took a really heavy loss to an Emerald Steel, which was a shock. Which wasn't good, and I managed, fingers crossed, don't jinx it for tomorrow, but I've managed to avoid the Amber Steel aggros all day. So fingers crossed that happens again tomorrow.
Phenomenal. We wish you the best of luck in your games tomorrow, and we hope we get to see you again on stream. You're amazing. Thank you for coming to chat with us, and have a sweet dreams, restful night, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Cheers.
Ultra Megatonic!
Ultra Megatonic, baby. Let's go.
Oh, how's it going?
Good, good. I had a blast today. It's tiring, but good.
Yeah, Kim and I were saying we love how even when it was not going your way in the game, you still had a big smile on your face.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here to have a good time, win or lose. I'm here to enjoy the game with the community, you know, celebrate this amazing event. And yeah.
It's a long journey for you to come as well, right?
Yeah, yeah. From Austria to here, flight to Heathrow, and then a train.
Yeah. And the train's what, like 2.5, 3 hours?
Around 2 hours, yeah. Yeah,
So
not
long,
bad at all.
long old journey. You stuck with Amethyst Steel. You played against a lot of Blurple today. What was the overall record against Blurple?
I played against 6 Blurple, on the draw in 5 of them, and my record is 3-3 against Blurple today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What went wrong in the game we just watched?
I had a really bad curve, honestly, and my opponent played really well, of course. But my curve, I was forced to ink cards that I didn't want to ink because I had double docks on both games.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's just the way card games are. But I've accepted that a long time ago, so I just enjoyed the experience with my opponent.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know you've been wanting to play on stream for a long time. Hopefully more to come next week in Bologna.
Hopefully, yeah.
How was this as a weekend in terms of practice?
It's great practice. Of course, it's tough to bring purple steel in a room filled with the Blurple, you know. But I tested about 1,000 games already ever since before set 9 came out and when set 9 came out, and half of that was against Blurple.
Yeah.
I'm really trying, but it's really tough for purple steel to beat Blurple without sacrificing your other matchups.
Yeah, it makes sense. I mean, they're just that one step ahead of you at all times, right? Even when you're going first.
Yeah, but that's just the way it is.
Oh, is there anyone you wanted to shout out in the community?
Of course, I wanted to shout out our team from Austria, Rare Hunters. They've been very nice to me, and all my teammates have been helping me grow. And shout out to the community in Austria and all my friends in Scotland as well. And of course, my wife and my daughter, they're the reason why I do this.
Not to forget the Lawmeisters.
And the Loremeisters. Yes. It's been a long day. I'm sorry, Loremeisters.
Yes, so Earl, we know that you love making Disney Lorcana content. We're going to see you in Bologna, and I hope that many people are going to hope to see you on the stream, and we hope that you keep smiling no matter what.
Of course.
Big congratulations on the run. Wasn't quite your day in the end.
Yeah.
But will you be playing tomorrow regardless? Do you think you'll play some Infinity?
Well, hopefully I make a...
Yeah, because you still could make it,
Yeah,
right?
I could still make it. But if not, I'm just going to hang out with the community.
Sounds great.
Yeah.
All right, Earl, thanks so much. I think that might be all we've got time for today, but we're going to do a little close. So we'll be right back, and then we're going to send it off. So thanks again, Earl, and be right back, guys. Hello and welcome back to Cardiff with your casting squad and Jan Moy.
Hello, I'm part of the casting squad now.
Okay. And we've had a lovely, wonderful day here. We really appreciate you all watching and tuning in. We hope you've had a lot of fun. Big shout out to everybody over in France and Sweden as well, where those CCQs have been going on. I know I'm going to be scouring the internet to see some deck lists. I heard Zan Syed might have been the top seed over in Sweden. So I'm looking forward to seeing that list, that's for sure. But big thank you to everyone. But the top 32 is tomorrow. You do not want to miss this because at 10 a.m., not p.m., 10 a.m. UK time, which is GMT UTC, 10 a.m., British time.
British time.
British.
British.
So we appreciate you all watching very much, and I think we all want to extend a big thank you from us to the audience, of course, but the players for showcasing their wonderful skills today. A huge thank you to the tournament staff, such as the judges, the scorekeepers, of course, Firestorm Games for hosting this event, and everybody associated with there, like the people in the kitchen keeping us going. A big thank you to Ravensburger for organising the event as well. Ben from Ravensburger's put in so much work on this, so big shout out. But we'll see you all tomorrow.
So should they be something tomorrow?
Should they be? Or are we going to do that?
Shall we do the thing?
Yeah. Okay, they should be. What should they be?
They should. We'll see you tomorrow, and make sure you
Be prepared.
Laugh, Moya, laugh. It's funny. It's funny.